In a subway station in the middle of the night, there was a man standing in silence when he saw a woman sitting on a chair, a woman beautiful enough to be remembered in his memory because he had seen her here several times. He looked for a seat and returned to observe the woman. He had apparently met her many times and was curious about the beautiful girl, because she always came home late in the middle of the night. In the long silence waiting for the train schedule, he couldn't shake off his curiosity, probably more interested in the beautiful girl who always came home alone. Looking at the instrument she carried, he thought that she's a music major or she's in a band. But due to too long observing made the girl look in his direction too. So that made him startled, because he was afraid of being thought like a pervert for staring at her like that. Although they meet often, maybe only he is aware of her existence. Thinking things like this are just coincidences, not fate. The quiet silence made him even more awkward. So he couldn't focus and wanted to calm himself with a song. A song from someone who became an encouragement in his tired life. With the title Dark Planet from the singer Long Afternoon, he immediately played the song, feeling very calm after hearing the amazing intro no matter how many times he heard it. He thought this song was a hidden gem because not many people knew this singer, maybe because it has a different type of song from the popular songs in Korea. But the cheap earphones he bought produced an unclear sound, making him turn up the volume until it exceeds the maximum limit, until the beautiful girl was suddenly beside him and said something to him, making him so shocked that he took off his earphones. He was confused why the beautiful girl had approached him all this time. It turned out that the sound of the music was too big and she could hear it from the opposite seat. It turned out that his earphones were not connected to his cell phone, and he thought he was disturbing other people because the sound of his music was so big. But suddenly the girl started a conversation, asking if he liked the song. He was unfocused and she said that if he liked the song because she liked it too. He was speechless, not believing what she had said, and felt very excited because he finally found someone who liked the song in front of him. He was excited because he was a huge fan of this person and asked again if she liked it. The woman was confused in response and replied that she also seemed to like it. It's amazing because he never met anyone else who likes Long Afternoon, even though the music is very good. They started chatting and said that his music doesn't fit with the current trend, and he doesn't promote himself, which makes him less famous. He was very confident that if he did a concert, his name would be spread everywhere because of the songs. The singer only uses anime images as her characters on Instagram, though it would be great if he posted photos of his daily life or face. The woman was not convinced and asked if he should show his face now. But apparently it's not really necessary, because as a fan, he just wants to know how the original creator of the song looks like. With his mysterious concept, he liked the way Long Afternoon is just as it is. Hearing his words made her smile a little, and asked that they have run into each other here a few times, right? The man was shocked, and was confused to answer her question because he was caught staring at her. She advanced towards the train that had arrived, and thought that he must have known they had run into each other a few times, because she realized he was watching her every time they met. Seeing her beautiful face under the lamplight mesmerized him. He was even more shocked by what she had said. It shocked him that the beautiful girl was actually paying attention to what he was doing, that he had always been watching her, that they've both been taking the same last train, made him scream because he was so ashamed of what he had done so far, thinking that he's doomed and accidentally shouting out loud, making the boss at work surprised because he suddenly shouted. He asked what if he was mistaken for a stalker or a pervert. His boss didn't understand what he had said. Inside the cafe at work, he explained to his boss about what had happened. Her boss Oyuju said that it's nothing, and said it just means that girl was also aware of him. He's worried he creeped her out and thinks she wouldn't have kept going to the same platform again. Of course, she would have avoided him a long time ago if she thought he was a pervert. But she doesn't shy away, and he should talk to her properly next time if he wants to know how she feels about him. Who knows, she loved him from the first sight. Since he thinks about her so much, he must have feelings for her, right? But he explained that it's true he's aware of her, but not the kind of feelings. Because he doesn't trust himself to talk about romance while he has to prepare money in his already tough life, so he doesn't have time to have romance feelings towards women. But if he is curious about a woman, isn't that how it starts usually? He refused about it and just wanted a friend to talk about the music he liked. So Oyuju concluded that that was the first step a relationship usually starts, which made him angry that she concluded as she did. So they stopped talking and refocused on work. The day ended at midnight, and he returned home from work. He doubted if he would see the girl will take the last train today as well, and will apologize so that she doesn't think he's a creep. Of course, after that, he would talk about Long Afternoon, but he paused and thought, hoping she thinks the same way as him. But when he got there, his seat was occupied by someone who was drunk, So he fell silent, seeing him occupy the entire seat, making him very upset because he used to sit here. Though he saw the girl and intended to start a conversation. The girl was also aware of his arrival, but he decided to stand up and continue reading for fear that it's weird to force a conversation, because he doesn't want to get even further away from her, so he'll just pass without saying anything today. But suddenly, in the middle of his thoughts, the girl greeted him, so he looked in her direction. She said that the train was still a long way off and asked if he would wait while standing. Of course he didn't want to, but what else could he do since there were no seats? Making her confused by what he said because the seat next to her was still empty, and invited him to sit until the train arrived, making his heart skip a beat hearing what she said. They stared at each other as he looked confused, to sit next to her or not, because he remembered the old memories that became bad memories of a woman in his life. Back then they also got close like this and left him traumatized, but he decided that back then was back then and now is now, until he finally sat down quickly next to her shyly, even though he took a safe distance away. She started a conversation about why he was always heading home late. He explained about his job on the evening shift at a cafe, because he works a part-time job, while living his college life, which is in its 4th year, which of course is quite tough because of working late and studying too. He then replied to her question whether she was also heading home late from work, but she spontaneously replied that she just liked hanging out with men with peculiar tastes, which made him shocked to hear it. She explained about people with hardcore and unique preferences, and often dealt with such clients before going home. Hearing the words hardcore and unique preferences made him imagine what kind of wild work she was doing. Seeing his expression made her smile because it was clear she was just teasing him, and set the record straight that she works in a music studio with practice and recording rooms. Because a lot of office workers' bands book it late at night, leaving him confused after hearing her explanation. She teased him again. Did he just think of something strange? Because she said something strange about hardcore, where hardcore in music is a genre, but it was different from what he imagined, making his face red because she totally leads the pace of their conversation. She discussed how he knew about Long Afternoon because he was busy working and studying and definitely didn't have time to explore music. And the singer is such a hidden musician. He starts a story when he was seriously ill. He felt very lonely because no one took care of him and the house felt too quiet. So he thought he should play some music and searched randomly. That's when he found Long Afternoon's Dense Planet, and at first he just thought the melody was good, but the more he listened, the more he loved everything about it, especially the lyrics that felt like throwing everything away with lines like "Let it be." Hearing that made her pause at how deep his words were. He returned her question and asked what's her favorite song from Long Afternoon, and replied she also liked Dense Planet and said Title Flow is also great. He responded very enthusiastically and explained the superiority of the song titles she mentioned. He continued to praise Long Afternoon's instruments as brilliant and made her face blush when she heard them, which made us think she might have something with Long Afternoon. In the middle of their conversation, the sound of the train is arriving echoed, ending their midnight conversation. She stood up but was still thinking about something, what he said earlier, about the phrase "let it be," and said if Long Afternoon heard that, he'd be so happy. He wasn't sure but was quite happy to hear her words, but he also felt lonely because he still wanted to talk to her, but it's not like wanting to date or get closer to her. So he embraced himself and introduced himself as Lee Yo-eun and asked if he could know her name. In the silence while the sound of the train coming, she looked at him and introduced his name as Shin Hae-in while smiling beautifully. After this, she wanted that when they met again, he should be the first to say hi to her, and if not, she would ignore him for life. He was very happy to hear that, so their parting would be a long-awaited moment when they would meet again. It was already very late, showing the state of the apartment where she lived. She was seen taking a shower, wearing her beautiful nightwear, and immediately sat on her bed. She was still thinking about Lee Yo-eun because it seemed like she had seen him on the train before. At that time, the train was deserted, so it was only Lee Yo-eun and a drunk man beside him. She saw the drunk man's wallet and thought someone might take it, and sure enough, someone took the drunk man's wallet, but he was the one who took it and put it back in his pocket. She watched from a distance what he had done, because he might be mistaken for a pickpocket, so naive. But she knows, a good person like him doesn't think much before showing his kindness. She lay down while lost in thought. Of course, she didn't expect someone so kind to also be a fan of Long Afternoon, especially not such a passionate, devoted fan, making her even more restless on her bed, thinking would he like her if he knew she's the Long Afternoon, or change for the worse, like her dark life in school, where she saw her schoolmates listening to her music and made it like a joke, which made her have a very sad trauma in school. Thinking about it made her very scared, because she suddenly thought about something she didn't want to. Anyway, She thinks people who like Long Afternoon only like the song, not like her, so there's no reason for her to reveal that she's the Long Afternoon. As long as she keeps making good music, it doesn't matter if the anime character named Kin-Oh who takes the spotlight, and says she's fine just staying as Shin Hae-in just as she is, as long as she can keep doing what she loves about music. The next night at the music studio, Shin Hae-in was at her workplace. She sat thinking while holding a pen and tablet, preparing an anime picture of her character for the next one she uploads to Insta. The young men had finished using the studio, making her ask, are they checking out of room A? The man asked, can he make a reservation for next Monday at the same time? With his face flushed, he ventured, asking for her number or her Insta address because he wanted to send her a message all this time. But she was silent for a long time in response to his question, and immediately apologized because she didn't want to tell him. He left miserably, embarrassed at being laughed at by his friend who was sure it wouldn't work. She just watched them walk out and decided to clean up the studio since it was empty. Silence in the studio, there was the sound of the vacuum cleaner she was using. Suddenly there was a man's voice calling him. It was Shin Hyun-sung, a 38-year-old man who was her uncle and studio manager. He came to tease her because he saw someone asking for her number, but she refused even though he thought he was her type. Hae-in wonders why he was peeping at her secretly. Her uncle argued that he saw it just by accident. She just doesn't like giving her number because she doesn't like talking on the phone. And more importantly, that band isn't her style. He informed her that the recording reservation for 10 o'clock today was canceled, so she can go home early after cleaning up. She looks at the clock, and it's 8 o'clock now, pretty happy that she has more time to work on her new songs at home today. But her uncle came back to her to give her a gift. Because it's White Day today, so her uncle bought it on the way here. He bought it because people were going crazy about it on SNS. Hae-in asked her uncle for permission to be able to practice guitar for a bit before she goes. Until when it's quite late, showing the cafe being cleaned up and about to close, Lee Yo-eun finishes his work and he's going first, leaving his boss who is still at the cafe. And she encourages him to have a romantic journey home today. He finally arrived at the train station, sighing at his chaotic life. Because he was supposed to raise my language scores, but he's still struggling with it. In the middle of his thoughts, someone suddenly approached him, seeing Hae-in standing right in front of him. They smiled and greeted each other, but he was distracted by something because he saw her carrying a gift from someone. Hae-in is sensitive and tells him that she got a gift on White Day today, making Yo-eun quite weak to hear it. Because he thought that a woman like Shin Hae-in, who is very attractive and has great style, must have a lot of cool guys around her and give her all kinds of gifts. She started talking about Yo-eun, who seemed to be struggling while studying, so she gave him sweet things to give her some energy. But he was confused as to why she was giving her gifts, with the excuse that she just doesn't like sweets and will throw them away when she gets home. But he rejects it because this is a bit too much to accept the gifts that other men give her. Hae-in was confused by the word man as he said it, which made them fall silent in confusion. She explained that the gift was from her uncle. Hearing that he was very embarrassed because he misunderstood Hae-in's attitude, he took it quickly and Hae-in looked at it, thinking him looks like a fool. It was a handmade caramel that was hot these days, and thought it would be good to eat while taking a break from studying. He held it and had never seen it before, while telling Hae-in to take a few because her uncle gave it with sincerity. So she agreed because surely her uncle would be angry if she didn't know the taste. She asked Yo-eun to give her one, while opening her mouth and closing her eyes, asking her to feed her. That surprised him a lot, and she reasoned that her hands were greasy after tuning the guitar. Hae-in said just put it on her tongue and she'll suck on it. Hearing her rather vulgar words made Yo-eun a little hesitant, but he had no choice but to do it. He started to unwrap the caramel and directed it to Hae-in's mouth as she held back her hair. She immediately took a bite of the caramel, instantly wanting to vomit as soon as the caramel entered her mouth, because it was so ridiculously sweet to her. Yo-eun wasn't sure if it really tasted like that, but he made the same expression after eating the caramel, making their heads really hurt after eating the caramel. They just laughed and thought it would be better with coffee or bitter tea. He was very happy to see how they were doing and offered the caramels to Hae-in once again. In the morning of the next day, showing the condition of Yo-eun's apartment, who was still fast asleep in his bed, the alarm sounded on his phone, woke him up even though he had only been asleep for like 30 minutes. He thought about making breakfast, but he saw the caramel on his desk, which Hae-in gave to him. He decided to eat it again and was immediately shocked because it was really so sweet that it woke up his sleepy brain, and this was the perfect meal from a girl who made him excited in the morning. Suddenly his phone rang, he looked at it and was shocked, seeing a notification from his favorite band Long Afternoon, who has uploaded a new post after a long time. Yo-eun was seen doing his work at the cafe. He delivered the orders with great enthusiasm, doing it with totality. Everyone could see the smile on his face, as if they knew something good was happening. His boss also asked him what caused him to be like that. He spontaneously replied that his favorite musician updated their Instagram, but she was confused as to why Instagram could make him so happy. It turned out that he had been waiting because they hadn't posted anything for a long time, and hoped there would be a new song that made him very excited waiting for it. But her boss was quite disappointed because he thought something romantic had happened. She asked if there was any progress with her, the girl that he said he always met on the last train. He didn't know what progress she meant because it's not like he likes her or anything. But still, if he met often, at least he would grow close to her. He also just realized he hadn't even seen her in the past few days, and told her they had been getting a little closer, like exchanging their names. Also, she gave him caramel on White Day. Hearing that made her very excited to hear the story. Like, how did they exchange names and who told their name first? He replied he told her his name first and then asked for hers. Then she imagined romantic events like in the dramas she watched, making her quite happy and asking again if he had a meal together as a thanks. But he finished the story like a cliffhanger, leaving her disappointed that it didn't live up to her expectations, said that he was very boring because he should have gone further and asked her to drink. She was quite annoyed that her boss was always teasing him. In the middle of their conversation, a man came to order. He was tall and wore a hat to cover his identity, but handsome enough for a coffee customer. He immediately processed his order and told him to wait. Looking at the man, Yo-un thought his face looked familiar. He told his boss that the man's face was very familiar. His boss saw the customer he was referring to and said that he was the famous musician, Sung Hyun-jae. Hearing that made him very surprised why he was here. The afternoon part-timer told her that he was one of our regulars of their coffee. No wonder his aura is very visible because he's a public figure. It's amazing that the hottest musician these days turns out to be a regular at their cafe. He left immediately after receiving his coffee, walked to the car, and immediately got in to enjoy coffee. Inside the car, he checked his phone and smiled slightly after hearing Long Afternoon's song that he recently found, especially seeing the mysterious identity that makes his unique song even more amazing. He listened to the song until the end, thinking of sending him a DM to go for a collab afterwards. It was already midnight. It seemed that Yo-un had finished his work. On the way, he hoped to see Shin-hae in tonight because he was excited to talk about Long Afternoon's Instagram post today. He was surprised just by imagining it. He's already very happy and feels it's the best feeling ever. He arrived at the train station, but he was quite disappointed, not seeing Hae-in her usual seat, wondering if she's super busy these days. He even thinks she's avoiding him and thinks did he mess up her somehow. But from behind, Hae-in appeared to see Yo-un's disappointed face, making him very shocked because of her sudden appearance. He smiled, quite relieved because he thought he wouldn't see her again today. She asked, "Is that why he was so disappointed? Disappointed about not getting to see her again?" Seeing Hae-in suddenly flirting with him felt something different about her, especially seeing her red face. Apparently she was drunk because it was very obvious. She said she recently finished up something she was working on and had a tiny bit to celebrate. But when Yo-un asked what she was working on, she said very suspiciously that it was a secret. Seeing her expression made him speechless at her cuteness, thinking that drunk Hae-in is the best, until he couldn't focus because of her beauty. He distracted himself and talked about the image that Long Afternoon uploaded to his Insta. But before he could finish speaking, there was an echoing voice that the train is now arriving, making him surprised because the train arrived quickly. He hadn't even had time to talk about anything with her. He was very disappointed about that, until he thought of something. He made up his mind and said firmly, inviting Hae-in to grab another drink together tonight. Hearing that made her pause because he asked her to drink when the next train was the last one for today. Yo-un didn't realize what he was saying because he just wanted to chat. He looks like a strange man who suddenly suggested having a drink together. He imagined this makes him seem like some punk who hits on strangers in the streets. So he immediately apologized to Hae-in for his words, but she'll do it, and replied with enthusiasm, because she doesn't want to end her meeting with Yo-un, especially for today. So they have to drink together just a little more. He didn't expect something like this, and he didn't even know where to take her. They immediately got on the train, but Yo-un couldn't feel at ease sitting next to Hae-in, because every time the subway shakes, his shoulder brushes against woman and gets excited over such a small sensation, and think it's not like he's some middle schooler going through puberty. Hae-in opened the conversation by asking for his address and suggested drinking in that area. Although he's worried about how she'll get home, but Hae-in can handle that much because she's an adult. Of course he feels bad, and will pay for the taxi when she gets home. But Hae-in warns him to take care of her if she gets really drunk, approaching Yo-eun's ear while whispering that if she gets drunk, she usually sleeps naked. Hearing such vulgar things made him shocked to imagine in his mind. Seeing his response made her smile at her teasing and said she was just joking. They finally got off at the next station, walking towards the place where they were drinking. He says that this neighborhood, it's a 5-minute walk in his one-room apartment, making Hae-in feel like where Yo-eun lives is pretty nice. He pointed out the direction they were drinking, which was a place he had been to several times. She trusted him with everything and would follow him. Moments after they walked there, the place he usually went to was closed for the week, making him feel bad for her. Yo-eun immediately apologized for not checking first. He was quite confused to find a new place at night, especially since he hasn't drunk much recently, so he doesn't know where to drink around there. He was even more confused because his internet was slow, and he couldn't imagine a drinking place that had a cozy atmosphere. Hae-in was worried about his confusion, so she suggested a good idea to Yo-eun. Since it's getting late, there's only one place they can drink in and sure he knows well. With her face flushed, she suggested to drink at his place. Hearing that suggestion made him pause, and rejected it no matter what. But finally they arrived at his apartment. Hae-in began to enter and look around. Luckily he had cleaned her apartment last week because otherwise it would have been very dirty. Before they went in, she asked him something. She asked if he had a girlfriend, but he was confused as to why she was asking. It was because she didn't want to cause misunderstanding because she'd look like crazy girl breaking into a man's place with a girlfriend. That was the thing that made her want to ask. He replied that he didn't have a girlfriend and was single, which allowed her to drink freely. He asked her back because he was also getting worried, but Hae-in said she already has someone. She tells him about her foreigner boyfriend who is good at singing and really good at fighting named Lam. Hearing this, he gets scared and wonders why she said yes to his invitation for a drink. Seeing Yo-eun's silly face made her smile because she just made up a fake story and lied to joke around. She explained that the person in the story was just a vocalist in a famous band and thought he'd know because he loves music. He was scared enough because he was worried he might unintentionally hurt someone's feelings. Hae-in sighed, feeling guilty, then invited him to cheers to liven up the atmosphere, because tonight, no one will be hurt if they drink together as much as they want. But he's not convinced because a woman as beautiful as her doesn't have a boyfriend yet. So she answered him once more to calm him down. After a while, they had already drunk a few cans. The conversation got wilder about the long afternoon that he found a hint on Instagram post. He saw some clues like numbers or objects in the picture that would indicate when and what the next song would be released, though Hae-in didn't mean to put that meaning in the picture she drew. He was very happy to have searched for clues and finally found out that the next song would be released in April. He was excited to wait for the latest song from their favorite musician. However, Hae-in became concerned because she wasn't finished and didn't plan to release it in April, so she thought about releasing it sooner than later. In her drunken state, Yo-eun suddenly said, hearing Hae-in's voice, "It sounds like a long afternoon." Hearing this made her quite surprised because the characteristics of their voices are the same. Although he said that Long Afternoon's voice must have sounded fresher to make Hae-in upset. She didn't expect him to talk about Long Afternoon the whole time they were drinking, but she was quite happy to hear him talk, but Yo-eun was afraid of boring her. Hae-in stood up from her seat and asked him to continue talking until she climbs into his bed, saying she'll just lie down and listen to what he has to say. But of course, if she lies down like that, she'll fall asleep while listening, and it sounds like listening to ASMR. And she finally asked him permission to let her listen to him and then sleep in his bed for tonight. That left Yo-eun speechless as he looked at the woman who would be staying at his apartment and confused as to what to answer. The room went silent instantly after Hae-in's question. He just answered, "Is that so?" because he was hesitant about the question. But she emphasized once again that is she staying not okay. Because Hae-in is often teasing him, he thinks that it's just a joke. She got up and brought her face closer to Yo-eun. Whether it's a joke or serious, is it up to his answer? If he says leave, then it's a joke, and if he says stay, then it's serious. And asking his wishes about what he wants to do, a joke or serious. He went back to thinking about what he was feeling. Suddenly, the memory of his happiness when he met Hae-in came up, and he said to stay anyway, because there's still a lot he wants to talk about, and also he has tomorrow off. Hearing that answer, she smiled happily and immediately opened her pants, which made Yo-eun spill her drink in shock, asking what Hae-in was doing. She said she just unbuttoned her pants because she only drank beer until her stomach is full and unbuttoned her pants to relax, making him both relieved to hear it and disappointed. He offers her to change her clothes, lend her a training suit to make her more comfortable. But it turned out that their beer had run out and the one in her hand was the last one. Yo-eun volunteered to see if he could buy more so they can get even more drunk tonight. He gave his clothes to Hae-in and rushed to the convenience store near her apartment. He asks her if she needs anything else like a toothbrush or something, but she already had that in her bag, except for one item that she didn't bring. She just realized it earlier. It's getting close to the date, so she needed a sanitary pad and asked Yo-eun to buy it for her. Arriving at the convenience store, Yo-eun felt confused because he had never bought anything like that and imagined that it would be used by Hae-in. He just picked it up randomly because he didn't know which one she used often. But from that place, he saw something familiar. He saw rubber as a safety measure for couples and wondered if he should buy those condoms, banging his head to wake him up from his drunkenness. After he sobered up, he started thinking clearly. Although Hae-in is an attractive person, but he should take it slowly and don't mess things up by rushing, because he doesn't want to get rejected like last time because his feelings were too strong. He just wants to see her always on the last train, and that makes him so happy. But he started imagining things again. If Hae-in takes the initiative tonight, of course he has no reason to refuse. Imagining something like that makes him hard, and now he can't even get up. He walked out of the convenience store and returned to his apartment. He opens the door with excitement, but there was no answering sound from Hae-in, making him confused. After he entered, he was quite surprised, seeing a beautiful girl who was already wearing his clothes on the bed. Turns out she was already asleep. It looks like she's exhausted because she said she had something in her mind recently. Although he was disappointed, he would let her sleep to rest. But he whispered her to wake up for a while because she would catch a cold if she slept without a blanket. But suddenly Hae-in pulled his body so that they almost kissed, leaving him confused as to what was happening. He held his body from falling on hers, but suddenly she smiled and said that Yo-eun was very handsome and completely her type, which made his face turn red after hearing Hae-in's words. But she suddenly fell back asleep and said random things. That was like talking in her sleep. He covered her with a blanket, opening his shirt to get ready for bed. He imagined Hae-in's warm breath that he felt just now, and said if Hae-in had embraced him just then, he wouldn't have been able to push her away. Even though he knows they're drunk, but he can't stop his feelings when he's being led. They ended the night only to sleep until the next morning. Yo-eun woke up from his sleep, feeling his neck ache from sleeping on the couch. He didn't see Hae-in in his bed and wondered if she was in the bathroom, but he saw a note on the floor that she left first and didn't wake him up because he seemed to be sleeping deeply. She could have left right away, but Hae-in put the trash and the beer he just bought in the fridge. But suddenly he saw the condom box on the floor. It startled him because he didn't feel like buying them. But why are these condoms here now? He thought back to who bought this item and recalled his memory of last night when he thought that he didn't need it tonight, but it turned out that he bought it unconsciously because he was drunk, and he needed to be prepared for that moment. Remembering that made him weak, because Hae-in must have seen it and must have been shocked to think he was a pervert, making his scream loudly because she must have thought he was flirting her for a one-night stand. It made him think about it all day on his day off. The next day at the train station, he showed up with a flushed face, seeing Hae-in after their last meeting in his room. She was the one who saw Yo-eun, smiled in a very pretty and arrogant way, greeted him back and started a conversation that she thought there was something important they should talk about. Yo-eun was panicking because he was afraid that Hae-in would talk about the condoms he had bought. He imagined excuses, and quite plausible ones, like that it was actually for a school assignment, or actually he bought it as a charm that helps him with exams, or actually he accidentally bought it while trying to buy vitamins. But there was no good enough reason in his mind. That's ridiculous, and lying would be so pathetic. So he decided to just be honest, even if it meant getting scolded by her. But Hae-in cut him off and asked permission to say something first, so he let her speak. There was something she wanted to tell Yo-eun that, temporarily, she wanted to keep some distance from him, and it shocked him. He asked her why she was like that. She realized that she doesn't feel any tension when she's with him, especially last time when she was drunk. Maybe because she used to hang out with her uncle's bandmates talking about music. So she guessed she played around with him without much caution too. And without realizing it, she crossed the line, so she wanted to put some distance between them. Hearing that was the last thing he wanted to hear, so he quickly apologized for the condoms he had bought. Hae-in was shocked that he suddenly brought it up, so she laughed because he was bothered by that after all. It did catch her off guard, but it didn't bother her so much because they're adults. Thought she didn't expect he'd consider a one-night stand. Made him apologize because he really didn't suggest that. Anyway, that's not what she meant by crossing the line, but when she wanted to tell him the truth, she was quite embarrassed to say it. So they were silent for a while, and finally with a flushed face she said she's just too unbearable. He who didn't understand asked what she meant. She thought about the things she did in that night. Every single thing she did was obnoxious and unbearable, like barging into someone's apartment, borrowing clothes shamelessly and sleeping on the host's bed. It made her very embarrassed to say it in front of Yo-eun. But after he thought about it, it was the right reason too. That's why she ran away without even saying goodbye, because she really felt so bad about it. Hearing this made them silent, because this is really surprising. Because she always been cool and confident, like didn't care about what others thought about her. But now seeing her regret, feeling embarrassed and apologizing like that, it's so unexpected to him, and now he knows. He found this cute side of her different from her cool nature, making Yo-eun trying hard not to laugh. Anyway, if she stay close to him, she's afraid she might do something rude that's similar again to him, so she might not come to the station for a while, making him silent, and suddenly shouted that that's not okay for him, until he didn't realize that their faces were too close, making her confused as to why that's not okay. He shouted unintentionally, looking for a reason that Long Afternoon might release a new song soon, so he wanted to talk about it, especially with her. She was quite happy to hear those words, but she doubted that if she stayed close, she might do something stupid again because of her drinking habits. She might do something even worse. Yo-eun loudly replied, "That's okay. That's okay if the actions she thinks are rude, he will handle all of them. Even the mischievous jokes of her and her wild drunken antics, he can accept all of it." So he hoped to don't distance herself from him forever, making her silent after hearing the words from him, until the echoing sound that the next train is arriving was heard, making her smile because she was relieved and wanted to pick the snacks next time she came to his apartment, deciding that she would come to his apartment again, which made him very happy, of course. Hae-in was very happy to see him excited, so she suggested to keep what he bought last time because they might need it soon. What he bought last time, of course, it was about the condoms he had prepared for emergencies. Seeing his expression made her very happy and answered the beer, of course what he bought last time, while teasing Yo-eun. She walked until she finally reached the apartment. She was seen taking off her shoes and took off her jacket after reaching her room. She's relieved that he didn't get upset, because she doesn't want if she got hated by him, making her recall his words that even he accepted her rudeness. Her embarrassing history won't just disappear and make her shame unbearable. So she immediately jumped on the bed because she felt strange with her attitude, like some perverted freak. She also imagined what would have happened if she hadn't fallen asleep that time. Of course, they will clap like crazy until morning. Hae-in kept thinking about the continuation of what she imagined, until her face turned red because of it, making her uneasy about what she was thinking because it was so dumb. So she wanted to distract her mind to focus on the music. Finally, she opened her phone. It turned out that she had received a DM, which makes her very doubtful whether this is really a real account or a fake. Because who has sent her a DM is a musician named Sung Hyun-jae, who is very popular in South Korea now. The next day, the sound of music rang out in the studio. Hae-in was practicing with her guitar. With her beautiful, serious face, she was very focused on playing the rhythm of the guitar, until the last strum of her guitar pick ended her practice today. She practiced so intensively that she was quite exhausted, and also forgot about the DM she got from Sung Hyun-jae yesterday, so she just ended up overthinking and couldn't reply. It turned out that she was still confused, even though she thought doing a collaboration with Sung Hyun-jae sounded fun. In the middle of her thoughts, suddenly someone knocked on the studio door. Her uncle asked if she was still busy practicing. Hae-in replied she's about to finish it. Her uncle invited her to eat helltteokbokki for dinner today, although she was quite surprised that her uncle asked her to eat something spicy at night, but she agreed very happily. After a while, the food finally arrived. Her uncle was excited because tteokbokki was his favorite food when he was stressed, and he told Hae-in to eat it while it was still warm. But it seems she's still in a quandary. She feels like it's rude to reply too late, so she needs to decide quickly. Her uncle sees her confused and asks if she doesn't like the food. She had no problem with the food because it was quite good, until she finally told him what happened. She told him that Sung Hyun-jae suggested her to collaborate on a song. Hearing that, her uncle was shocked because that's a great opportunity. But it's just that it feels sudden, so she's kind of hesitant. His uncle thinks that does Sung Hyun-jae make unreasonable demands? But she said he is a really successful musician, so if they do a collaboration, she'll be in the spotlight too. She's worried her face might get recognized because of this collaboration. Hearing this, her uncle thought quite hard in giving advice, because he's afraid of misspeaking due to the usual motivations he can't tell her. He knows what she went through when she was younger, the pain and the scars that made her suffer until she cried. Even now he doesn't know if she's still in pain or not, but he knows it's there. But on the other hand, he hopes she can overcome that pain quickly and spread her wings. While Hae-in was upset because the effects pedal she saw this morning was already sold. Her uncle suggested how about she meet up and talk to him first, because as a fellow musician he might be able to understand her position and come up with a solution. Even if she don't collaborate, she could still get closer through this opportunity. And if she meets, he could get his autograph, making Haein upset that her uncle was using her. Until the day reached midnight, Haein was seen leaving the studio and walking towards the train station. She was too busy thinking about it when she was supposed to adjust the guitar line for the new song. On the way, she saw something about the celebrity whose face is always everywhere. It made her confused. How does celebrities get so much attention from everyone? She asked how they endure people's judgment and live. How much courage does it take to overcome that pressure? Until someone's silly face stopped her from her heavy thoughts, making him pause at Yoon's behavior, asking about what he was doing. He told her that there was a special employment program today, so he's just reviewing what he got. So just now is expression practice because a natural smile gives a good impression. Haein wants to take a quick look at that brochure. She was amazed that he had to pay attention to so many things for just one interview. He said he also needed to create a story that fits the company and introduce himself according to trends. She observed this and thought of an idea. She asked him to try something. It was a game to speak without avoiding the interviewer's gaze. He was confused about what to do. She explained she'll ask him any question and he must answer. Of course, if he avoids her gaze, he's lost and out. He hesitates to do it here because it's quite embarrassing. But it's not like anyone else is around right now. Until they finally started the game. Haein happily observed his face, but different from his usual silly face. It's been a while since she last saw his serious face. She was amazed to see such a serious face. That's probably Yoon giving it his greatest effort. She's sure he will give everything he has in order to push forward. Imagining Yoon wearing a semi-formal suit with his hair slicked back, she wanted to see him so bad. But she asked and shattered Haein's fantasy. So the question will soon be asked with her face still flushed. She asks when was his last kiss, making him very shocked. He gets angry because no company will ask personal questions because it's not some drinking game. Because it was too boring, she disqualified Yoon. Doing all this energized her and made her forget the burden she was overthinking. So she gave something to Yoon, her lucky charm to give his good luck. A guitar pick that she uses when playing electric guitar because it holds the energy she puts into her practice. She hoped her enthusiasm would help him succeed in the interview. Receiving a personal item of hers made him very happy, thanked her and definitely bringing it to the interview. Seeing Yoon's excited face makes her feel his enthusiasm too, and teased him back like she always did. Finally, they went home. In a dark music studio, Song Hyun-jae was still working on his music, until his phone rang, making him check his phone. So that makes him smile to see the reply from Long Afternoon, seeing a fairly unique reply that makes him very interested. I hope he will leave their relationship alone, and this is the first time I wish this character was a gay. The next day, Haein finally visited him in the building they made an appointment, but she was confused because she didn't know what floor the studio was on. Suddenly, a man came up to her, asking her if she was Long Afternoon. The man introduced himself as Sung Hyun-jae. He's grateful that Haein didn't have trouble finding the place because these alleys all look so similar. Then asks if she's alone or bringing her band members. She explains that she usually works alone and the other members just help out during recording and arranging because everyone else is doing their own thing. He was interested in a band but also a solo artist. Hyun-jae takes her inside to chat further. He asks if she should call her Long Afternoon or what. So Haein introduces herself, and he can call her whatever comfortable. He decides to call her Haein to be more familiar, though she cringes a little too much at the sudden familiarity. They entered the building, up to the upper floors where the studio is. He says that the company meeting room is under renovation, so they will chat in his studio. Saying company, Haein is shocked and asks if this whole building belongs to him, but it turns out he just leases a few offices here and isn't that rich. But he hopes that the label he created can buy the whole building someday. It amazes her that he's showing off that he's already made a label. Hyun-jae was silent, looking at her face, because her reaction seems lukewarm, unlike his expectation when mentioning about the label. It makes him wonder if she's not interested in his label or if she's so confident that she can succeed on her own. He's amazed by Haein's level of confidence, even though she's just tired and sleepy because she stayed up all night composing yesterday. After a while on the road, they finally arrive at the studio. Hyun-jae offers her something to drink, but she declined and she'd like to get straight to discussing the collaboration project. So he complies with Haein's wishes. He gives him the contract terms and asked if there was anything she wanted to ask. She asks if they do collaborate, will she have to participate in live shows or promotional activities with her face revealed? For that matter, that's entirely up to her. She can stay as a faceless artist or join him in going around for activities. He shared that the reason he wanted to collaborate with her was Long Afternoon. Wasn't just because he thought it would be successful, but he really wanted to introduce this talented artist to the world. But Haein doesn't care about this bastard's sweet talk. He wants to show his demo song right now, so he prepared it for a moment. Waiting for that, Haein was a little relieved, because if performing live was a must, she was going to decline it. Hyunjae finally told her that he was going to play the song. Haein started to hear the beginning of the song. The song was very melodious and had many interesting parts, making Haein quietly enjoy the song, until suddenly she became upset. She asked Hyunjae, "Does that mean she's just featuring as the vocalist on a song he has already finished?" "Yes." And he asks her if the song isn't good enough. She said that the track is amazing, but she wants to add her style to this song as well, making her tell Hyunjae to step aside for a moment. She picks up the guitar and puts her hair in a ponytail so it looks pretty. He said to mute the unnecessary track, but Haein immediately deleted it. It makes him sad that he spent some sleepless nights making that track. She had to convince herself because if she messed up it would ruin this perfect song, because she had her own reasons. She wanted her #1 fan to listen to her music too. The loud music sounds with Haein's confidence and motivation. It amazed Hyunjae because he thought she was only influenced by shoegaze and post-rock. She seamlessly brings the track into her domain and showcases her individuality. He smiled and thought that Shin Haein, truly an intriguing artist. He can feel it, they're going to make a great song. He approached Haein, and this bastard offered her a beer by whispering into her ear. This kid's getting impudent over time. But Haein said yes to Hyunjae's offer because she'll finish the arrangement today itself. Hopefully they won't do anything weird. Meanwhile, we turn to Yo-eun, who is in his college's library building. He is confused about his assignment because he feels that his argument is not solid. He's dizzy, so he prefers not to do it to avoid the headache. And left the library. He felt her body a bit stiff, also thinking that this mid-April would be busy, preparing for the aptitude test and checking out some job fairs, not forgetting to ask Haein to grab drinks. But he also felt that she was busy and had to synchronize their schedule. He heard his phone ringing, so he immediately checked it. He looked shocked after seeing something on his phone. The day ended towards evening. Finally, the scene arrives at the station we've been waiting for. Haein is seen alone waiting there, while planning her collab song with Hyunjae. Suddenly, there was someone's voice calling her loudly. It turned out that Yo-eun ran quickly to her, confidently inviting Haein to hold a listening party for a new song of Long Afternoon. She's shocked that Yo-eun suddenly invited her to enjoy a romantic party. We all hope that Hyunjae is gay, and hope the author doesn't make this a love triangle or quadrilateral. They were silent for a moment after the invitation. She was confused about what they were going to do because they had never done a listening party before. Yo-eun explains it's where people gather to listen to a new song, like watching a movie and share their thoughts. Haein never knew such an event existed because she's never heard of it. It turns out that back in his high school, a friend asked him to go to a listening party, where the singer personally showed up. The singer shared her emotions while singing and explained how she came up with the lyrics, so this time he wanted to invite her to have their own music listening party. After seeing the post of Long Afternoon, who will be releasing a new song on April 28th, Haein felt strange seeing the post she wrote herself. She said it would be meaningless without Long Afternoon there, because the artist has to be there to talk about the song, right? That's true, but Yo-eun just want to have fun together, like some drinks with her. Haein smiled at his excuse, then teased him, so that's what this was all about, drinking with her. Yo-eun felt a little embarrassed and upset, because his intention was to be genuinely excited about Long Afternoon's new song, not just to be alone with her. But he was silent for a moment, though he won't deny he wants to be alone with her, and this is a good excuse. Hearing his honest answer makes Haein a little happy about Yo-eun's feelings. So she agrees and will check her schedule for that day. But when she checked the date, April 28th, it turned out that she already had an activity on that date, where she had a collab recording session. So she said the 28th might not be work because she will be at the studio recording. Yo-eun was a little disappointed, but he guessed there's no helping it. Haein insisted to check if she can reschedule it. But he doesn't want her to do that because he just suggested it impulsively because he got excited. Even though he said it like that, of course she couldn't bear it, because he making that puppy who missed their walk face makes it really hard to ignore. But there's no way around it because the schedule was already tough to coordinate with the band. But to make up for his disappointment, she invited him to have a drink some other day because they don't need a special reason to drink with each other, right? If they feel like it, then just do it maybe after midterms, when both of them are more relaxed. Yo-eun felt her sincerity and agreed to her invitation to drink some other day, until finally the sound of the next train is arriving echoed. Several days have passed, showing Yo-eun who was taking an exam at his college, until he finally finished. He was very tired and finally left the room, but he met up with his friends, inviting him to a party after the exam. But he refused because he had to work, until his friend praised him for being so diligent. But that's just an excuse, because today is the release day for Long Afternoon's new song. Even if he's not with Hae-in, he'll still savor the new song alone, and he can't miss out on that joy. He quickly left his friend, even though the song was released at 4 p.m. He'll hear it when he gets home from work. So he kept laughing impatiently to listen to it, until the train, on the way home, until after arriving at his apartment he broke down the door with a loud laugh, because it was finally time for him to release his stress with a masterpiece song. But suddenly his stomach rumbled loudly, because he hadn't eaten anything today, so he put it off until the food he ordered came to the door. He decided to take a shower first. The sound of the shower was heard. He took a shower but felt uncomfortable because he felt empty of something, until Hae-in's face appeared in his mind. Even though today is full of good things, but he's confused, so why did he feel so lonely? The sound of the bell rang as he was lost in thought. He was confused why the food delivery kept ringing the bell, even though he wrote to leave the food at the door. So that made him very upset and forced to open the door, but instead he saw a beautiful woman in front of his apartment. He didn't expect Hae-in to come to see him. He was surprised to see Yoon in his underwear, making her face red because she came for the music party. He thought she couldn't come because of her schedule, but she wanted to attend so badly, and she also brought good drinks, making Yoon happy that this cute girl came to see him, inviting her to come inside. But Hae-in teased Yoon, asking if he usually stays home in just his underwear. He was so shocked that he didn't realize it, so he immediately ran to put on some clothes. She loved teasing him even though she knew he must have just finished showering. Yoon quickly put on pants. He was so embarrassed to show Hae-in such an embarrassing thing. Suddenly she calls out to him. She wants to borrow Yoon's clothes like last time, because she wanted to take a shower too before they drank, while taking off her jacket, making Yoon almost lose control looking at Hae-in's body. The sound of the shower started coming from the bathroom, showing Hae-in enjoying a shower in Yoon's apartment. He imagined something bad when he saw the bathroom. While preparing the place for their drink, he was very happy that Hae-in came to his place for this event. Since she last slept in his apartment, she left without saying a word. He asked, "Does this mean from now on she'll keep visiting like this without any notice?" So from now on he has to make sure his apartment is clean and odorless. Suddenly, the door opens and someone calls his name. Hae-in opened the door slightly and asked Yoon to get her a towel. So he quickly grabbed her towel, running around out of focus, until he gave her the towel even though he wanted to peek inside. Hae-in thanked him and closed the door again, making him very nervous even though he just handed over a towel. So he had to calm down from his dirty thoughts by putting on a remix of Buddhist chants, a very good song to calm himself down from dirty thoughts, until Hae-in walked up to him, making his dirty thoughts reignite after seeing his oversized shirt on Hae-in's body. She said the shirts might slip off even with the slightest movement, so asked for other clothes like oversized shirts. Or should she respect his preference and just stay like this? Yoon was so silent that he almost exploded from her teasing. Even though he wanted Hae-in to stay like that, she insisted on getting her another shirt. Finally, she changed her clothes. With a sports jersey, even if it's big, she can zip it up to make it fit. She finds this funny because it's so loose and says his shoulders are really broad. Yoon discussed her schedule because he thought she'd be working late into the night, so she explained to him what had happened. In the studio room, Hae-in's voice is heard singing loudly. She did that quickly, starting over and over again to get the best results. They finally finished recording and were about to do the final revision. Her bandmates were amazed by her speed when she usually keeps retaking until she's satisfied, thinking she's slacking off just because it's not her song. But they could only see the end result because she did it perfectly as usual. Absolutely amazing. Until she finally came out with a bang, said her part's done and asked for any directing needed, but he says it's perfect and invites them to have a party after this. Hae-in refuses quickly because she has something to do today. It surprised him that she had something at this hour. She quickly puts on her jacket and says she'll do the party at another time, quickly parting ways with her band members, and immediately went out, though they wanted to treat her to celebrate the release of her new song. So they concluded that she probably had a boyfriend. She told Yoon while eating and drinking. They could have finished earlier than scheduled because they always booked extra time. It makes him happy that all her work is done well. Hae-in pulls out an expensive whiskey, which startles Yoon. It was his turn yesterday, so now it's her turn to bring him a drink, inviting him to enjoy this night, starting with the cheers of their glasses. Yoon drank it quickly. It made her shocked yet happy that he was enjoying it. But she didn't want to get drunk that quickly. Yoon didn't think he would get drunk tonight. They were about to start the music listening party now. The new song was called Blue Smoke. They listened on their phones and started it simultaneously. They closed their eyes to sharpen their hearing. But when listening to this song, although it has been hundreds to thousands of times, sitting still and listening like this brings back memories of when she made this song. A part of her is preserved in this song. Just knowing someone out there is listening to it, it fills her heart. She wondered how Yoan was feeling while listening. She imagined that he would be very excited and say that Long Afternoon was amazingly genius, or maybe he'll turn out to be disappointed because he doesn't understand this new song. But either way, it's fine, as long as he listens to her music. So she peeked a little at him, Yoan, who seemed to be enjoying himself, until he almost shed a tear, making her wonder why he was crying. She asked if he was okay, and asked him what he was thinking. He almost cried hearing a song that was so beautiful. Even the lyrics really resonated with him. Explaining a part of the lyrics in the song, it hit him deeply, making her a little relieved to hear that. Yoan asked what she thought, but she explained it like it sounded like criticism by a professional. She was also confused about how to explain it, because when he asked him to organize a listening music party, she thought that it would be too cringeworthy to try, but now, she just wants to drink like there's no tomorrow. She wants to party recklessly, and her heart feels like it's about to burst. Time continued to pass until they finished listening to the song. He wondered if he was already drunk, or if he was intoxicated by the music. He's confused why he wants to hold and hug Hayan so badly right now. Is this his true feelings, or just a side effect of whiskey and music? They had already drunk many bottles of alcohol tonight. The atmosphere was very exciting, and Hayan started shouting, telling funny stories of her favorite bands, the Beatles, mimicking their expressions, making them both laugh out loud. Yoan was very happy to hear the Beatles story from her. Hayan said she learned music and more from her uncle. Although the lyric was hard to understand at first, the more she heard it, the more it touched her heart. As a child, she always heard songs from people around her. That eventually inspired her to make a song that will be heard hundreds of years from now, even if aliens invade the Earth. Yoan was confused when the word alien made him laugh. She tells him that she actually is the ancestor of the aliens. Hearing that makes Hayan look like a weirdo. Yoan asks if there's any music she's made because he's dying to hear it. Hayan is confused about how to say it, until she fell silent for a moment. But she decides not to tell the truth and says she hasn't made any music yet, making him a little disappointed because he felt that the music Hayan made would be very good. To make up for his disappointment, Hayan makes him a special whiskey cocktail to change the subject. Yoan feels he's already had way too much tonight from the new song and the conversation. She asks him if he's sleepy yet. Yoan told her that he stayed up late yesterday studying for an exam, so he was a little sleepy. Hayan looked at him while planning something, until finally she quickly lay down on Yoan's lap for no reason, making him confused about what she did. Hayan said she was just lying down to write her journal with an app called Letter to the Stars. She's going to write a few words about how she feels right now. Yoan asked what she was going to write today, making her think for a while, and he'll write that Yoan's thigh is perfect balance of soft as pillow, making him laugh. Therefore, she'll hug it like a pillow and sleep tonight. He also said then he guessed he'll have to hug her to sleep too. Hayan suddenly looked in his direction. She said, right, not joking, with a seductive facial expression. Of course it made Yoan dare, and asked if Hayan was afraid that he might be serious. She stifled a laugh and was silent for a moment, saying she's not scared and explaining that Yoan is drunk right now. She got up from his lap and asked him to sleep because she felt sleepy. But Yoan replies to her earlier statement, that he's not drunk right now, he really wants to hug her tonight. Is Hayan allowed him to hug her? She was silent when she heard that, and said if she says yes, will he have the courage to hug her? She opened his arms, challenging Yoan to try hugging her. She teased him and said she wouldn't stop him. Finally, he quickly hugged her, making her very surprised because this happened suddenly. They ended up falling because of the tight hug. Hayan's face blushes red from embarrassment and didn't expect him to dare to hug her. It turns out that he's been holding back a lot. Of course he's going to hug her. He don't want to treat her carelessly because he don't want to. After Hayan heard his explanation, she wasn't surprised anymore, and now says, all right then, she'll really let him to hold into each other tonight. They hugged for a long time, for a very long time without saying a word, making Hayan confused, until the sound of Yoan's snoring was heard. She didn't expect this guy to fall asleep while hugging her, but she understood because he stayed up late studying for an exam and had whiskey straight just now. So she lifted him into the bed because she was strong enough after working lifting things at the studio. Finally, Yoan slept in his bed. Hayan still can't believe he hugged her so tightly just now, but she was annoyed that he suddenly fell asleep and ended up smacking Yoan's butt. She's going to take off her clothes and sleep too since Yoan let her before. She threw off her jacket and immediately hugged Yoan from behind. She smelled his newly fragrant body wash. as well as the smell of his clothes, and the whiskey they just drank. She felt crazy after smelling his body, squeezing Yoon's body hard, because she couldn't say that she was long afternoon and couldn't say everything yet. While here she hid, watching his expression as he listened to her song. At times like this, she thought that it wasn't Yoon who lacks the courage to hold someone, but herself, the alien hiding her identity. She thought maybe she's the coward, while hugging Yoon and pressing her face against his back. The day passed and the morning dawned, until finally Yoon woke up from his sleep. He felt his head was very dizzy because he didn't know how much he drank last night. He also didn't realize why he was sleeping in bed, because he didn't remember anything. So he intended to continue sleeping because he was still dizzy, and thought Haein had returned home while hugging his blanket. But he felt something strange about the blanket, because it has a shape, so he's confused why is the blanket so firm. He banged on it and wondered why it felt soft and squishy too, until suddenly a head emerged from the blanket and said good morning to Yoon, making him scream out loud because he was shocked to see someone in his bed. Haein asked did he sleep well. She hopes it wasn't too cramped with her here. He's very confused by all of this, because he didn't expect that he would sleep in the same bed with Haein. He tried to remember and thought, had they clapped all night with her without realizing it? Haein took a shower after staying at Yoon's place. She dried her hair like it was her own home, while Yoon still couldn't believe that they had slept in the same bed last night. He was so drunk that he didn't remember anything, and they probably did something they shouldn't have. Suddenly, Haein called out to him, who was deep in thought. She asks him today's schedule if he's busy. Yoon replied that he only had a part-time job and would only be doing chores at home. Haein praised him for being so diligent, and she decided to leave at 1 p.m. after she ate ramen. Yoon doesn't mind Haein staying here, but she teased him if he wanted to stay with her. That's because it seems like it would be inconvenient if Haein had to commute from her house and then come nearby here again. But even so, it looks like she decided to go home to rest and change her clothes. She said it's not like she's uncomfortable here and his place is closer to the studio than mine. If his place is closer to her work, he thought, then should he tell her to come over anytime to hang out? But Yoon canceled it, and he think Haein didn't have a reason to come here anymore. While he was eating, she called him. She asked if he's doing a workout. However, he doesn't do it intensely, but he often goes for morning runs and other light exercises. Haein said, "Oh, I see, as expected." Hearing this made him wonder why she was asking. It turns out that Haein felt in good shape when she hugged him last night. She said her shoulders were very wide, while Yoon was confused by what she said. He didn't realize that Haein had hugged him. She also told him about he asking for a hug and said, "I've been holding back a lot," while teasing him. Yoon was petrified at the thought. He thought that Haein was lying just to tease him, but she recounts that when he hugged her suddenly, she thought she wouldn't sleep tonight. But it turned out that someone fell asleep, so she just slept next to him. His face blushed at the memory, and he apologized for doing it while drunk. Haein forgives him and says she enjoyed it too. Hearing the word enjoyed, he was surprised, but she just realized that a hug is a necessary thing for humans. Since she hadn't felt a warm hug in a long time, there was no need for Yoon to feel guilty. He was silent and relieved by the incident. The day has passed, people were seen jogging leisurely. But suddenly a noise was heard from behind. It turned out that Yoon had a hot engine and was running as hard as he could. Since he's been studying lately, he thought his body must be in worse shape than before, so he has to maintain his stamina and body. Of course, it's not to impress Haein, but that's also one of the reasons after his body was praised. If Haein likes him, that would be really nice. So he gets hotter and intends to increase his exercise. The scene changes to the music studio. Haein is seen alone, with a tablet and pencil in her hand. She's apparently drawing a mascot who looks a bit like Yoon. Suddenly, she's startled by someone coming out of the blue. But he wonders why she's so shocked, and says, "Were you watching something dirty?" But Haein gave him the middle finger. It turns out he had a reservation at 3 p.m. He also told her that they had a drink with Hyunjin yesterday after she left. Apparently they told each other stories and have gotten closer, because Yeonjae paid for it all. He also relayed a question from Hyunjin to her. He asked if they were okay with a live clip for the new collab song. Simply put, it's an edited video of a live performance. If they do that, they can edit or direct it to hide her face while performing. She asked Haein if that wasn't a good enough concept for them, though Haein only intended to be involved in the music production and nothing more. But if she mustered up a little courage and creates something again and again, she'll be able to see Yoon's exclusive expressions, right? Now she's only thinking about him more than herself. So sweet. So she decides to think about it as long as her face isn't seen. She thinks she can. The scene switches back to Yoon, who is walking holding her sore hand because he had exercised hard all of a sudden. But he thought nothing was wasted today. He had started breakfast with Haein and had done a lot. He entered the workplace, but his boss wasn't there. He wondered if she had gone to buy something. He entered the staff room and finally put on his summer uniform. Yoan said that he's taking over now and will let the boss know when she comes. His friend said that the boss won't be coming because she's not feeling well. Yoan worried whether she was sick, but it turned out that she came down 5th of fever because she was suddenly shivering and ended up going to the hospital. He was worried, so he might call her later. So he immediately told her to go home because she had been working from her shift, but her friend decided to stay, with her pretty face. One Shin Young, who was on a break from school, couldn't bear to let Yoan work hard alone, and she decided to help him. Here Youn is shocked, readers are shocked, and hope the author makes this character a lesbian, so as not to disturb the vanilla path of Youn and Haein. Get out.
It seems that Shin Young is very eager to work, even though she has exceeded her shift. She works with a bright smile. Meanwhile, Yoan is restless. He calls the boss and asks how she's doing. The boss says it's nothing serious and she's just overworked. So Yoan is relieved to hear that she can still joke around. But she's worried because Yoan works alone. He explains that he's not alone at the cafe. Part-timer Shin Young still stays and helps out. Of course, the boss is angry to hear that she's working 2 shifts in a row. But Yeon explains that as long as she gets paid extra, she doesn't mind. The boss pauses in thought and allows it as long as she doesn't overwork. Yeon is relieved that her boss isn't seriously ill. Shin Young asks him what the boss said. She said that she'll pay her extra, and she also said not to overdo it. Yeon reminds her that it will get harder as the night goes on because it will be crowded, but her joy in working makes her stronger. Yeon is relieved that she has high energy and working with her won't be awkward. He asks permission to throw the trash out the back, but Shin Young called him. She heard from her boss that Yeon is a college student, which means he's older than her. So feel free to drop the honorifics because she's 23. But Yeon felt a little uncomfortable for that and asked Shin Young to watch the counter for a bit and continue working. Yeon left the building, taking out the trash. He thought she was very sociable even though it was only their first day of meeting. It reminded him of his old self, not worrying about how long he knew someone or how much time they spent together. But at some point, when did he start calculating the longevity of relationships and adjusting his distance? He re-entered the building, but Shin Young suddenly shouted that they had a problem, which startled him. She said that they just got an order for 15 drinks and sandwiches and wanted him to help her. Yeon was shocked that someone would order 15 sandwiches at this hour, so they shared the hard work. While Yeon lost in thought, why do complicated orders always come in at the worst times? He stole a glance at Shin Young and felt grateful that she stayed and helped him. Even though she's only been working for 2 months, she's pretty skilled and reliable. But Shin Young yelled back that their coffee machine was broken, so Yeon ran to quickly fix it. Finally, their work is almost done. Yeon is exhausted after all the work today. Shin Young told to go home, but she couldn't bear to leave him alone. He explained it jokingly that it is okay, which finally made her go home cheerfully. Yeon hoped she got home safely, and she finally left him alone. It was just the closing work, so he felt he could finish it alone. But suddenly he fell silent, thinking deeply again. She suddenly remembered Haein's face and wondered how old she was because he never asked, which made him curious. Once at the train station, Yeon immediately asked Haein, but she replied that she was 39 years old. Yeon was very surprised to hear that, making them look awkward. Yeon suddenly moved away while thinking, is Haein widowed? Haein shouts that, of course it's a lie. She can't believe that Yeon believes she's 39 looking at her face. So he asks how old she is. Is it a secret? Haein doesn't mind, but why is he suddenly curious about her age? Does he think she's an old woman hiding behind makeup? And does it really matter if you don't know someone's age? Hearing the question made him pause, thinking that of course it didn't matter. He regretted having asked something that didn't matter. Seeing his sad face made her feel guilty because she was too blunt, so she decided to tell him on one condition. He had to call her Haein SSI. Seeing her beautiful face made Yeon speechless. He asked, shouldn't it make her feel awkward? Maybe other people think so, but she likes it because it makes her feel respected as an adult, but not too much like a customer. Yeon was silent and concluded that Haein likes role-playing like that. She only explained when he says Haein's sigh in his voice. It makes her cringe a little, but still. She likes it. Hearing that made Yeon blushed. So he would call her that, and it wasn't a difficult thing. He went back to asking her age if they were the same age. Haein turns out to be only 21 years old, making Yeon very shocked because he's 25. He yells, "No way!" because Haein is already working. Even if someone graduated from college, they should be 22. Haein didn't go to college, and she got a job once she became an adult. She doesn't mind showing her ID to him. Yeon keeps asking because he still doesn't believe about Haein's age. Like how she's good at mixing drinks, but she says that she only learned from her uncle. The sound of the train arriving echoes through the station. Anyway, they just made a promise, so the way they address each other can't change from now on. She approached Yeon and teased him, calling him Yeonwoo Oppa, though she spoke very mature and seemed experienced, so he thought she was older. But it turns out she's a precocious little fox, a little girl that Yeon is crazy about. A few days later at the cafe, Boss looks tired after resting due to illness, so her body aches. Yeon suggested resting again, but the boss didn't want to, because she was afraid she would lose a lot of money, because she thinks not having money is scarier than death. She asked Shin Young if she was having a hard time. They feel she's so bright and good at handling customers because of her great personality, but she still struggles because she hasn't memorized all the recipes. Boss thanks to Yo Yoon because he's the only part-timer who can be trusted with the shop so she can rest easy. Hearing the sudden praise made him embarrassed. She was really grateful to have him here. She asked if he was busy on his day off. So she invited him to eat beef together, but when he asked why beef all of a sudden, she said it was for gratitude. But Yeon prefers to be given cash compensation. Boss pleaded with him because she really just wanted to hang out and wanted to eat meat. Yeon suggests her to grill some at home. She yells louder because she doesn't want to grilling meat. Cologne is too depressing. It's not like she's living a luxurious life to go through all that hassle. So she whined to eat meat together. Yeon had no other choice, so Yeon was about to say that he would come, but suddenly the boss looked the other way, making Yeon confused as her expression changed. She hurried away and asked him to watch the counter for a second. Someone turned out to be at the cafe, listening to music. It turns out to be Hyunjae. He listens to Haein's mix because it doesn't sound too bad. It's rough, but each instrument has its own unique touch. So he's confused about whether to choose his studio's mix or Haein's. But suddenly he heard the sound of a photo from behind. Someone was taking a picture of him. He was surprised because there was a sneaky photographer, but he didn't expect it to be in a cafe, though if she wanted she could ask him for a photo together. This made him uncomfortable, so he decided to leave because he didn't want to make a scene in the cafe. But the boss suddenly reprimanded the photographer and said not allowed to secretly take pictures of other customers. Hyunjae didn't expect anyone to defend him. The person said that he was not just any customer but a famous person, but she still didn't allow it because anyone who entered the cafe was her customer. So she defended herself saying that she was a customer too, but she didn't buy anything, which made the boss angry. It's usually okay for people not to order, but she doesn't like people bothering others, so she kicked her out if there was no need for her to be here. The photographer did not accept this treatment and threatened to give her a 1-star review on social media apps to destroy the cafe. Boss doesn't care about it and is relieved after she leaves. Hyunjae comes up to her and apologizes for all the commotion. Boss acts cool and says it was nothing. She suddenly becomes very pretty and says to keep coming here. I can already see you guys shipping them, LOL. Even the boss knows he likes cappuccinos, which surprised him. He said that of all the places, this is the best. Finally, he went to say goodbye and left the cafe. Boss felt that he must be upset at the thought of how hard it would be to become a famous person. Yo Eun, who saw the whole incident, praised the boss that she was very cool. Cool my ass, said her. She didn't want him to learn that from her because it stressed her out, and she again asked him if they were going to eat meat. Yeon smiled at that, so he decided to accompany her to eat meat together. On the day of the appointment, Yo-eun walked to the place her boss gave her to eat meat. While waiting, he looked at his cell phone and saw that they're starting summer intern recruitment. But no one he knows has applied yet, so he will wait longer. He was confused why he is doing this when he's supposed to be out relaxing. It's not even urgent. He feels he should stop stressing because his job search is going according to plan. As long as he stays on track, the last stop will have a result. So he decided to listen to Long Afternoon to relieve his stress. But after opening Spotify, he was shocked because he saw Long Afternoon's new album cover. Suddenly, the boss greeted him from behind. Yeowon was surprised to see the boss because she came together with Shin Young with their pretty clothes. He didn't know she was coming too, but the boss invited her because she had a really rough time that day too and deserved some beef. Shin Young greets him with a coquettish face, making Yeowon look confused at her face, and they shouted to start their meat party. Because tonight's goal was to eat a whole cow since it's been a while. Suddenly, Shin Young put her arm around Yeowon. I don't know why this bitch is suddenly so familiar. She teased him and quickly walked over because she was impatient to eat meat. Yeowon felt uncomfortable, but I wonder why he didn't reject her. He was confused. Why do he feel this eerie sensation? Maybe he feels like he's having an affair now, even though he's not even dating yet. Meanwhile, Hai-in is in the music studio, busy making a song for the Long Afternoon. She's mumbling while singing, but she feels strange, because it's all not going well and she doesn't know where the wrong part is. Or maybe she's hungry, so she has to go out for food. They finally started the meat eating in restaurant, with large and fresh meat, so the boss looks very happy when eating juicy meat, especially in a tired state. Yeowon and Shin Young ate the meat with great relish. But the boss felt like something was missing, so she ended up ordering a bottle of soju. Yeowon warned her not to get drunk in a place like this. He told Yeowon to take it easy. There's even an old saying, fight poison with poison and alcohol with alcohol. He's worried about her because there's no one to take care of her, but the boss relies on Yeowon when she's drunk, which makes him angry. Seeing this makes Shin Young smile with a strange face. It says to the two of them that they're very close. She asked if they knew each other. The boss replied that they only worked for a long time. Sometimes they also spend time hanging out like this because they both live alone. So Shin Young deduced that and asked, "You two were kind of seeing each other?" Which made Yeowon spit out his drink in shock at the question. Yeowon argued against it and said that they were just eating together and it didn't mean they were dating. But Oh Ha-ju doesn't argue and complicates things by saying that she once tried to flirt with Yo-yoon. She said that Yo-yoon was played hard to get and so annoying, making him angry and said, "Stop making stuff up." Yeowon felt a little awkward about what just happened, so Shin Young continued to ask, "Do you live alone, Appa?" "I guess you don't have a girlfriend then, right?" this bitch asked with a coquettish face. Of course Yeowon says she doesn't have a girlfriend because they haven't confessed their feelings. But her boss teased him again, "But you have someone you're kind of seeing, right?" Shin Young was so excited to hear that. With a glowing face, I don't know if she's actually interested in Yeowon or not. So she inferred whether Yeowon liked Chuyeon from the morning shift, even though he never met anyone from the morning shift. So Yeowon has to explain that he's just close to someone, but not a girlfriend, and they don't even have each other numbers. Reality hits hard because he hasn't done any of that. But in his heart, he wants more. Even if others asked what kind of relationship they had, while imagining Haein, he would probably answer. He'd say she's someone he wants to keep talking to. Shin Young glanced a little at Yeoyun's face, which looked a little glum. So she offered him a drink since his glass was empty. Those who were a little drunk still wanted to continue drinking until the next round. Yeowon accepted her offer and thanked her. But the boss cried because no one noticed that her glass was also empty, which made them panic. They shouted and decided to drink to the last drop with vigor, except for Yeoun. Back to the music studio, the strumming of the guitar can be heard from Haein, who plays it while lying down. But she felt that what she was playing wasn't right, and felt she should change the composing she made. Her uncle came in and wanted to ask her what she wanted to eat for tonight, but he was surprised to see Haein lying on the floor. "Did you do any performance practice?" "Of course not. because she wasn't even doing a live performance. She was just stuck while composing and ended up lying here. That's unusual because she usually writes songs so easily and writes smoothly before. Yeah, it happens sometimes and she can't always do things the same way. And this time, for some reason, she really wanted to take her time and write a proper song with a serious face. Even though it would take a long time, her uncle was very proud and smiling to hear that. So he took her out to eat to clear her head. Meanwhile, he would leave the studio to his friend who was practicing to look after it for a while. Because perhaps after eating out, she might even get some song ideas. So they decided on that and quickly left because they were hungry. It's very late night. You can see Oh Ha-ju singing about her loneliness because she's drunk too much. Yeo-eun had accompanied her to hang out, but the boss said she would still lonely when returned home alone. She regrets that she's divorced, but he calms her down because she always goes back to that. So the boss invites them to go to a whiskey bar for round 2 and treats them. But they both turned it down and decided to stop here for the night, which disappointed the boss because she had intended to buy them expensive drinks. So she'll go there herself for the night, which makes Yeo-eun worry about her. She calmed him down by saying that she was close to the bar owner. She's still very excited and they end up parting ways, making Yeo-eun worry that she's going to collapse again since she's just recovered from her illness. Shin Young didn't waste this opportunity and started smiling slyly. She suddenly linking Yeo-eun's arm again, tightly, and asked where should we go, which made him confused about the meaning of the question. There's a draft beef place nearby she goes to often, so she invited him to have a drink there, just the two of them. Even though the boss invited her earlier and she said she was full earlier. Of course she refused because she actually wanted to talk to him more, so let's have a light drink before going home. Yeo-eun started to feel uncomfortable with her familiar behavior, so he rejected her by saying he was a little tired. Shin Young could only be silent hearing his response. So she concluded that surely Yeo-eun wanted to meet the person who was close to him, right? Even if he is, it's just casual dating. It's not like he's confessed, and he's not even in a relationship. If he takes it too seriously, he'll be the only one who gets hurt. That person could just be playing around, don't you think? Yeo-eun is disgusted with her because she talks a lot and demonizes Ha-yin. He lets go of Shin Young's arm. She has a point, but even if Ha-yin is just playing around with him. Yeo-eun said he wants to be serious. He said firmly and with a serious face, leaving Shin Young speechless. When he likes someone, he prefers to be straightforward even if he ends up heartbroken and crying alone later. Hearing his words, she was amazed because she rarely met men like this. To make her even wetter, she blushed and smiled at him. He held Yeo-eun's arm again and said, "You're seriously good guy, Appa. Don't feel too bad about it. She just wanted to be close friends with him. So let's drink together when the boss is around next time." He agreed, but he wondered why she always kept her arms around him and said that it was just one of her habits. Yeo-eun was very tired of dealing with her, who had a very cheerful personality, especially when she was drunk. But while he was tired, something suddenly shocked him. He saw Ha-yin being embraced by an unknown man and crossed paths with him while crossing the street. Ha-yin is also surprised to see Yeo-eun with a woman. No, Yeo-eun wants to grab her because he can't believe this. Ha-yin can only remain silent and pretend not to know each other. Until finally they were silent until they crossed the street and were not seen again. What the... That was Ha-yin just now, wasn't it? Then the person who had his hand on Ha-yin's shoulder? A boyfriend? No way! Ha-yin thought the same with him. The person who was just linking arms with Yeo-eun? A girlfriend? No! Why? A huge wave crashed very hard. Yeo-eun was carried away by the wave and screamed. He almost drowned and screamed for help. He screamed for anyone to help him because he couldn't swim. He was carried away by the swirling current, like the swirling of a drink that he stirred endlessly. He kept stirring the drink for a very long time, because he was still devastated from the last time he saw Ha-yin being embraced by a man. Boss asks for the drinks that were ordered, but Yeowon still hasn't finished because he stirred too long. Boss scolds him for taking too long to make the drink order, so she ends up making the order herself and asks him to get some fresh air out. If he's still zoning out when he comes back, Boss Falcon puching him in the philtrum, so he apologizes. Yeowon went out of the cafe while carrying trash. He's confused about what's wrong with him today because he hasn't written the assignment and has been spacing out too much. He suddenly thought back to Hyein with that guy and imagined if they were being that affectionate with each other. He thought they must be dating. His gaze became cold at the thought. He was very upset that she told him she didn't have anyone. He felt hurt. Was he the only one serious again? He kicked the garbage hard because of the emotion he felt, making the trash spill out, so he had to clean up the trash again. This is why it's frustrating people's feelings. He was fine just being able to talk to her, but before he knew it, he started wanting to have her all to himself. Finally, Yeowon continued his night shift with a restless heart. The scene changes to Hyein, who is in the music studio listening to remixes. She's spacing out with an annoyed look on her face. Hyunjae asks how it went. Hyein just answers yes and says that it's nice. He continued that he also made a test version. He highlighted the long afternoon part more. But Hyein said whatever and just do what he liked because Hyunjae is good at this even without her input. Hearing this, he felt something was wrong. So he sat down and reprimanded him. They can't do it like this, and no matter how she feels, she has to be professional. Because in their project, there are many other staff whose efforts will be wasted if they both slack off. So he hopes that Hyein can be serious until the end give her best. After hearing that, she realized that there was a point. She apologizes for doing it half-heartedly. Hyunjae smiles in relief that Hyein realized her mistake. He said that he was just doing his job as a producer. And asked more closely, did something bad happen? Because her face has looked off all day. Hyein replies it's just nothing. She just keeps thinking about how Yeowon betrayed her by taking another woman. Because of that recollection, she gets so upset that it makes her face want to cry. And screamed suddenly because it was so frustrating. She really doesn't understand people while yelling at Hyunjae. Seeing him for the first time like this made him confused and asked what she meant. She said people aren't consistent. They beg to go on walks like a puppy in front of you, and then act completely different behind your back. She didn't expect that Yeowon, who seemed like a nice guy, was deceiving her from behind. She didn't understand why she was so upset like that, but she couldn't help it. Hyunjae smiled at her. He advises Hyein not to dive too deep in when she meets people. Understanding someone's heart is like looking at the riverbed from above the water. Even if you think you know how deep it is, you can't be sure. And if you jump in, expecting it to be deep, but it turns out shallow, you're the only one who gets hurt. So trust appropriately and meet people with low expectations. If your expectations are too high, you'll only burden the other person. His words have a point. Even if she gets her hopes up, people will never act the way she expects them to. And because that scares her, she hides behind her character, Wookin. All this time that she spent with Yeowon, just to have a shallow connection like that? She still can't believe that with that smile of his, he turned out to be a traitor. So that makes her inner conflict because it's so annoying. She feels so angry, words she wants to scream are boiling up inside her. And yet, she still wants to see that stupid face of Yeowon again. Finally arrived at the train station. They tried to find each other. Until finally Yeowon saw Hyein standing right in the train queue. She wasn't sitting like usual. It must be because she wanted to avoid. She doesn't mind not talking to him anymore because she has a boyfriend. Yeowon thought like that, so she got annoyed by herself seeing him. Fine then. He's not going to pathetically cling on and will leave her, and won't even run into each other anymore. But he approached her quickly and ran into her, inviting her to talk a sap. Hyein is indifferent and says there's nothing she wants to talk about. Yeowon immediately asks her if she has a boyfriend. She's confused because she clearly told him that she doesn't have a boyfriend, but he clearly saw her walking arm in arm with a guy last time. And how could it be that he wasn't a boyfriend? Heian didn't realize she was walking arm in arm, and the only one who acted like that was her uncle. Yoan made an incredulous face because how could her uncle look so young? Is she seriously telling him such an obvious lie? Do you think I'm stupid? Heian is annoyed with Yoan's attitude, so she retaliates against him for saying he doesn't have a girlfriend, but she also clearly saw him walking arm in arm with a girl the other day. Yoan clearly remembers that Shin Young also walked arm in arm with him that day, so he told her that she was just a co-worker. Hai-in can't believe that Yoan is so close with his co-worker and just walks arm in arm with any girl he knows. They argue and explain to each other. But I'm so proud of you authors for clearing up this misunderstanding with just one chapter. This debate is futile because they don't listen to each other, and it's just a waste of time. Yeo-eun asked if this was really what she thought it was. Was all the time they spent together a waste of time? The sound of the train arriving was heard in the middle of their argument. She hesitated, while saying that's not what she meant. So Yoan yells out loudly, holding on to Heian to get her to waste tonight on him. Because he'll prove to her he's being real, he promises to prove it. Heian is shocked at Yoan and in her heart. She hopes that they don't betray each other. Oh Ha-ju was at the convenience store. In front of the drink machine, she was thinking, which beer to buy that would satisfy her tonight? Because beer will be her companion watching the new romance drama starring Kim Yoon. She picked up a can of beer, but she suddenly fell silent. Because she remembered that she drank yesterday, she realized that she shouldn't drink beer every day. Of course it's not good for her body, and she feels like she's gaining weight. She walked out and felt that getting older is depressing, even if she has money she can't eat what she wants. But suddenly someone called out to her. She saw Yeo-yoon in the distance with a girl. They ran so hard that they looked exhausted. Boss is confused why he came to her and thinks that he missed the last train and came back. Yeo-eun just wanted to check something. He introduces Ha-yin to Oh-ha-ju, the owner of the cafe where he works part-time. Ha-yin bows her head and greets her. Oh-ha-ju is surprised that Yoan brought a girl to her, and she guesses that she is the person Yoan said he met on the last train. Not the style she expected, but of course she's pretty and she can see why Yoan would be interested. He immediately confirmed to the boss about their office dinner. The boss agrees to the statement and explains they had dinner together with Shin Young. Yoan also wants to confirm her relationship with Shin Young. Hai-yin glares at him from behind. He asks firmly that their relationship is only co-worker. Boss, who was confused, understands what this is about and she thinks she gets the gist. She explained their relationship in detail, even though the two of them meet every day, but the only time he really talks to her is for about 10 minutes during shift handovers. Hai-in is relieved, but she feels bad about the whole incident. Boss emphasizes her statement that Yeo-eun has absolutely no relationship with Shin Young at all. Even so, Hai-in still doesn't accept why the girl is linking arms with Yeo-eun, so the boss had to find the right reason and say it very carefully so that she wouldn't be blamed. She's just so friendly and she always tries to link arms with her too. Even they told her not to, but they think it's just a habit for her. Hai-in and Yoan stare at each other. He hopes that he can understand about this misunderstanding. Hai-in looks at him coldly, but even so, she tried to trust Yoan thanks to the words of the boss, so he can smile with relief now. Oh-ha-ju feels awkward in the middle of this couple, so she offered them a ride. Since it's too late, buses and subways have stopped running. Yeo-eun wanted to accept, but Hai-in refused, because she wanted to take him somewhere. This time it was her turn to prove it too. Yeo-eun just froze because she was so pretty. Hai-in apologized for troubling the boss. He quickly pulled Yoan away until they finally went their separate ways. Oh-ha-ju is speechless after all this. She can't take it anymore with all this loneliness. So she goes back to the convenience store and buys a can of beer. It was getting late. In the silence of the night, somewhere there was still the sound of noisy gaming. Uncle was playing the game and he died, feeling this game is too hard and he can't take this anymore. He heard the doorbell in the middle of the night. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Hae-in with a man he had never met. She asked the uncle, "I'm your niece, right?" The question was quite strange, and he wondered if Hae-in had cut ties with him, so he asked why. Hae-in reported that this person keeps asking if you're my boyfriend. Uncle felt very awkward. Was there even a reason to misunderstand that? He's proud that he thinks he looks so young. But Hae-in mocked him that he looked more like an old sugar daddy. Yo-won looked at Hae-in from behind. Recalling the two of them yesterday, compares it to the familiarity he sees before his own eyes today, so that he could understand, and began to smile with relief. He blushed because of this silly misunderstanding. Uncle looked at Yo-won and asked who he was and why would he even jump to that conclusion. With all these things, of course, Uncle concludes and asks, "Are you Hae-in's boyfriend?" Yo-won with his stupid face can only say he was just curious for some reason. Hae-in hits Uncle for talking weird stuff and tells him to go inside and sleep since their business is done. But he asks how they're going to get home. They decide to just take a taxi or walk. It's too late, so it might be quite dangerous. Uncle paused and thought for a moment and told them to wait here for a while, because he'll drive them both home. But he doesn't have a car, so he'll just have to borrow it from a neighbor. He immediately went and looked for it, asking them to just relax. Hae-in apologizes because he's just really persistent. Then the two of them just fell silent after their previous fight. Yo-eun didn't know what to say because he felt pathetic, acted as if he was Hae-in's boyfriend. But in the middle of his thoughts, Hae-in called out to him and said the night air is still chilly, isn't it? Yo-eun said, "Yeah, well, it's still spring." So Hae-in tried to get him to, "Let's make up." Make up here means reconcile, not what your dirty minds are telling you, Loel. She extends her hand to Yo-won because she wants them to go back to talking about fun things like before. And invites him inside because it's warm and no one else is there. She extended her hand to him as a sign that they would reconcile. Yo-won was confused by what she was doing. Hae-in asks, "What are you doing? Not going to hold my hand? Aren't we going to make up?" He, with his stupid face, just realized that Hae-in just wanted to shake hands. He apologizes. He feels himself being led by Hae-in because of this, even though he should have taken the lead on this, fixing their relationship in a good way. Hae-in also apologizes for doubting him too. But by the way, Hae-in feels his hands are bigger than they look. She also thinks that bigger than her hands, Hae-in must like big fingers. He puts his hand against her, and it turns out that Hae-in's hands are so tiny. Yo-won doubts that with her small hands, how can she play the guitar? Can she stretch from C to C? He thinks playing guitar is like piano, but guitar is structured differently so she can play an octave without breaking her fingers. She brags about her ability and will show her playing to Yo-won later. Hae-in is happy to see them chatting happily like before. She immediately invited him inside because she was impatient, inviting him to sit and talk like usual until her uncle arrived. Yo-won said yes as he was mesmerized by her beauty. Finally, they walked in while chatting about her uncle, who is also the owner of the studio she goes to. Finally, they went inside. There was also a bed and a beanbag, but I told you that they won't clap like your dirty brain thinks. Hae-in asked Yo-won to go ahead and relax on the beanbag. She'll see if there's anything to drink. Yo-won looked around. Lots of instruments and band posters because her uncle used to be in a band. He sat on the beanbag, looking at the PS5 in the room and envying it because he always wanted one. Now that he thought about it, Hae-in talked about her uncle a lot, so she must have come here often too, right? He was curious, what was she like as a kid, and wanted to see her old photos. He imagined she was probably really pretty even back then, and he bet she was super popular too. Until finally Hae-in came and brought a bottle of canned drink. He thanked him, and Hae-in suddenly sat down next to him. Yo-won was surprised why she started sitting so close to him, but she said there's no other choice, there's only one beanbag. So Yo-won relented, and he decided to sit somewhere else. But as soon as he wanted to move, Hae-in told him to stay still, because she wants leaning on each other's shoulders is more comfortable, and this beanbag is old, so the cushioning isn't great. Hearing this, of course, Yo-eun as a man had to understand the code. As soon as he sat back down, their bodies touched because they were leaning on each other. They sat comfortably with that. However, once again, Yo-eun thinks that it felt like he's the one being led. He's the reason they ended up here, this late night, so he should take responsibility and do something. Not just break the awkwardness, but also bring them a little closer. Hae-in is confused why he's staring at her face for so long. He said she must be really close with her uncle from what he saw earlier. They seemed like friends. Yeah, well, we are pretty close. He took care of me when I was little. She said her only brother was too busy studying, and her parents both worked, so she was alone a lot, and her uncle always visited and played guitar for her. He was really handsome back then, but now he's just an old man. Yehuun was jealous of their intimacy, so he suddenly called Hae-in's name like how her uncle called her. He feels like her uncle called her so warmly. Hae-in was confused by that and thought it was normal, right? Yehuun wants to call her name like that too. Since they're close, so it should be fine, right? But she's not sure. She actually prefers the way it is now, making Yehuun upset that he doesn't like it. He asks why he has to call her formally since he wants to say her name too. Hae-in thinks what's with him and why all of a sudden. Why is he whining like a puppy? That's unnecessarily cute, so she has no other choice but to allow it, but only 10 times. Yehuun was very happy to hear that, so he spent the opportunity 10 times to call his name. Making Hae-in smile in surprise at that and ask, "What are you doing?" and why all 10 at once. Yehuun was confused because he shouldn't have done it all at once, so he asked, "Did you not like it?" But it's not like that she didn't like it, but it's just kinda embarrassing. She said then, "It's her turn now, right?" She replied by saying his name familiarly 10 times, making Yehuun realize how embarrassing it was to hear that. He's upset. Why is she mimicking him? And she just wanted to say it too. Or do you not like it? With a teasing tone. Suddenly seeing this made his face red and immediately hid his face. He was confused why his heart was racing. It's just his name being called. So why am I getting excited? Hae-in was very happy to tease him this time. It made her smile because she was relieved that they had made up, but suddenly she remembered Yoonjae's words. He advised her not to get too deep into relationships with other people. Because it can hurt ourselves. Because having too high expectations will only distort how we see them. She doesn't want to get hurt again by trusting the wrong person because she has trauma. But just for this time, for tonight, she feels like diving in without hesitation, wanting to deepen the relationship with the person who is beside her. So she decided to tell him something. Telling the story of her past, that she'd been betrayed before. Yehuun was surprised to hear her try to open up. Hae-in sets her heart to try to tell a painful incident from her school days to Yehuun. Hae-in started remembering her school days where she was playing the guitar in the music room. Her friend asked her to sing something because they were trying to record it. But she doesn't want to and is embarrassed, but her friend still forces her to upload this video to her TikTok because it hasn't been updated for a long time. They asked her to sing a song that people like, not some weird foreign song only she knows. But she was cranky because she didn't know what to play then. She tried to think of a song people might know, and will eventually sing it. She started the intro with a guitar strum. She sang very melodiously in the afternoon light, which made her beautiful. Her friends looked mesmerized to hear her, making Hae-in sing with all her heart. She remembers this with a gloomy face. Yehuun asked her, did she say she was betrayed? So Hae-in started to tell what she remembered just now, about her close friends she got close with from at the beginning. She wants to tell the story, but she's having trouble to getting started. Yehuun was speechless seeing Hae-in's uncharacteristic face. Seeing her like that, he tried to calm her down, asking her not to tell if she didn't want to, but if she wants to, he'll be there to listen to her. Hearing that made Hae-sun calm down. At the same time, she was happy, so she continued her story slowly. At first, they were really kind and they knew that she studied music. So even if no one was around her, she believed at least they truly supported her dreams. All of them kept company with her and listened to her songs. But in the end, it turned out that they were just pretending to be happy. They were in the classroom laughing loudly, talking about something. Hae-in was curious what they were talking about. So when she heard their conversation, she was really surprised. They were laughing while typing something on their cell phones, typing curses about Hae-in. In front of her, they acted like friends, but behind her back, they mocked her by using fake accounts who had always insulted her for a long time, looked down on her, and even said she'll probably end up stripping and dancing later. They called her a failure, and it made her very feel betrayed. Yeowon listened to her story as a good listener. So sometimes those persons who say they're her friends now, she wondered if they often secretly laughed at her, so that she lost trust in others. Yeowon feels that this is quite traumatizing for Hae-in, so he tries to calm her down and thank her. He tries to hold Hae-won's hand. He looks at her and thanks her for having the courage to tell him. He's grateful that since they met, he's had so much fun, and he's got a friend to talk to for a long afternoon. And what he just told her is genuinely what he feels about her. Hae-in was silent at his words, then tried to remember Yeoun in her mind. The kindnesses he had done from the time she first saw him, when he's angry, when he's crying, and until now. She saw all kinds of expressions from Yeoun, and with that face there was no way she was a hypocrite like her schoolmates. That made her smile happily at that, until she laughed again because she knew Yeoun couldn't be lying because it's all over his face. But Yeoun doesn't know what's wrong with his face. Thanks to his face, she always thought, this person could never get away with lying. Even though he thought he had a poker face. So Hoon teased him about it being impossible, but Yeoun persisted. Finally, Hoon gives him a test if he really is poker face. She immediately linking their arms so that their faces are very close. And she'll guess what Yeoun is feeling right now, just by looking at his face. Yeoun tries to stay calm, but Hae-in tightened her grip. So he was sweating because this feels so dangerous. He felt his arm touch Hae-in's big chest. He couldn't hold on anymore, but Hae-in held on him. Hae-in didn't let Yeoun go because she loved teasing him, until she finally looked at Yeoun's pants. She was confused because something was sticking out, until finally she realized her actions had made his little Johnny awake. She was shocked and immediately got up to check on her uncle who might have arrived. Yeoun was confused as to why Hae-in suddenly left, and still, just now, one thing became clear. That Yeoun is truly an honest person who can't hide his feelings. But Yeoun didn't understand what she was talking about. He tried to think about what she meant, until he finally realized his lust just now. He immediately looked at his little Johnny, that he had woken up and rebelled in his pants. It was very visible because Yeoun was wearing loose pants and was very embarrassed that Hae-in had seen it. Hae-in, who was waiting outside, was shocked that they were just linking arms, and yet it reacted like that. That's impressive, which means Yeoun's size is quite larger than average. They finally headed home by car. Yeoun was silent all the way. Likewise, Hae-in is still blushing because of her own actions. So Uncle asked if they're still fighting. He told her about the car he borrowed. He's also planning to borrow this car for the Rock Fest. Uncle calls Yeoun and asks if he has any plans for this summer. He invites him to the rock festival together since he has 3 tickets. Hae-in explains what a rock festival is. Musicians from different countries gather and perform for 3 days, and they can camp and have fun. She's planning to go because her uncle is working there as a staff member, and asked Yeoun to let him know anytime if he wanted to join. Feels excited he's going to play his favorite song in the car, but he argued with Hae-in about a good song. Yeoun thought this summer might have a little free time since he has to go job hunting. But in his little heart, he looked at Hae-in, wishing he could go to this summer's rock festival and enjoy the music and camp with just her. The next day, Yeoun arrived at the cafe. He greeted his boss after last night's incident, and she greeted him back and asked if he got home safely yesterday. It seemed that the boss had told Shin Young about last night's incident, because they both looked at Yeowon with strange expressions. He felt a little embarrassed because this felt like it was going to be a hassle. Yeowon immediately went to the staff room and changed his clothes. When he returned, his boss gave him a glass of drink. It was a new recipe that had just come out, and she wanted Yeowon to give his opinion. She also mentioned last night's incident and what happened after they met her last night. She thought she had the right to hear about it because she had helped him. Yeowon replied that they had just made up normally, and that was it. Shin Young overheard their conversation and was relieved that their relationship had returned to normal. Yeowon was surprised because he thought she had already left, but she wanted to hear his story too. He was annoyed that there was nothing he wanted to tell her, but Shin Young had already heard it from her boss, so she laughed. He advised her to stop linking arms with just anyone from now on because people might get the wrong idea. Shin Young was silent when she heard that because it hurt her feelings, so she left immediately after hearing that. But she suddenly remembered something. She had taken an order before her shift ended and hadn't processed it yet. It was as if she was upset and wanted to retaliate against Yeowon's offensive words, so she immediately went home. Yeowon was upset that why she had only told him about it now, so he quickly prepared the order. He also gave some cookies as a service threat because it took too long. He was grateful that they didn't complain to him. The customer gave the drink to Arun, a name that was very familiar to Yeowon, so he immediately looked at the person. He was surprised because his guess was correct. The person named Arun immediately left the cafe, a very beautiful person from Yeowon's past. He was surprised why she had to reappear in his life now. Seeing Yeowon shocked made the boss worried. Yeowon explained that he had only seen someone he knew. The boss was relieved because she thought something serious had happened, and immediately left Yeowon to continue working. He thought about it, whether it was Arun or not didn't matter because he had already moved on. It was just a familiar name that caught his attention for a moment and nothing more. Just old memories kicking in, making him turn his head instinctively. That person meant nothing to him now, really. In the middle of his daydreaming, a new customer suddenly came in to place an order. A few days later, the scene shifts to the subway. It shows Yeowon, who is exhausted sitting there. He has to go to the night market tonight because he needs to restock and buy some food. He is so sleepy that he doesn't even want to think about it. Maybe it's because work has been busy lately and for some reason he feels exhausted. He dreams about that person again. He asked why she ran away from the freshman welcome party because everyone was looking for her. She just doesn't like noisy places. Pointless small talk is annoying too. However, Yeowon advised her to keep coming, otherwise she'll always be alone. She glanced at Yeowon, is that so? Then, she asked Yeowon to stay by her side if he didn't want to see her alone. Yeowon just listened silently. He looked at the beautiful Aryun who was smoking beside him. The aroma of the cigarette was very tempting, until finally she offered him a cigarette. And then he tried to smoke it. Hae-in interrupted the dream by calling his name loudly. Yeowon was shocked by what had happened. She asked why he had fallen asleep here. He had only intended to close his eyes for a moment to rest, but he had dozed off. He was puzzled as to why he had suddenly dreamed of that woman again. Having that dream while sitting next to Hae-in made him feel uneasy, even though he hadn't done anything wrong. He changed the subject by showing her something. It was the overseas music app he used, and recently on the homepage, Long Afternoon had been featured. Hae-in was also surprised to see this because in the playlist that recommends indie music from all over the world, Long Afternoon was included. Looks like people are finally recognizing Long Afternoon's potential. Seeing Yeowon's proud smile about Long Afternoon made Hae-in smile beautifully in front of him. Yeowon wondered why she was staring at his face. It's nothing, she was just watching his expression. Because he looks happiest when talking about Long Afternoon, which makes her happy too. She asked if he usually carries his phone with him. People who live alone should even take it to the bathroom. He never knows when he might get stuck. So she told Yeowon not to forget and to always keep it with him. Yeowon agreed even though he was confused about it. Damn, I wish she were my wife. She looks so beautiful. Finally, their meeting ended with the echoing sound of the train arriving. After arriving at the apartment, Yeon had finished showering. It refreshed him after feeling sleepy on the trip. He put the items he had bought in the refrigerator. He checked the items and remembered Hyein when he held a bottle of beer, missing Hyein and wanting to drink together again. However, he was very surprised after remembering that Hyein suddenly mentioned about his phone. He thought it was a hint that she wanted his number. He was annoyed with himself for only realizing it now. So, during their next meeting, he decided to exchange numbers. But his annoyance stopped after he saw something on his phone and stood up in surprise that Long Afternoon was holding a live Instagram broadcast. This was very surprising to him because they've never done anything like this before. They've never even seen them talking, not even real-life photos. But now Long Afternoon suddenly held a live broadcast, showing Hyein, the person behind Long Afternoon, preparing to cheer Yeowon up so he could regain his enthusiasm. On the same night, we will see Hyein before meeting Yeowon. The members of Long Afternoon are practicing. Hyein sings with great charisma, accompanied by the melody of the guitar and bass, as well as the energetic drum beats. She practices very seriously, until the rhythm of the guitar ends their practice session for today. They are happy with the results and want to keep this vibe when they record too. They also schedule a joint practice with Hyunjae. He looks at Hyein, approaches her and wants to ask about her decision to do a live version, because Hyein didn't want it before, so he just wants to know the reason. So she has to explain it to the band members. She starts telling him when she heard the remix Hyunjae made, the melodies sounded absolutely perfect, making Hyein unable to stop smiling. It sounded totally different from what she heard before, and she really loved it. He had it mixed and mastered at another studio to match her style. And he used her songs as a reference, resulting in this music style. They continued discussing the album cover. Seeing Hyein happy, Hyunjae wanted to offer something. He stood up and spoke seriously because Hyein might not be happy. He offered Hyein to try doing a live performance with them. Of course, she was a bit uncomfortable hearing it. However, Hyunjae didn't give up because he had already prepared a concept. He showed it to Hyein. The concept was for someone to perform live while their face was obscured. She knew that band and really liked them, so he thought she could do something like that too, just behind the curtain for the live performance. Like the Rose of Victory, with a backlight projecting only the silhouette onto the curtain. Hyein began to think about the concept Hyunjae had given her. Isn't this more expensive to produce than his average live clip? Why go this far? This isn't even Hyunjae's official album. The song turned out so good, so he wanted to invest more in it more than anything. He thinks the fans will love it. When he performs, he can really feel the fans, the faces and cheers of people who love their music. When they come out of being immersed in that moment, he feels uplifted, but he also feels humbled. And he doesn't want to disappoint these people's expectations ever again. Hyein was silent upon hearing his reason because it seemed like Hyunjae had also experienced something bad. But he's just doing his best, and music only exists if someone listens to it. He also hopes this song makes good money because money is important. Anyway, if she's in, she can let him know by the end of this week. Hyein didn't expect Hyunjae to be someone who really cares about his fans, because she thought he was just a guy who worked hard on music since he never communicates on social media. Hearing the word fans, only one person came to Hyein's mind. The person who will love it, even though she's never done a live show before. She thinks she kind of gets what he meant, seeing the faces and cheers of people who like her music. Because she wants to see that person's face smiling continuously. Hyein decided to do it. She'll help make the live video he talked about, but she wants to add a bit of her touch to the concept he just mentioned. Hyunjae feels relieved to hear that she will do it. And of course, he allows Hyein to add the concept as she wishes. That's the reason Hyein mentioned while walking home. He catches the story that Hyunjae managed to convince her, and he mumbled, "So, that's what it's about, huh?" So Hyein didn't understand what he was thinking. He was worried whether she would be okay because this would be her first live performance, Even if it's a no-audience live, she'll definitely get nervous because all the filming crew will be watching. Hearing that made Haein a little scared. Finally, she walked to the subway station. She thought about what he said, that the last time she did a live performance was at a talent show in her high school. So she was confused and afraid of what to do. In the middle of her thoughts, she saw Yeohun on the seat. He looked like he was asleep and she was worried about what had happened to him. She wanted to let him sleep, but she didn't want him to catch a cold if she left him like that, so she woke him up. She touched Yeohun lightly, but he woke up startled after dreaming about his ex-girlfriend. She asked what had happened, but he only replied that he had accidentally fallen asleep. She thought he must be exhausted after job hunting, so she really wanted to cheer him up. She hoped she could help him always smile. Finally, she came up with an idea. She thought of doing a live stream on her Instagram, but she had to find a reason for Yeohun to keep his phone with him so he could watch it. Although Yeohun was quite confused about what Haein meant, if this went smoothly, it would definitely make Yeohun happy, and she made sure again that Yeohun had to keep his phone with him. Finally, it was time for the live stream of Long Afternoon. Although not many people had joined yet, maybe because it was the middle of the night. Seeing this, Yeohun couldn't help but smile, because he was very happy and couldn't believe his eyes. That Long Afternoon was doing a live stream. Haein was in her room imagining Yeohun's expression. She was preparing to play some ukulele and sing quietly since it was night. She was very awkward and just hoped Yeohun was watching, but she was sure he was definitely watching. This made her start singing to entertain him. He was completely captivated by Long Afternoon's voice. Haein's beautiful singing, done especially for him. Stars and dark planets even appear, not wanting to be outshone by the city lights until midnight when the lights are turned off. But the apartment room still shows signs of life. There is also the melodious sound of guitar strumming and songs about the stars, adorning the beauty of the night to entertain someone who faithfully follows them without knowing their face. Yet gratitude knows no bounds. One person is better than none, giving the assurance that we exist in this world. Now her voice is heard again, because there is a heart that wants to love them. What the hell am I typing? I apologize, I was just typing randomly while her sang, until the first live of Long Afternoon was finished. Although Yeohun seemed unsatisfied because he wanted to hear more than one song, he also regretted not doing a screen recording. He felt relieved, but on the other hand, he was worried. Why did Long Afternoon suddenly go live? Is this some kind of teaser too? Or maybe she was just bored, but still. The song she sang tonight was so good. He jumped for joy because it was totally amazing. He even jumped on the bed because he felt so satisfied. He wondered if Haein watched this live too, lol. He hoped she didn't miss it because she would regret not hearing it. And also, this joy was too good to keep to himself. The scene shifts to Haein. Her apartment is very quiet. She is silent with embarrassment, her face red with heat. She can't hold back her embarrassment because the pitch and rhythm were all off and it was a total mess. Singing in front of strangers makes her shake like crazy. She wonders if other musicians have gone through this kind of experience too, their first time shaking like this. Her voice didn't even come out properly and she couldn't sing like she imagined. But to everyone who watched her live, she hoped it became a good memory. And Yeohun too, she hoped it was a pleasant first for him. The next day, in the middle of the night, the scene shifts to the subway station. Yeohun is seen humming cheerfully because he couldn't wait to see her, and he felt like his fan talk would explode. He'll definitely get her contact info because he thought Haein wanted his contact at that time. That way, even at home, he can talk about the Long Afternoon or music with her. Haein suddenly surprised him from behind while he was daydreaming, making Yeohun surprised because she had been following him since the station entrance. Haein asked if he slept well last night because he looked really tired. Yeohun was surprised that if she slept, it meant she missed the Long Afternoon live. Haein pretended to be clueless even though she was the one singing. Yeohun told her about her live at 2 a.m. She asked if it was a good live. However, Yeohun was confused about how to answer. Because it was weird, he laughed, which surprised Hae-in. The mic quality on the phone was bad and the song was too quiet. Hae-in felt very humiliated, even though she knew it herself. However, he continued that it was really nice. He felt like a friend suddenly called in the middle of the night and sang a song, so it felt more intimate and warm. And because that night she sang so softly, it felt different from usual, as if she had put her heart into the song, which made it feel better. He finally understood why people weren't satisfied with recordings, but went to see live performances instead. He hoped she would perform live again. He smiled contentedly. This was what Hae-in had hoped for. Just seeing that smile made her feel relieved. She also hoped that she would be braver and do live performances more often. Speaking of which, Yeowon finally asked for something. He asked to exchange contact information with her, so if there was an Instagram live in the afternoon someday, he could let her know, and they could chat about music occasionally. Hae-in was a bit hesitant because it wasn't common there. She could give him her number, but she told Yo-eun one thing. She was a bit afraid of receiving calls and messages. He was confused about why that was. If she couldn't see the other person's face, she got nervous, so she only used her phone for work or to call her parents. Because looking at her phone for too long made her remember the bad things that happened in the past. About how her friends had cursed her on social media. So she was afraid of receiving messages that would hurt her again. So it was the right choice to protect her mental health at the moment. Yeowon understood how she felt, so he decided to only send a goodnight message. Because he was always worried whether she had arrived home safely or not. Because they always met late at night. Hae-in thought hard, and if that was all, it was okay. She also sometimes worried a little whether he had arrived home safely, so they eventually exchanged contacts. Finally, they had parted ways. They had arrived at their respective apartments, showing Hae-in drinking while wearing her pajamas, while thinking about next week's collaboration. She glanced at her phone, which was turned off and charging. She turned on her phone out of curiosity to see if Yeowon had sent her a message. She lay down and checked her phone, and there was a message from him. It read, "Did you get home safely?" accompanied by a selfie of his face. Hae-in was confused why he suddenly sent a selfie too, so she decided to ask. He thought she would feel uncomfortable when she couldn't see the other person's face. Of course, my wife Hae-in is also very beautiful tonight. She laughed heartily at his reason for sending the selfie because that wasn't her intention. However, she felt Yeowon was very cute because his selfie skills were truly terrible. The scene shifts to Yeowon, who was in his apartment. He had just taken a shower and checked his phone again, with one photo of Hae-in looking very beautiful with a heart-shaped sticker covering her big chest. Damn. Of course, he was speechless at her beauty, because she was so captivating and truly beautiful. Just looking at the photo made his face flush, so he decided to save the photo as material for jerk-off. The next day, Hae-in will prepare for her live show while looking at Yeowon's photo that she saved in her gallery. She now has something to cheer her up when she's tired and unsure, so she becomes enthusiastic and smiles after seeing the photo. No matter how many times she looks at it, he's really bad at taking selfies, making him look ugly. So next time they meet, she will teach him how to take better selfies. However, as she smiles to herself, suddenly a member of her band calls her from behind. This startles Hae-in, and she immediately covers her phone. He wonders why she gets startled every time she sees him. He invites her inside because Hyunjae said all the equipment is set up, but he saw her very large bag and asked if she brought outfits for the shoot or something. Hae-in answered yes and seemed to have prepared something for the live performance. This made the other band members afraid that she would use something strange. Finally, they arrived on stage. Hyunjae was standing with a woman. Hae-in approached them and greeted them. Hyunjae said that the instruments were set up and ready, so they were going to do a sound check right away. He introduced the woman next to him, director Yoon-ina, a media artist and leader of an indie creative group. Hae-in greeted her politely, which surprised her to see a rocker bowing 90 degrees. He asked her to make a good impression on Ina because she's a real genius in media art. She needed to confirm something that Hye-in said. It's absolutely forbidden to show her face in the video. She said yes because that's her concept, and especially her face. Please make sure it doesn't show. So she had to make sure it didn't show. What a shame, because with a face as beautiful as Hae-shin's, she felt like she'd look amazing on video because she had the visuals for it. The silhouette stage would look cool, but showing her face would have made it even cooler. What a waste. Hae-in wanted to ask her something, that she had brought something. She was wondering if she could use it today. But she was unsure, so she wanted to take a look, as long as it wasn't something that reflected too much light. As soon as she saw it, she was shocked, because she saw a hat decorated with dragon-like horns. Hae-in made it herself bit by bit while working. The song is called Ecosystem, right? So she thought it might feel like nature itself was singing and tried to make this. However, she was hesitant to decide, but she couldn't bring herself to do it because Hae-in looked so happy. Although the idea was good, the quality was a bit poor. So she decided to try it out right away, because the props quality was a bit lacking, but since only the silhouette would show, it might not matter. She would turn on the lights behind the curtain, so she wanted Hye-in to stand there. Hyunjae asked her opinion about the prop. She said it was party hat quality for little kids, but since it was requested, they would test it anyway. But actually, it wasn't just that. I saw some people using cameras to take pictures from above, but I didn't know who they were. However, if the result wasn't good, it would just be a butterfly fluttering in a storm. So she wanted Hyunjae to monitor it too, and his opinion might be better. Finally, the lights came on from behind Hae-in, making her glow like she was emitting the aura of a dragon. She, who had been dismissive, fell silent upon seeing that. The band members also gaped after seeing it. Hye-in's shadow behind the curtain with a dragon's head, with her incredibly beautiful face illuminated by the stage lights. She began to open her mouth and sing the song they were about to perform. The melody was so enchanting, and the silhouette left everyone spellbound. It immediately touched the hearts of everyone who loved music. Damn, she was so cool, making the stage feel like it was about to explode. She couldn't say anything else when she saw it. She didn't even blink, not expecting it to be this good. So Hyunjae smiled at that response. He thinks it looks fine, so how about you? She was silent, saying it's just a silhouette, so it's not bad. She immediately left Hyunjae and excused himself to smoke. He was relieved that everything went smoothly without any obstacles. The scene shifted outside the live venue. There, director Yoon Ina sat silently on the side of the road. She put a cigarette to her lips. She couldn't hide the euphoria she had just felt, even though she tried to hold back her smile in front of Hyunjae. She quickly searched for Long Afternoon's Instagram, but damn, their Instagram only had a few drawings and no songs. It's been so long since she felt this way, the sensation of being drawn into an artist the moment you meet them. It feels like she's gone back to middle school when she first watched a Nouvelle Vague film, even without money. Even if it's tough, this is why we do art. The thrill of creating something new, and the excitement of discovering a talented new artist. After getting along with Hae-in, the scene shifts to Yeo-yoon. He's seen working as usual at the cafe. He's seen eating for a very long time while constantly looking at his phone. Until finally he finishes eating and cleans his teeth. It turns out he's been looking at the photos sent by Hye-in all along. She seems to photograph really well, maybe because of her small face. No matter how many times he looks at it, he never gets bored because she is so beautiful. And Yeo-won still wants to have 1,000,000 more photos like this. The boss comes to tell him that break time is over. She'll check the store here, so watch the counter for her. He immediately got to work even though he wasn't satisfied with looking at Hae-in's photos on his phone. He immediately served the customer with an order of chocolate drink and a piece of cake. So he would let him know with the pager once it was ready. Next in line, a girl came to order. There was a face that was familiar to Yeo-won. She knew it was Yeo-won. Last time she came here, she wasn't sure, and she laughed seeing Yeowon again. Yeowon's face looked pale and shocked, seeing her ex-girlfriend return. Immediately, memories of their past came flooding back. Also, the smell of cigarettes that was her trademark. Those beautiful old memories had turned into something painful. But now she stood before him again as if nothing had happened. But because of her face and her beautiful blonde hair, I forgave her, because she would become my second wife. Yeowon and Arayun stared at each other without saying a word. Finally, he asked why she had reappeared in front of him, because as far as he remembered, she worked at the company in front of the station. She replied that her workplace had now moved right here to the next building. Arayun was happy to be close to him again and asked when he had started working at the cafe. However, Yeowon felt uncomfortable, so he didn't answer his question. He immediately told her to just place his order. Arayun felt that Yeowon was so cold, even though it had been so long since they last met. She asked for his recommendation on the best thing here, because she had come just to see him. Hearing this made him even more upset, so he recommended the most expensive menu item to make her lose money. Yeowon didn't care and said to just pick anything. Arayun stared at him deeply. Then she ordered hot chocolate and said, "Do you remember?" Because she has the taste of a total elementary school kid, so make it super sweet. But Yeowon remained indifferent and said that he didn't remember. She said, "Don't lie, you remember everything." But Yeowon still didn't want to remember, so he forgot everything about her. He said that, but he remembered where she used to work, so she teased him. Yeowon was caught lying because he slipped up. Even if she did hurt him a bit, being this cold is a little sad. Back then, they were both young, and now a lot of time has passed. So just like when they used to hang out, just say hi once more. If he doesn't, she might actually cry. Damn it, Yeowon was annoyed to hear the selfish words from this bitch. So he immediately gave her order and shouted to enjoy it as an outlet for his anger. Seeing that made Arayun smile. She asked if he was upset after seeing her face. He immediately told her to leave him alone because he was not allowed to chat while working. And he also asked her to stop bothering him. But Arayun smiled and mumbled, "That excuse is weak." This made Yeowon curious about what she said. She said she would come back to drink the hot chocolate he made. Yeowon didn't want to see him again, so he said, "Don't come." But Arayun left the cafe and shouted, "See you again." This incident made Yeowon very angry, because it reminded him of many things that disturbed him. He thought he'd never see her again in his life. After being abandoned like that, it left a deep wound in him. Seeing his ex-girlfriend's face made him clearly remember her face. The last time she hurt his heart and caused him trauma? Remembering that made Yeowon unable to focus on his work, because it's so annoying how she keeps popping into his mind. He hoped 200 delivery orders would come in, because if he gets super busy, he won't have time to think about anything for a while. Yeowon worked until midnight, until his shift ended and he walked home. He arrived at the subway station with a face like a zombie because he was exhausted. After the 200 delivery orders he had hoped for became a reality, he didn't even have a second to think about anything. Tonight, he'll just wash up quickly and sleep. But suddenly he heard the sound of a camera shutter. He saw the woman he loves continuing to take pictures of him. So Yeowon was confused about what she was doing. He asked why she was suddenly taking his pictures. Just because he actually looked a bit different than usual, so she snapped one. She showed him the photo, which was pretty cool because Hyein is good at taking photos. She asked Yeowon to show him his phone. He didn't mind, but why? Hyein wanted to show him something. She said not to worry because she would pretend she didn't see the sexy girls saved in his gallery. He frowned and said he doesn't save stuff like that in his gallery. She showed him how to tweak his camera settings and practiced how to take a good selfie. Set it to gesture shooting using the rear camera so it will definitely produce their first photo together. Yeon was happy because the result looked perfect. So from now on, she hopes Yeon will send night photos with better results. Because the last photo he sent looked weird, because his camera distorts it and makes him look like a steamed bun. So that's the secret behind Haeun's good selfies. He was very happy because he felt their relationship was getting closer. So he teased her, if he takes them like this, will she save them on her phone? But she firmly answered, yes, it's a memory after all. She asked him back if he didn't save the photos she sent. With a silly face, he admitted that he did save them. So it was Haeun who ended up teasing him, making her smile. So he did have sexy girl photos saved to jerk off to. Finally, they arrived at the apartment. Yeowon immediately practiced what Haeun taught him. She sent him a photo with better results. Meanwhile, Haeun sent a photo of herself lying down, looking very beautiful. However, Yeowon joked and said her face looked like a steamed bun. After that conversation, Yeowon smiled. Seeing Haeun's very cute photo, he saved this photo too. At first it was just to make Haeun feel better, but now that he's piling them up, it's fun. When he looks back later, they'll be precious memories. However, when he scrolled through his gallery, he was shocked. He accidentally saw a photo of himself with Ahryun. He thought he had deleted all the photos back then. Looks like some were still left in another folder, especially since she had been appearing in front of him lately, putting on a face as if nothing had happened. But he felt relieved about one thing when he saw her. He was surprised, but he didn't feel anything else. And he hated that so much as soon as he saw her face, all the fun memories he had with her came flooding back. The past he wanted to forget invaded the present he wanted to cherish. With acrid cigarette smoke disguised as beautiful memories, so he decided to delete the last photo of them that he had. Now the scene shows Yeowon when he was 8 years old. He dreamed of becoming an astronaut or architect like his father, and he also loved his mother's homemade snacks. When he entered junior high school, he lived alone with his father. He dreamed of becoming a basketball player because he was 170 centimeters tall, but he thought he lacked talent. At 15 years old, during his second year of middle school, he became quite withdrawn and entered a rebellious phase. At 18 years old, his goal was to attend university in the capital area. When asked about his dreams, he was confused because now he only thought about his father, so perhaps he wanted to earn a lot of money. However, he wanted what he said to be edited because he didn't want his father to see it and worry. Yeowon was seen watching an old video of himself. However, he fell asleep in an empty movie theater. Until finally, a girl woke him up from his sleep. He had fallen asleep from exhaustion and asked, "Was the movie fun?" She said, "Yeah, it was super fun," replied Aron in her prime, looking very beautiful. They were confused about what to do next because it was almost time for their major lecture. So Adrian reached out her hand to Yeowon and ran as fast as she could, passing by the word Finn, signaling the end of the story. But the lights still didn't turn off. Focus on the two of them running while holding hands. She talked about a movie. They filmed it from when the actor was a kid until he became an adult, and it took 12 years to finish. Yeowon was surprised to hear it because it was about the life of one kid. Her life is boring, she thought, but she hoped that to someone else it might feel like a movie. Yeowon smiled because she was very happy and enjoying these moments. But suddenly she pointed at something. That bald teacher was walking around picking his nose again, making them laugh out loud. Then she pointed at the professor's car, which was covered in bird poops. They laughed, ran, and held hands like in romantic movies. They stopped when they saw restaurant tables in the middle of the street. It was perfect timing because they hadn't eaten yet, so she would treat them to an expensive meal. The first dish looked expensive, even though they didn't know what it tasted like. Next up was her favorite dinosaur movie, which was unexpected, but she chose it because she liked the scenes where people died. And the final dish, cigarettes and cold medicine that tasted a bit bitter. Aron asked him with chef costume, "Does the dish suit your taste, sir?" Make him happy. When he was a kid, his dad was busy, so all he did was study alone. But thanks to her, now he gets to see a whole new world. He was happy to hear that from Yo-eun, but now it was time to pay the bill. He was shocked after seeing the bill. If we run away and act like it didn't happen, is it free? At that moment, the light suddenly went out and nothing could be seen. This made Yo-eun panic, unable to see or hear anything there. He screamed, searching for Arun, who had also suddenly disappeared. He screamed again, wondering where she had gone and hoping to say something to him. He was disappointed that she disappeared and left him behind. He looked very desperate and tried to cope with the loneliness he had experienced since childhood. But suddenly a bright light shone from behind him. A girl was seen flying above his head with a very bright balloon. What the heck is that? Yo-eun thought it was an alien, a beautiful alien with snail antennae on her head. She asked if he was just going to stand there. She told him to quickly take her hand because soon this world would come to an end. Until the dark world suddenly exploded and only Hyein was now going to help him. After that, Yo-eun woke up after falling asleep at the library table. He must have fallen asleep from exhaustion as usual. Thinking, what was that dream just now? Like a dream when someone is feverish, it was very weird. He hoped the dream like winning the lottery or something that make him happy is better. So he woke up and yawned as his usual ritual to start the day. Until finally night fell. Yo-eun had finished working at the cafe. He asked his boss for permission to go home while drinking coffee, but his boss threw something at him. He caught the plastic bag very well, but he didn't know what was inside the plastic bag. The boss said it was whiskey chocolate and asked him to share it with Hyein. If the two of them ate it together, maybe the mood would turn a bit spicy tonight, causing Yo-eun to say, "Don't say such nonsense." He walked home as usual, until he finally arrived at the subway station. It had been a while since the last time he ate one from his dad's room when he was a kid, without knowing what it was. He saw Hyein sitting on a chair and called out to her. Hyein looked very sexy tonight. He sat next to her and asked if she was listening to music. He also offered her the whiskey chocolate. But she didn't know there was chocolate that tasted like alcohol. That's because she's not into chocolate. So Yo-eun was disappointed because she might not like it since it's pretty sweet chocolate. However, Hyein immediately ate it after seeing his sad face. Hyein felt a little nauseous because the taste was quite unique. Kind of feels like there's alcohol scent in it. This made Yo-eun happy because she ate the chocolate from him. She asked if she would get drunk eating this, however the alcohol content was only around 1%. Hyein said it's perfect to give to someone you want to drink with. She smiled, thinking Yo-eun was a bit naughty for giving her this chocolate. He just remained silent because Hyein's words were true, but he gave her another one, as a sign that he really wanted to invite her to drink. Anyway, she thanked him because she didn't like sweet stuff, so she could have lived her whole life not knowing this existed. So she thanked Yo-eun, saying, "Thanks for being pervy." He just laughed, hearing the strangest thank you he had ever heard in his life. He said that if Yo-eun drank coffee at midnight, she wouldn't be able to sleep. But he didn't plan to sleep tonight anyway because he had homework, and he could sleep all day tomorrow morning. The sound of the train arrived along with Hyein's worries. She advised Yo-eun not to overdo it too much, even though he was used to it. Finally, they arrived at the apartment. Yo-eun looked very tired while working on his project. There was only the sound of his laptop typing because he had a lot of work to do. He was so sleepy that his mouth yawned wide open. It was almost 5 a.m. already, no wonder his eyes kept closing. He felt this wouldn't do, so he'd take a quick break to wake himself up. But he was surprised when he opened Instagram, because he saw a post from Long Afternoon uploading a recommendation playlist. Seeing that made Yo-eun very happy because this playlist has a lot of hidden gems, so he'll continue the project while listening to the playlist. He immediately started listening to the music, but suddenly the scene shifted, continuing his feverish dream about alien Hyein coming to pick him up. He asked, "If this world ends, then where do we go?" Alien Hyein fell silent and thought for a moment about a place that wasn't destroyed. Maybe Liverpool, the hometown of the Beatles, or Manchester, where Oasis was born. This made Yeowon angry because Hyein was a British music maniac. Actually, does it really matter where? As long as they were together wherever they went. That place would be their new world, as shown in the scene where Hyein smiled broadly while they were clapping. Yeowon remained silent as Hyein stroked his face. Hyein moved up and down intensely, until finally Yeowon came while clutching the blanket beside him. But suddenly he woke up from his feverish dream. He felt his body was very hot and was disappointed that it was just a dream. So he woke up and cursed those damn useless dreams. He was disappointed because his dream was too short. Maybe he dreamed because he ate that stupid whiskey chocolate. Since he still felt aroused, so he decided to take 4 tissues to jerk off while imagining Hyein in his mind. Then, as usual, Yeowon was working at the cafe that afternoon. Arun arrived enthusiastically and greeted everyone. The boss responded, but he was very upset because he had told her not to come again. She ordered the same menu, hot chocolate, and a lava cake. While looking at Yeowon, she said she would drink it there. Of course, this made him very uncomfortable. The boss didn't know about their relationship, so she told him to make the hot chocolate. He was confused as to why she came here again because it was bothering him. So he glanced at Arun. He thought, don't tell me she came to this cafe again because of me. Whatever, if he overthinks it, it'll never end. He called order number 11 because her order was ready. He told her to enjoy it, but he said it with a cold expression. This made Arun fall silent, but she smiled slightly at his behavior. She called him over to ask him something. She asked, "What time does he close today?" Yeowon replied, "The cafe is open until 11:30 p.m. She thanked him and immediately went to her table. He was confused and felt an uneasy premonition because of that question. Did she really just come to drink hot chocolate? The day had changed, but Arun still came back today. This made Yeowon uncomfortable because she came again. She ordered something while chatting with the boss. Meanwhile, Yeowon was behind, just watching her. Why did she come again? It's not like she has business here. And the next day, the same thing happened again. She came back as if she were a regular customer. Of course, this made the boss very happy. They seemed very close because they saw each other every day. She asked, "Do you have stamp cards or anything like that?" The boss replied, "Yes, if she gets 10 stamps, they give her a free Americano." So she asked her to make a stamp card for her. She left, and the boss watched her from behind. That's interesting because these days everyone's into apps and mileage, so no one cares about stamps anymore. But Yeowon said that's just her style. Wherever she goes, she collects souvenirs. She prefers things she can physically keep over digital stuff. The boss was confused because he knew a lot of things and asked if he knew her. She's a senior he went to college with. She graduated earlier while he was on leave. The boss told him to at least say hi to her. It's okay to do that even while working. No, it's fine. It's not like they're close anyway. The boss just stayed silent because he rarely saw Yeowon speak with such an expression. She observed him very cold when he delivered food to Arun's table. Of course, the boss knew because he's terrible at lying. He said they weren't close, but he remembers all the things she liked. But still, she shouldn't dig deeper into their relationship. Because everyone has their own past, even though it makes her curious. And things like this are more fun to watch from the side than hear about it. Seeing the boss laughing to himself made Yeowon confused. It was already midnight, so the cafe was closed. It seemed that Yeowon was getting ready to head out first, and he said goodbye to the boss. He walked towards the road home. He walked while thinking about something. Now he just needed to prepare for full-time hiring and wait for the finals in the summer internship he applied for. Because he was insanely busy with a crazy amount of lecture assignments. Besides that, he also thought about Arun. Because he saw her every day, he wondered why she kept coming. He's already swamped, and her being nearby makes it even more distracting. But he can't just kick out a customer while working. However, his mind wandered after entering the subway station, where he saw Hyein sleeping from a distance. Hyein looked very beautiful sleeping while sitting. It made him worry because she was sleeping alone here. It's the first time he's seen her sleeping like this. Is she really that tired today? But Hae-in wakes up immediately and sees Yeowon next to her. He asks if she had a busy day. Well, she had a recording schedule and was composing from morning until night, and she's seriously dead tired. So Yeowon told her to rest a bit until the train came, and he would wake her up when it arrived. She agreed to rest for a bit, as he said, so she immediately leaned toward Yeowon without hesitation, which naturally surprised him. She said, "Can you hold my shoulders so I don't slump over?" He just nodded, though he thought she meant to lean on the wall. He finally mustered the courage to hold her shoulders tightly. Ensuring she rested comfortably, they looked like lovers. Hae-in's shoulders were really thin and soft, making Yeowon want to jerk off again. He smelled her hair, which was very fragrant. It's so good, even in the middle of this hectic, busy routine. This brief moment with Hae-in made him really happy. His mind was already blank and wanted more, but while he was enjoying the moment, Hae-in suddenly woke up from her sleep. She looked at Yeowon like her comfortable bed. He looked at her and asked, "What is it?" Hae-in smiled very suspiciously at him. She said that his breath touched the back of her head and it tickled her. Finally, they parted ways after getting on the train. Yeowon yawned because he was very tired and wanted to sleep immediately. But before that, he would take a photo and send it to Hae-in. So he decided to take one outside for a fresh change today. However, suddenly someone called him. He was surprised that someone was calling at this hour and thought his father had changed his number. So he immediately answered the phone. A woman's voice said, "Ah, I knew it. You didn't change your number." Hearing that voice, he immediately recognized that it was her ex, Ah-ryun. So he remained silent without saying a word. Ah-ryun looked very sexy on the call. She should have video called. She was happy because she only said a few words and he knew it was her. "Have you finally given up pretending not to know me?" Ah-ryun said, shocking Yeowon. Yeowon still couldn't believe why she was still calling him. The number was different, so he concluded that she had changed her phone. He just listened silently as Ah-ryun called him cheerfully. He asked her why she was calling. She said she was about to sleep, but suddenly thought of him, so she called. "Don't you think of me from time to time?" That question annoyed Yeowon, so he decided to hang up on her call. Then she asked why he was so cold to her. "Isn't it a bit too much to act like that? Why do you keep coming to the cafe? And what do you want from me?" "I don't want anything. I just go there because it's close to my work." She always finished her work at the same time Yeowon is working. So she asked him, could there be other reasons? Like come there on purpose to see him? Yeowon had been trained by Hae-in to deal with temptations like this, so he should stop this because he feels like he's being dragged into her talk again. He told her just made him uncomfortable, like he was being watched when working. Hearing that, Ah-ryun came to a conclusion. So they fell silent until finally she asked, "Are you in love with someone?" Hearing that question made Yeowon startled. Since he went quiet, she guessed the answer was yes. She said not to worry because she didn't expect anything from him. When she saw him, she just thought about the 24-hour cafe they used to go to. They used to stay up all night there sometimes to do homework. He stayed with her when she didn't want to go home. Yeowon tried to forget that, even though it felt good back then. So he replied, "I don't know, did we do that?" The jazz music playing in that cafe, the dirty bathrooms, she remembered everything, because that was the most fun she'd ever had. Didn't they go see the movie after that conference? That movie was so naughty. To be honest, he remembered everything she said, but he didn't feel anything about it. It was just a story to him now. So no matter how much she says, nothing will change. This is peak rejection. Nice try, bitch. Ah-ryun smiled outside but was hurt inside. Now she's done with nostalgia and she won't call him at this hour anymore. But she asked permission to still come to the cafe because she really likes the cafe. He's not the owner, so he told her to do whatever she wants. In his mind, he will quit that place as soon as possible once he gets a full-time job. He wants to hang up the phone, but Arun stops him. She wants to tell him something. She's moving out of her parents' place, and what she wants to say is, her place is only 2 stops away from work, so if he's bored, he can come visit her to clap like crazy like before. Yeowon still couldn't believe it, so he shouted at her and hung up the phone. He was very angry with her because she thought he was still her follower. Yeowon immediately blocked her number, but he stopped right before pressing the block button. He decided to just keep their distance. If he didn't pay any attention to her, she'd get tired of it. After all, she's a very impatient person. And when he was upset, he received a message. He opened it again and looked at his phone. He was very happy to see the message from his beloved woman, who sent a photo of herself wearing a face mask like a cat. Although it was very silly, it successfully made Yeowon fall in love. What's with that mask? It's so cute and she's so adorable. She acts so mature on the outside, but she's so childish on the inside. He'll have to take a photo and send it to her too. Memories keep growing and special moments pile up day by day. When the time comes, everything will fall into place and he's sure of it. Haein was angry because the photo Yeoeun sent was very bad and asked him to take another one. The next day, they arrived at the subway station. He saw Haein sitting alone. She looked sexy as usual tonight. Yeowon approached her and called her. They encouraged each other for their hard work today. He asked what she was reading, which turned out to be a poetry book. She reads sometimes to get inspired for her compositions. If she likes a poem, she tries to copy it into her song. Yeowon asked to take a look. He read page by page and saw that she had marked all her favorite verses. She doesn't always read paper books like this and usually reads them as ebooks, but if she liked something, she would buy another copy in paperback. Yeowon thought she had hundreds of poetry books at home, which made Haein laugh because she only had a few. But if she had money, she would gather all her records, instruments, and favorite books in her room. If she had 1,000,000 favorite things lying around, wouldn't that really make us happy? Yeowon worried about what would happen if she got crushed under all that. Haein smiled as she looked at Yeowon, because he was one of her favorites that she wanted him to crush her hard in her room. She's fine got crushed because that's better than losing something we love. Hearing those words made Yeowon make up his mind. He flipped through the pages of poetry, then asked Haein something, and invited her to go out to dinner with him. He said they could go out on his day off. She was silent because Yeoeun suddenly asked her out, but she smiled at the invitation because it sounded great. He leaned closer to Yeowon and said, "So let's take what Yeowon usually likes." This made him even more excited after asking her to dinner, so he couldn't wait for the day when they would hang out together again. After that day, Yeoeun was at a cafe. He was working, but he was in a very happy mood this time. His boss thought that his favorite musician had uploaded something on Instagram again. However, Yeoeun was happy because his day off was coming up soon. His boss didn't expect this because they were very busy with a new product. So she invited Yeoeun to have a drink and said she would treat his again this time. Unfortunately, he had to refuse because he already had plans. The boss thought Yeowon was avoiding her because of the unpleasant incident when they last had a drink together. However, she couldn't force him because Yeowon already had plans. She wanted to drink alcohol after avoiding it lately. He suggested boss to invite Shin Young to drink. She wanted to invite her, but it seemed like she was busy studying in the evening or something. So she decided to drink alone again, because all her friends were already married, making Yeoeun feel uncomfortable even though it wasn't his fault. He looked for an excuse to throw out the trash so he could leave quickly. Finally, they continued their work. The day was getting dark. Yeowon was still thinking about his lonely boss. But suddenly he saw something. Her ex, Areon, was waiting for him in the back. While smoking, she greeted Yeowon sweetly. This made Yeowon's good mood a bit annoyed today. He walked past her without acknowledging her and only said, "No smoking here." so Arun immediately extinguished her cigarette and apologized. She stared at Yo-eun's butt as he threw away the trash. She waited for him until he was done. She immediately blocked Yo-eun, who wanted to go back inside, so he asked, "What are you doing?" "Shove your way past me if you hate me that much," she said. Yo-eun immediately walked away from her, but suddenly Areon pulled his hair from behind. This made Yehuan angry and think she was crazy. She asked, "Do you hate me that much?" Yehuan was confused by the question and her sad face. She knew she had wronged him and hurt him, so she asked, "Do you really hate me so much that you can't even say hi like a normal person? What do I have to do for you to forgive me and be friends again? If you want, I'll do whatever you say." She even offered to let Yeoun slap her. But what he really wanted was a clap, not a slap. He was confused. Why is she doing this all of a sudden when she didn't contact him for so long, and now this? She fell silent upon hearing Yeoun's statement. Then she suddenly laughed and replied, "Who knows? Why do you think? Curious?" Hearing her joke like that made him even more annoyed because he got sucked in again. He immediately left and said, "Stop messing around like this." She apologized, saying that if he had just said hi, she wouldn't be acting like this. He said he didn't have time for small talk because he was working. She said loudly to Yeoun, "You better say hi next time." He shouted back and said again that he was busy. Finally, Yeoun went back into the cafe. It surprised him that Ahreon was acting like a stalker. But still, it's not easy for him either. To push away and hate someone who is always by your side. Someone who was once in his heart. Even though it was just a sad memory for him, it made him stressed because it was so annoying. So now he just hopes to see Haein already. Just talking about music and joking around. With nothing on his mind and going with the flow sounds so fun and makes his day way better. But his boss suddenly tells him to get back to work when he is lost in his thoughts. The scene changes to a music studio. It shows Yoonjae singing, and Haein's silhouette looks like a dragon. They are watching a live video they took a few days ago. They discuss how the video is because they will edit it if there are any bad parts. Hyunjae thinks it's fine and they could finish it as is. She asks Haein because she specially edited only the long afternoon scene to not show faces. Haein is embarrassed and can't hold back her smile because the video looks really amazing. She puts on a flat face, but she is very happy inside because she got a compliment. Hyunjae reminded her that there was something she wanted to tell Haein. She just remembered and immediately showed her. This is an independent artist crew she runs and lists the artists involved. They're not big, but they've got independent filmmakers, animators, 3D artists, people from all kinds of fields working together. Everyone listened to her music and they discussed a few things. They thought, what if they made a music video for Long Afternoon? But as far as Haein knew, music videos were very expensive to produce. However, she told her that it would be completely free. It might be a bit experimental and avant-garde though. She could think of it as a collaboration between indie artists. She said enthusiastically that the music of Long Afternoon was just that good. She didn't realize she was saying it while standing up because she had become a new fan of Long Afternoon. She explained it again to Haein, so she would think about it. Finally, their discussion for the day ended. Hyunjae asked if she was busy this evening, because he hoped to have dinner with Haein. There was something he wanted to talk to her about. However, Haein was very cool in rejecting him, unlike other heroines who are always hesitant. Because tonight she has a prior engagement she really doesn't want to cancel. So she left quickly and said goodbye to them. Hyunjae sighed and said it's not easy. Ina hit him for trying to flirt with her favorite artist. However, Hyunjae explains that it's not what she thinks. He has other intentions about her. He's trying to bring Haein, the Long Afternoon, into their label. However, even though Hyunjae has tried his best, she is still unresponsive to him. Meanwhile, Yeoun has been waiting for her at the meeting place. He looks very neat for his date with Haein. He arrives earlier than the appointed time. Because he feels nervous waiting, he leaves immediately. He is even nervous about his appearance. He hopes his hair isn't messy. And for some reason, he's nervous again, even though he often meets and drinks with Hae-in. This was their first date, so it felt completely different. He checked himself in the mirror, afraid that his nose hairs were sticking out. Turns out Hae-in had been watching him from behind for a long time. This surprised Yo-eun, that she had arrived early. Her uncle was watching the studio, so she ended up coming earlier. She brought her face close to Yo-eun's, which confused him. Hae-in said not to worry because nothing was sticking out like nose hairs or anything. It made him embarrassed because it seemed like she knew what he was thinking. So Yo-eun quickly urged her to hurry up and eat. She asked him where they were going this time, but Yo-eun made a face like he wanted to tease Hae-in. He asked if she could handle spicy food. They arrived at a famous restaurant, known for its hellfire noodles. It's not just tasty, it's fun because we can try out the spiciness levels. So she concluded that Yo-eun must be good with spicy food. Not insanely good, but he can go with level 3 out of 4. Level 3 was so amazing that it made Hae-in laugh. They immediately called the staff to order. Suddenly, Hae-in asked if they had level 6 spiciness. Hearing that surprised Yo-eun because the menu only goes up to level 4. She said last time she came here she even tried level 7, but it was so spicy she thought she was going to die. Making Yo-eun disappointed because she already knew about this place. So she decided to order level 6 too, but Hae-in asked him not to push himself. But since they came together, he might as well try the same thing, so it feels more like they're really eating together. That made him look cute, which made Hae-in smile, so she ordered level 6 for them and some honey pieces too. Their order was finally made. When it finally arrived, it looked like poison. Yo-eun broke out in a cold sweat at its strange color and wondered if it was edible. However, Hae-in didn't hesitate to eat it. He thought positively and was confident in his tolerance for spicy food. As soon as he took the first bite, his face turned red. He even coughed very hard, making Hae-in worry. She offered to ask for more soup to dilute it a bit. However, Yo-eun didn't give up and kept eating. He said that this level was just perfectly spicy and tasty. They continued eating until they finished, even though they were forcing themselves. Then they went out to find a place to rest, because Yo-eun almost died from forcing himself. His lips felt like they would burst, his neck was tense, and his stomach was burning. Even though Hae-in told him not to overdo it because he would suffer. He wondered why Hae-in looked fine, so he felt defeated. He was sad because he thought they could have had a fun and relaxed talk there. Seeing his sad face made Hae-in want to cheer him up. She asks if he's not going straight home, right? So she invites him to take a break somewhere with her, because she knows a nice place where they can soothe their stomachs and relax. She invited him confidently. Yo-eun wondered where she was planning to go to take a break. Is there anywhere around here to rest? They continued walking through the small alley. Hae-in looked very beautiful in the light of the lamps. So Yo-eun thought she was very beautiful. It crossed his mind that maybe Hae-in would invite her to sleep at a hotel, but it turned out they were watching a live concert at a bar. The beggar and the fishing boat were singing. She clapped her hands because the singing was so good. She said that on weekdays they could watch the performance just by buying a drink. Yo-eun was disappointed that they weren't going to the hotel. She invited him to grab a seat. He felt kind of dumb for imagining something wild that made him disappointed. But he never knew a place like this was near school. He'd walked this road almost every day and never noticed. Hae-in brought him beer. She asked about his stomach and said, "Just don't die." The next singer took the stage to perform. She said she might mess up the song, but asked them to enjoy it with a smile. They cheered and drank together like lovers. He drank his beer. The singer began to sing her song. They listened intently. Yo-eun began to observe these moments. Sticky tables and tacky orange lights. Crackling speaker noise and an audience quietly listening. In this world, everything was unfamiliar and new to him. He feels that Hyein has been living in back alleys he didn't even know about. He observes Hyein's face as she enjoys the music. He calls her over and whispers something to her. He says that this place is really amazing and he likes it a lot. After that, he continues drinking. Hyein looks back at him, and she also wants to whisper something to him. She says that she too likes it a lot, but Yeowon just listens silently. He doesn't understand the implied meaning of the sentence. They just enjoy the moment, until the song ends and the next song starts. The song is perfect, not too upbeat and not too sleepy. But Yeoon remembered where her ex was when she rejected him. She was brutal in rejecting him, saying that just because he liked her didn't mean she had to like him too. Love isn't the same as sympathy. Just because he's burning hot doesn't mean she'll burn too. So he now understood that even if we share tastes and spend a long time together, it doesn't mean that person will love us. But just for today, he hoped it was actually love and not just sympathy for the two of them.
The singer continued singing until she finished with the last chord on her guitar. She thanked the audience for coming to see her. Everyone applauded her. Hyein asked Yeoon to get up now. It was almost 9 o'clock, and she needed to head back to the studio. They finally left the bar. They walked together while chatting about today. He told Hyein that he often passed by here but didn't know a place like this existed. She said that place was very exciting, especially on weekends when there were famous artists and DJs, so she invited him to stay until late at night next time if they hung out here again. Yeoon was very happy to hear her suggestion. They passed by a convenience store. Hyein suggested they eat ice cream because it's quick to eat. She asked him to buy the same flavor as him, so Yeoon went inside to buy it. They bought lemon-flavored ice cream, and they ate while sitting and watching the street. He asked why she had to go back to the studio again. She said it was college festival season these days, so a ton of band clubs were coming. He also said that there was a festival at his university too. They talked about how the club from his university also came to practice with pretty good skills. They were very happy while continuing to eat ice cream. Yeoon took a bite of his ice cream and asked, why did she eat with him today? She answered, of course because he was the one who asked her to eat. It's not like they've done this before, but suddenly he asked to eat, made plans, and met up separately. Hyein was confused hearing that, because if he said that, they've already drunk together, gone to a listening session, and done all sorts of things. So he was confused about what to say. It's like he was just spouting nonsense. He knows there's nothing left to confirm, but he just can't believe all this is happening to him. A cheerful person who says she's fine being buried under the things she loves. A cool person who hasn't lost sight of her dreams and she's right next to him. A person who likes the same things as he does, but all he needs now is only her agreement. Hyein finished eating and was surprised at how delicious it was. She said they must have the same taste, like ice cream and spicy food. Hearing this, Yeoon fell silent and then smiled. He began to bring her face closer to Hyein's, making their body even closer, and it turned out that Yeoon took the first step to kiss Hyein. Hyein closed her eyes and surrendered to the kiss, because they were enjoying this moment so much. After it was over, they fell into an awkward silence. Yeoon thought about the feeling, sensing softness and a cool sensation. But what he remembered most about his first kiss with Hyein was the taste of lemon. Hyein hurriedly stood up because it was almost 10 p.m. She spoke but didn't look at Yeoon's face. So Yeoon followed her lead and went home immediately. They walked along their usual path. They walked in silence, unlike usual. Yeoon was confused because she was walking faster than earlier. And at this pace, he couldn't read her expression. Yeoon regretted doing it and thought he was a crazy bastard. In the end, once again, he did something to be hated for. Hyein quickly parted ways with Yeoon, who was heading to the station. She took another route and Yeoon said he had fun today. However, he fell silent and couldn't say anything else. But Hyein said something to him about earlier. She approached Yeoon, which made him curious. Suddenly, Hyein punched his stomach, which surprised Yeoon even more. She didn't have time now, so she wanted to talk about it later. Yeoon just obeyed her and replied, okay, while looking at Hyein's red face, which looked very upset. She casually left and he said goodbye to her. Yeoon watched her leave from behind. He fell silent instantly, under the light of the lamp that illuminated him, with the sounds of cars passing by. Heck yeah, he felt so refreshed after doing it. Although it seemed impulsive, he felt relieved after doing it, because it felt so good to him. Meanwhile, Hyein arrived at the studio. She entered the studio and hurried toward the cashier's chair. She sat down, throwing herself hard onto the chair, then crossed her legs while thinking, and her face turned red again, remembering their kiss just now. I gave him thinking he had something to say, and then he suddenly kissed me, she thought. Was he planning that from the start today? Did I let my guard down without realizing it? She was very confused and couldn't think at all because of that jerk. She really felt like she was going crazy. It was like something inside kept boiling up. In the middle of her thoughts, several people entered the studio. She served them with a still red face. Hae-in saw them enter while laughing. This made her think of many things. So she decided to cover her face with a mask. Because she couldn't let anyone see her face right now, it was a complete mess. She took her tablet and pen to draw, but she couldn't think and just scribbled randomly. In this state, she doesn't think she can do anything and just wants to go home. She kept cursing Yo-un with swear words because she was so angry. Meanwhile, Yo-un had arrived at the apartment. He quickly changed her clothes and immediately lay down on his bed while thinking about the kiss with the lemon flavor. That's probably a moment he'll never forget, because that was the first time he felt the texture of agreement, and from here on out, many things will change. Meanwhile, outside, his boss bumped into Hyun-jae at a whiskey bar, but they're pretending like they didn't. Yo-un is working at the cafe. He works in a happy mood while humming a long afternoon song. Shin-young asks if something good is happening, but he only says the weather is nice. This makes her look at him with bombastic side eyes. She can't go home yet because she is waiting for boss to go out to buy milk. Since they are alone, she wants to ask him something that has been on her mind. So she asks about the girl he mentioned before. Is it going well? Talking about Hae-in makes him blush, remembering what happened last night. But Shin-young says if things don't go well, just tell her and she'll buy him a drink. She does it, of course, because she's interested in him. That's why. Hearing the word interested makes Yo-un a little confused. But she added a disclaimer. The word interested doesn't mean she likes him, so don't feel awkward. Yo-un asked what made her interested in him. It's not anything big, she couldn't say. First, he's tall, so he stands out. And when she saw him silently cleaning up the scattered tissues during training, she thought, that person is diligent, and wanted to talk to him. Not satisfied, Yo-un asked if that was all. This made Shin-young ask, is that weird? With a cute expression. He was confused about how to respond. Suddenly a customer came in and wanted to order. Yo-un thought that she wasn't weird because she was no different from him. His interest in Hae-in was also simply because they often met catching the last train. He thought maybe Shin-young views emotions too lightly, but perhaps she was just honest in expressing them. While thinking about that, suddenly their eyes met. So she asked, what are you looking at? Yo-un told her that she'll meet someone good because he thinks she's a decent person too. That sounded like a line drawing a clear boundary for him. It wasn't like she was just trying to hook up with him by saying, let's drink tonight. He was building too many walls. And she said, don't let your guard down. Even if things go well with that girl, he'll never know if she'll date him or not. Maybe she'll just reject him in a brutally dreadful way. It made Yo-un angry because was she serious when she said that? The boss had returned, so Shin-young could go home. So she left immediately, saying goodbye and teasing Yo-un. Seeing that naughty girl made him very angry, because what she said could indeed happen. So the scene shifts to Hae-in, who was inside the bar, cheering to say thanks for their hard work. They were treated by Hyun-jae for working hard. Hae-in asked when their single would be released. On the 27th, but they could upload a teaser video on the 20th on Instagram. The 27th is still far away. Too much of an excuse to meet Yo-un. Hyun-jae wanted to show them the album cover, which turned out to be a very good image. They were very impressed because it matched the vibe of what Hae-in drew, making them want to see it too. When they saw it, the features were well captured and they made it cute and awesome. Seeing Hae-in's smile made him feel relieved. He asked if she was working on songs or something these days. She has a stack of demos, she's choosing one to finish, and probably next week she'll record it. Hyun-jae is very happy because she's so diligent, even though he's also been doing tons of events lately. He admits he's been very busy lately, and recently he even got a request to produce a drama OST. And on top of that, he glances at Hae-in, and he said he's launching a label soon. He's finally starting what he talked about a while ago, a label that makes him want to invite Hae-in too. Of course, for now, it'll be his personal label. He wants to sign artists who pursue something new and fun. That's how founding this company will feel worthwhile. They listened to him while chewing their food. Ji-won suddenly called Hyun-jae, and he invited him to smoke outside, so he agreed. He wanted to go too, but he forbade him with an excuse. They hurried outside. Hyun-jae asked him what his reason was for opposing it. Doesn't he like his label? But he didn't understand what he meant because he hadn't said anything yet. He just concluded that Ji-won knew he didn't smoke, and had intentionally taken him out. He wasn't exactly opposing it, he had a proposal first. About Hae-in, he needed to set her up on a big stage once, like a festival or solo concert with lots of audience. Set her up even if it's just as staff or something, at least once. She needs a sense of purpose. Right now, she underestimates herself and is content as a hidden musician. But if she tastes a big stage a few times, she'll get greedy and realize she can be loved by many as an artist. Hearing him say that, it seems he also holds Hae-in in high regard. He replied that if he didn't feel that way, this whole project wouldn't have felt so bold from the start, and he listened to it, the demo of the song Hae-in plans to record. If he listens, he'll know this band is riding a good wave. He hopes Hyunjae will open the final door to let Hae-in feel ambition. He smiles upon hearing this and says he'll try, but keep in mind that the final decision remains in her hands. He will be knocking on the door, but only Hae-in has the key. Therefore, she's the only one able to unlock that door. Hae-in looks at the clock, and there's still time before the last train. So she's confused about what she should do. She's still hesitant to meet Yo-eun because she keeps remembering about their kiss. She remembers the feeling of her first kiss again, even though it was good, but she doesn't know what to say to him. That she is actually her favorite long afternoon. They continued drinking bottle after bottle, until finally they were heavily intoxicated, and argued about who their favorite musician was, fighting like cats and dogs, making the members worried to see them fighting. But it seemed like it was normal. Fortunately, there were a few people who weren't drunk because they couldn't drink alcohol. Suddenly, Hae-in remembered something, making her ask what time it was. He replied that it was a little past 11:30. If it was that late, they had to go home immediately. But Hyunjae said there was no need to worry about the last train because he would order a taxi, so they could drink as much as they wanted tonight. Looking shyly, Hae-in said it wasn't about the last train, but she wanted to meet someone. This surprised her friend because she must have gotten a boyfriend, because last time when he tried to set her up, she said she wasn't going to date. Hae-in just said she didn't want to go on a date his way. She kept refusing him, of course, because he kept sending weirdo people to her. She also started telling them that he's not her boyfriend yet. She's still kind of thinking it over, making Hyunjae wonder if he's the bad boy type. Hae-in explained that he's actually fine, he's kind, speaks nicely. And so if there's a problem, it'd be her, probably. Her friend understood because it's the hidden violence inside her, isn't it? The problem is she's into long afternoons, and to make it even worse, he's a fan of long afternoons. Of course, hearing this made everyone confused, because there are lots of musicians dating fans. But actually, he doesn't know she's a long afternoon. She's been hiding it on purpose. They're confused about how he could not know. Even her voice would give it away. But even if it sounds similar, if she denies it, there's no way to prove it. So he might think it's a similar voice and brush it off. But why is that a problem? She could just honestly tell him she's a long afternoon. However, she hesitantly replied, she just don't want to. So Hyunjae asked again, why? It's a really selfish reason, but she really loves his honest reactions and opinions about long afternoon. Hyunjae began to understand a little. He says what he likes, and what he finds strange. He's the first person she met who talks so passionately about long afternoon. When she sees that, it motivates her to write better songs. But if he finds out she's in a long afternoon, maybe he won't be able to speak so honestly anymore. Like her very presence would make him filter his words. And even if he stops liking long afternoons someday, he'll just smile quietly without saying a word to her. Thinking about that moment coming, it makes her not want to tell him she's in love. She doesn't know what to do. If she wants to keep seeing him, she probably needs to tell him. However, Hyunjae answers clearly, no, just don't tell him. This confuses Hae-in because Hyunjae is too blunt. When it comes to love, her feelings are what matter. If she's uneasy, there's no need to force herself to say it. Dating doesn't mean she has to reveal everything, does it? He also met someone briefly after coming to Korea, but he didn't tell them everything. Things he went through as an immigrant, his family situation, or why he returned to Korea. He liked her, but there were weak parts of him he didn't want to share. And he doesn't think that was selfish. Keeping his flaws secret meant he cherished the relationship with that person. Hae-in pondered his words. He added, of course hiding cheating is a different story. Anyway, do what you want. Love isn't something that can be standardized. Hae-in twirled her glass, filled with doubt in her mind. This made Hyunjae want to pour her another drink. He told her to take her time, that it wasn't something she had to decide in a rush. It wasn't like she had to see him today, right? Although hesitant, she answered yes, even though she really wanted to see Yo-eun. So he poured her a drink so they could get drunk together and relieve her boredom. In the middle of the night, the scene shifts to Yo-eun. He is walking toward the subway. He walks while looking at his phone. He's happy because all the internships he applied for passed the document screening. Of course, he shouldn't be this excited just yet, because the document screening is only the start. But he is confused about the suit, whether he should buy or rent one. So he decided to buy a cheap one because it would be useful in the future. He suddenly remembered Hae-in because she hadn't contacted him. So he looked at their photo together and hoped to see her as soon as possible, because the last time they met when they kissed. One thing that confused Yo-un was Hae-in's angry face. If he doesn't meet her again today, he should reach out and check on her. It's irresponsible of him to just wait after making the first move. He went down the stairs to the subway station and immediately looked around. Unfortunately, there was no one there. It made him think that Hae-in had doubts about him. He had a bad feeling because usually a signal like this indicated that she had rejected him and didn't like him at all, but he remained positive and would reach out to her if they couldn't meet today. He really wanted to call her and ask her clearly, because Hae-in isn't the type to avoid expressing herself, so she wouldn't reject him like this. But if this ends up being another kind of confusion, what should I do? Yo-un thought. But suddenly he heard Hae-in's voice shouting as he was thinking about her. So he immediately perked up and looked back, and sure enough, it was the girl he liked the most. Yo-un was very happy and intended to approach her and hug her, but suddenly he was blocked by a member of his band, which surprised Yo-un because he didn't know who the person blocking him was. It even made everyone confused when they saw him. He was very upset that he was the one Hae-in liked. The one who's been bothering their Hae-in is this Yo-un guy, so he nodded, confused by his words. That he was telling his friends that Yo-un was the one bothering her? Of course Yo-un was confused by all this. He didn't understand why he said he bullied Hae-in. He had cherished her since she was in high school, when he taught her guitar. So no matter who Yo-un is, if he hurt Hae-in or made her sad, he wouldn't let it slide, of course. Yo-un was forced to understand his condition, which was drunkenness. He scolded him, don't just say, yes, he should say, yes, understood, while shouting at him. He was getting more and more out of control because he was drunk, so he had to be stopped by force. Yo-un was confused about what kind of people they were. He apologized for the incident that startled him, said he's normally a kind and fun person. He can't even hit a punching machine, so don't worry. He asked Hae-in if this was the person she was talking about. Hae-in, who was also drunk, said, "Yep, that's right." Yo-un was a little happy that they were talking about him. After meeting Yo-un, they felt they could leave after taking her to the subway, so he asked Yo-un to take her home. However, Yo-un was confused because he had never been to her house before. They all lived pretty far from her place. So they asked him for this favor because she said she trusted him. They said goodbye to her. Finally, they left, leaving Hae-in in a drunken state. Yo-un asked if they were close friends. They all met through music. Ham Ga-hoon used to give her guitar lessons, the most idiotic member of the band. Lim Ja-woon is a bassist she was introduced to through Ja-hoon. He's pretty cool because he plays in a famous band too. And sometimes he DJs at clubs too. Yun Ju-young is a drummer. They only recently started talking, so they're not that close. Yo-un said she could totally start a band together because she has a guitarist, bassist, and drummer as friends. Hae-in laughed at his words. It made her lose her balance and stumble. So she fell into Yo-un's arms with a thud. Hae-in apologized for bumping into him, but Yo-un was obviously happy about it. She said she had drunk a lot at the after party today, so Yo-un decided to hold her hand, making Hae-in look at him after doing that. He said he would hold her hand so she wouldn't fall. Hae-in was quite surprised and fell silent, but she smiled a moment later. She told Yo-un to hold on tight all the way home, and finally the last train arrived. They got on the train and looked for a quiet seat because they were still holding hands. It looked like a new couple. Hae-in yawned widely. So Yo-un was worried about her. She wasn't sleepy and said she was just lacking oxygen, so she could still keep going with him. Yo-un asked what she wanted to do. Hae-in smiled mischievously and said, "What should we play?" They talked about music and laughed, until Hae-in pinched Yo-un's cheek out of affection. Looking closely at his adorable face, even though Yo-un was supposed to say that, they touched each other's hands, looking for a comfortable position, and holding hands with love, making them look into each other's eyes. Yo-un looked at her sincerely, wondering if it was just him, or if the subway was unusually quiet today, accompanied by beautiful lights. Finally they arrived. They were still holding hands, until finally, Hae-in jumped because they had arrived. Yo-un was very happy about tonight. He asked which direction Hae-in's house was in. It turned out to be super close to the subway. She deliberately picked a place close to the station because she tends to be out late. However, Yo-un advised her not to drink too much. They arrived at the door, so Yo-un said goodbye to her. But Hae-in was disappointed because he wanted to go home right away. Yo-un said he had class in the morning, and he was afraid he would lose control again like last time. Hae-in was honest with him that she drank 3 shots of tequila in a row so she could meet him. And yet, he's just going to leave her? So she invited him inside in a teasing tone, breaking down Yo-un's defenses. Then he asked permission to come inside her place. Hae-in was confused why he asked permission for something like this. Just make it a bold invasion like last time. Even if he kissed her without permission, just be yourself, she said. Hearing that made him silent, and made his little Johnny explode because he couldn't hold it anymore. Yo-un couldn't wait to go inside. They started to open the door. Hae-in went in first, and put down her bag. She immediately sat down on her bed. She looked very beautiful. She immediately got into a comfortable position. She opened her eyes and stroked her hair, but she saw Yo-un still standing, so she asked, "What are you doing?" and told Yo-un to sit down. Yo-un was nervous and looked around, but Hae-in was confused because there wasn't much to see. She got up and got a drink for Yo-un. She checked the fridge, but there was nothing there. Yo-un peeked at Hae-in's armpit and blushed after seeing it. He thought that he was like a perverted bastard with an armpit fetish, so he decided to look at the things there. So many instruments that totally gave off the vibe of a musician's room. He felt like there was a sweet scent too. Hae-in came and gave him a drink, but there was only 1 beer left, so they had to share. But Hae-in was fine because she had already drunk a lot today. She apologized for the small room, but Yo-un said he liked how cute and cozy her place was. He asked if playing music didn't bother the neighbors. This place was fine because it had soundproofing, so no matter how loudly she moaning, it would be okay. So cool, right? Of course, Yo-un said yes, it's very damn cool. He asked about her parents, but her family is kinda hands-off. They think her uncle is looking after her, making Yo-un wonder if she's lonely. Hae-in asked his permission because she felt a little sleepy. Is it okay if they talk lying down? Just lie down comfortably, it's your house, he said. The foolish Yo-un didn't understand Hae-in's code. What she meant was, let's lie down together over here. Come lie down after finishes drinking. Yo-un didn't expect that, so he finished his drink quickly and put down the can. He immediately prepared to attack Hae-in. Lie down facing her. He said the bed is really big. She replied that the previous owner left it here, but the blanket is definitely hers because the UK flag is totally her style. They laughed, and she asked if she smelled. Yo-un said she smelled a little of alcohol. Hearing that made her embarrassed and she hoped he was drunk too. She was annoyed because Yo-un laughed loudly at him. She started asking him with a serious face, asking about the reason why he suddenly kissed her back days. He argued it wasn't a kiss, it was just a peck. But she said there's not much difference. A kiss is a kiss. So she forced him to answer, why did you do it? He looked at her with a sulky face. Seeing his face made Yo-un fall silent, and it made his face blush. He said that he just wanted to mess with her, to see if she was someone who wouldn't leave him. He wanted to make sure she wouldn't run away, right? Hae-in smiled when she heard that because that was his reason. Turns out, he's actually a bad person, she said. Yo-un felt something touching her from behind. It turned out that Hae-in was already very horny. Now she wanted to push him down to see if he would run away or not. While starting to caress Yo-un's back, he started to feel ticklish and replied that he wouldn't run away. This is just the beginning, so don't be so sure. Because nothing has even started yet. Yo-un almost came a little, so he started holding Hae-in's body. She refused and said not to touch her, because this time it's her turn to mess with him. Just stay still and let her have her way with him. She caressed Yo-un's chest and said she couldn't do anything back then either. Yo-un didn't expect this girl to be the type to hold grudges. Even more so because she's actually a really pathetic person. She hides a lot and she's scared of a lot too. She hates losing and she's super greedy. And she's a clingy woman, making Yo-un moan because his little Johnny was being squeezed hard by Hae-in. Hae-in touching his stomach. She pinched his stomach because she felt he was a little fat. She said that his belly was a bit squishy and thought he had been busy lately, and he rarely exercised. However, Yo-un argued that it was because of the beer, because the rest was still firm. Hearing the words, the rest made Hae-in want to check it out. So she immediately felt Yo-un's entire stomach roughly, making his gasp a little in surprise. She asked if it tickled him. It's not that it tickles, it feels nice. Yo-un started to get really horny, but Hae-in just kept teasing him while smiling, holding back Yo-un's horniness. Yo-un was annoyed seeing Hae-in keep playing around, so he was at the point where he couldn't take it anymore and couldn't hold back, making him jump up wanting to pounce on her, which startled Hae-in because of Yo-un's behavior. He said to stop fooling around like this with his breath labored. Yo-un asked her to start having real sex. He didn't want to waste this opportunity. However, Hae-in was annoyed after he called it fooling around. She gripped Yo-un's shirt tightly and threw him down. so they switched positions because it was Haeun's turn to dominate. Yo-eun's face was already very red after Haeun sat on top of him, and she said that she was serious right now and not fooling around like he said. So she asked Yo-eun how long could he hold back. Hearing that question made him think about how long he could hold back from coming. With some hesitation, he answered maybe 15 minutes to 20 minutes. But Haeun was confused why the answer was only 20 minutes. She hit Yo-eun because all he could think about at that moment was sex. She explained that wasn't what she meant by her question. Even if she messed with him, would he not run away from her? And for how long could he hold back? Yo-eun was surprised to see Haeun's face so close to him, and there was a lot of worry on her face. She explained that she's a really difficult person. If she wants something, she gets obsessed and won't let go. And if she doesn't want to give, she'll never give it. She's that selfish person. So are you sure you won't run away, Yo-eun? Yo-eun said, why does she think he would leave her and run away? It turned out that everyone around her had always been like that, building up expectations, then getting disappointed and betrayed. And the one left behind just gets hurt, especially from her experiences in school that still made her have trust issues. Feeling disappointed, he asked her, do I seem like one of those people to you, Haeun? If so, then why did she bring him to this room to be alone with her? She was silent and replied, that's a low blow. What kind of question is this? He squeezed Yo-eun's face and said, I want to squash you hard because you're seriously annoying. Haeun immediately took off her clothes, which excited him. Haeun opened her eyes little by little and looked at him. She gave up now because she had said everything she wanted to say. Now it was time to take action, so be ready. Haeun began to bring her face closer so that Yo-eun could smell the scent on her neck. She sat down and rubbed Yo-eun, which made him feel good. She began to kiss his entire body, starting from his ears. Yo-eun tried to touch Haeun's hand and her back, causing her to bend over. This made her stand up suddenly, which automatically made Yo-eun confused about what was wrong. She felt very nauseous from bending over too much, so she wanted to vomit right on top of Yo-eun. She was in a position where she wanted to vomit badly and couldn't hold it anymore, so she quickly ran to the bathroom and vomited a lot, shocking Yo-eun. However, he was worried about her condition, so he checked on her. He saw Haeun sitting quietly after vomiting. She felt very angry and disappointed with herself, so she apologized to Yo-eun for ruining the mood. She told him that she had been drinking mixed drinks that made her stomach churn. Yo-eun could only smile painfully, even though tonight he wanted his little Johnny to vomit. He asked if something bad had happened because Haeun had drunk so much. But it wasn't because something bad had happened, she just felt good and happy. In her heart, she said she was so happy right now because Yo-eun really liked long afternoons. But she was scared and anxious because this care and affection that came by chance might leave just as suddenly. Why couldn't she fully enjoy this happiness she never even dared to wish for? They immediately decided to rest and sleep. Yo-eun couldn't bear to do that to her when Haeun was unwell. So Haeun apologized again for not being able to continue their previous activity. He just laughed but was hurt, and said, don't worry and just sleep because you feel dizzy, right? So Haeun would try to sleep and say goodnight to him. Yo-eun smiled as he watched her sleep. He thought about not wanting to lose someone he liked again. So he was honest and approached her because he wanted to build a deeper relationship with her. He didn't want to misunderstand that only he was in love like he was with the girl before Haeun. It was a selfish confession he thought about himself. He looked at Haeun's very cute face while she was sleeping. So conveniently, next time he'll confess better, so Haeun won't feel anxious. Yo-eun turned off the light and decided to sleep too. They slept side by side, but Haeun woke up very restless. She felt very suffocated, so she couldn't sleep. So she took off her pants so she wouldn't feel so tight. Then she threw them into the air. Finally, she felt comfortable because she just couldn't sleep wearing leggings. She was surprised to see Yo-eun sleeping next to her. She almost screamed in surprise because she forgot Yo-eun was sleeping next to her. She stroked his hair as he slept so deeply. She won't tell him she's the one behind long afternoon, at least not for now. She hugged Yo-eun tightly because she felt a little guilty. Even if he ends up hating her someday, even if he ends up resenting her, at the very least, Long Afternoon will remain his favorite. It's the song that always accompanies him, whether he's sad or happy, and become his source of encouragement. It was early morning, and the Long Afternoon looked very exciting as she rode with her favorite whale. She flew around the city, soaring above the sky and passing by people. Until they went through their usual routine of heading to Haeun's apartment, they stood by the room to wake her up every morning. But this morning was different. There was a man sleeping there. Yo-eun was still asleep alone on Haeun's bed. He looked like he was sleeping very soundly, until he felt the sound of a woman waking him from his sleep. This made him wake up suddenly, startled by the sound. He woke up in a hurry after realizing it was the sound of his phone's alarm. He felt unfamiliar with the room and asked where he was. He was scared until he finally realized he was sleeping in Hae-in's place. He looked at the clock and was relieved he hadn't overslept because he had to go to morning lecture. Suddenly, he saw the bathroom door open. Hae-in came out looking very beautiful after washing her face. She saw Yo-un awake and said good morning. He asked her if she was still feeling unwell from being drunk. It turned out she was feeling better, so she offered Yo-un a drink. He agreed to just one glass. Hae-in drank in silence, while thinking about the strange events of last night. So she asked Yo-un directly, why did he take off his pants? Was last night pretty hot because they were hanging out in the bathroom? Hearing that, Yo-un was baffled and asked, don't you remember why? She was confused and tried to recall last night's events. After Hae-in vomited in the bathroom last night, Yo-un comforted him so she wouldn't feel guilty, then told her to rest on the bed. Hae-in agreed and tried to stand up. Her body trembled as she stood up because she was still very weak. And sure enough, she felt like she was going to vomit again. She suddenly vomited on Yo-un's pants because she couldn't hold it in anymore. This made his pants dirty, so he took them off last night. Remembering that made Hae-in feel very embarrassed about her behavior. He didn't want Hae-in to get the wrong idea because he wasn't wearing pants, so he had to tell her clearly. This made Hae-in immediately bow and apologize sincerely, deeply sorry. She offered to pay for the laundry or buy him new pants. He said not to worry since they were old pants anyway. More importantly, he needed Hae-in to bring his pants because he needed to go out. Hae-in gave him his pants and stood to the side so Yo-un could change. He put on his pants and made sure Hae-in wasn't peeking. Yo-un watched her from behind because she was so cute. It made him unable to hold back his smile, remembering that he had to confess his feelings so as not to make Hae-in anxious. So he called her after putting on his pants. He invited her to have lunch together on a day when they had a day off. He'll make pasta at his place for them, and he wants to talk more about what they discussed last night. Hae-in was silent when she heard his invitation, but she was surprised to hear that he could cook. So she accepted because she was curious about the food Yo-un makes too. So he just had to invite her to find a day off together. And they agreed to it. Hae-in walked Yo-un to the door. He said goodbye and advised her to get plenty of rest. Hae-in also thanked him for walking her home last night. Finally, Yo-un left her apartment. He walked toward the campus. However, he couldn't stop thinking about what happened last night. This made his face red with embarrassment, and he screamed. What the hell was he trying to do? Because he didn't even confess properly and thought he was insane. He said he'd hold back, but he just made a total fool of himself. He thought he should have played it cool, just walked her home. So he hoped Hae-in didn't remember what happened last night. But of course that wasn't the case. Hae-in played her guitar very nervously. Because unfortunately, Hae-in's memory was slowly coming back. It was late afternoon. Until Yo-un arrived at work at the cafe. He changed into his work uniform. He realized his hair was a mess because he had rushed out of the house and barely done his hair. It's annoying to style every day, so he thought about cutting his hair short. When he looked in the mirror, he noticed something odd about himself. He saw a red mark on his neck. A bruise or a bug bite? He didn't remember having this mark before. Since it didn't hurt, he'd just put ointment on it later. He immediately approached Shin Young. She was shocked after observing Yo-un. She looked closer to make sure, and it was exactly what she thought. She asked if he had been walking around all day looking like this. Yo-un thought about his messy hair because he was in a hurry, but that wasn't what Shin Young meant. She didn't care anymore and just wanted to go home. Yo-un was confused as to why she had to leave shouting like that. It turned out that the boss was also aware of it. She asked if she had hung out with Hae-in last night. This surprised Yo-un as to how she could know. How could she not know when his face was practically advertising it? She told Yo-un to cover his neck, and told him that she had a hickey. Yo-un was very surprised to hear that. It made him scream because he had a hickey on his neck. The scene returned to last night's events. It turned out that Hae-in had kissed him very hard on Yo-un's neck when she hugged him after waking up and taking off her leggings. It almost woke Yo-un up. Hae-in kept kissing him because she felt Yo-un's neck smelled so good. Thinking about it made Yo-un feel very embarrassed. Her boss felt he was more naive than he looked. And now he was upset because Hae-in did that, making everyone find out about it. Finally, the moment arrived when they met at the station. Yo-un just stood there silently, staring at Hae-in, upset by what she had done. Seeing him standing there silently, she asked what was wrong. He pointed to his neck, because she acting as if nothing had happened. But Hae-in didn't understand and asked if he was hurt because there was a band-aid on his neck. Yo-un put on a cynical face and asked her if she really didn't know. Hae-in wasn't sure and asked if it was related to her, which of course made Yo-un angry. So he shouted that it was because of the hickey she had made. He said that it didn't fade for like 3 days, and how did she even manage to make it look like this? However, Hae-in teased him, saying that maybe his skin was just really sensitive. Yo-un was still annoyed because there was no remorse on her face, so he asked why she didn't say anything when she saw it that morning, because he walked around all day without even covering the hickey, not knowing it was there, making everyone know about it. Hae-in laughed loudly because how could he not be aware of it? He had looked in the mirror but thought it was just a small bruise. Hae-in was amazed at him because he had seriously never seen a hickey before in his life. Yo-un blundered because this made Hae-in think that he was naive. And of course, it made her tease him again for thinking it was just a little bruise. Yo-un was silent, but curiosity also crossed his mind. So he asked if she had seen them a lot, the hickeys. However, Yo-un was shocked after hearing her answer that she saw tons of hickeys back in middle school. She got bored and tried it once with a friend. It was fun, so she tried with a couple of others too. Yo-un was stunned to hear the words that just came out of her mouth make him shocked. It was much fun back then, but they all transferred schools, so that was kinda sad. Of course, it made him feel weak after finding out that Hae-in did it, especially in middle school. It made him imagine that Hae-in was often gangbanged by many men in middle school, while he only played soccer games, damn it. Hae-in observed Yo-un's face, which was looking stupid because he was imagining that. It made Hae-in unable to hold back her laughter, and she laughed so hard that he was startled, because every time she looked at him, his reactions were just too funny. He was clearly confused because she was the one who said something weird first, like making hickeys with 3 people in middle school. However, she finally explained that she did it among the girls, specifically on each other's arms. It made him feel stupid for falling for her prank again. Someone said they saw how to make hickeys online, so they just tried it during lunch break. He was relieved after she explained what really happened. However, Hae-in didn't expect him to think she dated 2 or 3 guys at once. He felt annoyed again after being blamed for all this. Well, she said hickeys, so what else would someone think? So this wasn't my fault, he said. However, she didn't discuss it and just said his reaction was funny. Since Yo-un looked very upset, she offered him something. She asked if he wanted to try making one too. A hickey. Of course he wanted to, but doing it now would feel awkward. Hae-in taught him to just press his lips down and suck, and one would appear. Usually they show best under the armpit, but just try in her arms now. Hae-in guided her hand toward Yo-un. He was tempted to do it in public. He grabbed Hae-in's arm and lifted it. He slowly brought it toward his mouth to make a hickey. But he deliberately bit Hae-in's arm hard. This startled her because it hurt. She shouted at him, asking why he suddenly bit her. Yo-un smiled, pretending not to understand how to do it. She said to suck, not bite, but he continued to pretend, even though he did it on purpose. He told her to stay on her guard because he might bite down again at any time. Hae-in fell silent hearing his strange-sounding words, and smiled with a blush because Yo-un was about to bite him, maybe somewhere else. He fell silent seeing Hae-in's response, and just realized what he said sounded like something perverted. So he yelled that that's not what he meant. He didn't mean anything weird. He just didn't want her to think he's some clueless kid for always teasing him, because he's older than her and didn't want to appear naive in her eyes. She looked his face as he said that. Covering her mouth with a book, she agreed to what he wanted. Then she asked again if he would make hickeys now, until finally they each arrived at their apartments. Yo-un took a shower after coming home from a tiring day at work. Feeling very refreshed from the cold shower, he grabbed a glass of water and drank it in the kitchen. He thought about Hae-in, then looked at his phone. He ran to get it and jumped onto the bed. Sensing Hae-in had arrived, he wondered what kind of picture she'd sent him today. And sure enough, she had sent him one. It looked very sexy, showing off her neck with a hickey-like lip emoticon. It was so cute because she ended up sending him a sticker of it. He was very happy and saved this photo too. But suddenly, a notification came into his phone. It showed that Long Afternoon had made a new post. This made him very excited since they hadn't posted any art in a while. Yo-un smiled when he saw the beautiful picture. He immediately became the first person to like the photo and said he would analyze the drawing later. The scene shifted to Hae-in, who was reading a book on her bed. A notification sounded on her phone, so she picked it up and looked at it. Because someone liked it right after she posted it, at this hour, and maybe it was Yo-un. His Instagram profile doesn't have a picture or name, so she can't tell who it is. He regularly likes her posts and even watches the live streams, whether she notices or not. He always leaves a trace behind her, so she guesses she didn't need something like a hickey after all. She was in a great mood right now after thinking about Yo-un, so she decided to play her guitar. She looked very beautiful while tuning the guitar. She would write a song for today, She wrote, then sang, and played her guitar. A long afternoon was seen on the roof with a fish. She sang very soulfully. She stopped because a drop of water fell on her head. She looked up at the sky and saw that it had rained tonight.
The black and white movie shows tap dancing. They are dancing enthusiastically until they smile at each other. At the end of the film, someone is seen watching it. It turns out to be Yeowon's ex, who is watching alone. Until finally, Aryun exits the theater, feeling satisfied after watching the re-release. Good movies really do stay good no matter how many times you watch them. However, she doesn't leave to watch other movies. She decides to watch anything because this is the fun of movie theater camping. A hobby where someone casually stays at the theater all day watching movies. It was raining that day, so she took shelter there while smoking. She watched the rain while reminiscing about the earlier movie. The scene where it transitions from silent to sound film was seriously magical. The music and tap dancing at the end were top-notch and cool. It was her second time watching it, but everything still felt new. A couple walked past her while reviewing the movie they had just watched. She stared at them because she felt lonely, where once there was someone who reviewed movies with her. She imagined that old scene, where he asked, "How was the movie?" In front of her stood Yeowon under the rain with an umbrella. He said personally it was super fun. Seeing his face made her smile because he always said every movie was fun. They chatted happily and teased each other. She liked the last scene too. It really felt like a solid ending to the movie, right? But what's past can't be repeated. This made her confused about what she was doing, pathetically getting caught up in the past. As she said, nothing will change just because she's thinking this way now. She thinks it was her fault for not giving Yeowon her heart and pushing him away. She looks at her phone to check the time, but she sees the date and can't believe today is already this date. Seems like a sad day for her. The next day, the scene shifts to the Columbarium funeral home. A woman also came there and fell silent when she saw someone. She saw Aryun from a distance. She called out to her, making her turn around. She greeted her as Jisoo's mother, but she didn't recognize Aryun because she had become so pretty. They chatted because they hadn't seen each other in a long time and were very happy. But she suddenly fell silent after seeing the candy stuck on Jisoo's spot. So it was her who left the candy every year. It made her feel proud because she was like a diligent child. She told her she really shouldn't because it's against the Columbarium rules. But Jisoo liked it. She always chewed on those tiny pieces in the study room. But there's no one here to eat now. It made them sad because it reminded them of the past. However, Aryun invited her to go outside because she wanted to smoke together, and Jisoo's mother agreed. They walked outside, sat under a tree while smoking. She stopped and stared at the cigarette. She told Aryun not to come starting next year. She said to bring Jisoo back home and that she might be moving to another region soon. And this would be her last visit. She emphasized again not to come and just remember Jisoo once a year around this time. Candy isn't something you leave and forget, you're supposed to chew it or swallow it. Don't just dwell on the fact that Jisoo is gone. Please live remembering the happy moments too, because she's trying to do for herself. But every year, that candy Aryun leaves breaks her heart. She also told her to quit smoking and stop wasting her pretty face like that, or she would age quickly. She said goodbye and thanked her for coming every year. She was silent, not expecting that the candy she left behind would have such consequences. She thought about her behavior, which always ended up hurting someone. It was late afternoon, and the scene shifted to the cafe where Yeowon worked. He was serving customers as usual, until someone called him to take an order. But Yeowon's excitement turned to disappointment when he saw his ex-boyfriend come in. So he quickly took her order so she would leave quickly. But she said she would take it to go. Yeowon noticed she seemed a bit off today and wondered if something had happened at work. But he didn't want to think about it too much. Aryun told him she had recently watched that movie, the black and white one they had seen together. He didn't understand what she was talking about. She said it was even better the second time around. It reminded her how much she loved the movie. It was so good. He tried to remember which movie she was talking about, until he realized it was the one that switched from silent to sound halfway through. Ariane was happy that he remembered the movie and suggested that he watch it. But he said he was too busy with work. She was happy enough just to be able to talk to him now. So she teased him because today he had time to listen to her, which annoyed Yeowon. Night had fallen. Ariane was seen brushing her teeth. She was quite tired today, so she jumped into bed to rest. But she forgot she meant to smoke one last cigarette before brushing. She'd have to go to the first floor to get to the smoking area. She regretted booking a high floor because of the view, but now it was a hassle. She decided to smoke because it would itch her and wake her up in the middle of the night. She took the cigarette from her bag and just went for a quick one. But she found something else. She found the candy that Jisoo often bought. It seemed that Jisoo was someone very precious to her, so she was reminded of old memories. She decided to replace the cigarette with the candy. While remembering the movie she watched, everything was the same. Great story, great acting, even the memorable soundtrack. Nothing had changed. She realized the movie had so much more to offer than she remembered. She looked at the grape-flavored candy and thought, should she quit smoking? The scene shifts to the music studio where Haein works. Uncle is seen cleaning up because he is about to go home. Once he is done, he immediately asks Haein to go home and close the studio. However, she does not hear him because she seems very focused on something. Uncle approaches her and asks her to go home again, while Haein only then realizes that her uncle is behind her. She asks her uncle for permission to sleep in the studio because she hasn't finished mixing her song yet. Her uncle asks if it's a commission job, but it turns out to be a new song Haein made a few days ago. Her uncle hears the song, which sounds very melodious. He thinks the song is as good as usual. However, her uncle is worried and tells her not to stay up late. So he set up a folding bed for her to sleep on, and Haein was very grateful. Her uncle quickly took the folding bed and prepared it for his beloved niece to rest. He asked if she was going to release another single this time, because he suggested releasing it as an EP, an album with 4 to 5 songs included. However, she had been thinking that it might be better to release a single instead, since she had never performed live, because there would be a long gap and her exposure would just drop. Her uncle said not to worry because her collaboration would be released soon, so she had time to make an EP. Because just releasing singles doesn't necessarily mean she'll stand out more. Coincidentally, Haein also has many demos, and among them are some with potential. So Haein will think about it, which makes her uncle happy. And Haein returns to focusing on finishing her work. Her uncle looks at her with great pride in his eyes. The studio lights were turned off, and it was very dark. It turned out that her uncle had fallen asleep there too because he couldn't bear to leave his beloved niece. He felt that her songwriting was getting better because before, she seemed stuck in her own world. But now it feels like that world is overflowing and soaking the listeners. And if she keeps growing like this, she will definitely become a great musician. He thought while playing a rhythm game, and he lost because he wasn't focused on the game. He became annoyed because he was a musician who couldn't complete a rhythm action game. So he blamed the game for being broken because of his skill issues. The next day, the scene shifted to the library. Yeowon was seen thinking hard alone there. He was preparing answers for the pre-interview questions. Suddenly, loud music could be heard inside the library. Yeowon realized that the festival was underway, which explained why it was so quiet in library. He checked the time and realized he had some free time before his part-time job. So he decided to go out for the last festival. Finally, Yeowon headed there. There were many people enjoying the festival. He looked at the event schedule while looking around. He was disappointed because even though it looked beautiful, the event was always the same every year. However, he stopped when he saw something there. He saw a band called Idiot Dot, which he knew was his friend Haein's band, but unfortunately, he had to go to his part-time job. Someone shouted his name, Senior Yeowon. It was a junior from his basketball club. He greeted them, but without saying a word, they suddenly restraining him with suspicious expressions, and dragged Yeowon, leaving him completely confused about what was happening. It turned out they were taking him to the basketball court, forcing him to wear the uniform and play with them. He apologized for being rude to the senior, but he wanted Yeowon to help for just 10 minutes. He explained that it was a free throw match with the customer. Each of you throws 5 free throws, and the side with more points wins. If the customer wins, they will receive a festival certificate. They left Yeowon to eat because they were very hungry. Meanwhile, he was very upset because he had to do all of this. A couple approached him and said they wanted to try it. They looked like a fresh couple enjoying their first university festival. So as a senior, he had to give them a good memory. Finally, the free throw match began. Yeowon threw first. They took turns throwing, until whoever scored the most points. However, Yeowon ended up beating him with a score of 2-3. He was very happy because he managed to beat the guy in front of his girlfriend, lol. He didn't expect this to be more fun than he thought. So he let other customers try, and he'll crush them one by one, making his expression go wild. Yeowon threw the ball very coolly, challenging everyone who dared to face him. But it was all in vain because it looked like he was bullying them. He felt very happy after crushing everyone, even though he hadn't played basketball in a long time. Then another challenger entered the arena, but he was very surprised when the person who entered the arena was his beloved girlfriend. It made him very surprised because she was here. It turned out she was delivering equipment to the Idiot Band because they had forgotten something. And while she was there, she wanted to check out his school festival, which made him very happy to see her here. So he decided to take Haein around the festival this time. However, she refused because she had to return to the studio, which was now empty. So she decided to play with him for a while. In a free throw match, the loser buys the winner the snack they want. Yeowon's face returned to his devilish expression because he was going to crush Haein this time. But since she's a beginner, she asked to shoot from a little closer. The wise Yeowon naturally accepted because it made no difference. Haein smiled at Yeowon's face as usual. She suddenly squatted down and told him to throw first. She'll be watching to see if he steps over the line with a suspicious smile. But he felt it was dangerous if the ball bounced out. But as long as it goes in, it's fine, right? She teased him. Yeowon became annoyed and confused by the strange smile on her face. So don't blame me if you get hurt, he said. Yeah, go ahead and try. Haein smiled at him and looked at him. He understood that she was definitely teasing him, trying to make sure he can't throw properly. But if that's the case, he won't hold back even more. He threw, imagining himself as Kobe Bryant. Meanwhile, this was the first time Haein saw her beloved looking different, much cooler than usual. Yeowon threw very well, but what was the result? At the same time, someone came to the festival. It turned out to be her ex, who came to enjoy the festival and look for Yeowon. And with the intention of confronting Haein, who had stolen her lover, they continued the basketball game. Haein dribbled the ball vigorously. She took his position and prepared to shoot. She shot the ball very well. Finally, the ball went into the hoop very cleanly. This made Haein jump for joy and shout goal because it finally went in. Yeowon was very impressed with her, and now he realized one thing, that she was very bad at sports, which shocked her because he had her weaknesses now. She couldn't accept it because her shot went in so cleanly. But it turned out that it was only 1 out of 5 shots she took. The first 3 didn't even touch the rim. The fourth one bounced off her head, making her scream until he burst into laughter. Haein was very annoyed because he kept teasing her. So she threw the ball at Yeowon's body because he must feel good about winning. She still argued that she got good sports grades at school, but it was just because she hadn't been exercising for a while. Haein felt inferior, but she looked cute when she was upset like this. This made Yeowon happy because he saw a new side of her. The junior called him after returning from eating. He brought snacks, which shocked Yeowon because there were so many. This was a sign of gratitude because they were embarrassed to have asked for the senior's busy time. After receiving so many snacks, he looked at Haein and asked if she wanted some snacks. She smiled at this situation and accepted Yeowon's invitation to eat snacks, making the juniors jealous because they looked lovey-dovey. They quickly looked for a place to eat together. They sat on the stairs while eating festival food. Haein started talking to him, asking if he was a basketball player in college. He replied that he was just part of the team, and he also played to kill time between classes. Haein teased him that there must be many women who like sporty guys, but he replied that sports weren't popular because they didn't help with jobs. She was relieved to hear that and didn't want Yeowon to be approached by many women. She asked if he cooked for the festival. Yes, but only during his freshman year. He ended up standing by the barbecue grill for 3 days straight, almost getting burned alive. Yeowon laughed as he shared his interesting experiences. She smiled as she listened to him tell his stories cheerfully. The story certainly made him nostalgic. Haein hoped he would graduate successfully. Here, she looked very beautiful in the evening light. Yeowon was captivated by the sight. He also hoped for the same as graduation was coming soon. Although everything was fun, he had to graduate. Because he couldn't stay here forever, tuition was crazy expensive. She smiled, hearing that it was a very practical reason. While they were chatting, her phone suddenly rang. She checked it and had to rush back to the studio because they were about to start a sound check. Haein invited him to go with her if he wanted to go to his part-time job. However, he still had some time left, so he decided to say goodbye to the basketball club members first. So she bid farewell and told him to hang around a little longer. Finally, Haein left him. Yeowon waved goodbye and was happy to have met her today. After that, he daydreamed alone, thinking about life. Suddenly, he felt sick to his stomach, thinking that college life was ending. Once he graduated, there would be no way to put off responsibilities anymore. He really enjoyed his current life, so he said what he felt, that he didn't want to graduate too soon. But suddenly, a mysterious voice whispered from behind him, saying, "Then don't graduate," which shocked him. Yeowon turned around and was confused as to why his ex was there. Ariane said she skipped out during field work, passed by, and came in because it made her nostalgic, and there was a festival anyway. He was quite annoyed after seeing her, and hearing her reason made him even more annoyed. It must be nice being a working adult. You can go wherever you want. Yeah, still, student days were better. We had vacations, went on mountain trips, enjoyed festivals. Yeowon fell silent upon hearing her response. Because she didn't even go to festivals or mountain trips during school, it made her laugh after pretending to have those memories. After that, she sat in front of him. Yeowon actually wanted to keep his distance from her. But she brought up the topic of job hunting, and she heard that even internships are hard to get these days. He replied curtly that he was handling it fine, so she shouldn't worry about it. She was relieved to hear that because he was as smart as her, so she was sure he would do well. From laughter to silence after all that conversation. Suddenly, Ariane wanted to talk about something serious with Yeowon, making him confused about what serious thing she meant. She wanted to discuss something like an apology from her all this time to him. Yeowon sighed, thinking about what she said. He told her it was all in the past and now he doesn't feel anything, so she doesn't need to apologize. Ariane smiled but felt hurt inside hearing that. She knows it's too late. She knows it's just for her satisfaction. But still, she wants to find closure. Yeowon looked at her from behind after hearing her words. It was as if she wanted to dump her feelings on him so she could feel lighter. How cruel, even at the very end, he was still not in her thoughts. It felt unfair to him that even in this moment he couldn't be decisive. He wanted to pretend to be busy and run away from her right now. But on the other hand, he should use this chance to end this relationship with her. If she says she wants closure, that must mean she wants to cut ties with him. Listening to her silly complaints isn't hard, and it's a cheap price to pay for all of this. So after thinking about it, he told her to say everything because he would listen. Ariane looked at him deeply, preparing to say something to him. The atmosphere became quiet, and the sound of her putting down her drink could be heard. Finally, she called his name and said, "I like you. Damn this bitch, don't make the MC confused, motherfucker." Yeowon was silent upon hearing her words. He felt like he might have heard wrong, but he couldn't say anything. Maybe it was just a prank she often played. But her eyes shone with a seriousness he had never seen before, looking so beautiful. They held the fear of loss, the desire for the answer she wanted, everything together. It was a sincere confession, causing a conflict in his mind between the two smoking girls and the band girls. The scene shows their past when they were at the same university. Yeowon is seen there with several people discussing a group project for their college assignment. But suddenly, his eyes are drawn to something very beautiful passing in front of him. He sees Ariane, who wants to leave the building, but she seems to be alone again this time. Yeowon wonders why someone as beautiful as her has no one approaching her. So he plucks up the courage to call out to her, since they happen to be in the same project group assigned by their professor. Without further ado, Yeowon approached her, and with his signature smile, he asked if she was going to lunch. Since they were going to eat together at the cafeteria, he invited her to join them. But of course, she immediately refused, saying she didn't like hanging out in big groups. So she left Yeowon with a cold attitude, while he just stared blankly as she walked away. Yeowon, with her kind heart, still wanted to invite her, so he thought of something. He shouted and called her back, saying that if she didn't like big groups, then he would invite her to eat together, just the two of them. So she looked at Yeowon with a strange look. She saw Yeowon's hesitant face, but he insisted on inviting him and said not to eat alone. This made Ariane quite uncomfortable, and she asked why he kept bothering her, saying she would eat alone. But he just couldn't help worrying, and she usually went around alone anyway, so wouldn't it be nice for a change for her? But besides, the main thing was that they were on the same team for their major project, so if they wanted to do well, they had to get along even if they didn't want to. Ariane looked him up and down, because she was often teased by other men because of her beauty, but she felt something different about Yeowon's good looks. So she agreed and said, "Then from now on, have lunch only with me." This shocked him, because if he did that, then she would agree to eat with him. He asked again what Yeowon would do. Yeowon just stood there thinking, but she was too stupid to realize other people's intentions. So he said fine, whatever. He agreed to her terms. He walked up to Ariane's face and said, "And from now on, let's eat lunch together. That works, right?" She remained graceful and agreed, then started to take him away even though there was regret in her heart. She couldn't stop thinking about Yeowon, where she started to see him as a strange man. Because usually when she says nonsense like that, men back off on their own, but why does he keep sticking around now? Because he was too stupid to realize it. She finally had no choice but to invite him to a nearby Japanese ramen shop, and coincidentally, he had never tried it either, so he was curious. He looked at his phone and started to think that something was strange. It's a ridiculous idea to keep eating lunch together, just the two of them. But he thought that after eating together once or twice, they would get tired of it, and she would probably make other friends and go with them instead. So he thought maybe it was only temporary, hanging out with each other. And that was where their love story began. We now return to the scene after Ariane confessed her feelings to Yeowon. Of course, they were all silent, especially because he didn't expect what she said. So he asked her again why she said she liked him and why all of a sudden. She said he was overturning the answer she gave back then. If he asked her when she was being sincere, like right now, she meant it. She'll accept yes maybe. I don't know what she meant either. Although he felt quite happy, his heart was now dead. So what's the point of saying that now? It's been years already. The pain he had felt all this time was too long. But she said she's not expecting anything. She just wants to set things right. It's like a correction notebook for her heart and to apologize for hurting him. Even though he hated hearing it, Yeowon was still curious because if she was serious now, then why did she reject him back then? He asked with a very serious face. Why did she lie to him? She began to lower her face in regret. She did want to, but on the other hand, she was afraid. Yeowon couldn't believe she answered that she was afraid of him, but that wasn't what she meant. She was silent and slowly answered that she was scared of the relationship getting deeper. He was quite confused when he heard her words. Then she continued and began to tell him that back then, there was someone she really leaned on. That person had been her friend since they were little. They got along well, and she enjoyed her company a lot. But she also had a mature side, so she relied on her emotionally too. But one day, she died in a traffic accident, so of course that shocked her. Yeowon was also shocked because he only found out about this story after being with her for a long time. It was 2 days before the school trip. They had planned to buy what they needed, but just like that, she disappeared. It was sad, but she managed for a while. Whenever she missed her, she just cried and let it out. But having no one to lean on, in the end, she couldn't endure it. Yeowon couldn't respond at all after hearing that. She doesn't remember much from then. Her heart was so broken she couldn't control herself. Living in such a mess, she skipped school for days and locked herself at home. And eventually, everyone in her family couldn't stand seeing her self-destructive behavior anymore. So they dragged her out by force when she wasn't mentally ready. She knew they did it for her, but at the time she couldn't take it that way. You know how they say a deep-sea fish gets burned by human warmth? It was like that. She felt her family's kindness as burning flames that hurt her. Of course, Yeowon could understand that. So she ran away after that incident and began to not want to have relationships with other people. But an anomaly began to disturb her, trying to establish a relationship with her. And the more time she spent with him, the more memories they made, the more it brought back the pain of losing everything. She was afraid to lean on someone again, and it hurt so much when they left us. She realized that she was just a coward and pathetic because she thought everyone would leave her. After hearing this, Yeowon still felt a sting in his heart because of the pain she had caused. He was just confused as to why she had to explain it now. If she was going to run away, she could have kept doing it or he wouldn't know. Yeowon's words were true, but she did this after receiving advice from someone. That candy isn't made to be stuck and thrown away, you have to chew it or swallow it. Don't just dwell on the fact that Jisoo is gone. Live while holding on to the happy memories too. So she tried to be brave and open up by telling him, because his smile is the most beautiful. So she wants to try getting used to it, to his warmth too. It seems like she wants to try getting close to Yeowon again. And hearing that, he was very surprised because he didn't fully understand what she wanted. Arian apologized to him. She knows she said it was an apology to appease her heart, but talking about it makes her greedy again. So please think about it seriously, he doesn't have to answer right away. And she started to stand up, wanting to leave Yeowon, thinking about her confession. Yeowon was silent. Only the sound of her footsteps leaving her alone could be heard. He tried to think because after all, she was someone he once loved. So that created a conflict in his mind that made him upset and dizzy. In the midst of his dizziness, he heard an announcement from the student council. There is a forecast for probable rain at 5 o'clock. Each booth, please prepare to prevent water damage. The scene shifts to Haein. She is delivering petal to her bandmate who left it behind. Suddenly, they hear thunder, which makes them turn their heads. Thunder on a sunny day, even though the morning forecast didn't say it would rain today. He hoped it wouldn't rain because he didn't want to perform in the rain, especially since his guitar had just been fixed. Seeing the weather at that moment, Haein thought of Yeowon. But she had to get back to the studio quickly, so she left in a hurry for fear of the rain, and she prayed that their performance would go smoothly. Looks like it'll pour soon, so she'd better get back to the studio. She also already felt a drop. She also hoped Yeowon didn't get caught in the rain. Meanwhile, Yeowon was walking in the rain among the crowd. He didn't care anymore about what was happening, especially after hearing the confession of the woman he had liked for a long time. This made him feel confused, and he walked in the rain like in a romantic movie. The scene shifts to a cafe. It shows Yeowon looking neat in a suit. A content creator is filming him. He asks him about 20-somethings and their thoughts these days. Yeowon introduces himself as a college student. And so how does he feel about his performance in the interview? Then he thinks, he made a small mistake during the interview earlier. But that wasn't the question right now. The question changed to what are you going to do about Han Arian's confession? It surprised him that why he knew about it. Just answer whether you accept it or not. He will firmly reject her because he has long moved on. But isn't it a waste because they have many memories together? After all these years, doesn't she have a place in your heart after all? It's not like a second chance is impossible, said Yeowon, who was conflicted with his own thoughts. It startled him from his strange dream, because he thought it was a real interview. He had slept too long on the train, and was surprised to find he had already reached his destination. He ran as fast as he could out of the train, thankful that he had almost missed it, and walked out of the subway. It was late afternoon. The scene shifts to a cafe. Yeowon came to work, but Shin-young was surprised to see something different about him, because Yeowon was wearing a suit today. He said he borrowed it for an internship interview. because it looked so cool. She suggested he take a selfie and send it to his girlfriend. But he just smiled cringeily at the word girlfriend. This confuses her. He goes to the back to change his clothes. Of course, they both notice his attitude. So Shin-young concludes that either he got into a fight, got dumped, or bombed the interview. Meanwhile, in the changing room, Yeowon still looked weak. He was silent, lost in thought, and he didn't know why his head felt so messy, even though he thought he had made up his mind about Hae-in. But of course, the image of Aryun still lingered in his mind. But when someone who was always steady suddenly changes, it leaves him kind of sad, reminding him of his mother who turned out to be sick when he was a child. Is that why he feels unsettled? Does he feel pity for the person he wanted to hate and forget once and for all? He slapped his own face hard. Snap out of it, he must focus on work and finals prep too. He worked as usual, making drinks to order and offering them politely. The boss asked him to make an order for him, but the boss noticed something. There was an order that had been left behind. The boss asked him if it had been processed. Sure enough, he had forgotten. So the boss was angry because he made a mistake he never makes. But the boss told him not to rush to avoid accidents. In the midst of his busy work, suddenly the blonde came in. She looked beautiful as usual, looking at Yeowon. But his expression was very gloomy, and he didn't even want to look at her. The boss was very familiar with her and knew her favorite order, but today she would take it to go. Maybe she didn't want to make him feel awkward. The boss asked him to make 1 hot chocolate, but when he saw what he was doing, she saw him putting chocolate in a smoothie. His mind was so chaotic today that he made many mistakes. The boss couldn't believe his behavior, so she got angry and decided to make it herself. He felt bad because it had been a while since he got scolded, and realized where this whole problem came from. Yeowon stared at the blonde because it was all her fault. Aryun realized this and stared back at him, but he quickly looked away because he didn't want to look at her face. He went back to calm himself down in the staff room. He calmed himself down so he wouldn't get distracted again. Until it was nighttime, Yeowon cleaned the cafe, because they were getting ready to close. After scolding him, the boss asked him something, because she felt bad. She asked if job hunting was tough these days. He agreed, but he had to keep going. She heard young people were struggling a lot lately, getting worn down by all sorts of things the world demands so much. But she was sure he'd do fine, because he put effort into everything. He was embarrassed to hear her praise and thanked her. The boss smiled, seeing that he was no longer gloomy, and if things got tough, he could always talk to her. At least she could buy him a drink. Yeowon was relieved to have a boss who cared like that. So he thought of something, that he wanted her boss to buy him a drink today, because he's really craving alcohol right now. The boss was surprised because he usually always refused her invitations. It made her very happy because she had a drinking buddy tonight. So cute. They immediately rushed to the bar. The boss took him to her regular bar. They agreed that this place had a nice vibe. The boss asked why Yeowon had invited her for a drink. He replied that it was just because he wanted to drink today. Well, she understood how it felt because she always drank for no reason. The boss immediately ordered 2 glasses of whiskey. As the ice melted, the hidden sweetness stood out, so savor it slowly. They began to raise their glasses, but Yeowon quickly drank it in 1 shot. It was clear from his face that he was worrying about something, so the boss immediately asked what was wrong. But it seemed that Yeowon was still not open with her. The boss couldn't hold back her curiosity, so she ordered another drink. She wanted the bottle of whiskey she kept here in a long time. Even though it was an expensive drink, she was sure this was the right moment. Of course, it was to hear an interesting story tonight. She offered the drink to persuade Yeowon to talk. She also wanted him to blow away that job hunting stress. But Yeowon drank it in 1 shot again, so the boss said that he would regret it later. But he didn't care anymore. His mind had been in conflict for several days. So he started asking the boss, had she ever felt it too? Like her heart was shaken. Like we always thought once we made up our mind, we wouldn't change it. Like we wouldn't do things we didn't feel like doing. But lately he felt strange, like he wasn't that kind of person anymore. The boss guessed whether this was about his romance. The bar owner eavesdropped on the story that was starting to get interesting. Yeowon was a little embarrassed to admit it, but he agreed and tried to open up. The boss asked if he wasn't getting along with Hae-in, even though the last time she saw him, he had a hickey mark on him. He replied that he never fought with her, and moreover, he really liked Hae-in. But he got confessed to recently by a girl he used to like, someone who confessed to him before but who rejected him. The boss was silent and began to digest the story. So she concluded, did he mean that regular who only orders hot chocolate from them? This surprised Yeowon because why did she know that right away? The boss immediately laughed and smacked him on the back. Of course she knew because she's been watched romance dramas for years. Anyone could tell they too weren't just ordinary. So how did it feel to be confessed to? Did your heart lean toward her? Not exactly leaning, but he was genuinely happy after being confessed to. He hated her for dumping him, and he was mad she suddenly showed up acting close. But when she actually confessed to him, it felt good. But when he thought about it, it felt so stupid and disgusting. He spent all this time hating her, trying to forget her, and he even has someone he likes now. But just from hearing a few words of confession, he hesitated. He hesitated to reject her, and he thought, is he some pathetic pushover with no pride? This thought just won't leave his mind. So the boss asked if he wanted to try going out with her. He said absolutely not. He said loudly that he liked Hae-in. It's just that right now, his emotions are all tangled up, and he's just confused. He feels pathetic too. The boss smiled when he heard the story and thought about giving some advice. He began telling Yeowon the story of why he got divorced. He knew the story that they had a huge fight and broke up. The boss laughed, realizing she had told him everything when she was drunk. But that wasn't actually what happened, making Yeowon curious. One day, out of nowhere, life just felt boring. One weekend afternoon, she was on her phone while he was watching TV. She happened to glance over and saw her husband, looking bored, watching baseball he never cared about. And suddenly, she felt suffocated. The days when they loved passionately were over, and all that was left were dull days wasted on the sofa like that. Yeowon listened silently to the boss's sad story. After that, her depression and hysteria only got worse. She just became a burden to him. In the end, she decided to break up. If not, she would ruin not only herself but also her husband. He never imagined that his boss, who looked so happy, would have gone through something like that. And then what she wanted to tell him was this: don't let yourself be swayed too much by emotions. You don't have to get shaken by every little thing. Who is it that you want to be with the most? So just stick with her. Yeowon was silent, seeing her looking so wise. But she guessed that he preferred two-timing, which made her wise look disappear. He certainly just wanted to wholeheartedly love one person, without overthinking it. The boss smiled proudly because Yeowon was loyal. So she patted him on the head because she couldn't stand seeing his pure-hearted idiot. Alright, so after all of this, she invited him to drink properly now. And let's throw away all of today's worries. This made Yeowon excited to drink with the boss until they got drunk. Not long after, someone entered the bar. It turned out to be Uncle, who greeted the bar owner, who was his friend. He asked him how come he hadn't closed up yet, as he usually ran home early to see his wife. He told him he had some regulars and he felt like drinking too, so he kept the bar open a bit longer. Uncle saw the regular, the two of them chatting intimately from a distance. He thought he had seen him before, until finally he realized that he was Hae-in's boyfriend. But here he was, having fun with a woman, especially a beautiful woman, which made Uncle angry. Meanwhile, Yeowon and the boss continued chatting and discussing something exciting. He told a funny story about Hae-in vomiting on his pants, so he had to wash them at someone else's house. The boss laughed when she heard that Hae-in was a heavy drinker who went overboard. Maybe if she drank with the boss, they would probably go to death, so she wanted to hang out with Hae-in. Yeowon imagined the two of them going crazy together because they had drinking chemistry. The boss stood up because she wanted to step out to the restroom for a sec. He started opening his phone after being alone. He opened the gallery and looked at a photo of his girlfriend and stared at it warmly. The photo of Hae-in with a hickey on her neck looked very seductive and beautiful. Come to think of it, they haven't been sending each other goodnight messages lately because they've been busy. He didn't even see her when he caught the last train. Could she also be busy lately? Not too long ago, Yeowon thought the boss had returned and sat down next to him. But turns out it was the uncle sat in front of him, which surprised him greatly. Uncle greeted him awkwardly because they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Yeowon, with his silly face, didn't expect to meet him in a place like this. He told him that his friend ran this place. He asked him how his relationship with Hae-in was going. He replied that it was fine, but he felt very awkward seeing Hae-in's uncle. Uncle felt uncomfortable around him, but he was curious. It's not like he's trying to meddle in his niece's private life. But he asked Yeowon, "You're not cheating, are you?" Yeowon was confused by the question, thinking that Uncle knew about his ex, Ariun. Uncle said even dating these days is more open-minded. Trust is an unchanging value. That's rock and roll, right? Yeowon panicked, wondering if Uncle had overheard their conversations that his ex had confessed to him. But it turned out that Uncle thought the boss was Yeowon's other girlfriend. So boss, who happened to arrive just in time, immediately shouted that she was not like that, and immediately explained their relationship, which made Uncle look even more foolish than Yeowon. But he didn't believe it because even though she said she was his boss, she didn't look that old. Now she thought Uncle was weird, and she also explained that she would be 39 next year. He still didn't believe it because he looked like he was 29, not 39. After all, the boss looked very young. This made the boss confused between being angry or happy to hear it. And now I really shipped these two so hard. The boss was at a loss for words and just said whatever, then asked who he was. He introduced Hae-in's uncle, who runs a music studio, and he lives alone too, lives around here. Nice assist from Yeowon. But the boss didn't catch it and instead said, "You live alone too, you brat." She asked the uncle's age, which turned out to be 38, and they talked about many things. And they seemed to really click when they talked. But Yeowon feels like he's the only one left out of the conversation. It's nice that they're getting along, but still, he ended up all alone. Well, he already poured out his worries plenty anyway. What's left is just for him to make up his mind and do what must be done. Suddenly, the bar owner gave him a drink, even though he didn't order it. It turned out that it was given to him for free to drink together. He said that he knew Hae-in as a kid too. Back then he even taught her a bit of bass, but she thought bass was kinda boring though. She dives right into anything she likes without hesitation. But things she hates, she'll never do it even if it kills her. He wanted her to try jazz, but she never got into it. Yeowon thought about the phrase, "She doesn't hesitate on what she likes." He imagined Hae-in in his mind. He wondered if Hae-in liked him. The bar owner explained about the drink. To savor it slowly, then he'll find the sweetness within the bitterness. Yeowon realized something from those words. Honestly, he couldn't really tell subtle differences like that. He wanted to be more mature, to be able to find the truth right away within a complicated heart. The bar owner felt like he sounded cool, but actually he was just promoting whiskey. They continued drinking until morning. Without realizing it, they were in a room. Yeowon was sleeping with the boss next to him. His head hurt badly from drinking too much. That woke him up from his sleep. Then he was confused because he woke up in a strange place. But he could conclude that it was Hae-in's uncle's room. Then he looked to his side and was shocked to death. After seeing the boss and uncle hugging each other very tightly, it turned out that the three of them were sleeping in one bed. This made him wonder what the heck happened last night. But he didn't care and wanted to go back to sleep, to get rid of his headache. But suddenly a bell rang. However, Yeowon ignored it. But the sound didn't stop ringing. So Yeowon was forced to wake up, thinking it was the mailman. The door kept knocking loudly. It turned out to be Hae-in, as beautiful as ever, my glorious queen. Yeowon panicked after hearing her voice. Hae-in kept shouting from outside because the studio wasn't open for work yet. This is kind of a sight she probably shouldn't see. Hae-in was confused because they had a client coming at 11. Finally, the door opened, but it was Yeowon who came out. This surprised Hae-in, who was confused as to why he was there. He said he ended up drinking with her uncle yesterday. But to be honest, he didn't even remember how he ended up there. Haein was silent in surprise, then asked if her uncle was inside. Yeowon blocked her and suggested that he would wake up her uncle who was still sleeping. But Haein ran as fast as the flash because she saw something suspicious. But it was too late because Yeowon couldn't stop my queen. And sure enough, it shocked her after seeing the two of them in the room. They were hugging each other so tightly that her uncle's shirt was almost torn off, leaving her speechless. So she asked Yeowon, "What on earth? What's going on here?" Her face turned red at the sight of their indecent behavior, and she asked Yeowon. But even he himself didn't know what was happening right now. He tried to remember what happened last night when they were drinking. Yeowon was so drunk that he fell fast asleep. The boss had to wake him up because they had to go home. But he kept sleeping and caused problems for them, because the boss didn't know his address either. She had no choice but to take him to a motel, but of course that was a bad idea because it would be easy to misunderstand. Uncle interjected that he would take Yeowon to his place, especially since he was Haein's friend, so he should take care of him. The boss was hesitant because it seemed like a hassle, but Uncle was used to having his friends stay over. So she agreed to it, but she helped carry Yeowon because she felt it was troublesome. Uncle immediately said goodbye to the bar owner. They finally walked out carrying Yeowon. It wasn't too far, but climbing the stairs was difficult. They were out of breath carrying him, who was very heavy, until they finally arrived. The boss shouted with relief when they arrived at the room because she was also fed up. She immediately threw him onto the bed with force and cursed Yeowon as a deadweight bastard. She also scolded Uncle because the place was on the rooftop, which made her nearly die getting up here, because she was very upset. Tomorrow she would give Yeowon a hard time at work. Uncle gave her drinks and said that she and Yeowon must be close to be drinking together in the middle of the night like that. They saw each other almost every day, and it was weird to say, but he was like a nephew to her. Because it was late at night, the boss had to immediately order a taxi to go home. However, Uncle said there was no need to call a taxi and that she should just sleep here. Hearing this, the boss was a little surprised. Then she said she's too old to be that shameless, like sleeping at a guy's house she met a few hours ago. He explained that it would be difficult to get a taxi at this hour and the subway was no longer running. Then he took off his hair tie and turned into Eren Yeager, who said he would sleep on the floor. The boss just stared at him, thinking that what he said made sense. She asked the uncle's name. The uncle lay down and introduced himself as Shin Hyun-sung. The boss watched him from the bed. Then she pointed at something and said there was a weird stain on the blanket. Feeling uncomfortable, the uncle checked it because it might be dirty. As he approached, the boss suddenly hugged the uncle, startling him. Then she pulled him hard until he fell onto the bed. This put them in a slightly awkward position because they were hugging and their faces were close together. The boss said to stop being so dramatic. Why should the homeowner sleep on the floor? Even her mom's dog sleeps on a bed. But Uncle was uncomfortable and felt like he was going to fall off because the mattress couldn't fit 3 people. So the boss hugged him tightly so he wouldn't fall and they could all sleep together. But Uncle was certainly embarrassed by this. They argued, but Uncle didn't have a girlfriend, so it didn't matter to the boss. She just wanted to sleep now because she was very tired from working all day. Seeing the boss's face, the uncle finally decided to sleep with them on the bed. Moreover, he could be hugged by the beautiful boss all night, so he would certainly sleep soundly tonight. Although it was uncomfortable, it's not like anything was going to happen, so he immediately closed his eyes. That was the story that brought regret in the morning. Uncle intended to take a nap but ended up sleeping, while the boss unconsciously reverted to her old habit of hugging while sleeping with her ex-husband. Finally, Haein was relieved to hear their explanation, because previously she thought Uncle had seduced Yeowon's boss. The uncle strongly denied it and said why would he seduce her. Hearing that, the boss became irrationally mad because he didn't seem to see her as a woman. So she hit the uncle so hard that he screamed. She hit him for no reason. She just thought he was really annoying just now. Yeowon could only remain silent because he felt guilty that all of this was his fault. Haein asked for the studio key because it was almost time for the client to arrive. She also told her uncle to take the boss out to eat something like hangover soup to help her recover from her drunkenness. Meanwhile, she would take Yeowon out to eat ramen together. Yeowon remained silent, embarrassed, but he was happy after being scolded by Hae-in, a true masochist. Even her uncle didn't dare to refuse her orders, while the boss was mortified. Finally, they parted ways and walked out. Hae-in walked in front of Yeowon and remained silent the entire way. So Yeowon started a conversation, saying that they looked good together. But she ignored him and just listened to him talk. So Yeowon was confused as to why she didn't say anything, and the mood felt kind of heavy too. He immediately ran up to Hae-in and asked her, "Are you mad?" Hae-in was silent for a moment, then rolled her eyes and said yes. She was a little mad. This shocked him and made him think, what did he do wrong? Was it because he barged into her uncle's place? Or because he drank too much? She told him to wait here because she'll open the studio and greet clients. Yeowon wanted to offer his help, but Hae-in repeated her words loudly, telling him to just wait here. Seeing her response like that, Yeowon could only obey her wishes for now, so he would wait for Hae-in. He waited listlessly, thinking what makes her mad. But he really couldn't figure it out because he was so stupid. Just as he was thinking, Hae-in finally came to him. Then she invited him to eat ramen to cure his hangover. They immediately headed to the convenience store, but they were both still silent without talking, making Yeowon feel awkward. Yeowon apologized with 1,000 excuses, such as drinking alone with his boss and so on. Hae-in remained silent, but she felt sorry for giving him the silent treatment. So she started talking about something about their goodnight messages. "Is it something you can only send once you're home?" she said. "They always send it so the other person doesn't worry. Isn't that what a goodnight message is?" Yeowon felt guilty and apologized again like a fool, saying he wasn't being considerate yesterday. Seeing his silly face made Hae-in smile beautifully, so she told him to send 2 messages to make up for yesterday. He happily agreed because she wasn't angry anymore. Then Hae-in also said something, that she had checked her schedule for June. She would send him the picture so he could try to match his days off if he could. And she was looking forward to Yeowon's homemade pasta. He was happy because Hae-in was going to visit his place again. He thought about it while looking out the window, thinking about his schedule for June, because it was already summer, but he would think about it later. The important thing was that Yeowon was calm seeing that Hae-in was no longer mad. The scene shifted to Hyunjae. He is doing his work on his laptop, while eating a big burger, looking at the rock festival pamphlet with his name as one of the musicians there. Then he checks the comments section. There are many negative comments about him. Is it because he's not a rock artist and still got invited to a rock festival? Of course, that's just a minority opinion and most people seem to be supportive. He should let it go, but he doesn't want to just pretend he didn't see anything. Meanwhile, his boss is having lunch with his uncle, discussing how she swallowed like 3 strands of his hair last night. So she scolds him for his long hair and asks, "Have you ever thought about cutting your hair?" The scene returns to Hae-in and Yeowon eating ramen. He was very relieved and said it was a good meal. She asked if it helped him recover from his hangover. He replied that ramen is the best hangover cure. Hae-in wanted to know why he drank so much. Did something good happen? Yeowon fell silent after she asked that question and remembered the reason. But he couldn't possibly say that another woman had confessed her feelings to him, so he was forced to lie. He had his first internship interview yesterday, and it stressed him out a bit. Hae-in laughed, thinking it was suspicious. She said he'd even drink with his boss over something like that. Of course, after lying to her, he felt this guilt hit him right in the gut. Then they discussed his internship interview further. After finishing, Hae-in had to head back to the studio quickly. But Yeowon felt unsatisfied with their conversation because they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Apparently, she was thinking the same thing, so she asked if he wanted to stop by for a bit. She invited him to accompany her to work at the studio where she worked. Yeowon hesitates, wondering if it's okay for him to come to her workplace. She explains that just for a bit is fine and it's pretty quiet until 1 p.m. anyway. Yeowon thinks about his schedule, but decides to forget about it all. When else would he get to spend time alone with Hae-in? so he tells her that he's free today. She smiles because he accepts her invitation, so she immediately asked him to follow her. They finally entered the studio. Yeowon was amazed when he entered and saw many musical instruments on display there. It was his first time there and he said it was amazing. Haein explained to him what rooms were in the studio. She also showed him her workstation proudly and cutely. Yeowon asked her what she usually did, whether it was like managing the studio schedule. But she replied that she just took naps with a big smile, which of course confused him. The band usually used it for a couple of hours, so when there was nothing else to do, she just caught some sleep. Yeowon said that was basically getting paid for nothing, like a salary thief. But of course they were just joking. She works busier and can be a bit hectic if she is alone and doesn't work with her uncle. Then Haein invited him to see the rehearsal room because it was empty right now. They immediately went there. Haein was happy to see him, fascinated by what he saw. Yeowon felt very cool imagining himself playing musical instruments. He asked what kind of people come here. This place has been around even before her uncle took over, so famous bands visit from time to time, like the band Kaleidoscope, which Yeowon often listened to when he was little. It made him feel amazing to imagine famous people playing here. Suddenly, he asked Haein if she played here too. Yes, if there's no booking. She practices guitar because it's more effective when we don't hold back the noise. He could only say wow over and over again because he was so amazed. He was like a child who was fascinated by the big speakers and other things. Haein couldn't help but smile at Yeowon's innocence. She asked him if he wanted to hear her play. She also wanted to show off her skills to the man she liked, of course. Yeowon enthusiastically agreed and wanted to see her play the guitar. Haein realized Yeowon's desire because it was written all over his face, because he actually wanted to ask her, but felt bad because she was working. She immediately got ready to turn on the effects and sound. She began to tune her guitar with a very professional pose. That's my wife. She wanted Yeowon to request a song, but Yeowon was still mesmerized by how cool Haein looked holding the guitar. He couldn't think of any songs and left it up to her to play whatever she wanted. While thinking of a specific song, she began to play her guitar handsomely. This made Yeowon very wet and he screamed at her handsomeness. He asked loudly, "What was that she just played, Jazz? Was that a famous song because it was so cool?" Haein felt happy but confused because she was just warming up, and it wasn't a song. It made Yeowon fall in love with Haein for the second time, because she played so well. Haein felt euphoria in her heart and she loved his reaction, so she thought about messing around a bit. She immediately changed the effect to distortion to start a loud song. She strummed her guitar and played her fingers to form a unique tone. This made Yeowon excited with the explosion of metal music that Haein was about to play. She strummed a metal song melody that was very difficult for ordinary people to play. She played perfectly with the speed of her burning guitar pick, until she finished playing and closed it with a warping effect on her guitar sound, making them silent for a moment. Haein was very satisfied after showing her superiority until Yeowon couldn't say anything else. He asked if she often listened to heavy metal, but she replied that it was just for some good practice pieces. Haein lifted her hair, thinking about a song, looking very beautiful. She picked up her guitar again and began strumming the song. Just hearing the opening melody, Yeowon knew what song she was playing. It was a song from Long Afternoon, and he really enjoyed the melodious tune. Haein asked Yeowon if he knew the song she was playing. Of course, it was a song called High Tide. He didn't expect Haein to be able to play it so perfectly, but of course she could because she was Long Afternoon, you fool. He watched her, remembering his boss's advice not to be swayed by emotions. But to be honest, he couldn't help but be swayed when he saw the curvy girl playing his favorite song on the guitar. Seeing someone with such a serious expression when focused on what she loves, and such delicate movements without a single wasted gesture. Handling something he loves with such care right in front of him. It made him feel like he was drowning in the song High Tide, which he visualized as being in the middle of the ocean, drowning in the melody, until Uncle broke down the door and interrupted their romantic moment. It made Haein angry because he had interrupted their moment together. It was getting dark and they had returned to their respective homes. Haein was using toner after cleansing her face and wanted to rest immediately. Suddenly, she heard a sound from her phone, so she immediately jumped up and lazily grabbed her phone. She lay down on her bed and looked at the photos sent by Yeowon. He sent photos of himself wearing a suit that Haein had complimented him on, saying it suited him very well. He also sent photos taken by his boss while he was out and sent it to him today. She felt that the photos cheered her up, so she wanted to reply with a selfie photo like just another day. But suddenly she received another message. She immediately opened the message from Yeowon. He sent news that the 15th should work for their meeting. So Haein couldn't wait for that date for them to meet. She also had to prepare herself for some action, like buying condoms, She was so happy that she expressed it by stomping her feet. She was going to come to his place for lunch because he was going to cook for her. But on second thought, something seemed to have changed in her. She was getting used to chatting through messages. She used to get all nervous just receiving texts before. Has she gotten used to it by saying goodnight to Yeowon? It made her think that what they were doing had a lot of meaning behind it. But suddenly another message came to her phone. This time it wasn't from Yeowon, so she was confused. Who was sending her a message at this hour? It turned out to be the bass player from her band, Ji-woon, asking if she was free next Monday morning. The next day, Haein made an appointment with him. She arrived first, bringing her favorite fishing equipment. Finally, Ji-woon arrived and greeted her. However, she was shocked when she saw his face. She asked, "Who are you?" Because his cool face was gone, replaced by puffy eyes. He had been talking to his sister the night before, so Haein asked if they were fighting. She's been going clubbing lately, so she comes home late. He called her out a little, and she started arguing back while drunk. She felt that he was more like a parent than a brother because their parents were far away. Haein was proud to see him become a caring older brother to his sister. She asked why he wanted to meet her today. It turned out that it wasn't him who wanted to meet her, but it was Hyunjae who wanted to meet. So they immediately went to see him. They greeted each other nicely. Then Hyunjae led them to a room to talk about something secret. She wondered what he meant by secret. They immediately walked to the room. Hyunjae welcomed them with a glass of cold matcha. He started asking about Haein. She said she had finished the mixing for now and was thinking of releasing an EP. He was surprised and asked if she was planning to release a physical album too. And they continued to make small talk while drinking. So Haein asked why he wanted to meet them today. Since they were all busy, he got straight to the point, that it was just a favor he wanted to ask. At the rock festival he was performing at, he invited Long Afternoon to play his set with him. Hearing this surprised them, because Hyunjae already had his own band, with a different setup and more members too. Ji-woon understood Hyunjae's reasoning, because it was a rock festival, and Hyunjae agreed to it. This time he wanted to try leaving it to a rock band with a strong identity. Haein asked why he was rearranging for a rock festival because his songs were good enough to just play them as they were. Ji-woon knew for sure that Haein hadn't checked online forums. There was a bit of a fuss in the comments on the rock festival's official account about Hyunjae being on the lineup. There were negative comments about Hyunjae and insulting him like a joke. Haein didn't expect that because there's no rule that only rock bands can perform at a rock festival. It's outdated rockism, the belief that rock music is superior, even though those people don't actually come to watch. And the organizers said it hasn't affected ticket sales much either. So this is just him, wanting to prove a point, making my wife cringe because he's trying to be cool. To those who've already made up their minds to hate him, it just sounds like a joke. So he wants to show them that he can make people have a good time at a rock fest too. Haein just stayed silent because she didn't know how to react. Of course, he'll keep the essence of his style in the arrangements for his fans too. But why did he have to entrust that to Long Afternoon? He got a feeling when they made the live clip last time. What crossed his mind was that if they worked well together, they could create an exciting synergy. Of course, Haein didn't understand what he meant. The festival is in early August, so there's still time to prepare. So Hyunjae asked them to check their schedules and let him know by this week. However, Haein was still hesitant about it because she also felt afraid and was comfortable with the current situation. Ji-woon looked at Haein because he also understood the trauma she had. But this was his personal request to Hyunjae, that he wanted him to let her perform on a big stage just once. So he said he would prioritize the schedule to reassure Haein. And he said that he wanted to perform at the rock festival too. So he told Haein to think about it because they didn't need to use the name Long Afternoon. After the meeting, they finally parted ways. Haein walked home toward the subway. She thought about what she should do because it seemed like the schedule worked for everyone. Since it was just a set, she didn't necessarily have to go up on stage. In the midst of her indecision, she saw her boyfriend sitting there alone. So she called out to him from afar with great enthusiasm. Yeowon was happy to see her today because it motivated him to study. Haein brought up their promise, which was to have lunch together after his exam. He was happy that she brought it up and agreed to it. Not wanting to disturb his studying, she asked Yeowon to focus and not keep looking at her. This was the first time Haein saw his face while he was focused on studying. He looked very handsome and serious. He had strong determination and honesty. However, seeing Yeowon's enthusiasm made a little fire ignite in her. She remembered the past when she was with her uncle, where uncle's band had been eliminated in the final round at the same rock festival a few years ago. Her uncle almost cried because it frustrated him so much. Young Haein asked if performing there was the only way to succeed. He replied that of course it wasn't, because many people made good music without needing to perform there. But there weren't many opportunities to perform in front of tens of thousands of people. Hearing that number surprised Haein. Oh yes, her hair was still black here, looking natural and beautiful. Because it's not easy for an indie band to gather tens of thousands of people at once. That's why he wanted to stand on the rock festival stage and experience it once. And play his title track, Tornado there. He said it would definitely be awesome acting crazy, but Haein just stood there silently as if she was used to it. After remembering that, she thought about Hyunjae's invitation. So a conflict arose in her mind, asking what is she doing? Everyone works hard, fails, and gives their very best to try to achieve something they want. To seize even the smallest opportunity, accepting suffering as a form of change for the better. But I'm the only one hesitating in front of such a good opportunity, making her feel uncertain about her identity. So she leaned on Darling to recharge her energy because she was tired of all this. And she told Yeowon that she really wanted his pasta so bad, in a spoiled tone. Yeowon smiled and told her not to expect too much because his pasta wasn't that good. But she didn't care because she was going to expect a lot LOL. They joked around as usual. Now they are very used to physical contact and feel very comfortable when they are alone together, even if they are just silent, reaching the highest level of comfort with someone. Haein is now convinced that maybe it'll probably be fine, as long as she doesn't use the name Long Afternoon. The audience will only know her as Hyunjae's set musician. So she looks at Yeowon and makes up her mind because she wants to fight alongside him. So she will experience the rock festival. She smiles foolishly at Yeowon and encourages him to go for it. But he is confused whether she is encouraging him to make pasta or to take the exam. The scene takes place at the university. The bald professor says that the exam is over. So Yeowon fills out the sheet at the front and leaves. He immediately leaves the room. His whole body is sore and tired from this exam. Now he just needs to submit his assignment at home and submit them to complete the exam. He looks at his schedule for his next internship interviews, both of which are next week. And tomorrow is the day he has been waiting for. He can't wait to invite Haein to his place to to eat together. He laughs like crazy after staying up late working on his assignment for tomorrow's free day. Suddenly, a message comes to his phone. This is the message he has been waiting for from the company where he had that interview last time. He was shocked after opening the message, said he failed, and wished him the best in his future. Fuck that template message. It made him angry, but he didn't really expect to get into that company anyway, so he would forget about it. He said that, but he was silent for a moment. Still, he felt a little disappointed, especially since he was already exhausted. He sighed heavily and continued on his way to work. And for dinner tonight, he would eat something greasy. Finally, Yeowon arrived at work. He worked, but he wasn't as enthusiastic as usual. However, he still tried to do his job well. His boss mentioned the next order to him. course, Boss noticed him and made her curious. She asked if he was sick because he looked especially drained. He said he was fine and perfectly healthy because he didn't want to worry Boss. Boss knew he was lying, but she wouldn't force him to talk. However, if he did talk, she would listen. From the look in his eyes, he looked like an old man sitting on the porch of his house, deep in thought. Finally, he confessed that he had failed his internship. Not that he didn't see it coming, but honestly he was hoping luck would be on his side this time. Still, once he actually got rejected, it really hit him hard, as he laughed nervously. Boss encouraged him, saying that failing didn't mean he would never get a job. It's just that with finals over, his energy crashed a little. It's nothing big. Boss insulted the company to make Yeowon feel better. Boss also gave him a free cheesecake for his break later. Yeowon didn't expect him to be so transparent about his feelings to the boss. I'm happy for him, but don't get too emotional against her. He has to cheer up quickly because he can't ruin tomorrow's mood with Hae-in. He walked to the subway. Yeowon looked around, but he didn't see his girlfriend there. Guess she left early today, so he sat down and sighed again. He really wanted to have someone to talk to because it had been a while. He decided to listen to music. Of course, he looked for the song Long Afternoon. He listened to it while staring blankly. Because the song was so melodious, it made him feel immersed in it.
I know that my dreams are made of the sea. In the world I created, there isn't even a place for nightmares to stay.
Yeowon feels good, even if it's just a little, he feels better. It's amazing, why do just a few lyrics and a melody change how he feels? By what principle does music make people happy?
If I let myself go, my path is set. This helpless pool is the wave. I embrace myself, I wash ashore again and again. I embrace myself. I know tomorrow will wash ashore. I embrace myself, I am my future.
This is not an original song. I made it with AI. I'm sorry. Yeowon felt goosebumps after hearing the song. It was as if Hae-in was singing right next to him to cheer him up. Last time it just felt similar, but this time it really sounded like Hae-in. He looked at the fish mascot and compared it to Hae-in. But he said no way, it's impossible, this idiot still doesn't realize it. He thinks if it really were her, she'd have no reason to hide it from him. Tonight, he's just gonna keep this music on infinite loop for 10 hours. He finally arrived at the apartment. He finished showering and tidying himself up, until he was ready for bed and checked his phone. He researched and read about what pasta he would cook for Hae-in. He wanted to prepare the food and drinks well. Starting in the morning, he scheduled cleaning and shopping. But suddenly something horrible stood beside him. Yeowon was very surprised to see that figure. It was Woo-kin, the Long Afternoon mascot. He asked why it was here, and he was even more surprised that it was real. Woo-kin said enthusiastically that it was real. This confused Yeowon even more. Woo-kin pointed in that direction, guiding Yeowon. It said that it was morning, but Yeowon could only see the window, which was still dark. He didn't understand what it meant because it was obviously still night. Suddenly, he felt a bright light shining from the window, and sure enough, he fell asleep and woke up with shock. But I'm honestly more shocked writing this, because suddenly my wife appeared right next to Yeowon, who was sleeping. She looked very beautiful, and of course it confused Yeowon. He thought this was a two-step verification dream. Hearing Yeowon think she was dreaming, Hae-in said he could do anything to her body, but Yeowon wanted to pinch her instead. If it were me, I would squeeze. He is too good. He thought it was impossible because she didn't know the door code. Hae-in was also confused by his meaning because she thought he had left the door open for her. When she arrived, there were slippers stuck in the door crack, so she thought that meant, "I'll be oversleeping. Just let yourself in." He was so tired last night he zoned out and didn't lock up properly. He almost got robbed. But Yeowon said why did she come here too early from their appointment time? However, Haein said that it was already 11:30, which surprised Yeowon. He looked at the clock and shouted an apology. She said it was fine because they had plenty of time today anyway, so she told him to wash up and get ready. Since they were already late, let's just take our time shopping together. Yeowon still felt very embarrassed about this. Her face turned red, and part of his body stiffened. That scared him out. When he first opened his eyes and Haein was right in front of him, he really thought he was dreaming. This is a disaster. He wanted to have everything ready before she came, but he overslept. In the midst of his confusion, Haein suddenly knocked on the door. She just realized she forgot to tell him something. She said, "Good job on your exam." He didn't expect to hear that man. Hearing this made him very happy. I also happy too. He thanked Haein. Honestly, when I wrote this, I thought that Haein wouldn't come cancel their plan, and that Yeowon would be even more disappointed and depressed. But I didn't expect she really came. May today be a happy day for them. They immediately went to the convenience store to shop. Yeowon started looking for the ingredients needed to make pasta. He was thinking about what kind of noodles to use. Haein approached him and brought the basket. So he immediately asked her if she wanted regular noodles or the screw-shaped ones. She replied that she would go with spaghetti because she liked twirling it with a fork. They shopped while joking around like a newlywed couple. She asked what else they needed. What's left is Parmesan cheese, tomatoes, and veggies for salad. So Haein went to get the cheese and told Yeowon to pick the vegetables. He watched her leave from behind. Yeowon felt that grocery shopping together was kind of nice. It didn't feel like chores, more like a date. They parted ways for a moment. He was choosing fresh vegetables. Meanwhile, Haein had already gotten the cheese. Yeowon was confused because he was afraid of buying too many vegetables, but Haein was excited to eat it all. Haein felt that he was very skilled because he was careful when shopping. So she asked if he often came to this mart. Of course, because he'd lived alone for a while, and he used to come here a lot as a kid too. She asked if he came with his mom, because she also used to go grocery shopping a lot with her mom or dad when she was young. But he said his mom passed away early. He mostly ran errands for his dad. That's when he learned to cook on his own. Haein felt guilty discussing his mother, so she apologized for reminding him of those memories. Yeowon replied that it was okay and not to worry about it. It was so long ago and he was totally okay now. So she really didn't have to apologize, which made Haein feel a little relieved to hear Yeowon reassure her. Next, he invited her to pick a wine to drink together and check out. Yeowon walked ahead of her. Haein had a new perspective on Yeowon and his resilience. She suddenly touched his back. This surprised Yeowon and made him wonder what Haein was doing. She joked that Yeowon looked hungry, so it was time to go get some lunch, right? Yeowon couldn't wait to eat with her. When he asked why she was touching his back, she just said she liked the print on his shirt. When they arrived home, Yeowon immediately prepared the ingredients. He got ready because he had to cook something delicious. Afraid of getting bored just waiting, Haein offered to help Yeowon if he needed it. He asked her to open the wine with a wine opener. She praised him for having prepared all the tools. Haein tried hard to open it, but then she saw the speaker on the table. So she wanted to play music through the Bluetooth speaker. He let her, but he said the sound quality wasn't great. Haein chose a song that suited the current moment, so she played it right away. The music began to fill the room, along with the sound of the stove cooking spaghetti. They didn't talk and just enjoyed the soothing rhythm of the music. After that, Yeowon said this song's nice. Haein explained she loved how it quoted lyrics from Elvis X. Leslie. It fits so well. This song makes him feel like he's swimming through space or something, and coincidentally, that's literally the title of the song, making them laugh. Finally, he talked about the long afternoon, which inspired a new post on Instagram. It was a drawing of Woo Kin playing with a jellyfish. He asked if she thought it was a teaser for the next album. Maybe they wanted to tell another ocean story like in Rising Tide? Of course. Haein pretended not to know and replied, "Maybe it's a song about a jellyfish?" With a small laugh. Of course, she felt guilty for lying about it. So she wanted to discuss something with Yeowon. What does he think if Long Afternoon became really famous? Of course, it would be great if they did, Then more people could listen to their songs and Long Afternoon could keep making music. But there was one thing that bothered him. Of course, it would be a bit sad if things changed, like their Dawn Instagram lives that only a few people watched, or those surprise song drops with no warning, or Wookin's drawings that felt like they had hidden meanings. All those things that existed because they weren't famous, it would be sad if they disappeared. But he doesn't mean he'd stop liking them, because he'll love Long Afternoon no matter what they become. Hearing Yeowon's words made Haeun's heart flutter, with a very romantic song accompanying their moment. Yeowon refocused on his cooking and felt proud even though he hadn't cooked in a long time. But he didn't mess up. Suddenly, he felt two large melons touch his back. Of course, he was surprised when he looked back because Haeun suddenly hugged him. Haeun acted as if nothing had happened and just praised him for being good with a knife. Comparing herself, who was really bad at stuff like that, she began to tease Yeowon by hugging him tighter, making Yeowon swallow hard, feeling something soft and big touching his back. He tried to calm down and returned to discussing knives, which anyone could learn to use. But Haeun deliberately rubbed her chest against him even tighter. This made Yeowon feel even hotter than a boiling pot. He felt she was too close with just those thin summer clothes between them. He could almost feel everything. Yeowon asked her to wait 5 more minutes because he was almost done cooking. But Haeun continued to sniff and said it smelled amazing. And in a seductive tone, she said, "I can't wait to eat the the spaghetti." Yeowon just resigned herself to what was happening and couldn't say anything. Haeun saw Yeowon's expression and was very satisfied with teasing him. She offered him some wine to drink, because he worked hard preparing all this. He said it's fine, he did it because he wanted to. Yeowon finally drank the wine, but Haeun smiled suspiciously behind her. She let go of him and said she would unfold the table. Yeowon was a little disappointed that she suddenly stopped, and now he was confused because he was already very hard. He's feeling so horny and his urge to hug her is about to burst. Yeowon brought spaghetti to the table for them to eat. Haeun took a bite and immediately tasted it. He watched her eat and asked how she thought it tasted. Haeun chewed hesitantly, thinking with every bite. She said happily that it was delicious, which relieved Yeowon because it had been a while since he last cooked. So he was a bit worried. That little spicy kick made it perfect, and she didn't expect Yeowon to have learned it from YouTube. He invited her to cheer even though there were no wine glasses in his house. Haeun really enjoyed this moment. Finally, they cheered. In his heart, Yeowon was still worried, because if the cooking had failed, today's mood would have been ruined too. He observed Haeun again, and realized that her mouth was pretty small compared to his large mouthfuls. Seeing her chew like that kinda made her look like a rabbit, and made him want to keep feeding her. Haeun noticed his strange gaze, so she told him not to stare at her for too long and that he should eat too. This made Yeowon eat heartily. She asked why he chose pasta today, out of all the other food options. He said pasta is something most people like, and it's not that hard to make for how good it tastes. She asked, "Don't tell me you've made it for another girl before?" Hearing that question made Yeowon spit out the drink he had just taken a sip of. Maybe he was just confident because it worked once before? For another girl. It turned out that Yeowon had never cooked this for his ex. He had never made it for anyone else. The most he had done was eat it with his dad. Haeun was happy to tease him and asked, "Then I'm your first guest?" Of course, Yeowon agreed. Well, it was her first time eating pasta cooked by a guy too. She usually just ate delivery food with her uncle. Hearing the words "her first time" made Yeowon quite happy. Out of curiosity, Haeun wanted him to tell her a bit about his childhood later. She felt like she had talked about herself, but she hadn't heard his story, because they had plenty of time today anyway. Of course he thought he could, but his story was pretty ordinary, so it might be boring for her. She smiled and said that was fine because she still wanted to hear it. So Yeowon decided to tell her, but if it was boring, Haeun might fall asleep while listening. But actually, he was confused about what to tell her, because he only played soccer games when he was little. So he didn't have any fun stories. So he changed the subject for a moment. Since it was daytime and starting to get hot, he asked her if he should turn on the air conditioner. She agreed and said it was totally summer now and she was totally sweating, fluttering her tank top, making her watermelon cleavage clearly visible. That made Yeowon's gaze automatically lock onto her chest, and he was amazed by its impressive size. Haein looked at Yeowon's face and realized that his eyes were looking at her with passion. So she got angry and asked what was he looking at? She told Yeowon to just continue eating. They finished eating and finished the vegetables too. Haein thanked him for the meal and said she would do the dishes, even though Yeowon refused. But she insisted because she could at least do that much. While she was washing the dishes, she asked Yeowon to buy some snacks from the convenience store downstairs. There was still wine left, so maybe something to go with it. Sure, of course he can do that. Haein trusted Yeowon to buy whatever he wanted. He immediately went to the convenience store. He looked for snacks that would suit them and thought, why does the conversation feel so awkward today? Is he just too nervous? He wanted them to have lunch together and just take it easy, maybe even test the waters a little. But he also realized the reason why. Maybe it was because of yesterday's rejection of his internship application. Did he just shrink back for no reason because of that? Then he hit his head to get it together. He went through all the trouble to invite her. He couldn't ruin the mood now. Finally, he quickly bought some snacks and returned to the apartment. He opened the door and brought the snacks to Haein. She welcomed him and was happy that she had waited for him. Already sitting in front of his laptop, she quickly asked him what his laptop password was. He was confused as to why she wanted his laptop password, but Haein was thinking of putting on a random movie, just to make it feel a bit like a cafe. And luckily, Haein still subscribed to Netflix and could watch something. He asked her, "Any movie you want to see? Might as well watch something good if we're turning it on." But she didn't really watch movies that often. Maybe something with the ocean in it would be nice. This made Yeowon think hard about a movie with the ocean. But he could only think of those pirate movies from when he was a kid, which wasn't the right mood for that. Suddenly, Haein pointed to a movie and asked him, "Roj and Sarah the Little Mermaid, this one has the ocean, even the cover is about the ocean." Seeing the title, Yeowon remembered something. So he told Haein that it was a very old movie, but she didn't care as long as there was the ocean in it. So they immediately played it and watched it together. They watched it very closely while eating snacks and drinking wine. Yeowon actually remembered this movie because back in college break time, he watched it with Ariane at a room cafe he sat, and she lay down next to him. Oh no boy, don't remember other women when you're watching with your woman. He doesn't remember what it was about. Back then his head was filled with her faint cigarette scent and the thought of maybe something good might happen. Suddenly, a very loud moan startled Yeowon because there was an adult scene in the movie. Yeowon didn't expect this movie to have a scene like that. He thought it was a sentimental film. He was very embarrassed because the scene appeared while they were watching together. So he glanced at Haein, but she didn't seem to react. Guess this kind of bed scene didn't bother her? Yeowon admired her because she looked so cool. But in her heart, Haein was conscious of it. Suddenly jumping to a scene like that was so awkward. She was just good at keeping a poker face. They continued to enjoy the scenes in each movie. Before they knew it, they were drawn into the movie, they were very quiet and enjoyed the film. Suddenly Haein asked what would he do if the person he liked someone else. It would be hard, but he guessed he'd just give up, because we can't change someone's feelings after all. Haein accepted that answer because it sounded reasonable. So Yeowon asked back, what about her? And she'd curse them. She'd wish the person they liked would drift apart or something, or their relationship would just collapse. He laughed because that sounded kind of cruel. She continued, still she didn't want to give up. When she loved someone, she would do whatever it takes. So the person she loves will love her back, because she's that serious about it. Yeowon could only remain silent upon hearing this. She also said that she's gotten used to chatting lately. She thinks it's probably because he always says goodnight to her. Of course Yeowon was glad to hear that, so he'll keep saying goodnight then. Suddenly, Haein's face turned red upon hearing this. She said that's not quite what she meant to say, but of course she would be happy. Yeowon realized she was flustered because of what he said. But at that moment, he also remembered something. He once asked his ex, why does she always just watch movies? Well, because it's a good way to pass time and it's fun. And movies are mostly stories about cowards, which is true. and that's why they make her feel safe when she watches them. Hearing this, I realized why I like watching movies. It makes her think, I'm not the only one living scared like this. Of course, she still prefers ones with handsome guys. Yeowon woke up after remembered those memories with his ex. And maybe he also realized something about her. Maybe he still hasn't moved on from her yet. But he didn't want to think about her confession make his anxiety continue. While the movie was showing something very exciting, so it makes Haein very excited to watch it. But suddenly Yeowon calls her name. He apologizes to her, because he doesn't think he can watch this movie any longer, which confuses Haein. He says with a serious face that he likes her. Finally, our boy confesses his feelings to our queen. Hearing this so suddenly made Haein fall silent in shock. But she plucked up the courage to respond to his confession. Her face blushed, and she asked Yeowon, "Then what happens next?" Of course, Yeowon invited her to let's go out with great seriousness. But that wasn't what she meant. She meant, how does the movie end? Because she felt that the movie wasn't over yet. Yeowon had made up his mind and wouldn't let Haein tease him anymore. He immediately hugged her and said to watch the rest later. "What matters right now is us," said Yeowon, aggressively bringing his face closer to Haein's. Seeing his very serious face made Haein want to tease him further, and she asked, "So what will he do now, right now?" Meanwhile, the movie was still playing. "So I'll speed it up now, you bastard. This is 1. This is 2. This is 3. And now they kissed and were finally ready for their first clapped. But honestly, I don't know if Yeowon bought condoms too earlier. Meanwhile, outside, another encounter took place. The boss, who had just finished shopping, was very surprised to see someone on the street. It turned out to be Uncle, but he didn't expect to see her after what had happened last time. So their meeting was very awkward, and they explained to each other why they were there. Boss had just come out to get a coffee and do some shopping, and she asked Uncle if he was busy at work. He replied that he was technically working, but the studio wasn't super busy. After that, they ran out of topics of conversation, which made them even more awkward. So they decided to say goodbye and part ways quickly. But since they hadn't seen each other in a long time, Uncle wondered if he should ask her to grab a drink, but he didn't want to disturb her day off. It turned out that the boss was thinking the same thing, because it would be awkward if things continued to be this awkward between them. They both thought about it for a long time until they finally parted ways. The uncle finally arrived at the music studio, but it turned out that the boss had unknowingly followed him there. They were both surprised that Uncle had ended up bringing her along, and boss ended up following his invitation too. They were confused by this situation, but boss just thought about having a cup of coffee and didn't think it was something to make a big fuss about. She just wanted to cool down because it was hot. She glanced at confused Uncle and thought, for now it's like they're friends. Anything more than that clearly. And it turned out that Uncle was thinking hard with his stupid brain, afraid to do anything and have her get disappointed. He remembered that his ideal type was clearly someone crazy about rock like him, and they would die together while taking turns listening to their favorite songs. But now he was confused. Why was he getting interested in this woman who seemed to have zero relation to rock? He thought silently for so long that boss was confused by his strange expression, until his thoughts came out of his mouth, making boss angry because he was mumbling alone. Back to our MC scene, who was busy making out in the afternoon. They kissed very passionately. Yeowon held Haein's neck and body, but he still wasn't satisfied. So he opened his mouth and used his tongue. Yeowon couldn't believe it, his hands still trembling. Meanwhile, Haein could only surrender to what he was doing. She started to lift his shirt and touch his back. She asked him, "Is it really that hot today?" Because now her body was really hot as she caressed his back. Yeowon understood the code that Haein was saying, so he quickly took off his shirt in front of her. And it was clear that Yeowon had a fairly athletic body. It made Haein wet just by looking at him. She said it feels kinda erotic, seeing Yeowon doing this in broad daylight. He was confused because she was teasing him. Didn't she want him to take it off? Haein was silent as she looked at his body from top to bottom and said yes she did. And finally she climbed on top of Yeowon, saying, "And that's what makes it even more erotic." She sat onto his lap and hugged him tightly. She prepared to bite Yeowon. Meanwhile, he just resigned himself to enjoying what she wanted to do. She bit him hard and he just held on while hugging her body. Unable to stand it anymore, he tried to take off her bra. She realized what Yeowon wanted to do, so she stopped him and said she wanted to continue without taking off her clothes. Of course, Yeowon didn't want to, because he had already taken off his clothes, so it wasn't fair to her. She pinched him for being naughty. She knew that, but since it was daytime, she was a bit embarrassed. Yeowon understood her reasoning. He was silent because he couldn't hide his disappointment. But because Haein didn't want to ruin the mood, she quickly changed her mind and took off her clothes right in front of Yeowon. He was amazed by what he saw. Haein took off her clothes beautifully. Damn, she was really beautiful. She looked quite embarrassed to show her body in front of a man. I'll give you a few seconds to look every detail. Enjoy, brother.
One hour later.
We return to the scene. Yeowon's face looks very stupid, just like your faces right now. Even Haein couldn't stand seeing his face looking so funny, so she laughed out loud. He was very nervous because she said she wouldn't undress, then suddenly undressed. That's why he was really shocked. He's shaking like crazy now. He can't hold it anymore, guys. Haein really likes to tease him, and now she also knows what Yeowon is thinking. So she hugs him, brings her face close to his, and wants to whisper something. Can you take me to the bed? Feels a bit uncomfortable here. She wants to move to the bed so she can be wilder, of course. But he is confused about how to do it. It's easy, just pick her up and move in that state. She said she was joking. She'll just move by herself. If they do it wrong, his thin waist might get hurt, she said in a dismissive tone. That made him angry to hear that. Not wanting to be seen as a weak man, he wanted to carry her right away. Yeowon stood firmly while carrying her. It was kind of erotic. Actually, I wanted to censor it, but I didn't want to disappoint you guys. Hopefully, YouTube won't see this image as a violation. Haein was shocked by this. This made her scream and lose her cool. He also threw her onto the bed very strongly. After what happened, Haein was very embarrassed and became more flustered. He looked up at Yeowon, who was right above him now. He said that she was heavier than she looked, and that his waist almost snapped. Hearing that he was trying to tease her, she replied that she would get angry and go straight home. Of course, Yeowon was scared and absolutely forbade her. He said, "You can't go," while starting to breathe near Haein's body, which made her ticklish. She could only resign herself to it, silently thinking about everything in her mind. She crossed her legs to resist the ticklish feeling. Of course, there were many thoughts in her mind, such as how she didn't tell him that she was long afternoon. Is it even fair that just because she's anxious she's not giving him her everything? Is this really true love? She doesn't know. The joy and ecstasy she feels right now is out of this world, but she keeps getting scared and feeling regret. So she hopes, please let this feeling just disappear now, while Yeowon is busy kissing her. She endures the pain in her shoulder. Yeowon tries to give her a hickey, enjoying it and falling silent. Of course, he also has many thoughts in his mind. Like, is it okay for him to be like this right now? Is he using a new beginning? If he covers the feelings he had before with a new love, he doesn't know if that's really pure love, but he has never felt such excitement. He feels like he'll go crazy. He's embarrassed and scared that his clumsy emotional cleanup will be found out. He just wants to look experienced in love. Suddenly, Haein called his name. She felt like she couldn't take it anymore and thought they could get ready now. Yeowon foolishly asked what she meant by ready. Haein couldn't believe his stupidity. She grabbed his hair and said, "You know what I mean, right? So I don't have to say it myself. I'm all yours. Lead me." Haein looked very beautiful with her flushed face. Meanwhile, Yeowon had also reached his limit in controlling his little Johnny, who was rebelling in his pants. After getting the green light from Haein, he went to get something. Of course, this confused her as to what Yeowon was doing. But when she saw what he was doing, she just fell silent and smiled, because it turned out that Yeowon took the condom that they had failed to use last time. Of course, because where else would he have used it? While Haein said he could have used it for himself with hand, which annoyed him. She calmed him down because it meant that this was a long day of waiting for him. Yeowon didn't reply because what she said was true. He started climbing on top of her again and said just for today. He'd been saving it just to clap with her today, he said breathlessly. And he started rubbing his body against hers with pleasure. Let's leave them alone for now. Meanwhile, in the studio, the boss walked around to look at Uncle's studio. She was amazed to see what a recording studio looked like, just like Yeowon's. She asked if he had set up this studio himself from the start, but the previous owner passed it down to him and he remodeled it. He was old, so he said he was going to the US where his kids were, and he passed it on to him cheaply. They were so close, he felt sad if the studio would disappear. Honestly, this doesn't make a lot of money, so no one wanted to do it, but he suddenly accepted it. Boss heard that it was quite a fascinating story. So now Uncle asked back if she opened her cafe herself. At first she did it with her parents, but they retired and she took a loan to remodel it. She needed to change the atmosphere with the whole neighborhood so it wouldn't look old. She also thought it was better if she started from zero, so even if it failed, she wouldn't blame her parents. Uncle didn't expect that the boss thought more than she appeared to. Hearing that made the boss upset because it meant she looked thoughtless on the outside. But he meant it was cool because someone who openly shows off that they think a lot is not charming. The boss was still annoyed, but after hearing his words, she felt quite embarrassed by his compliment. Because the atmosphere became silent and awkward, Uncle had to think of another topic of conversation. So he asked her, "You're not getting married?" With a dumbfounded look on his face. "Wasn't there someone you liked? Because you seem like you would have had lots of proposals." The boss was silent. She didn't want to tell someone she had just met about her divorce. So she just replied, "Well, while working, time just passed by." She asked back, "How about you? Do you think about getting married?" He replied that he had half given up on it because he wasn't someone with good specs. The boss consoled him, saying he just needed to cut his hair because his face was actually pretty decent. They joked about hair, and Uncle also suggested she grow her hair long. Of course, she would feel uncomfortable because she had never grown it long. So they concluded that hair did not determine failure to marry. After discussing it, she started to think about it. So she asked Uncle, was that weird? She asked about her hairstyle with a shy face. But Uncle answered without hesitation that it was pretty. Not bad? The boss thought he was bullshitting her because he answered half-heartedly just now, when in fact Uncle thought it really suited her. In fact, when he first saw her, he thought she kind of looked like Dolores from Cranberry X. But the boss didn't understand the weird stuff he was saying, so that made their moment awkward again. The boss also wondered why she was whining like this, but since it had been a while, so it was fun. Suddenly she saw something on the table. Purple book titled Idea Note. But Uncle prevented her from looking at it because it belonged to Haein. She's been composing here these days, so maybe she left it here. But the boss didn't see Haein here because her uncle said they two work together. Uncle explained that she was off today, probably to meet Yeowon. Hearing this made the boss happy because she would get interesting stories from Yeowon later. Uncle saw a strange expression on the boss's face, so he could guess what she was thinking. But he also hoped Yeowon would respond well to Haein, because she looked strong on the outside. But she tended to worry too much ahead of time, so he hoped Yeowon wouldn't get too confused. The boss reassured him that they would be fine because Haein was honest with her emotions. Their meeting was very exciting, but the boss had to leave immediately. However, she said something before leaving, that when they were free again, she would take him out for a drink. Let's talk about this and that as fellow self-employed folks. Uncle thought about it and immediately agreed to the boss's invitation. Finally, the scene returns to our MC. I'm sure your little Johnny is already limp, but I hope you still enjoy all the stories of the manhwa characters here. Yeowon was still enthusiastically rubbing against Haein. She was already feeling very hot and thinking about something. Yeowon was thinking the same thing, that if they started soon, it should be okay now, right? Yeowon tried to stand up from Haein, and it seemed like she also knew what was about to happen. Sure enough, Yeowon was already ready with his condom. He took 2 layers because if he only took one, it would definitely be torn by his big Johnny. He immediately took off his pants and threw them wildly. He tried to show his pride to Hae-in. And sure enough, she didn't expect the size hidden behind his innocent face. She, who usually put on a cool face, was confused about what reaction to give. So her face turned red like a tomato. Meanwhile, Yeowon was confused about how to put on the condom, but he tried to stay calm because he was older, so he wanted to look experienced. Finally, he managed to put it on, but there was something strange about Hae-in. And sure enough, Yeowon was very shocked when she saw her face. He saw Hae-in crying unintentionally. She was really very soft inside. She also didn't know why she was crying. This happened to us occasionally. But Yeowon was shocked to see her crying, thinking that she was forcing herself now. She tried to stop her crying. It was very cute. She just suddenly got overwhelmed with emotion. But now it was Yeowon's turn to cry. She thought Hae-in was disappointed with the size of his little Johnny. She fanned her hot face. She just suddenly had a rush of good feelings and couldn't control her emotions. That's kind of how she is. Even in the best moments, she worries what if this moment ends, like an idiot. Because of this situation, our MC is quite confused and thinks of himself as an animal if he forces this now. So he will wait until she calms down and they will lie down for a bit. Hae-in feels bad for him because they already prepared everything though. Yeowon said, "We can prepare again," laughing but hurt. He also said, starting while she is crying would be a bit much. So Hae-in tried to stop crying. Yeowon thought he really slammed full throttle, although lots of things have happened until now, trying to go all the way right after confession. He thought he got too excited. Because the mood had down, he looked at Hae-in's current state. She seemed to be sorry, of course, because this was the second time, so he should cheer her up. First, he tried to calm himself down before calming others. Ever since they kissed, his heart felt like it was exploding. He finally found something to lighten the mood. He said, "Come to think of it, I remembered something," which made Hae-in curious. He smiled very maturely, saying that he remembered the reason he wanted to make pasta for her. "It's okay. Baby, don't rush. I'm willing to wait even if it takes 1,000 chapters. After that, Hae-in became curious as to why he made her pasta. Yeowon began to explain that when she asked him about his mom, he thought about her and remembered something nice. His mom used to make him food from time to time, and he liked her pasta so much. Although it wasn't real pasta, it was just a clumsy attempt at pasta made with instant noodles. Hae-in realized that the noodles she used were instant ramen, but the sauce was made from his mother's own recipe. Back then, you had to go to a big supermarket to buy pasta, so his mom just looked at a recipe in a book and made it using only the ingredients they had at home. Honestly, compared to real pasta, the taste was average, but he loved it because it felt like a dish you couldn't get anywhere else. So he guesses that's why he wanted to make pasta for her himself, because that's his favorite memory. Hae-in blushed hearing his story. Even though she thought he was trying to seduce her with his cooking skills, it made Yeowon laugh because his cooking level was only that of a student living alone. But even so, it turned out to be sexy in Hae-in's eyes. Like a man holding a knife, wearing a hairnet while cooking is cute too, and the food was delicious. So she praised Yeowon, saying he was completely charming. So he turned around and said her words were nonsense, blushing and not wanting Hae-in to see his face directly. She was happy that Yeowon was starting to open up and talk about the important things in his life. But maybe it made him sad because he remembered his mother, so Hae-in wanted to cheer him up a little. It surprised Yeowon because he suddenly saw a bra flying in front of his face. He now realized that Hae-in was topless, but she forbade him to look back because she was still embarrassed to show him, making their faces both red as if they were about to explode. However, Yeowon's head suddenly turned automatically, forcing her to hold it back and threaten to slap him if he looked. He agreed, but if he looked for just 5 seconds, Hae-in still wouldn't allow it or she would get mad and ignore his messages. She started hugging him, making Yeowon feel her chocolate chips clearly sticking to his back. She thanked him for making delicious pasta with her mother's special recipe. It was charming and unique. Yeowon was happy, but he didn't hear Hae-in's words clearly, because now he was enjoying the feeling of her bare skin touching him. It was so warm. Hae-in offered to cook for him next time, but he doubted that she could cook. And sure enough, she could cook water, eggs, and toast. But that food was enough if it had meaning in it. But no matter what, she really wanted to do something for him. While groping Yeowon's body, he told her not to move so much behind him, not because he disliked it, but because it made him nervous, making Haein smile happily as she teased him. Finally, everything has passed. It was something that calmed him. The fear of rejection he felt, even the chaotic thoughts he wanted to hide. They all seemed to dissolve, all thanks to her. It was clumsy and not elegant, but he was glad he was honest about his feelings. He couldn't help feeling excited. The joy of being accepted was truly unique until they sank into comfort. And that day, they slept deeply from the afternoon. Trapped on an island on the bed, they were intoxicated by a deep yet shallow sleep. From time to time, when he felt movement, he opened his eyes and saw Haein dressed only in underwear, reading poetry. She looked so beautiful. She was illuminated by the golden hour light. When he asked her what time it was, she just smiled without answering, and simply lay down next to him, submerging him back into sleep like a swamp. It was very cute. Then, late in the afternoon, they got up, and half asleep, they ordered some snacks. They enjoyed their youth with love. Without either of them saying anything, they went back to bed again. Sometimes, when he caught Haein's scent, desire would rise up, raising his black knight again. But seeing her sleeping face, he didn't want to wake her. It was a very strange feeling for him. Maybe since Haein appeared in his room yesterday, he's been having one long dream. It was such a pleasant day that the thought crossed his mind. This is progress for him to move forward little by little. Because Haein still seems uneasy, but there must be more meaning for people who walk slowly. The sun shines brightly to welcome the morning. Yeowon wakes up from his deep sleep. He sees a beautiful woman who welcomes him awake. Yeowon asks why she got up early, but turns out it's already 10 o'clock. Even though it's Sunday, she has to work because the practice room is busier on weekends. She'll go buy something quick at the convenience store for breakfast. But Yeowon is too lazy to eat breakfast because he's still sleepy. He goes back to sleep and makes Haein laugh because he's like an elementary school kid. He glanced at Haein and called her name softly. He asked her, "We're dating now, right?" Which surprised Haein. Then she smiled warmly at Yeowon and whispered something to him. "Why? Do you want a good morning kiss like a real boyfriend?" Of course Yeowon wanted to. I wanted 3 too. But she told him to brush his teeth first. Finally, it was time for Haein to say goodbye. Yeowon wanted to walk her to the station, but she said don't worry, it's just around the corner. It's his day off. She would rather have him rest well. So he obeyed and said take care, we'll stay in touch. But she turned around because she wanted to say something to him. She pulled Yeowon's collar and whispered something. That next time, make me pasta again. Understood? But Yeowon just remained silent upon hearing that. Haein smiled mischievously and said, "You know what I mean, right? I prefer that the sausage tastes better than pasta." She thanked him for the shirt and said she would wash it and give it back to him. His brain was still lagging, and he just stood there silently watching Haein leave. He went back inside as if nothing had happened. Since he's free, should he catch up on overdue chores? Wash the bed covers too, vacuum, and then he felt a great euphoria again after remembering what had happened to them both. He couldn't even believe it, which made him feel like he was going to explode. He didn't expect that his long wait, his feelings all this time, would not be unrequited. He couldn't calm down after finding out that they had started dating. He couldn't wait to get married and think about their future children's names. However, all those thoughts suddenly vanished when he saw a roll of tissue. Because they didn't do it, he felt something was missing because his little Johnny hadn't vomited yet. He looked at the tissue more closely and made a decision. This was the function of the photos sent by Haein that he saved in his gallery. That is, to help him jerk off because that was the thing he should have finished first. Let's give our MC some time to imagine. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to someone else. Turns out to be Ariane, looking beautiful as usual. Suddenly, her phone rings, so she immediately checks the incoming message. It turns out that Yeowon sent a message saying that he needs to talk to her. So let's meet tonight at the cafe. She thinks there's still time before the movie, so she'll smoke a cigarette and head there. She looks for a place to smoke. While thinking about what Yeon wants to say tonight, she can already predict that it's probably a rejection. It was a reckless and selfish confession on her part. The delay in his response probably wasn't about accepting her feelings, but about how to end things. Since he's such a good guy, to the point it seems almost obsessive. She felt a little disappointed imagining what would happen. Seeing that she only had 3 cigarettes left made her even sadder. But now she wondered what kind of person is the one Yeon likes now. She would like to see her face at least once and teach her a lesson. Even though she is beautiful, but I bet $1 million on Haeun's victory. Today Yeon came to the cafe with a smile, because Haeun had charged his energy. Everyone greeted him back there. Shin-young greeted him as usual, but there was something different. He greeted her very warmly. She concluded something because his face was very predictable. Because he was a bit different than usual today, she asked the boss. But the boss didn't notice anything. He seemed the same as always to her. But her 20 years of dating experience told her that he was hiding something behind that smile. It surprised boss because she was only 23, which meant she had been dating since she was 3 years old. She thought that Yeon had a huge fight with his girlfriend. And boss said that her intuition was correct, but her guess was completely wrong. Yeon changed his clothes for work. There he thought about today, where he decided to reject his ex face to face, but he still felt a heavy weight on his heart. If only there had been lingering resentment like before, then it would have been easier to be cold. But it's better to set proper boundaries, because acting ambiguously only complicates things for everyone. So now he would just wait for her to come, while working as usual. He was confident about what he was going to do. While he was serving customers, his boss came up to him. She asked with a mischievous look on her face, "What happened next with Haeun? Did you already confess your feelings?" He said that he was lost in his own thoughts and didn't notice it at that moment, but it seemed like Haeun was giving him a chance to confess his feelings. Hearing this made the boss's expression light up. It made her shout and hit him because she could see a real teenage romance story right before her eyes. She asked if he kissed her, but Yeon didn't want to talk about such private matters, which annoyed her, until finally someone came to the cafe. Ariane arrived looking very beautiful, the person he had been waiting for. So when he saw her, Yeon immediately swallowed hard, and he asked her, "Are you ready?" Of course, so she asked if she should wait behind. Yeon answered yes, as usual, he would follow her soon. So she left first, leaving Yeon behind. He steeled his heart once again. Then he asked his boss to use his 30-minute break now. He wanted to sort something out, and he'd be right back. Seeing the serious look in his eyes, boss had no choice but to support him, and said not to cry when he came back. Yeon quickly walked to the back. Even though he said that keeping cool was no easy feat in this situation, because his chest felt tight. He arrived at the meeting place. He saw Ariane's face, which was full of doubt in her mind. Their eyes met, and she still looked very beautiful to us. That made Yeon even more awkward and confused about where to start. He paused for a moment to gather his words. So he was ready to start saying, quickly and without hesitation, he said that he had started dating someone. So he couldn't reciprocate her feelings. That made them fall silent instantly. But Ariane could only resign herself to accepting his decision. Yeon apologized for making her come all this way for that, and that was all he wanted to say. Actually, she had already guessed what he was going to say, but she couldn't hide her sadness. However, he tried to act indifferent towards her and decided to go back inside immediately. From a distance, he looked back at her. Seeing her so sad certainly shook his heart. He was annoyed for thinking that way, but he couldn't help her anyway, so he shouldn't pity her. But, burying everything he wanted to say and acting coldly, was that really the best way to end everything? So he shouted to her and approached her once again. Before he left, he also wanted to apologize for one thing. That actually, he was making her seem like a bad person in his mind. Since she didn't accept his confession, he treated her like someone who was just playing with him. So he wanted to say that she really had nothing to apologize for. It was just him, a petty, bad-tempered little brat, who treated her like a bad person. People not being on the same wavelength isn't a flaw. So he's sorry. No matter what she was feeling, she didn't do anything wrong. She was surprised after what had happened. He was still thinking about her feelings. She certainly understood what Yeowon wanted to say. So she smiled and told him to stop talking immediately, because if he said anything more serious than that, she might think he was giving her the wrong idea. Because he seemed so innocent, he ended up confusing people with his silly face. She told him to go inside immediately. If he said anything else, she would start crying, so he quickly obeyed him. She also told him to make sure not to come back this time. Yeowon agreed, saying that he wouldn't. And that was the story of their farewell. Although it was sad, every meeting inevitably leads to a parting. After that moment, she naturally wanted to smoke a cigarette. But she remembered that Yeowon had told her she wasn't allowed to smoke here. Even after the breakup, she was still confused as to why she kept remembering him. Memories of the past came flooding back to her. When she always ran away from the welcome parties for newcomers because everyone was looking for her. She just couldn't stand noisy gatherings. All that meaningless chatter got on her nerves. So Yeowon advised her to socialize with others so she wouldn't be alone. But that wasn't a big deal for her, because in the past, she needed him to stay with her 24/7. Hearing those crazy words confused him, but seeing her beautiful face, Yeowon couldn't say anything but agree. The very distinctive smell of cigarettes from her when she first offered him a cigarette. Of course, Yeowon was curious about the taste that she enjoyed so much. So he tried one puff. He took a cigarette and immediately smoked it like a grown man. But he didn't understand how to do it and how to enjoy it, so Aryun asked if it was his first time. He only tried it this once because he saw her smoking, so he wanted to try it too. He thought that if he didn't smoke, she'd tell him not to stay by her side. Hearing those silly words made Aryun burst of laugh, which was the first time Yeowon had seen her laugh. That was the beginning of her enjoying their time together. Now it was just a memory, beautiful to remember but impossible to repeat, making her cry for the end of the two of them. She thought she was an idiot for trying to rely on someone so stupid. She asked herself why she didn't realize that an ambiguous relationship was only meant to avoid pain, but ended up being exactly what caused it. This really is the end for him and Aryun. He won't see her again, unless they happen to run into each other on the street. And that day ended with a sense of relief because Yeowon managed to get through it. Several days had passed since the last incident. Yeowon thought he would live his days in peace, until Aryun burst through the cafe door with enthusiasm as if nothing had happened. Of course, this was not what he had expected, which made him upset. She came as usual to order, so Yeowon lost control and yelled at her. But she didn't understand what he meant, because there was no need any reason for her to come here. It's for a free Americano with just 4 more stamps on her card. She had to keep coming so she wouldn't waste it, leaving Yeowon speechless. He called her over to say something. As he said, she's not a bad person, so there's no reason for her to leave, right? But don't worry, she'll take her usual hot chocolate and go, leaving Yeowon speechless. He was very confused even after he got home from work. Like, what the hell is wrong with this girl? After he rejected her politely, it made him regret that he should close his eyes, curse himself, and push her away. But it's fine anyway. Once he gets that summer internship, it'll be over. Then he'll quit the cafe job too. So he won't see her ordering stupid hot chocolate anymore. But in the midst of his heated thoughts, he saw an oasis that refreshed him. A beautiful girl sitting alone on the last train. This very long journey, until now we can see her becoming his girlfriend. Yeowon was happy just to meet her. It turned out she was only sitting there because she had missed a couple of trains while reading poetry. So Yeowon was very happy because he thought she was just sitting there waiting for her boyfriend to come home from work. Anyway, that's how his relationship with Haein began, and with the longest day of the year, summer had also properly begun. His last summer as a university student. The scene shifts to Hyunjae's coworker, who had become a fan of Long Afternoon. She found something she was looking for. It was the teaser for the collaboration between Hyunjae and Long Afternoon, and it was a very hot, long summer, accompanied by the most intense heat wave in 40 years. I feel like I took too long to post the video. I apologize in advance, but I'm too tired to make it all by myself. so I'll try to use AI to speed things up, because I want you guys to see other manhwa that I like too. I'm waiting for your suggestions in the comments. The former bespectacled musician sat back casually, realizing that it had already been 10 years since his band had disbanded. Without him noticing, time had passed so quickly. During those years, his life had moved on normally. He took on his role as a parent, still enjoying watching soccer and playing the guitar in his spare time. Now, he was stepping back onto the stage through his first world tour in 10 years. Unexpectedly, all the tickets sold out instantly. He also released a special album commemorating his 25th debut anniversary. At first, he was reluctant, but in the end, he agreed after being constantly pushed by the agency. The album contained the old songs from his youth. Even though the quality was still rough, the honesty in the music remained strong. What surprised him was how many young people were enjoying the music. He had thought the concerts would be nothing more than pure nostalgia. Out of curiosity, for the first time in 10 years, he listened to his own album again and finally understood why. He realized that good music truly never ages. The emotions were still just as powerful as ever. He was reminded of when he was 21, writing those songs without any burden, just to perform on small stages with his band. Back then, the songs were recorded simply to meet the label's demands. He never imagined they would be known all over the world. The former musician concluded that life is shaped by the courage to try. Opportunities come to those who dare to take the first step. He delivered a simple message to anyone who still hesitates. Just do it, whatever it is. On the other side of the city, Haein stared at her phone screen while watching the interview. She saw the news about the band that would be performing at this year's rock festival. She sat quietly at the station, digesting the news. The band's name had resurfaced in her life. She began to feel excited. This year's festival suddenly felt far more special. Suddenly, she realized someone was standing not far from her. Her attention immediately shifted. Yeowon appeared with a bright face, a backpack on his shoulders, looking full of energy. He immediately spread both his arms wide, as if celebrating something big. With a wide grin, he made a small jump while raising both fists, expressing his excitement without hesitation. Haein stared at him in confusion from the bench. She called his name, trying to understand his behavior. Yeowon then sat down beside Haein and made sure that she had already seen the big news about the latest collaboration. He showed her his phone screen with an extremely enthusiastic expression. The names Sung Hyun-jae and Long Afternoon were clearly visible. Haein gave a small smile. She had already heard the news earlier. For Yeowon, the news felt massive. It meant that their favorite band was finally being recognized by a top-tier musician. He explained how incredible Sung Hyun-jae was in the music industry now, with songs that always became hits. Yeowon felt even more convinced that their taste in music had never been wrong. He was proud that he had liked them from the beginning. Haein then casually asked whether he also liked Sung Hyun-jae's music. Yeowon nodded a bit awkwardly. He mentioned a few songs he often listened to. In his mind, he imagined Hyun-jae standing on stage with a warm, melancholic voice, not just energetic. Haein looked at him with a gentle smile. She began to understand that his taste in music was deeper than she had thought. She watched Yeowon with a faint smile, finding it interesting how he admired other musicians. Yeowon looked slightly embarrassed when he realized his reaction. He never expected it to appear special in Haein's eyes. She explained that what intrigued her about the collaboration was the involvement of Long Afternoon. Her curiosity naturally grew. Yeowon admitted that Sung Hyun-jae was indeed amazing, but in his heart, Long Afternoon would always come first. Haein remained silent, smiling softly because Long Afternoon was also number one in her heart. When the train arrived, Yeowon casually asked whether she was also excited about the news. Haein replied lightly, showing that she too was looking forward to what would happen next. Yeowon then asked whether Sung Hyun-jae truly knew Long Afternoon. He assumed that for a collaboration to happen, they must have met in person before. Haein turned to him with an unreadable expression. She gave a vague answer as if hiding something. She explained that nowadays many musicians collaborate online without ever meeting in person. She herself often received work through email. Yeowon looked genuinely shocked. He had just realized how different the music world was from what he imagined. Then he said casually that maybe someday he would ask Sung Hyunjae directly if they ever met again. Haein fell silent for a moment. She turned and asked who exactly he meant. Only then did Yeowon realize he had never mentioned it. Casually, he revealed that Sung Hyunjae often came to the cafe where he worked. He added that although not every day, Sung Hyunjae visited quite often, usually late at night. Hearing that, Haein's expression changed instantly. She looked nervous, not expecting that he actually knew Hyunjae. She looked at Yeowon with mixed feelings and asked why such important information was only being shared now. Yeowon answered honestly that he never thought she would care about a musician outside the world of rock bands. Haein lowered her head, afraid that her secret as long afternoon might be exposed one day. Yeowon began to suspect that she was actually a huge fan of Sung Hyunjae. He chuckled and said that he had just realized it himself. He had even planned to ask for an autograph for her. He went back to speculating that Sung Hyunjae and Long Afternoon must have met in a studio for the collaboration. Haein grew restless at the thought. She only wanted a vague idea of Long Afternoon without revealing any details. Her gaze tightened. She had to change the subject before the conversation went any further. She softly called Yeowon's name and pointed out that ever since they met, he kept talking about Long Afternoon. Yeowon jolted. He only then realized that the entire conversation had been revolving too much around that band. Haein reminded him that they were on a date, not just discussing their favorite band. Yeowon immediately panicked and apologized. He admitted that he had been carried away because it had been so long since he could share his enthusiasm with someone. Haein looked at him and asked that, from now on, he should talk about her as well. Yeowon fell silent, catching the meaning behind her words. Yeowon finally realized that Haein was actually a huge fan of Sung Hyunjae. Her face stiffened instantly when his guess hit the mark. Yeowon laughed awkwardly, admitting that he truly never expected it. Deep down, he had even imagined surprising her with an autograph. Once again, he thought that if that collaboration really happened, Long Afternoon and Sung Hyunjae must have met in person. Haein became restless hearing that. She only wanted a rough idea of Long Afternoon, without her identity being revealed. Her gaze tightened, revealing an inner conflict she couldn't express. In a soft voice, she called Yeowon again and emphasized that from the very beginning, he had kept talking about Long Afternoon. She reminded him that they were on a date and questioned whether that band would continue to be his only topic. Yeowon was startled and apologized right away. He admitted that he had simply been too excited after holding in his enthusiasm for so long. Haein asked him to get to know her not as a fan but as a person. She gave him a chance by asking him to ask anything about her. In his confusion, Yeowon ended up asking about Haein's birthday. She fell silent, and the train arrival announcement interrupted the awkward moment. That night, the apartment lights were still on, the atmosphere quiet. Yeowon had just returned from work and tried to calm his thoughts. He lay down on the bed, staring at his phone. His routine was always the same, checking on Haein before falling asleep. He opened her photo. Her purple hair and confident gaze always made his heart race. When he noticed the small note on the photo, he realized Haein's birthday. He immediately sat up, slightly panicked but also excited. He tried to calm himself, reminding himself that August was still far away. He felt that he still had time to prepare something meaningful. He kept staring at the photo while starting to make plans. Maybe reserving a restaurant early or finding a cozy place to celebrate. But his thoughts immediately shifted to a gift. Haein loved music, and he wanted to give her something related to her passion. He briefly thought about giving her a musical instrument, but reality quickly brought him back. The salary from his part-time job wasn't enough for a guitar like the one Haein owned. Its price alone exceeded several months of his savings. In the end, he decided to get to know Haein more deeply. If he understood what she truly liked, perhaps he could find the perfect gift without forcing himself. In the distance, the city lights were still shining. Yeowon stared out the window, feeling that there was still plenty of time before Haein's birthday, but he knew he had to start moving from now on. Haein sat in her studio, hugging a pillow and staring at her phone. The room, filled with guitars, made her feel relaxed after a long day of work. She opened Yeowon's photo and looked closely at the small date she had written. A faint smile appeared as she remembered his birthday. She whispered the date in her heart, making sure she didn't misremember it. October 20th felt closer the more she thought about it. She realized that it was still June. That meant there was still plenty of time to prepare something special. She wanted to give him the perfect gift. She began thinking about what Yeowon might like. She wanted to give something meaningful, something that would truly make him happy. But as soon as she thought of a bolder kind of gift, her face instantly heated up. She tried to brush the thought away, but the tempting ideas kept coming. The harder she tried not to think about it, the stronger her embarrassment became. She covered her face with a pillow and complained silently to herself. She recalled Yeowon's attitude. In her eyes, he looked innocent, but there was a certain side of him that made her think twice. That only made her even more confused. A vague memory of their last moment together made her chest flutter. She knew that he wasn't always as calm as he appeared. With her cheeks still flushed, Haein lowered her head and lightly tapped on her phone. She wanted to think calmly about the best gift, even though her thoughts kept drifting towards something tempting. Haein tried to steady herself, assuring herself that she didn't really mind Yeowon's behavior earlier. She had just been surprised by how much more energetic he was than she had expected. She forced herself to focus again. She was sure that Yeowon had many other interesting sides. When she glanced at his old bag, she suddenly thought of giving him a new one since he would be starting work soon. In the middle of her thoughts, a notification suddenly appeared on her phone screen. An email related to work came in. The name Hyunjae was written on it, immediately catching her attention. She opened it, thinking it was a reply to the Rockfest materials she had sent earlier. The response had come much faster than she expected. But as she continued reading, her expression changed. There was something that confused her. The instructions requested a retake, accompanied by sharp comments about the quality of her voice. She checked again to make sure she hadn't misread it. She let out a heavy sigh. Her efforts felt unappreciated, even though she had worked sincerely on it. Staring at the night view outside her window, she clenched her phone and sighed in frustration. This guy, he's getting on my nerves today. In a quiet studio, dim lights cast a purple glow on the walls. The atmosphere showed someone working with full concentration. Hyunjae sat in front of his equipment, monitoring the newly received results. His expression was relaxed, yet his gaze remained sharp and focused. He looked at the screen with a small smile and said that if the project were to continue, everything had to be done properly. For him, quality was non-negotiable. On the screen, an artist's contract document was displayed. He reminded himself that if the process was rushed, there would be no second chance to fix it. Every decision had to be made carefully to avoid future regret. The scene is set in a recording studio late at night. Haein plays the guitar with complete focus. She repeats the same section over and over, searching for the right nuance even as her energy begins to fade. On the monitor, the audio recording keeps running. Several tracks are still messy and need adjustment. Haein slows her strumming. She realizes the notes still fail to convey the emotion she wants. She stops playing and pauses the recording through the keyboard, taking a moment to rethink. Haein sits facing the monitor, guitar in hand. She considers alternative arrangement options without changing the core of the song. She begins to feel that guitar alone isn't enough to express certain parts. Sound waves reappear on the monitor. A new idea forms, though it's not fully clear yet. Suddenly, Haein senses something strange. She stops and turns her head, catching a sound from outside the studio. She steps into the hallway with a cautious expression. The feeling that someone else is nearby starts to disrupt her focus. Haein is startled when the director suddenly appears in the studio, breaking her workflow. She immediately greets her politely with a small bow, still surprised by the sudden visit. The director explains that she stopped by after a meeting and learned about Haein's workspace from Hyunjae. The atmosphere softens when the director asks for a drink because of the heat. Hae-in quickly invites her in. The studio's vending machine becomes a quick solution. Hae-in chooses a cold drink for the director. She hands over the drink. The director accepts it with a relieved expression. The director takes a big gulp, the fatigue slowly easing away. She reacts a bit dramatically to the cold drink and the studio's air conditioning, making the mood more relaxed. Hae-in watches her and asks about the real reason for the visit, sensing it's more than just a casual stop. The director opens her bag and says her work is done, signaling the start of a more serious conversation. She excitedly shows a tablet and says the long afternoon band's PV is finally finished. She explains that only 2 songs are complete so far and wants Hae-in to see them first. The first video plays. Hae-in watches the screen intently and realizes it's not animation but real footage. A beach scene appears, people running and laughing, feeling free and natural. The visuals move on to colorful ribbons fluttering in the air, enhancing the song's mood. The director observes Hae-in's reaction without interrupting. She then asks for Hae-in's opinion, wanting to know if the visuals fit the music. Hae-in praises how polished and expensive the visuals look, then asks if the director filmed them herself. The director explains that the video is a re-edit of an old short film by an indie director on their team, a past project revived for Long Afternoon's music. She mentions plans for a special screening at an indie cinema in July and suggests Hae-in come if she has time. She then moves on to the next video, saying the project is titled Deep Planet and was directed by her personally. The video plays. A small animated character moves across a planet, making Hae-in instinctively gasp as the iconic visual comes to life. The director explains the limited animation and motion graphics concept. Hae-in stares at the screen with excitement. She immediately likes the light, unique visual style. She praises the result without hesitation, smiling warmly. That response makes the director fall silent for a moment. The director looks at Hae-in with a different expression. The compliment feels more meaningful than she expected. Her emotions surge. She sees the recognition as a major achievement in her creative career. The director overflows with pride, fully immersed in enjoying her own work. Hae-in smiles calmly. She understands, being appreciated by a fellow artist is the most valuable thing for a creator. The director is still swept up in her emotions. Praise from the person she admires most feels like the peak of her life, to the point that Hae-in feels a bit confused by the reaction. The moment passes. The studio returns to its quiet calm, leaving behind a warm atmosphere. They stand, preparing to part ways. The director has regained her composure, while Hae-in waits for further instructions. The director promises to send the original file links that night and asks for the official videos to be uploaded before the ecosystem release to help with promotion. Hae-in agrees immediately. She even offers to treat the director next time. A joke follows. The director asks for alcohol, and Hae-in responds with a light laugh. They say goodbye. The director leaves the studio in a much brighter mood. Just before leaving, the director stops, remembering something. She mentions the news that Hae-in will be performing on stage with Hyunjae. She asks curiously, wanting to know Hae-in's thoughts after working directly with him. She folds her arms, her expression hesitant, signaling that the topic of Hyunjae touches feelings she isn't ready to reveal. Hae-in finally answers honestly. She feels Hyunjae is different compared to her previous collaborations. From her experience, Hyunjae seems more sensitive and far stricter about arrangements. The rehearsal process feels heavy. Some live sections have to be repeated many times because Hyunjae isn't satisfied. The director responds with laughter, recalling similar stress while preparing Hyunjae's solo concert. She explains that Hyunjae is far more perfectionistic for live performances than recordings. According to her, it's not bad intentions. Hyunjae simply wants the performance to be perfect and exceed the audience's expectations. The director jokes excessively, threatening to hit Hyunjae if he gets too demanding, making Hae-in laugh. The conversation ends. The director truly leaves, leaving Hae-in alone in the studio. Hae-in stretches and reflects. The phrase "exceed expectations" keeps echoing in her mind, sparking new determination for the stage preparation. Suddenly, an idea hits. Haein jolts, eyes wide, as if she's found the answer she's been searching for. She sits back down in front of the studio monitor. In her mind, a new possibility emerges for how to shape the song's arrangement. Plugins and tracks are open on the screen. She starts imagining small changes that could have a big impact. Without realizing it, the idea blends with her emotions. A subtle vibration appears, the familiar feeling when inspiration finally clicks. The song's concept starts to feel clear. Imagination slowly turns into something real and achievable. Haein feels a strong push. Her enthusiasm reignites, wiping away her earlier exhaustion. She looks at the screen with a faint smile. Deep down, she knows this direction feels right. Haein steals her resolve. She wants to play the song as soon as possible. Not alone, but with a full band on a live stage. Night falls over the city. Building lights turn on one by one, signaling the end of the workday as the streets grow quiet. Inside the cafe, chairs are neatly arranged. The atmosphere is calm after business hours. Yeowon prepares to head home first. His bag is slung over his shoulder, phone in hand. His body is tired, his mind still lingering at work, before he says goodbye to the boss. The boss is still busy and tells him to head home first. Yeowon feels worried. Work seems piled up, keeping the boss working late in the storage room. Summer adds new menu items, making inventory management much heavier. Yeowon walks alone along the sidewalk. A small handheld fan in his hand pushes away the remaining heat. He looks down at his phone. His thoughts drift to Haein, wondering if she's finished working. Yeowon sends a message. The reply is short and sounds tired, making him stop in his tracks for a moment. He feels annoyed that Haein replies so briefly while teasing him. Yeowon stares at the phone screen. He realizes Haein barely gets any rest, even working late into the night before. He walks slowly while reading the messages. Summer, which should allow more time together, instead makes the distance between them feel real. Yeowon knows he's also busy thinking about the future, but the feeling of being left behind still surfaces. At a crosswalk, he pauses. His thoughts spin as he tries to understand the situation without blaming anyone. Yeowon realizes something. Being in a relationship doesn't automatically make people closer if their time keeps colliding. His gaze hardens. There's a side of Haein he hasn't truly understood, and it starts to trouble him. An image of Haein appears in his mind, tired and quiet, as if carrying more than she shows. Yeowon lowers his head. He accepts that feelings alone aren't enough without effort to truly understand each other. He starts walking again. His fingers hover over the phone screen, hesitant but still typing. He takes a short breath. If they're really together, at the very least, he needs to be honest about his feelings. Night wraps around the city again. Building lights glow dimly, showing how late it's become. Inside the quiet studio, the workspace looks empty. Machines and shelves stand still, leaving behind a heavy silence. The computer screen is still on. The music project isn't finished yet, as if holding time in place. Haein sits hugging her knees. Her body is tired, but her mind keeps moving along with the unfinished melody. The phone on the table vibrates. A notification breaks the long silence. She picks up the phone and reads the message. The simple sentence catches her breath. "I miss you." The message feels honest and direct, warming her chest while stirring hesitation. Haein stares at the screen, unmoving. She has received messages like this many times, yet is never truly ready to respond. She brings the phone closer to her face. Her thoughts spin, searching for the safest words without opening up too much. Her fingers hover above the screen. Between a short reply and complete honesty, she remains still. The station looks deserted. The platform is clean and quiet, waiting for the last train. Yeowon stands staring at his phone. Just a few seconds without a reply are enough to make his chest feel heavy. A message comes in. A late-night meal invitation appears on the screen, simple, yet unexpected. He rereads it. The timing is right on the edge, while the announcement for the next train echoes. Back in the studio, Haein sits casually at her desk. A faint smile appears as she imagines Yeowon's reaction. She holds the phone, confident the invitation is enough to shake Yeowon's decision to go home. In her heart, she treats it as a light joke. She never truly expects him to miss the last train. Haeun's eyes widen. Doubt instantly turns into shock. The reply comes quickly, a single short word that shatters her assumption. Yeowon runs out of the station. The last train has already arrived, but he chooses another direction without hesitation. Haeun covers her mouth, holding back a smile. The surprise feels warm, far more real than she expected. Haeun laughs freely. Her shoulders relax, her face bright. She clearly didn't expect Yeowon to actually come. On the other side of the city, the night stretches calmly between buildings. That spontaneous decision begins to feel real, and the unplanned meeting draws closer. It was already late at night. Yeowon was outside, waiting to meet Haeun. The street lights were on. Yeowon stood alone under them, waiting. Yeowon held his cell phone and a small fan. He checked his messages while calming himself down. He thought about places to eat late at night and considered options he had been to before. Haeun called out to him from a distance. Yeowon turned and realized Haeun had arrived. They met in front of the building. Yeowon greeted her first, and she made sure he hadn't waited long. Haeun covered her mouth with her jacket sleeve and laughed softly at his reaction. The laughter confused Yeowon, and he paused for a moment, not understanding the reason. He wondered if there was something wrong with him. Did he sweat too much after rushing to meet her, he thought. Haeun explained why she laughed, saying that when he ran over as soon as she mentioned late-night food, he looked like a cute puppy to her. Yeowon was annoyed to hear this and pointed a small fan at her to get back at her, making Haeun scream cutely. Haeun asked how he was going to get home since the last train had already left. Yeowon replied that he would walk because the distance was still manageable, maybe about an hour. Haeun felt sorry for him, so she offered, "Should I let you stay over?" she said, making Yeowon swallow hard, thinking he would finally get late again. But it turned out that Haeun offered for him to stay at her uncle's place, making his little Johnny go limp. Yeowon immediately refused because he didn't want to bother anyone. Haeun insisted that her uncle didn't want to be disturbed that night, then laughed at him. Yeowon returned to the topic of food and suggested a Japanese satay place he had been to before. Haeun agreed and followed his directions even though the route was a bit roundabout. Haeun called his name softly and warmly. Then she reached out her hand, signaling for them to walk hand in hand, with a very sweet smile. Yeowon turned to her, looking dumbfounded, not understanding what Haeun wanted. He accepted her invitation and they held hands before walking together. Haeun was indeed the aggressive type who always made the first move, because her boyfriend was also insensitive. Yeowon was very happy tonight because it wasn't a waste that he ran after getting tired from work. They walked side by side very romantically while discussing dinner and light conversation. The night grew late as they approached their destination. The restaurant sign appeared in front of them. They had finally reached their destination. They went in and ordered. The atmosphere inside felt relaxed. Haeun raised her glass first, enjoying a delicious glass of beer in the summer. Yeowon drank with her and laughed. They were like old people who enjoyed drinking alcohol. They enjoyed their drinks and said they were refreshing, making the atmosphere at the table more relaxed. Yeowon looked at her and reminded her that she had previously said she wouldn't drink. Haeun reasoned that it was hot and she didn't expect the night to be so muggy. Yeowon suggested just one glass, but Haeun refused and chose to continue drinking because she had already started. He laughed at her when she complained about work, which she no longer cared about that night. Haeun then asked when was the last time Yeowon came to this place. Yeowon recounted an old experience, when he was forced to drink by his boss until late at night. Haeun responded casually and asked if he rarely met friends while in college. The question made Yeowon fall silent, his mind drifting to his college days. He couldn't get his ex out of his mind, even though he had tried so hard to move on, but Haeun reminded him of her again. Finally, he replied briefly, saying that everyone was busy with their own work and lives. Haeun sipped her drink while staring at Yeowon because his expression was very suspicious. Her gaze shifted focus, as if assessing his reaction as if he were hiding something. So Haein called the waiter and ordered an additional bottle of red-cap soju. Yeowon was surprised and questioned her choice because the drink was quite strong. Haein made sure she was okay, then called Yeowon's name in a casual tone. She suggested a truth game to change the subject. Yeowon asked about the rules, trying to understand what she meant. Haein explained the game. They take turns asking questions, and if you can't answer or answer with a lie, so they had to drink a shot of soju as a penalty. She raised the small glass and seemed to have a hidden plan behind her sweet smile. Yeowon was silent, realizing the game was not as simple as it seemed. But Yeowon agreed to the game, even though he said the result might be boring, because he felt he had nothing to hide or lie about to her. Haein laughed and said that it made her even more interested. The satay skewers arrived. They thanked the waiter and got ready to eat while playing. Haein suggested they start the game right away between bites. She set the first question for Yeowon's turn. Yeowon thought for a moment and chose a light question. He asked for an objective assessment of himself, whether she thought he was handsome, making Haein spit out her drink laughing at his childish question. Haein held back her laughter, then answered honestly that she thought he was indeed handsome. That answer made Yeowon happy, and he admitted that he did want to hear that. Haein took her turn to ask a question and leaned towards Yeowon, signaling the next turn. She asked a question about the part of her body that he liked the most, below her neck to be exact. Yeowon hesitated and delayed his answer while sipping his drink. He tried to evade the question by saying he had never paid close attention to the details. Haein pressed him, reminding him that he had seen her before and couldn't avoid it. The pressure made Yeowon fall silent. Then he gave a short answer, collarbone. Haein immediately shouted and accused him of lying with a funny expression because she knew he always glanced at her booba. She challenged him to be honest, and if he was honest, she would show him that part of her body. Yeowon finally changed his answer to say that he liked her puppy cat the most. This made Haein realize what his hidden desire was. So he had to accept his punishment and drink soju, while Haein ended the round with a small victory. After drinking the punishment, Yeowon calmed down and asserted that now it was his turn to ask questions. He looked at Haein and said, "You've lied to me before, right?" She fell silent upon hearing the question. Did he know her true identity? Haein didn't answer right away, thinking the question was too broad. He narrowed down the meaning of the lie, mentioning white lies and jokes. Yeowon corrected the direction of his question and asked if she was keeping a secret from him. That question made Haein silent for quite a while. She was confused whether she should be honest that she was a long afternoon or not. After a short pause, Haein finally nodded slowly. She acknowledged her answer with one word, marking the beginning of a bigger confession. Yeowon was happy that his guess was correct, so he asked what that secret was. But she didn't want to answer because if she told him that easily, it wouldn't be a secret, right? That made sense. However, she smiled suspiciously, thinking of an idea to tease him. She offered him a glass, saying that if he drank this shot, she would tell him the secret. Yeowon looked at the glass because he felt he was already drunk enough at this point. But his curiosity made him unable to think objectively. So he quickly drank the shot out of curiosity. He tried to endure the drunkenness from the strong drink. Since he had drunk it, he quickly demanded that she keep her promise to tell him the secret. So she had no choice but to call Yeowon over and put his ear close to her. This made Yeowon nervous about the secret she was about to reveal. Finally, Haein whispered her biggest secret to Yeowon, while Woken could only stare blankly at them. Haein whispered very close to his ear, and Yeowon could feel her breath. She told him a secret about herself, that Yeowon was her first boyfriend. Yeowon was speechless, not expecting this, so he asked again to confirm it. Haein was quite embarrassed to admit this, but she was happy that Yeowon was her first. She said, "If you don't want to believe it, then don't believe it." But how could Yeowon believe it because she looked so beautiful? He didn't expect that even though she looked very naughty, she had never been in a relationship before. This explained the previous incident where she was very hesitant and scared to the point of crying. It turned out that it was her first time, which made Yeowon and his little Johnny happy. Seeing Yeowon's blushing face made Haein ask what dirty things he was imagining. They continued playing Truth or Dare, and now it was Yeowon's turn to ask if there were any memorable moments in her family. However, Haein quickly drank the penalty shot because she was reluctant to tell Yeowon, which disappointed Yeowon. So Haein was forced to answer. Haein mentioned her argument with her mom as part of the past that she didn't want to remember too much. Yeowon laughed when he heard this and was curious about what kind of thing Haein fought with her parents over. Yeowon told her about himself and his father, and from that conversation, Haein concluded that Yeowon had a close relationship with his dad. Haein then took her turn to ask Yeowon a question. She brought up Yeowon's uniqueness and challenged him to think about it himself. Yeowon hesitated. He had never really thought about it before. After thinking briefly, he mentioned his height as the only thing that came to mind. Haein responded and encouraged him to continue thinking of other things about himself. Yeowon tried to think of other things, but his mind was blank and he just repeated the question in his heart. An idea suddenly popped into his head, stopping his mind from spinning. Haein stared at him, waiting for an answer, putting pressure on him without saying another word. Haein looked at him very deeply, and Yeowon thought she looked very beautiful when she looked at him like that. Yeowon finally mentioned something he considered to be his own charm. Haein immediately laughed at him because Yeowon was totally lewd, she thinking he was talking about his big PP, when in fact Yeowon thought his charm was his character. After the atmosphere calmed down, Yeowon turned the question back on Haein and asked for honesty. So he forced her to speak honestly. Haein admitted that she had strengths, but never considered them attractive. She explained that every time she found one strength, she always saw another weakness and forgot about that strength. Haein revealed her thoughts about her body and self-image, which she always wanted to change every time she looked in the mirror. Yeowon immediately interrupted before those thoughts went any further. He emphasized that he liked her best just the way she was, trying to tease Haein. He asked her to accept herself a little more. Haein smiled slightly and understood Yeowon's meaning without arguing. She teased him back and accused Yeowon of having dirty thoughts anyway, concluding that Yeowon was more perverted than he looked. After a brief silence, Yeowon asked if Haein really hated it. Haein answered honestly that she liked it, as long as she could admit it consciously. She realized her drink was finished, and suggested ending the night because it was already late. Yeowon admitted that he wanted to spend more time with Haein, but refrained because of her work. Haein waited for this moment because from the beginning she had her own question that might offend Yeowon. Haein proposed one last question as part of the truth game. She asked if Yeowon had ever met someone before with a specific intention. Yeowon confirmed the meaning of the question and prepared himself to answer. He hesitated and considered how the answer would sound to Haein. Yeowon thought to himself that he had never really been in a relationship with anyone, but he was worried that honesty would make him look weak or be easily misunderstood. Besides, what happened with his ex couldn't be called dating because he didn't clap her, and it was all in the past, so there was no need to explain it in detail. Yeowon confirmed that there had been no one before, and the story ended there. Yeowon blushed and admitted that Haein was his first too. Haein immediately accused him of lying without hesitation. She recalled the old question he had avoided and pressed him about it. Because if he had never done it before, why did Yeowon look so skilled the last time they did perverted things? Yeowon reacted strongly and insisted that he wasn't natural, that it was all the result of his own practice. He explained that he was afraid of ruining the mood if he looked too awkward at his age. Haein was silent for a moment, digesting the confession without interrupting. She was confused about how to respond and found Yeowon's efforts adorable. Then she laughed out loud when she heard that it was something he worked hard at, which made Yeowon upset as to why she was laughing. Haein admitted that imagining Yeowon feeling nervous behind his attitude made her feel lighter. Yeowon clicked his tongue softly and regretted wanting to look mature, but instead looking awkward. In his mind, he realized that his efforts to act mature had completely failed. Haein watched him without pressure, letting him sink into his own thoughts. She decided to end their time together and asked him to leave. They agreed on the payment and left the place together. Outside, They walked side by side without rushing. Haein offered him breath mints, as if she had been thinking about it for a long time. Yeowon accepted it happily, and only then realized that this small gesture came from their previous work habits. Haein asked if Yeowon was really going to walk home. Haein replied briefly that the night air was colder, so it would be better for him to take a taxi. It's better than ruining his health. Yeowon casually refused and reminded her that it was a holiday, so he could sleep in. They laughed lightly, letting the small talk end the night. Under the dark sky, Haein said goodbye first and asked Yeowon to get home safely. Yeowon replied and made sure his door was locked. They walked in opposite directions, each carrying the lingering warmth of their conversation. Haein called Yeowon back, her face flushed as she offered him something. She offered him breath mints, asking if he needed more. Yeowon replied that he was fine, because he was stupid and hadn't realized the code. Silence hung as they stared at each other from a distance, Haein putting on her SS-tier teasing face. A brief realization dawned on Yeowon, stopping him in his tracks for a moment. Yeowon stopped abruptly, because he just realized that Haein was asking for a code to kiss, and his courage finally took over. Finally, Yeowon approached her immediately. Yeowon took the initiative by holding Haein's face in his hands, then kissed her like a man. The kiss was brief and awkward, but it was very meaningful to them. Haein accepted the moment, but she felt it wasn't enough. Then she said to Yeowon, "This works, right?" Haein said, "Let's start exchanging things this way from now on." She said that the burden didn't have to be borne alone. They could learn together. Yeowon was silent, happy that these overflowing feelings weren't just him. Suddenly, Haein kissed him aggressively, so that they both realized they had the same level of feelings. After kissing, Haein said that this kiss tasted a little like alcohol, so she quickly waved goodbye after her energy was charged by tonight's kiss. "Oh my god, she's so beautiful." Yeowon could only remain silent, unable to comprehend how wild his girlfriend was. And they parted ways and went home immediately. Yeowon just stood there dumbfounded and thought about it all the way home. When he gathered up his courage, she surprised him once again. So what should he even call this? It's amazing, this person called Haein. She made his days very colorful. She radiated him with happiness from small things. So he felt this way for the first time. Is this what love feels like? It was indeed very soothing, but annoying at times. Next time he'll act more thoughtfully and surprise her too. He can't be the only one getting swayed like this forever. While he was thinking, he suddenly heard someone talking in the middle of the night. He saw from a distance that it looked like someone he knew. And sure enough, it was Haein's uncle and his boss. He heard her say, "I was just a bit tired." So he was very surprised to see them, especially in the middle of the night like this. And on top of that, it was just the two of them, leading Yeowon to conclude that they were having a secret relationship. Yeowon worked at the cafe during rush hour, handling orders non-stop. He called out order numbers and handed over drinks for delivery. Once the orders were received, he returned to his work area without stopping for long. After several shaved ice orders, he felt tired because the work kept piling up. In the midst of his busyness, he thought about the boss he had seen the night before. The boss stands at the cash register, checking orders while humming softly. Yeowon's mind wanders to the boss walking with Uncle. He feels like he doesn't want to get involved, but he is very curious. Yeowon approaches and greets the boss, trying to start a conversation. He asks how the boss is doing, initiating an interaction that feels awkward but continues. The boss responded to Yeowon's questions carefully, thinking that they were about work at the cafe. Yeowon explained that he meant personal stuff like daily life, health, and relationships. The boss asked Yeowon to speak directly without beating around the bush. Yeowon hesitated for a moment and tried to explain what he meant. He revealed that he had seen the boss with Haein's uncle the night before. The boss didn't expect Yeowon to catch them together. Yeowon asked if the boss went out with the uncle or started dating him. The boss stared at Yeowon, confused about how to respond. She insisted that it was her personal business. Yeowon was surprised that the boss refused to answer because she always told him, "There's nothing to hide between us," and pry into his dating life. However, the boss used her power as a boss and he was her subordinate, so Yeowon was shocked. Yeowon heard this and became upset because he felt betrayed. He left and threatened that he would never share his personal life again. This made the boss panic because Yeowon's stories were her sweet snack talk supply for her life. So the boss gave in and decided to tell the story because he had seen it himself. She emphasized that there was no romantic relationship and nothing happened that day. She explained that she fell asleep in the car because she was very tired that day. He saw her when he was going to the mini market and thought something was wrong. So he woke her up. She wanted to go home, but was advised to rest and ended up going to his place. Yeowon was fixated on the fact that they went to his place together, his mind immediately jumping to adult scenes. Boss realized she had overshared and tried to cover it up with a brief explanation. She warned Yeowon not to fantasize and emphasized that nothing happened. The boss added that she had only drunk water and fallen asleep due to exhaustion. Yeowon tried to confirm their relationship status with one simple question. "Are you friends?" The boss replied that they were just fellow freelancers discussing shop matters. After that, the boss paused for a moment and thought about her own situation, which made her face flush with embarrassment. She asked Yeowon not to tell Haein about it. Boss added that Shin-young shouldn't be told either because it could cause misunderstandings. But Shin-young suddenly appeared and asked what they were talking about. The situation immediately turned chaotic when Yeowon and Boss reacted at the same time. While Shin-young felt that they were hiding something from her, it was nighttime and finally time to go home from work. Yeowon walked home thinking about Boss's situation and the relationships around her. It's a relief that the two of them got closer. She has been lonely for a while, and Uncle is a good person too. It would be even better if the relationship developed further, but he couldn't really say anything about that. Feelings don't appear just because someone pushes them from the side. Until they finally met, he sat with Haein, but she was silent the whole time. Yeowon realized something was bothering her, so he asked what she was thinking about because she looked very serious. She explained that her uncle was acting strangely that day and seemed unfocused. He who always plays games was just spacing out like he'd taken cold medicine, not responding even when called and staring off somewhere else. Haein said that her uncle didn't seem sick, but kept talking to himself in a regretful tone. Yeowon listened seriously, beginning to think about deeper possibilities. Haein speculated that it was menopausal depression, but Yeowon dismissed it because her uncle was still too young. Yeowon tried to calm her down by saying maybe he just had something on his mind or it could be a condition issue. Haein sensed doubt in Yeowon's response and began to suspect him. She called Yeowon's name directly and accused him of knowing something. Yeowon denied it, saying how could he know if even she didn't know. Haein leaned in and noticed that his reaction was not like usual. She concluded that Yeowon was trying to end the conversation because he was hiding something. Yeowon fell silent, realizing that his attitude was answer enough. Yeowon explained that even if he knew something, it would be rude for a third party to interfere. He added that if his uncle hadn't told her, it meant he didn't want Haein to know. Yeowon suggested that she respect that boundary, unless there was malicious intent behind it. Haein fell silent, understanding his logic even though she was still anxious. She admitted her concern because she felt that her uncle might have been scammed. Yeowon dismissed that possibility and assured her that nothing like that had happened. Suddenly, Haein grabbed Yeowon's thigh, startling him. Haein looked at him and concluded that her guess was correct, that he did know something. She wouldn't ask him to explain in detail, just tell her roughly. Then she used a very sweet expression to break down Yeowon's defenses. Yeowon saw his girlfriend's cute face, which he rarely saw. It made her unable to resist thinking to himself, why is she so pretty? It's hard to refuse. Today especially, her clothes too. She's dressed way too pretty, different from her usual aura. It made Yeowon confused whether he should tell Haein or not. But he managed to restrain his desire and said he couldn't tell her. Yeowon emphasized that he only found out by coincidence, and he thought it was best to keep it buried as a secret if possible. Even she had things she kept secret even though they were family, right? Yeowon asked Haein to respect that boundary. Haein was silent, accepting the logic even though her worries hadn't disappeared. Finally, Haein accepted it and understood what he meant. After being convinced that it wasn't anything dangerous, Haein decided to stop asking questions. Haein commented that she shouldn't meddle too much in other people's love lives. Yeowon was surprised by the words love life and realized she had picked up on something he hadn't said. He began to wonder if Haein really knew something or was just testing his reaction. Haein said that secrets that are kept hidden will only grow bigger. Yeowon's mind was in turmoil, wondering how she could have guessed that far. Haein sat casually beside him, while Yeowon was frustrated because he couldn't read her mind. Haein chuckled and looked at Yeowon, as if enjoying his reaction. She asks if he's really not doing anything this time, because Haein reminds him about the upcoming release of Long Afternoon's collaboration song. Yeowon understands what she means, which means it's time for a listening session. Last time he prepared half-heartedly, but this time he's preparing properly, making Haein laugh at his enthusiasm. She also said not to over-prepare, just listening to music normally is fine. Yeowon thought to himself that he was really excited for Long Afternoon's new song, but he was also really looking forward to hanging out late with her. It's so fun when we're together. There's so much he wants to talk about. He wished the day after tomorrow would come already. Meanwhile, the next day, Hyunjae suddenly called Haein while she was practicing to ask her to make a contract. Haein was surprised to hear this. She asked what kind of contract he meant. It seemed like Hyunjae had a secret, and the more you hide them, the bigger they grow. They all fell silent upon hearing this because he spoke so suddenly. He clarified that he meant a contract, meaning a record label contract, right? Hyunjae explained that he was offering her an exclusive contract as an artist on his label. Haein began to consider the offer very seriously. However, after thinking briefly, she expressed her interest and tended to agree. The decision surprised everyone because she only thought for 3 seconds. He reacted strongly and reprimanded her for making such an important decision too quickly. He emphasized that contracts should not be decided carelessly. She insisted that she would read the contract carefully. She was still interested in the contract. The drummer suddenly interrupted the conversation and asked a question. He mentioned the possibility of a no-dating clause in the contract, like in the contracts he often heard about. Everyone was surprised by the vague question he asked. Hyunjae responded to the question about the no-dating clause casually and jokingly, embarrassing Haein with his question. He explained that they weren't idols and it was unlikely there would be such a clause. Hyunjae wanted to show her the contract later while discussing the results of today's practice. The drummer asked for permission to leave early because of his part-time job. The three of them walked out together. He began to ask again if she was really sure about this decision. He reminded her that Hyunjae's label was still new and inexperienced. Haein said that was true, but she liked Hyunjae as a person. She remembered the process of them working and composing music together. From that, she realized his seriousness and love for music, and she was sure she wanted to work with him because she knew Hyunjae didn't see songs as money. Hearing this made them believe in what Haein believed. She emphasized that she would not sign anything if the contents of the contract were not suitable. He suggested that she review it carefully. They headed to the meeting room at the label's office. Hyunjae handed her the draft of the exclusive artist contract. They sat down together to discuss the contents of the contract. He invited her to suggest any changes. Haein read the contract carefully. She concluded that the contract was simple and had minimal restrictions. There were almost no restrictions limiting her activities. He explained his intention not to restrict artists. The focus was only on basic costs, profit sharing, and support. He emphasized that the label wanted to maintain the artist's originality. He promised to help with promotion without much interference. Since they don't have live performance activities, he guesses they're just getting album production support. After considering all of that, she wanted to ask about something. She asked about the risk if their album didn't sell well. Hyunjae looked serious before answering. He explained that usually the label would bear the loss and not renew the artist's contract. She thought that was pretty cold, while he considered it a business reality. He emphasized that he was different from most labels. He promised to continue supporting her as long as she kept making good music. Losses were not a reason to stop supporting her. That explanation surprised Haein. He stated that he would remain active so that the company could survive. The label was not built for money. He explained that his main goal was to find good musicians and introduce them to the public. Long Afternoon was an example of what he meant. He concluded by stating that they were free to create. As long as the music is good, he is willing to spend hundreds of millions money to support them. Haein fell silent after hearing the words, hundreds of millions. Her face looked dumb because she forgot herself after hearing the amount of money. She immediately imagined that for the next album, she would record at a famous recording studio in the UK. The other band members were also swept up in the euphoria and began throwing around excessive plans. They all went crazy because they were blinded by money. Hyunjae couldn't believe it because they were so excited and he was afraid of how much money they would plan to spend. However, it had been a long time since he had felt this way, that his feelings were accepted as they were, without misunderstanding. This atmosphere felt unfamiliar but comfortable to him. Bad memories of the past came to mind, words of contempt directed at him, judging him for pretending to be nice. A shadow whispered to him, calling him a hypocritical piece of trash, telling him to get lost, asking why he was helping those beggar-like kids. It told him to stop laughing like that because it was disgusting, and the negative words always haunted him. But Haein called him over because she saw Hyunjae daydreaming. He apologized and asked her what she wanted to ask. It wasn't really a question. There was something she needed among the promotion clauses here, so she wanted to ask him a favor. He responded to what favor Haein wanted. The scene changed to Yeowon, who was on the train. He sat and smiled looking at the news on his phone. It was about the collaboration between Sung Hyunjae and Long Afternoon being officially released. He sees the market reaction as soon as the song is released. The song immediately hits the domestic charts and the public response is very positive. Comments on streaming platforms continue to pour in with praise. He wants to listen to the song right away, but restrains himself because there is still a PV and other plans that night. He can't wait for a listening session with his girlfriend Haein. Yeowon had arrived at the cafe and was ready to work. Shin-young greeted him back after seeing him come in. Yeowon asked where the boss was, who turned out to be buying supplies. Suddenly, Shin-young asked, "Do you like listening to music?" Of course, he answered that he liked it and asked why she was asking. She wanted to discuss Hyunjae's new song that came out today and said that it was totally amazing. Then Yeowon quickly covered his ears and screamed loudly because he had been holding back from listening to the song. Shin-young was surprised why he suddenly went crazy like that. He apologized and explained that he was avoiding spoilers. He wanted to listen to the music without being influenced by other people's opinions. She concluded that he must really like Sung Hyunjae. She admitted that she was a big fan of his. He admitted that he did like Sung Hyunjae, but actually he preferred Long Afternoon more. She was surprised that he liked a relatively minor musician. Her interest in him grew even more. He explained that he sometimes searched for music himself and sometimes followed the app's recommendations. She also sometimes played music randomly like him, not expecting them to have such similarities. She promised to try listening to Long Afternoon since Yeowon said it was good, while putting on a flirtatious face. It made Yeowon cringe, but he still recommended his favorite songs to her. Somehow he feels satisfied. Other than Haein, someone else is starting to recognize Long Afternoon. And suddenly she screams when she sees Hyunjae entering the cafe. Sure enough, he is a regular at this cafe. He immediately orders a drink and Shin-young is very happy to serve him. She enthusiastically tells him that she listened to the song that came out today and it was really good. Totally the best. This made Hyunjae respond happily and thank her. He also told her to watch a live clip coming out tonight. Hearing all this, Yeowon scolded her for having personal conversations with customers, but she thought this much was fine. Hyunjae and his team chatted while Shin-young couldn't hide her curiosity. So she asked again with a very enthusiastic face. She leaned closer and asked Hyunjae, "Who is Long Afternoon?" This made Yeowon, who had been silent, immediately look up because of the question. Hyunjae was also surprised to suddenly be asked that question. It was the same question that many of his fans asked on his Instagram account. Everyone was stunned after hearing Shin-young ask the question without reading the situation. However, Hyunjae answered formally, saying that Long Afternoon is a really talented musician, while used career laughing. But she continued to ask, what kind of person are they? A band? Is the vocalist pretty? Hearing these questions, Yeowon felt that she had crossed the line and told her to stop asking questions. Of course, even though it was uncomfortable, the question made Hyunjae have to be careful in answering it in order to maintain his good name. He replied that he didn't really know since he had never seen them in person either, and he ended the conversation so there would be no further questions. Shin-young could only watch him leave because she still had many questions to ask him. Yeowon immediately scolded him because they were not allowed to talk to customers, because he was a regular and he was afraid he would stop coming here because he was disturbed. But she just responded casually because she thought this level of small talk was fine. It was like a greeting, making Yeowon give up on advising her. Anyway, he'll bring it over himself and apologize for her. So he told her to watch the counter. He headed to their table, where they were discussing what they would have for dinner. Their conversation stopped when Yeowon came to bring him his order. He saw the awkward look on his face that wanted to say something. Yeowon immediately apologized for their staff's mistake. So he apologized for making him uncomfortable with her sudden, unnecessary talk. Hyunjae was quite pleased to see Yeowon being so polite, so he understood. Yeowon also gave him cookies as a service to make up for it. However, he didn't leave after that because there was still something he wanted to talk about, so he plucked up his courage to ask him for something if it wasn't too rude. He gave him a pen and paper to ask for his autograph enthusiastically. Hearing this made Shin-young quite annoyed, because he had just scolded her for disturbing customers. But Yeowon did the same thing, lol. Hyunjae didn't mind and signed the paper, making Yeowon happy. He offered to write the name as well, so he asked what his name was. Yeowon agreed it wasn't his name, but he wanted to write someone else's name. He said to write Shin Hae-in's name on the signature, making Hyunjae pause for a moment, thinking he had heard the name wrong. He turned to Yeowon to confirm and asked, "Is the name really Hae-in?" Yeowon said yes and explained, "Hae from sea otter, Hae-in." Hyunjae pretended to be calm, then asked Yeowon again if that was his girlfriend's name. He nodded and said his girlfriend liked his music a lot, and of course he was a fan of his too, even following him on Instagram. Hyunjae ended the conversation and hoped his girlfriend would like the autograph. So he quickly left the cafe. He walked faster than usual, but he suddenly stopped in the middle of the road and thought. He didn't expect to meet the person who claimed to be Hae-in's boyfriend, and he almost screamed because he was so shocked. He was wondering why the name Hae-in came up here, and for a second he almost acted like he knew about Long Afternoon and got caught. He looked back to observe Yeowon further, and he remembered Hae-in saying they would meet near the station when catching the last train, so that person must be Hae-in's boyfriend, so he would ask and confirm it himself later. He got into the car while drinking coffee. He imagined if Yeowon found out Hae-in lied to him, he looked like the type who would be deeply hurt. Last time he did say couples can have secrets too, but he was unsure. Should he tell her it's better to clear things up sooner rather than later? But suddenly he heard a whisper from his dark side saying, "Why bother?" He reminded himself he said it himself, keep a reasonable distance, but now he was going to keep butting in, like acting close to someone. No matter where you go, you're always away. Those words had a special meaning for him. He thought it was true, this really is none of his business. Dating is something the two people should resolve themselves. It's not something a third party like him should step into. He returned to the studio and decided to stop thinking about it. The scene returned to Yeowon, who was continuing his work, which was almost finished. That was the last order and there's nothing left now. So the boss decided to send them home early with enthusiasm, unlike usual. So Yeowon asked why they were going home early, thinking the boss had plans for tonight. But he replied that of course there were no plans at this hour. There were no dine-in customers and they were almost out of ingredients, so they were just closing early. So she told Yeowon to clean the hall and head home. She'll take out the trash. Of course, finishing early is good for him. He can get home sooner, and besides, today, he has a clap schedule with Hae-in, a listening party schedule, so of course he's excited. The boss caught him acting weird, so he was very embarrassed about it. They quickly packed up and left the cafe. Yeowon arrived at the subway station. He walked while playing with his phone. He was getting off work 30 minutes earlier than usual, so he should tell Hae-in to meet him at the station. But he saw a beautiful girl walking in front of him. So he called out the name of his very beautiful girlfriend, causing her to look back. They were both very happy to meet on the street. They were very affectionate, especially since they hadn't been dating for long. They talked about how they were able to get home from work early today. After that, Yeowon took something out of his bag. He had something to give her. Then he showed off Hyunjae's autograph with a silly face, thinking that Hae-in was a big fan of his. Hae-in froze after hearing that Yeowon had asked for Hyunjae's autograph. She was silent for a moment, then asked stammeringly how he got it, and Yeowon said he just shamelessly asked for a signature. Hae-in thought her fate was sealed because she was afraid Yeowon had found out that she had lied to him. She asked to confirm whether they had a long conversation while getting the autograph. Fortunately, they weren't supposed to talk to customers while working, so they didn't really talk much. Hae-in was relieved to hear that, but he said again that there was a cheeky part-timer who asked about long afternoon to Hyunjae, making Hae-in break out in a cold sweat again, which hadn't even dried yet. But Hyunjae said he'd never met long afternoon either, just like she said. Guess these days people all communicate online. Hae-in was very relieved to hear Hyunjae cover up her lie, while Yeowon was disappointed because he didn't hear anything special. Too bad. She knew Hyunjae wasn't the type to be loose-lipped, but she was still a bit anxious. They got through it without being found out. Hae-in pretended to be grateful for the autograph and said she would treasure it. Then she quickly ended the conversation about it. They arrived at the legendary bench and sat there waiting for the train. Yeowon saw Hae-in carrying a shopping bag, so she asked if she went shopping. She said she brought some things to use for the listening party today. Meanwhile, Yeowon was confused about what she meant, so she immediately showed Yeowon the first item. It was a beam projector. They were releasing the PV today too, so she had prepared it. Yeowon was surprised to see such a sophisticated item. She had stolen it from her uncle's place. He had used it once a long time ago, trying to be all living alone aesthetic, then shoved it away. It was an old model and cheap, so it wasn't great, but it should be fine to watch at his place. Yeowon always wanted to try using a projector too, but it felt like a luxury, so he just gave up. Hae-in felt relieved seeing her boyfriend's face looking so happy and expressive. He asked what else she brought. She just brought some toiletries and cosmetics. She's going straight to work from his place tomorrow. And she brought one more important item for tonight, which made Yeowon guess. She also brought a change of clothes, which disappointed Yeowon because he thought she brought condoms. He was confused as to why she had to bring them. If she needed comfortable clothes, she could wear his clothes. He was happy to wear Yeowon's clothes, but that's not what she meant. What she meant by clothes was tonight's uniform, or costume, she said with a seductive look on her face. Hearing the word costume made Yeowon's mind run wild. Imagining what kind of wild costume his girlfriend would wear tonight. Would it be a cat, maid, bunny, or something even more exciting? He couldn't imagine it anymore because he was afraid his little Johnny would wake up in public. His face flushed because she had even prepared something like that. She was really thorough. She was very happy to see Yeowon's silly face. Here, my wife looked very beautiful, even if she is a little wild. And she said he was wearing it too, which made him confused and afraid that tonight's theme was bondage. They then walked quite a distance from the subway to the apartment. It was already very dark because they came quite late at night. Finally, they arrived and still looked excited for tonight's event. They were very relieved because the weather was so hot that it was like a sauna. So Yeowon immediately turned on the air conditioner. Because they were sweating profusely, Yeowon suggested that Hae-in take a shower first, while he would get the food ready in the meantime. She agreed to take a shower and immediately got ready to take all her toiletries. Before entering the bathroom, she told Yeowon that she would change clothes while she was at it and come out. That she would change into the costume she mentioned earlier. In this moment, she looked very seductive and beautiful. Meanwhile, Yeowon could only swallow his saliva and drink after hearing that. He was so stunned that his mouth was open, because his mind was not focused on the costume Hae-in was referring to. This horny mother-father could only imagine a lewd costume in his mind, but he knew that Hae-in wasn't that kind of person. She always teased him with jokes like that, so Yeowon didn't expect much this time and fell into the same trap. Still, somehow it felt nice for him. No matter what, it meant that Haein was looking forward to today too. So Yeowon immediately prepared food for the two of them for tonight. He had also prepared what to cook this time. Meanwhile, Haein had finished showering and was wearing a costume. Yeowon was a little surprised when she said costume, but it was just a t-shirt, which made Haein laugh when she saw Yeowon's face expecting her to wear a lewd costume. However, it wasn't just any t-shirt. Her uncle had made it as merchandise when he was in a band, and there were tons left over, so she stole 2 from home. And if they wore them together, it would be a one-of-a-kind couple shirt. Haein said a little shyly, her face turning red. Of course, Yeowon was very happy because they were matching shirts, which is why she called it a costume. Then he'll hurry up and shower and change into the couple shirt too. Yeowon showered as fast as lightning. Then he saw the words "cross our fingers" on the shirt, which probably meant, "we'll wish you luck." It really sounded like a band name Haein's uncle would use. It's not what he imagined wearing, but it's unique, so it's fine for him. And matching shirts, the idea itself is so cute. Moments like this really make them seem young. Next time, he'll give her a gift they can use together. While Yeowon showered, Haein prepared the projector for watching. Yeowon finished and appeared in front of him. He asked how he looked, while crossing his fingers like the writing on the shirt. Haein was glad he understood the crossed fingers and said it suited him well. Then she suggested taking a photo together, which confused Yeowon as to why all of a sudden. They should take a couple picture to commemorate wearing matching shirts. Yeowon was happy because it was a good idea to take a couple shot. Haein pointed the camera and started counting 1, 2, 3. They took a great photo wearing the couple shirts and took a few more photos to capture the romantic moment. Haein laughed when she saw the photos because they looked more like her uncle's fan club than a photo of a couple. But Yeowon said, "Not like fans. But they are fans though?" He said that he liked her uncle too. Haein didn't expect Yeowon to say something so sweet. She was happy and grateful for that. While Haein was still looking at their photos, Yeowon suddenly remembered something. Haein always teased him and gave him little surprises. And this time, he intended to act more cleverly and surprise her, because he couldn't be the only one getting tossed around like this every time. So he thought of something that might surprise Haein. Haein asked him to take one last photo, so she told Yeowon to scoot closer. Suddenly, Yeowon made a sharp attack from behind, which of course surprised Haein because he suddenly hugged her. Yeowon asked if getting this close was enough, or did he need to get even closer? Haein could only surrender to Yeowon's wildness and immediately took the photo. She looked at the photo and laughed because it came out really lewd. Yeowon asked who was lewd, him or her. She replied that normally people don't look at themselves and say they're lewd, right? Haein approached Yeowon and bit his neck because she was annoyed by his behavior. Then she asked Yeowon to let her go now because she felt something hard behind her, but Yeowon refused and acted spoiled. After feeling satisfied enough, Haein went back to preparing the projector. Meanwhile, Yeowon could only watch her from behind, thinking it didn't flow the way he imagined. But still, it wasn't bad, of course. Then he prepared a cold snack that looked very fresh. They immediately tasted it together. As soon as she tried it, Haein really liked this milk wachai. Yeowon made it less sweet for her because she doesn't like sweets, which made Haein happy that her boyfriend was so understanding of her. She praised Yeowon continuously for being able to make something this delicious for her. She happily enjoyed every last drop. Eating sweets restored their energy, and now it was time for them to watch the PV. So Haein played it on her phone and connected it to the projector. Yeowon had turned off the lights so they could watch more intimately. Once they were ready, Haein immediately played the video. They watched the video with bated breath, curious about what kind of new song Long Afternoon would perform this time. Especially Yeowon, who had refrained from listening to this song, and now the moment had finally arrived. He felt as if he had been transported to a live concert in the video. There, he saw Hyunjae in front of a big white cloth background, who was now getting ready to sing.
I don't remember which cold day it was. There was never a day our hands start. We only learned how to begin for a long time. When the faces we saw every day begin to feel unfamiliar.
The song feels nice. It's electronic, so it has that metallic feel, but somehow the melody is calm, so the mood feels strange. The mechanical sounding vocals scattered throughout feel like echoes, which made him feel mysterious. It's really good. He wants to chew on the lyrics again later. By the way, he guesses Long Afternoon isn't appearing after all, because they never showed their face. He was expecting it since they said it was a collab. Maybe they only participated in the audio and didn't show up in the video. But suddenly, the golden hour light shines on the video, which will surprise Yeowon with the appearance of Long Afternoon.
We never dreamed of fall. We lived through nameless days. Even so, we keep breathing endlessly, spreading roots into every gap of sunlight. Until the winter, 1,000 summers, where you and I will be written. Oh, history of eternity, each shines as a ripple.
I was stunned like Yeowon seeing Long Afternoon's performance, but I apologize because this is not the original song, but a song from the AI that I made myself. Until the video ended, he was very fascinated by the silhouette of his favorite band that was seen here for the first time. He was silent while clapping his hands to show how satisfied he was. Then he immediately exploded and said the song was very good, better than they expected. Yeowon felt the dopamine rush through his body, especially when the silhouette of Long Afternoon appeared and he got chills, even though he had already given up thinking they weren't coming out, while Haein just listened to his fan rant start again. But seeing that he liked it that much made her happy. She was embarrassed, but she was glad she filmed the live clip. Yeowon invited Haein to drink and listen one more time to focus on the lyrics this time. They toasted with great enthusiasm and happiness. Suddenly, a notification sound came from his earphones connected to Haein's phone. This confused Yeowon. At 1 a.m., he realized that the sound was an Instagram notification. Yeowon was confused while Haein was still unaware of it. Yeowon asked her, "You had an Instagram account?" Making Haein confused as to why he suddenly asked that. And finally, she realized that her identity would be exposed if it appeared on the projector and showed that the Long Afternoon account was on her phone. In the middle of the night, Haein's fate was at stake. They both fell silent after the notification sound, especially Haein, who looked very confused. She tried to answer Yeowon's question, but she stammered because she was panicking. Yeowon offered to follow each other on Instagram, considering it a small thing between couples. Haein heard the offer and immediately hesitated. Her mind focused on the identity she had been hiding all this time. She refused with a simple excuse, saying it wasn't necessary and trying to change the subject. Haein explained that her Instagram account was only created to follow restaurants and was hardly ever used. She added that there were no posts, so she thought following each other was pointless. Yeowon responded casually, admitting that his account also only contained a few photos and was just for contact. Haein refused again and concluded that they didn't need to follow each other if they weren't going to use it. Yeowon fell silent, hearing Haein's words, which slightly offended him. He then linked this to their relationship, questioning the meaning of dating for her. Haein turned and responded coldly, and this was when she brought out her playing victim weapon. She questioned what their relationship status had to do with Instagram. Yeowon asked why Haein was hiding her account, feeling that there was something he didn't know. Haein denied it firmly, insisting that she wasn't hiding anything and accusing him of being too suspicious. Yeowon explains that he was only asking, not accusing or suspecting. Haein emphasizes that she really isn't hiding anything because there's no reason to show it. She adds that if dating means having to reveal everything, then that logic doesn't make sense to her. Yeowon is surprised by Haein's sudden change in attitude and more formal way of speaking. He defended himself, saying that their closeness made his curiosity as a boyfriend natural. Haein rejected that argument and said Yeowon was starting to say strange things just because of their relationship status. Yeowon insisted that an empty account was not a secret and should not be an issue. The argument heated up when Haein turned Yeowon's logic around with examples of privacy that clearly did not need to be shared. Haein asked Yeowon to show her his underwear every day if he didn't need privacy. But Yeowon agreed to show it to her, of course. Haein gave up and asked if he wanted to see her account that badly. But none of that mattered to Yeowon. Yeowon explained that he just wanted to get a little closer and get to know Haein better. He admitted that he felt like he didn't know much about her, and that made him anxious. Haein fell silent, realizing Yeowon's confusion, and began to question her own choices. She thought that if she continued to remain silent, Yeowon's suspicions would only pile up. Haein realized that her attitude could make Yeowon hate her someday. She rejected that possibility and assured herself that she didn't want that kind of relationship. After making her decision, Haein decided not to keep avoiding the issue. She handed her phone to Yeowon, choosing honesty over distance. Yeowon accepted the phone hesitantly, not yet understanding the meaning of this action. When the screen lit up, he began to realize that Haein had finally revealed a layer that she had been hiding all this time. Haein was silent for quite a while, weighing whether the decision to open the phone was the right one. She asked Yeowon to really look at the screen, making sure he understood what was in front of him. When the profile opened, it showed an empty Instagram account with no posts or activity. Yeowon checked the notifications and realized that the previous message came from the official account, not Haein's personal account. Haein began to remember what happened with her account. She remembered her meeting with Hyun-jae. She revealed that it was about managing the long afternoon Instagram account during the collaboration period. Haein said that promotional activities and public attention made it difficult for her to focus on making music. She suggested that the account be managed jointly for the time being. Her friend offered to manage her account, but Haein didn't trust him because he was just a baseball fanatic who can only post it about baseball. In the meeting room, the discussion about the promotional account was completed without any problems and was considered a normal label matter. Haein left the long afternoon as a business account and opened a personal one instead, which she made yesterday without even thinking about it. She realized that all of this was actually simple and didn't need to be made into a big deal. However, another thought popped into her head, making her feel that her actions were excessive. She blamed herself for being overly cautious without a clear reason. Haein admitted that hiding something still meant deceiving Yeowon. Guilt arose because he knew nothing about her true identity. Stressed from the shock, she spontaneously gulped down a drink to calm herself. That sudden reaction confused Yeowon and silenced him. Haein sighed, trying to control herself. She stood up suddenly and moved away from the table. Yeowon asked where she was going. Haein replied briefly that she just wanted to wash her face. She left the room, leaving Yeowon confused. She stopped the conversation and chose to walk away, feeling that her mind was too heated to continue the conversation. Leaving Yeowon alone in the living room, trying to calm herself and stop her racing thoughts. He was a little shocked that Haein had left him. The silence made him start to rethink his own words. He realized his reaction was excessive and not driven by any clear reason. Yeowon blamed himself, questioning why he had acted impulsively. He asked himself if he really doubted Haein or if he was just offended by his ego. That thought led to the possibility that he wanted to control her unconsciously. Yeowon admitted his confusion and immaturity. Meanwhile, Haein stood in the bathroom. Haein calmed herself, wiped her face, and held her thoughts back from spreading. She thought about what had just happened between the two of them. She asked herself if she had been treating their relationship too lightly all this time. Thoughts of togetherness came to mind, realizing that time together should be cherished, not avoided. After taking a breath, Haein decided to be more honest from now on. She came out of the bathroom with a simple decision to fix the situation. Yeowon stood in the kitchen, checking the watch eye that had started to melt and considering what to do. He chose to put it back, intending to keep it so it could be eaten by Haein the next day. That small decision was his way of showing concern without needing words. When he turned around, Yeowon noticed Haein behind him. They were silent, realizing that both of them were trying to repair their relationship in their own way. He asked if she was calmer now. She replied softly, not entirely sure, but not as heavy as before. She asked about the watch eye again, because she saw Yeowon cleaning it. He admitted he hadn't cleaned it yet, then offered to get some for her if she wanted. She refused gently. It wasn't about the food. There was something else she wanted to say. She fell silent, weighing her words. He waited, clearly confused by her sudden change in attitude. In a soft voice, she asked him to come in for a moment. Just a moment, Haein said softly, embarrassed, "Let's wash together," to make up for her cruel words to Yeowon. He just stood there silently because he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was shocked. The word "together" made him misunderstand for a moment. His heart beat faster, his mind went blank. She explained that she herself didn't know what to say yet, but she didn't want to avoid him anymore. She looked down. Her hair covered part of her face. There was fear, but also a small determination to be honest. She sighed. She said she wanted to have Yeowon's face beside her as much as she could, saying it with a very beautiful and seductive face. So she hoped they could stay together, making Yeowon just stare blankly. While pulling Yeowon's shirt, she said to stay by her side, until she chose the best words to explain everything that made Yeowon curious. Yeowon couldn't bear to see his girlfriend feeling so guilty. He swallowed hard. They were dating now, so they didn't have to solve everything with words alone. They could talk with their bodies too. So he quickly took off his shirt in front of Haein and said, "Shall we go in?" Meanwhile, Haein's face turned red when she suddenly saw Yeowon's body and just stood there silently. But she said, "I just want to brush my teeth." "Why are you taking your clothes off, pervert?" Meanwhile, Yeowon misunderstood because he thought they were going to take a shower together, even though he had just taken a shower. They went straight into the bathroom after the incident. Haein brushed her teeth as she had planned when she invited Yeowon earlier. Meanwhile, Yeowon brushed his teeth nervously, sweat dripping down his face, trying to read what Haein was thinking. But he couldn't figure anything out, so he awkwardly continued brushing his teeth. Yeowon began to think and gather his words. He stopped brushing his teeth and immediately called out to Haein. Haein also stopped and looked in his direction after hearing Yeowon call her. Finally, Yeowon asked if she was still angry, because earlier he had been very demanding. Haein just stared deeply at Yeowon. She was silent while looking at him continuously, but she didn't answer immediately, turned her head away, and continued brushing her teeth. This made Yeowon a little disappointed. He felt bad for asking at the wrong moment. Meanwhile, Haein finished brushing her teeth and wiped them clean. She immediately approached Yeowon and called his name, making him turn his head to hear Haein start the conversation. She felt that she looked at him. When he lowered his gaze, the corners of his eyes lifted slightly. They were usually round. Yeowon didn't know that, so he wasn't sure what Haein was talking about. Then she asked Yeowon again. He was confused by what she meant, so she explained what he thought after watching her brush her teeth continuously. He wasn't sure what he saw, but he tried to piece it together. He just thought Haein started brushing from the inner right side, starting with the front teeth. She didn't expect Yeowon to observe her in such detail, which surprised her, even though that's not what she meant. Then she burst out laughing a few seconds after hearing Yeowon's words, which of course confused him. Haein laughed beautifully. She thought Yeowon was very silly for paying such close attention to how she brushed her teeth, calling him a detective. Yeowon felt stupid now, but he was glad she laughed because he noticed it by chance. Haein confirmed his assumption that she always brushed that side first. She explained that last year they had removed her lower right wisdom tooth, so the dentist told her to pay special attention to cleaning that area. The story livened up the atmosphere, so Yeowon responded that he still had his teeth. He hadn't had them removed yet, making Haein jealous because they were incredibly painful. Yeowon didn't expect it to be that painful, to the point that Haein had to eat porridge for a week, because the pain is different for each person. After that conversation, she smiled and felt happy because the conversation went smoothly. So she left Yeowon in the bathroom with a smile because she had finished brushing his teeth. Yeowon just sat there silently with a dumb look on his face, sitting on the toilet holding the toothbrush that he hadn't finished using. He was confused about what had happened. Seeing Haein smile made him conclude that her anger was gone. He hoped that was really the case, and he finished brushing his teeth. The atmosphere that night was very comfortable. Yeowon returned to the room after he finished in the bathroom and turned off the lights. He saw Haein sleeping on the bed, and of course Yeowon was happy to see a girl in his bed. She was busy playing with her phone, while Yeowon peeked at what she was doing. He sat on the bed and saw that she was writing in her diary. Suddenly, his face became dumbstruck, and he felt embarrassed about what to do when his girlfriend was so tempting on his bed. Should he hug her from behind? But he couldn't take it lightly because she thought he was taking it lightly, so he just lay on the bed silently while thinking about it. He reflected on what had happened between them. If they were going to talk, maybe it would be better to do it after sleeping. But suddenly Haein asked what he thought, making Yeowon wonder what she meant. Haein wanted to know his opinion, so she asked, "How about us?" Haein turned around, her face and body facing Yeowon, while asking, "Have you ever felt it was unfair?" But of course Yeowon hadn't thought that exactly, so he tried to say what he could think of. He did wonder if she was manipulating him a little, which confused Haein as to what he meant by manipulating. He explained that he only got nervous because of what she said, and he felt moved, unable to act properly. It turned out that this was what Yeowon had been thinking all along, which is why he thought he had to try harder to get back at Haein. She smiled beautifully after hearing what Yeowon was thinking. Haein crossed her arms, leaned forward and asked, "Is that why you hugged me from behind earlier?" So suddenly, referring to when they were taking pictures. Yeowon blushed because her face was too close, and replied, "Didn't you like it?" Haein pretended to be hesitant, saying, "It's not that at all. How should I put it?" She explained the previous incident when Yeowon hugged her from behind. With those strong arms holding her tightly from behind, she stopped her words. This confused Yeowon. "You felt what?" she asked Haein to continue. She tried to hold back her laughter and said that she felt naughty, with a beautiful and very seductive face. However, Yeowon was not surprised by this because she was no longer at the naughty stage. She was a total pervert, he said. She replied that the pervert was him because he suddenly hugged her from behind, making them both laugh and chat on the bed. Yeowon was relieved by all this. For a moment, he wondered if it would be okay to let what happened before slide. Because they liked each other, because the atmosphere was good, because it was fun when they were playing. A relationship where the answer is wrong, but the reasoning is correct, so it's marked as correct, trusting that ambiguous problem-solving method. He brushed Haein's hair aside with his hand, saying he wanted to touch her hair, while asking, "We are lovers, right?" Haein answered, of course, very confidently, then laughed and looked very beautiful. But suddenly Yeowon was startled, because he looked at Haein's face. It turned out that she closed her eyes, trying to tease Yeowon whether he would take action with this small code. He thought, "This atmosphere, you're suggesting we make up, right?" He convinced himself to kiss her. He stroked her hair. Honestly, it feels like they're just letting it pass. But even so, he doesn't want to ruin this night anymore. Then they kissed very softly and sweetly, while I'm here alone, single, typing the script for you guys. They didn't stop kissing for 3 hours, very passionately. Their legs became tense, and I was even surprised to see Yeowon's fingers evolve into 8 after kissing. Our artist must have lost focus after drawing them so intimately. They finished and felt their bodies become very hot. Haein was weak and could only surrender. But suddenly she said something that shocked Yeowon. She apologized for ruining today's listening party, her face looking very sad and full of regret. They held hands. Yeowon tried to comfort her, saying it was his fault for saying nonsense. "Let's finish the watch eye tomorrow morning," he said. "Don't push yourself too hard." They fell silent after regretting their actions. Then our lovebirds looked at each other again, and hidden desires arose within them. They kissed again more aggressively, their bodies burning hot. Haein couldn't take it anymore and started to spread her legs. Yeowon hugged Haein tighter, making their bodies touch. They kissed passionately as revenge after their recent fight, and they couldn't be stopped anymore. Haein started to reach Yeowon's shirt and caress his back. Meanwhile, Yeowon couldn't take it anymore. He felt like he was going crazy with all this and wanted to do it right now. Was it because he kissed her while he was a bit emotional? His heart was beating so fast it made his head spin. He wouldn't be able to control himself again. His hands aggressively reached into Haeun's shirt. He groped her bra, wanting to open it immediately and see the most beautiful mountains in the world. Haeun was aware of this, which made her realize something. She immediately stopped Yeowon, saying, "Wait a moment." Hearing this, Yeowon came to his senses. He realized the devil's temptation because he had gone too far. Another sudden outburst of demonic energy. He deeply regretted it because he didn't want them to fight again. But it turns that Haeun didn't mean to stop Yeowon after all. She just wanted to say that the hook was on the front so she would undo it herself. Even though it hadn't been opened yet, we all knew that it was very beautiful and big. All of our expressions turned to stupidity, like Yeowon's expression, who could only wait for Haeun to unhook her bra. He was confused and didn't expect that what he had wanted all this time would come true, making his face red as he imagined how beautiful those two giant melons would be. Haeun began to slowly unhook her bra, while Yeowon could only watch because this was a new experience for him. But he was quite hesitant, so he asked Haeun if she was really going to take off her bra. Hearing that question, Haeun became confused and asked why. Wasn't that what Yeowon wanted? Although Yeowon really wanted to see it, he held back his feelings for Haeun's sake because she had been very shy about that before. There was some truth to that. Even now, Haeun was still shy, but she had made up her mind. But this time was different. She truly wanted to do it. She wanted to be braver for tonight, because it feels like she's always the one hiding like a coward. Hearing that made Yeowon excited. Haeun asked, "Let's turn off the lights first," because she was still a little embarrassed. The lights were turned off, and the sound of Haeun getting up from the bed could be heard. In the dim light, her face looked flushed as she covered it with her hair, but she had steeled herself. She began lifting her shirt, while Yeowon stared right in front of her. Seeing him like that made her even more embarrassed, so she said, "Please don't stare at me too much." But no man would waste this moment. Quickly, Haeun took off her shirt. She tossed her shirt into the air. In the darkness, Haeun was already topless with her arms crossed. She looked at Yeowon, seeing the hope in his face, so she had no other choice. She began to lower her arms, revealing her body to a man for the first time. A man she loved, and asked, "Can you see me?" Yeowon answered, "Yes, a little." He didn't blink and didn't waste a single second in that moment. Haeun asked for his opinion. "What do you think? Are they weird?" Of course she felt awkward because Yeowon kept staring at her. Yeowon brought his face closer and looked at her more closely, then answered, "They're beautiful. I mean it." Hearing that made Haeun laugh a little mischievously. She was so relieved, and light streamed in, illuminating them in the darkness. Yeowon could now see more clearly and was even more amazed. He was already at his limit and couldn't hold back any longer from embracing Haeun tightly. But it was too late. Haeun ended the moment and quickly put her shirt back on, leaving Yeowon deeply disappointed. She immediately jumped onto the bed. She did that because she, too, had reached her limit. It was so embarrassing for her, so she covered her face with a pillow. She glanced at Yeowon. Maybe she could have continued if she'd had a little drunk. He didn't expect that random thing, so he asked if he should get her a beer, but she just laughed because that wasn't what she meant. She gently told Yeowon to stop that and come lie down with her. She signaled to Yeowon that they should do again what they were doing a moment ago. Finally, he understood what Haeun meant by drunk. He lay back down while looking at Haeun and said, "You were very brave when you showed up at my place, but now you're this embarrassed at a time like this?" Haeun denied it, saying that she was just a little drunk back then, and anyway, that was then, but this is a different case. Yeowon kept teasing her, so they joked around to lighten the mood. Haeun had already started thinking of wild things to do for her boyfriend. Then she told him that if she really set her mind to it, she could even do something even wilder, like taking a shower together. Hearing that certainly surprised Yeowon and made him excited to imagine it. But a few seconds after saying it, Haeun took back what she'd said, because she doesn't think she could do that, which definitely made Yeowon ask why not. She said because he's a bit of a pervert, she doesn't think he'd just stand still and take a normal shower together with her. Even though that was true, he tried to brush it off, saying he's not that much of a pervert, he can read the room. Haein didn't believe the words of a guy who suddenly kissed someone when he wasn't even dating her, leading to a playful argument. Haein laughed contentedly because she'd successfully teased Yeowon. Anyway, he wouldn't cross the line like that. She was in a very comfortable state this time. She called Yeowon's name very softly. Haein, looking absolutely beautiful, reached out her hand and said to him, "Give me your hand." Yeowon followed her instructions even though he looked confused. She suddenly grabbed Yeowon's hand quickly, which startled him. Then Haein guided Yeowon's hand and pressed it against her boba, which startled him even more. Yeowon just stood there frozen as his hand held her big watermelon. Meanwhile, Haein was trying to suppress the ticklish sensation she felt and asked, "Well, do you feel it?" But Yeowon stammered because his heart and mind weren't in sync. Haein said, "What kind of description is that? I'm asking you to feel my heartbeat." Of course Yeowon felt her heartbeat, but he also felt something else, something big and soft, and he thanked her for it, which made Haein laugh, asking why he was thanking her. He asked, "But why all of a sudden are you asking me to feel your heartbeat?" "It's because I'm almost always teasing you, so I wanted to show you that I can be serious too," she answered, holding back her embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yeowon continued to gently hold the object. Haein pinched his cheek and said that for today, no matter what she says, don't hold back. Even if she gets scared when he pushes her, even if it hurts, she'll try to endure it, she said with a face that was incredibly beautiful and alluring. Of course, even a guy like me wouldn't be able to resist that temptation, let alone Yeowon. He started to release his grip because he wasn't satisfied. He wanted to feel something more than just holding. He asked, "Aren't you exaggerating? Because of our fight earlier, right?" Haein, who was lying beneath Yeowon, replied, "No, it's not that. It's just, I'm curious too." Yeowon was shocked. So she wanted to do it just because she was curious? Of course, Haein laughed upon hearing that because that wasn't what she meant. She smiled, looked at him deeply, and said, "I love you, Yeowon." Hearing that from such a beautiful girl left him unable to respond and his mind went blank. If liking someone and dating someone had levels and rankings, he probably wouldn't even make it as a substitute. He remembered a moment from the past, when he played on his elementary school basketball team. There was one thing he heard constantly, that he had no competitive spirit, that he didn't play aggressively. It's not that he slacked off during games or practice, but he was always scolded for that. Thinking about it, they weren't wrong, he thought at the time. He felt good when they won, but he didn't feel particularly bad when they lost. He remembered the time he failed to score a shot that was almost in. He just liked basketball. He picked up the ball rolling nearby and stared at it. He only started because he was tall, but he picked it up pretty quickly. Because when he played basketball, he didn't have to think about anything, whether they won or lost. In those moments of immersion, he could forget that empty house. So he asked himself, is that why? I'm a total novice at playing hard to get. If someone gives him even a little, he finds himself wanting to give them everything. So foolish, he's trapped in his own thoughts. He's happy to have someone who loves him now. Yeowon had reached his limit and began unbuttoning his shirt right in front of Haein's face. Of course, he looked incredibly handsome with his blushing face. Just seeing his fit body made Haein wet. Before they began, she told Yeowon about the condom next to the bed. With all preparations complete, they began to touch and gaze into each other's eyes. Haein looked incredibly beautiful tonight. She reached out her hand to Yeowon, asking him to hold her, since she was feeling so shy right now, and she hated that feeling. Hearing her ask made Yeowon want to help her. So Yeowon held her gently and warmly, and they began the clapped ritual. He thought it was his defeat once again. But even so, it's okay, he doesn't mind being hurt a little. Haein lifted her leg and tried to endure the pain she was feeling. Meanwhile, Yeowon kept doing his best. It felt so good he was about to explode. Yeowon thinks it's okay to be the one who loses. As long as he can keep falling in love with her, they finally did it for the first time. After 65 chapters, I'm happy for you too. And now I can only ask when it's my turn. After they did that, the scene shifted, and Haeun's voice could be heard. She turns on a live stream on her phone, starting with her first 12 viewers. She greets her viewers with a smile, explaining that they're filming some street interviews today. She starts looking for interviewees, and coincidentally, there's a tall, handsome guy passing by over there, so she'll start with him. Haeun greets him, though the man looks confused by the camera recording him. She asks if he's willing to talk about the dating lives of people in their 20s. She asks the first question, "Are you currently in a relationship?" He answers shyly because it hasn't been that long, so he's still in the honeymoon phase. And then she wants to know how he's feeling right now. He feels great, really great, because he's dating someone he likes. He feels respected as a person. He was a bit anxious about graduating, but he feels like he's found some confidence. But just as he was enjoying answering, Haeun suddenly decided to end the interview there. This left Yeowon confused because it was already over, even though he could still keep going. But Haeun refused and decided to stop right now. Then she explained, "The problem is, Yeowon likes me too much." Hearing that ambiguous statement left him quite confused about what was happening. But he realized it too late because a massive explosion occurred, an explosion from within his body, signaling that the fun had to end immediately in a very disappointing way because it was over too quickly. He tried to resist and shouted that he wasn't done yet and still wanted to keep going. But the explosion was too pleasurable for him to hold back any longer, so all the fluid gushed out very quickly, bringing him back to his senses from the hallucinations caused by the clap that was too intense and extreme. Yeowon was almost losing consciousness. He could hear Haeun's breath being exhaled in an arousing way. He still couldn't believe what had just happened, making him feel embarrassed for having done it for the first time. Haeun called his name softly. Their faces were bright red, whether from embarrassment or the intense satisfaction they just felt. Haeun looked at Yeowon's face and asked, "How did it feel to clap with me today?" Yeowon looked back at her. Their breathing still heavy and their bodies sweaty. He tried to answer that it was the best. With his lecherous expression, he felt very satisfied, and so did his little Johnny. Of course, Haeun laughed at his lecherous face, which looked hilarious. She knew he must have really liked it, making Yeowon embarrassed because his silly face was exposed again. Annoyed at being laughed at, Yeowon asked her back, "How was it for you, Haeun?" Her face flushed, but she tried to answer, saying she felt the same way, though there was something she doubted, that it was like. It ended sooner than she expected. Hearing those words certainly stung Yeowon's male pride, but he couldn't deny it anymore, so he was at a loss for a clear explanation. He covered his face and simply replied, "Because it felt so good." Haeun laughed loudly at Yeowon's response and teased him, "You liked it that much?" Yeowon covered his mouth and spoke disappointedly, asking, "Wasn't it that good for you?" Haeun wanted to answer, but she was also at a loss to describe what she felt. "It was good," she said, "but it hurt a little." Hearing Haeun's answer made Yeowon suddenly realize what he had done. He snapped out of it and asked with great concern, "Really? Did it hurt a lot? Why didn't you say anything?" Haeun covered her face with her hair. Of course, Haeun wanted to say something in the middle, but Yeowon looked so focused that she couldn't bring herself to stop him. She felt Yeowon was enjoying it so much and was wild like a wild horse. He feeling disappointed in himself and apologizing for not paying enough attention. Then Haeun tried to comfort him because it wasn't like she was upset. She compared it to playing the guitar, where our fingers hurt a lot when we first start playing, so she just thought it was something like that. Yeowon felt a little relieved and resolved that he'd do better next time. "But sorry, Yeowon, next time it's my turn." Haeun smiled beautifully because she couldn't wait to do it with me. She teased Yeowon by poking his body because he was already thinking about clapping again. "It's really annoying when he takes things like this for granted," she said. He didn't deny it and said once again that he'd really do his best next time, with a face like a little kid. Seeing his face like that only made Haeun want to tease him even more, asking, "How are you going to do your best?" It led them to joke around and chat very intimately. But their conversation stopped when Haeun suddenly coughed, prompting Yeowon to offer her some water. Haeun didn't want any. She just asked Yeowon to stay by her side, because there was something she wanted to say, which made Yeowon curious about it. So he lay back down next to her and asked about what she wanted to say. It's just that she'll try to be more courageous from now on. So she invited him to work on it together, and not to face it alone. Yeowon was very happy when he heard Haein would become braver. Is she talking about showering together? He thought. Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Haein could tell that Yeowon was definitely thinking about something weird again. Anyway, she teased him again about whether the 20 minutes from last time was a lie. Yeowon replied that it was just something he saw online. He could certainly last longer than that, making them laugh and joke around, growing closer. And all of that felt like he'd gained a secret, one he can't tell anyone, and a secret he doesn't want to be found out. In the future, he wants to create hundreds and thousands of moments like this. Moments where it's just the two of them, laughing together with the person they love so much, sharing warmth and sharing pain, willing to bear it together. Yeowon is so grateful to have met a girl who understands him so well, making him smile in relief and forget all his problems. But they had to end the night by resting. Yeowon told Haein to put on a shirt because she might catch a cold. The night passed very happily for the two of them, but that night ended only for the two of them because while the two were asleep, long afternoon briefly became a trending topic on social media, along with the live clip of their new song. Unlike them, the night had just begun for another couple. Staying up late into the night playing games was a truly enjoyable activity. Boss went wild while playing the game, where she currently held the #1 position. Of course, he teased Uncle because Uncle was such a noob at this game. She kept teasing Uncle, but Uncle held his tongue even though he was a little annoyed. Suddenly, an interesting idea popped into his head. A way to get revenge. It turns out he had a secret weapon he planned to use on her. He fired a rocket at her, who was in first place right before the finish line. The explosion from the rocket sent the boss's character flying into the air. The boss was stunned and embarrassed for having insulted him earlier. Now it was Uncle's turn to celebrate his victory and laugh with great satisfaction. The boss became furious because she realized Uncle's malicious intent. He had deliberately saved that missile just to hit her in the late game. This led to a fight because the game was so competitive. Out of frustration, she lay down on the bed and intended to end the gaming night because she was exhausted. Uncle looked at her and asked, "Gaming is pretty fun, right?" She replied that it wasn't bad. It was interesting since it was her first time playing on a console like this. Uncle was relieved to have entertained the boss with something he enjoyed. Before they realized it, it was already past 3. So Uncle asked, "Should we head to bed?" The boss asked if, even though it was late, she didn't want to be a nuisance to him. Casually, Uncle replied, "Don't be silly," because he had told her before to come over and use this place as her hideout. This used to be a place where his friends would often come over and stay. But since no one comes anymore, he was getting a bit bored too. Until a few years ago, this was a lively house where everyone gathered to work on songs, play games, and drink together. He guesses those days are over now. He's the only one who hasn't woken up from that dream. Boss looked at Uncle. Perhaps he felt lonely. She understood because she felt that way sometimes too. So she wanted to cheer Uncle up from those bad feelings. She said, "Then we can just make it lively again." Hearing that made Uncle confused. She said it again. "Let's make it lively again, just the two of us. Is that not okay?" The boss asked hesitantly, though she looked very feminine in that moment. Uncle fell silent, transfixed by the boss's unusual expression. He could even hear his own heartbeat and the rush of blood through his veins after hearing that romantic declaration from the boss. Uncle remained silent and stared at Boss for quite a while. So long that his face turned red, because he was afraid of misinterpreting what Boss had said. So he asked again for clarification. "By just the two of us? Did she mean that she wanted to play more games or something?" Boss was certainly baffled by that stupid remark. She was embarrassed to say it, but it seemed she had to, given Uncle's level of stupidity. She reminded him that he was the one who made the first move last time with her, so she was confused as to why he was talking nonsense. Of course, Uncle was shocked the first time he heard that. He didn't even remember what she meant by first move, He turned around and tried to recall what happened last time. What did he even do last time? Boss started speaking seriously. You really don't remember? She asked Uncle. This put Uncle on the spot, causing sweat to trickle down his face. He tried to recall what had happened and began piecing together the events they'd gone through together. It was that day in the middle of the night at Uncle's place. The two of them went inside together, complaining about how hot it was, plus they had to climb stairs that nearly killed her. Uncle just smiled because he was used to it, so he told Boss to take a shower first to freshen up and change out of those sweaty clothes. But Boss hadn't brought a change of clothes, so Uncle gave her a new t-shirt. He gave the shirt for free because they were unsold t-shirts, so they were just sitting at home. Boss was amazed to find out that Uncle used to sell t-shirts too, and he explained that those were merch he made back when he was in a band. They worked their butts off making these for their solo live show, but they couldn't even sell 20, so he thought it was pretty ridiculous. Boss wasn't sure how to react when she received the t-shirt, so she just said thank you and immediately went into the bathroom, leaving him behind. She started brushing her teeth while thinking about what had just happened. She was confused. Why did she even follow him here? She means, sure, they slept in the same house once, but they're not that close and this is so awkward. She was overthinking so much that she started shaking her head to snap out of it and just tried to imagine it as if she were going to see a friend, because she thought he probably didn't even see her that way either. She thought as the shower water dripped onto her troubled head. A few moments passed until Boss finished showering. She felt very refreshed and relieved after changing into the t-shirt Uncle had given her. Uncle was waiting for her while playing a game, and now it was his turn to shower. Uncle walked toward the bathroom and told her to grab a drink from the fridge if she was thirsty, and to go to sleep first if she was already sleepy. She patted her face while applying skincare and watched Uncle walk away. She was imagining all sorts of weird things, and many other thoughts were flashing through her mind. But she doesn't give a fuck and immediately flops onto the bed, deciding to go straight to sleep because she's so exhausted she feels like she's going to die. Still, she needs to wake up early tomorrow and leave. If she lingers around too long again like last time, she'll look like a total creep, so she sets an alarm. But suddenly she hears a sound from Uncle's phone. He's getting a call. Boss checks who's still calling him at midnight like this. Even spammers don't call this late. She realizes this must be an important call. Since it's from his niece, Haein, she figures she should let him know. She walks over and knocks on the bathroom door to tell him that Haein is calling, and it sounds urgent too. Suddenly, Uncle opened the door very quickly upon hearing the urgency in Haein's voice. He didn't even realize when he stepped out that his little Johnny was standing at attention because he was used to being alone at home. The moment froze for a few seconds as they stared at each other. Boss's face looked utterly shocked. Uncle snapped out of it and immediately hid. He apologized and asked her to hand him his phone. Boss complied and handed the phone to Uncle because she was so panicked. Boss walked away while overhearing their conversation. Haein was asking where the studio keys were, which turned out to be in the counter drawer. She sat silently on the bed, seemingly still stunned by what had just happened. She saw clearly how large that hard shaft was, but she hoped he hadn't noticed that she'd seen it. But she didn't give a fuck once again because it's not like she's a teenager, so no big deal, and he didn't show it on purpose. Maybe, so she just decided to forget about it right away. But of course she couldn't forget about it that easily because she hadn't seen him in a long time. So she just thought, men are just men, huh? Just as she was thinking that, suddenly Uncle had finished showering and came out of the bathroom. Uncle asked if she was still awake, because she was sleeping without a blanket, but it seemed like she was pretending to be asleep because she didn't know how to act in front of him. Uncle was actually thinking the same thing, but he was being positive, thinking, she probably didn't see it earlier, right? Even though she saw everything. He thought he'd hidden it with his signature Pikachu-level dodging move, so there's no way she could have tracked that lightning-fast guitar-shredding move with her own eyes. Quietly, Boss opened her eyes and glanced at Uncle, who was acting completely normal, as if he'd done nothing wrong. Uncle turned off the light and decided to play the game tomorrow because he didn't want to disturb Boss's sleep. But Boss called his name, making Uncle realize she was still awake. Boss turned toward him and asked, "When was your last relationship?" He was surprised to hear her ask that out of the blue. So he joked and said he'd had girlfriends all the time because he's a rock star after all. But boss seemed serious and didn't want to hear his jokes. So that made Uncle think hard as he tried to remember. He said, "Actually, it's been a while. I've been busy with this and that." Even though his last relationship was actually about 5 to 6 years ago. She asked again in a soft tone, "Aren't you lonely?" He said, "Sometimes I'm lonely." And he asked back, "What about you?" Boss lowered her eyes. She also thought that she sometimes felt lonely too. Their hands were very close. So close they were almost touching and feel warm. Uncle gazed deeply into Boss's face. This made them lock eyes after realizing they sometimes felt the same way. After staring at each other for a while, Uncle took the initiative because he wasn't the kind of man to let a woman make the first move. But when Uncle leaned in, Boss was startled and pulled away, shocked by what he was about to do. Boss's face was sweaty from his actions. She stammered, "What are you doing?" Uncle was confused and, foolishly, asked, "Wasn't that the vibe?" "Of course not," Boss said, which left Uncle utterly shocked because he'd done something cringeworthy. They immediately got out of bed because of the awkward atmosphere, prompting Uncle to apologize because he thought she meant it that way. But Boss understood. At least they didn't actually end up together, though now she'd come to a conclusion. That this guy actually, she didn't think he'd really come on strong. She invited him to go to sleep right away because they're all tired today anyway. Uncle felt very embarrassed by what had just happened. He also felt very guilty for ruining the mood. He said goodnight to her, and that night finally passed without incident. So that's the incident they were both discussing this time. Uncle explained once again that it was a misunderstanding. Should he call it unintentional? Or an accident? Boss sighed after hearing Uncle feel so guilty. She tried to clarify again that it wasn't a misunderstanding. Hearing that made him shocked. Uncle looked at Boss, and now she looked incredibly charming and hot. She told him to read the room a little, because if she really hated him, would she have shown up here with beer today? Of course, they'd never have seen each other again. Uncle immediately turned around after hearing that, and asked for an explanation of what she meant. Boss lowered her head in embarrassment, and she had also said something to him, that he's pretty good looking. She tried to compliment Uncle again, implying she was interested in him. But Uncle just stayed silent, looking dumbfounded, prompting her to ask, "Should I spell it out more?" In that silence, Uncle was torn inside. This felt strange to him, because it's not like he's never experienced this before, but he was confused. Why does today feel so different? He felt that this would be the biggest moment of his life, and they continued the night with more deep conversation and beer, until the day was drawing to a close. The phone alarm rang loudly. It showed our sweet couple sleeping soundly together. Yeowon woke up to the sound of the loud alarm. He woke up but hadn't quite gathered his wits yet. He turned off the alarm. It turned out he had forgotten to turn it off the night before, because it was only 7:30 and he still felt he hadn't gotten enough rest. He glanced over at Haein, who was still sleeping soundly. She was snoring a little, but it made her look even more naturally beautiful. But one thing puzzled Yeowon because usually she wakes up before him, but today she's sleeping soundly. He lay back down, gazing at his girlfriend sleeping beside him, which made him blush at her beauty. Yeowon brushed Haein's hair away from her face. He felt yesterday was weird, but it was nice. It felt like they'd grown a little closer. But when his hand touched her face, he felt something was a little different. He compared Haein's body temperature to his own to be sure, and that made him panic. Why is she so hot? Her body was hot as usual, but this time her temperature was also very hot. A few hours later, they parted ways, but Yeowon still looked worried, trying to find a solution for his girlfriend's illness. Beads of sweat trickled down his face. He felt even more worried after looking up the symptoms on Google, even though it might just be a common fever. But here he sat, hoping that it wasn't anything worse than a simple body ache. Although he had tried giving her medicine earlier that morning, he wasn't sure if that would be enough for her, because Haein looked so dizzy she had to lower her head, leaving Yeowon confused about what to do. In the midst of his confusion, Shin-young suddenly stood behind him, peeking at Yeowon's phone screen because he looked strange. Then she blurted out after seeing what Yeowon was browsing, startling him because there was suddenly a voice behind him. He scolded her for scaring him by entering the room without knocking, but she denied it, saying she had knocked but Yeowon didn't hear because he was too focused on Hae-in. She asked if Yeowon was sick, because she could cover for him temporarily and offered so he could rest at home. But Yeowon told her it wasn't him who was sick. And of course Shin Young could tell from Yeowon's face, which meant his girlfriend was the one who was sick now. She didn't expect Yeowon to be sweeter than he looked, doing things like that just because his girlfriend was sick. Of course, Yeowon was confused. Wasn't that normal? He asked. But Shin Young sighed angrily, explaining that there are guys who go clubbing even when their girlfriends are sick, though she clarified that this was a story from a friend, not hers. Yeowon really wanted to visit his girlfriend, but he was afraid it would be too much if he went to see her. She agreed with that because it'll be nighttime by the time he gets off work. Going then would just be inconvenient. It's not like the body aches will disappear just because he makes a big deal about them. Letting her know he's worried is enough. Yeowon was stunned by Shin Young's answer, which sounded very wise. He felt that she seemed to have a lot of experience with this, making her sigh angrily again because it wasn't her experience, it was just common sense. He explained that he wanted to do all that because his girlfriend might be sick due to his fault. This made her curious, but Yeowon couldn't possibly tell her that Hae-in caught a cold because she wasn't wearing clothes since they'd been busy making out the night before. So he changed the subject, since she's been coming home so late lately, and asked if something was going on. She explained that she didn't want to waste time, so she's been preparing for her language course and looking into different options. Even though he knew her graduation was just around the corner, that was exactly why she was worried. Once she graduates, all that's left is job hunting. Up until now, she just studied because everyone else was doing it, but honestly, she wasn't sure it was the right path for her. Actually, she thinks working at a cafe suits her pretty well. Making drinks has been fun lately, and she even learned latte art recently. This made Yeowon laugh, and she suggested she should ask the boss if they need a new manager. But she took Yeowon's joke seriously. If she became a manager, then Yeowon would be her subordinate, making Yeowon regret having said it. Then she asked him how his job hunt was going. He hadn't really thought about it, but he guessed it was going okay. And come to think of it, his final internship interview is next week. He's been so distracted hanging out with Hae-in lately, like excitedly making watermelon punch, that he almost forgot about his internship. After all that conversation, Shin Young said goodbye and told him, "See you tomorrow." And after all that heavy conversation, Yeowon couldn't stop thinking about it. He also didn't want to use Hae-in as an excuse, so he shouldn't get complacent. Yeowon worked as usual until late at night. He said goodbye to boss and left the cafe first. On the way, Yeowon focused on his phone screen and checked all his notifications. But there was no word from Hae-in because she hadn't replied to the message he sent this evening, which worried him. He sent her a message again, and this time Hae-in replied. She said she'd just seen his message, and she also said she was lying down reading a book called Cosmos. He asked how she was feeling, and she said she's okay for now. It feels like she has about 15% battery left. This made Yeowon angry, and he said that meant she wasn't okay at all. Hae-in laughed and said she's actually fine, just a little stiff. He posted a sad emoji, but Hae-in was still joking and said, "You think I'd break down over something like this? You've got to clap her harder next time, ol." Reading that left Yeowon speechless. Hae-in also answered his question, saying that she was currently ordering a burger. Yeowon suggested that sick people should eat porridge, not burgers, but now she just craves high-calorie food when she's sick. He replied with another joke, making the conversation feel comfortable. Now Yeowon could breathe a sigh of relief, because it seemed like his girlfriend was feeling much better. Even though this morning, when she couldn't even walk straight, he almost took her to the emergency room, but she had already called a taxi and told him to go back inside. Yeowon finally arrived at his apartment. He went inside and immediately tossed his bag onto the sofa. As soon as he arrived, he pulled out his phone and wanted to send a goodnight photo to Hae-in before taking a shower. But he didn't expect Hae-in to message him first. She made sure Yeowon had arrived home and said that for some reason today, "I was wondering if we could video call." Yeowon could hardly believe he'd received that message. So he checked it again, and sure enough, Haein wanted to show her face on the phone. Even though she used to be too shy to send messages, this certainly made him curious. Yeowon agreed, but he was going to shower first and asked Haein to wait a moment. He quickly took a shower, all the while thinking about Haein because he couldn't wait. A video call isn't unusual, but why all of a sudden? That certainly made him curious, because he understood that his girlfriend was a unique person. When she speaks, it feels like she's completely open, but if you look deeper, there's a veil keeping you from seeing inside. It's like a yard wide open, but the front door and windows are tightly locked. But knowing Haein's character, he still tries to find out everything about her, and seeing her reach out to him first like this certainly made his heart very happy. Maybe she's starting to open that door little by little after they clapped yesterday. Yeowon smirked proudly. He hopes that one day they can talk about their true feelings. Yeowon finished showering and quickly got ready for a video call with Haein. He messaged her and waited for Haein to get ready. And finally, their first video call. Haein looked so beautiful even without her makeup. But she wasn't confident about her appearance right now because she'd been lying down all day. So she was a total mess? But Yeowon reassured her, saying she looked as pretty as ever. Haein blamed her lighting for making her look a bit worn out. She was embarrassed and covered her face with her hair. Yeowon said it was normal since she's sick. His hair gets all frizzy when he doesn't dry it properly either. But Haein was offended by that, thinking he thought she looked weird right now. That made Yeowon panic and made Haein laugh because she was teasing him. She felt that video call still felt a bit awkward. It's kind of funny just talking while holding the phone. But Yeowon was still happy because he got to see her beautiful face. Haein felt the same way and said so while blushing. He mentioned he didn't want to sleep yet because he has an interview next week, so he's going to prepare a bit. That made Haein feel like she was bothering him. But Yeowon said it was okay, since he was just reviewing his practice answers. So Haein asked permission to watch him from the side, but Yeowon was confused about what she meant. She explained that she'd prop up her phone so she could fall asleep while watching him, if it wasn't too distracting. Yeowon blushed at his girlfriend's request. Of course, he didn't mind her watching, but he guessed it wouldn't be that entertaining for her. But Haein insisted, so Yeowon placed his phone in a position that showed him clearly. Now Haein could see him clearly. While looking at Yeowon, Haein said he could hang up if she fell asleep. Yeowon laughed because it was funny. Haein waved and said good night to him. Yeowon replied, feeling even more motivated to study with a beautiful woman by his side. Yeowon began studying, and Haein watched him. She blushed as she looked at a man before going to sleep, something she never could have imagined in her life that she would do something like this. Watching Yeowon focus on his studies under the lamp's light, she praised him silently, thinking that her boyfriend looked so cool when he was focused. She was sure that he probably didn't even realize how handsome he was, especially how cool he looked when he was concentrating. Haein had caught Yeowon staring at him several times before, and she was proud that her boyfriend was so cool, even though he usually just made a silly face. Thinking about that gave her a headache again and made her wince in pain. But she remembered a story from Yeowon about when he was sick alone in his apartment and how he listened to Long Afternoon when he was sick too. She imagined back then, she wondered if he felt the same way she does now. It's not loneliness. It's a quiet feeling of comfort. She's grateful to have someone by her side while she's sick this time. Seeing Yeowon scratching his cheek again made Haein laugh because he always does that. He's gonna dig a hole if he keeps scratching his cheek. She felt a little relieved, yet a bit drowsy from this sense of comfort. That night, she had a strange dream. In that dream, she was looking at a tiny light in the night sky, no bigger than a speck of dust, calling for it to come down. She was jumping around and waving her arms wildly, continuously sending signals to it. "It's safe here. No one will hurt you," she said. That small light might have been an alien watching Earth while orbiting the planet. She hoped that alien would find the courage to come closer to her and eventually feel at ease. The next day, the scene shifted to a short film screening event. There saw Hyunjae's acquaintance, who was a fan of Haein. She felt anxious because fewer people showed up than she expected. She had even sent invitations to her friends. She felt annoyed because even though they always said they supported her dreams, they never showed up for events like this. She also thought about how she made the music video for Long Afternoon in the Rising Tide. Doing motion graphics again would be too cliché. Based on the lyrics, she wants to set up a model and film it in one long take. Even if they don't have much experience, she wishes she could find a face that can tell a story just by looking at it. She almost thought, does she need to post a casting call for actors? But suddenly a girl came up to her asking for a flyer. Oh no, I know this person, and this makes me feel uneasy. With just a glance, she immediately knew that this was the person she was looking for. Come on, man, why her of all people? And sure enough, that beautiful face was my ex-girlfriend. I mean, Yeowon's ex. She immediately shouted that she had found the perfect person for the next Long Afternoon music video. Why the hell did she choose her of all people? Like, huh? Why are you trying to mess up their relationship, bro? Please don't ruin it. Arun was confused by what the director meant, especially since she seemed so enthusiastic. Arun asked flatly, "You found me? Is that what you said?" The director was startled, then quickly covered it up. "Ah, I must have seen wrong." Arun just stood there silently, staring at the director expressionlessly. The director said awkwardly, "Enjoy the movie," while Arun turned and walked toward the theater door. After Arun left, the director muttered to himself, "I was surprised because suddenly someone who looked exactly like the person I imagined appeared." She crossed her arms, deep in thought. Staring at her laptop screen, she muttered, "But it seems like she's a perfect fit." Time had passed. Inside the dark theater, the movie had finished playing. Arun clapped after watching the film, but her face remained flat, feeling empty. The movie was over. Arun walked out of the theater alone. Before she knew it, night had fallen. The cold wind made the day feel as gloomy as usual. Outside the building, Arun stood alone, holding a pack of cigarettes in her hand. She opened the pack. There was one cigarette left. One more. The director suddenly appeared behind her and asked, "Ran out of cigarettes?" The director offered kindly, "I have a pack I bought earlier. Want to borrow one?" Arun took out her last cigarette and replied briefly, "No need. There's still one left." The last one. The director asked if Arun wanted to quit smoking. She agreed, since it certainly wasn't good for her health. The director, however, went on enthusiastically about how she'd switched to e-cigarettes because they don't produce smoke, all the while laughing. Arun glanced at the director inwardly. What's wrong with this guy? Inwardly, Arun thought, I just want to enjoy this last cigarette in peace. Why did she suddenly start talking to me? But she realized the director was wearing a uniform, so she probably wasn't a dangerous person like some cult member. The director asked directly, "Are you an actor? A model? Or what?" Arun answered briefly, "No." The director continued asking why Arun was watching an indie film. Arun explained that in the summer, big movie theaters only show the same old action and horror movies, and she was bored of them. The director immediately perked up. "That's what you call a cinephile. You're a cinephile, right?" Arun just answered flatly, "No, not that great." Inside, Arun started getting annoyed. "This is annoying. Just leave so I can smoke." The director kept asking instead, "How was the movie?" Arun was surprised and a little intrigued. The director revealed that the film they just watched was a short film titled The Fake Moon Never Sets. It's a film she helped shoot. Arun answered honestly, "Interesting. The directing was good, too." But she added, "Too bad the ending felt rushed." The director just laughed. "Ah, I knew it." Arun fell silent, holding a cigarette she hadn't lit yet. This conversation was longer than she'd wanted. Arun finally cut in, "Excuse me?" signaling the director to stop. Arun said bluntly, "I just want to smoke in peace right now. So if you have a specific reason, just get to the point." The director smiled. "Is that okay?" The director clasped her hands together, thinking for a moment. "In that case," the director made an offer. "Want to join me on a shoot?" Arun stood still, staring at her. Arun was puzzled. "A video? Like YouTube?" The director explained enthusiastically, gesturing, that she was working on a music video for an indie band, and Arun was exactly the image she had in mind. She wanted Arun to appear in it. Arun immediately refused. "That's ridiculous. I can't act. I've never done it before." The director didn't give up. "You don't have to act." As she took a step closer to Arun, the director explained, "Just look like you're listening to music. Just one take. It's that simple." Arun asked hesitantly, "Can that really be a music video?" The director enthusiastically explained that since it's indie music, the more avant-garde, the better. Arun listened in silence. Avant-garde? The director then said she'd tell her the band's name and asked Arun to listen to their music first. If she's interested, just give her a call. The payment will be taken care of. The director hands her a small card with the band's name written on it. Long Afternoon. Arun takes it. The director bids her farewell cheerfully. "Give me a call, okay? I'll be waiting." As she waves goodbye, the director adds one more thing. "Oh, by the way, candy's great if you want to quit smoking. Give it a try." The director left. Arun stood alone outside, holding the card in one hand and a cigarette in the other. To herself, Arun muttered, "Candy, huh?" She looked at the card more closely. The band's name and contact information were written there. Arun was still standing under the night sky, holding the card and muttering softly, "Long Afternoon?" Arun made up her mind. She didn't have anything else to do anyway. Maybe she'd go to the cafe first to listen to the band's music. The scene shifts to Long Afternoon's rehearsal space. Hyunjae sings into the microphone, belting out the song with passion. The drummer keeps a lively beat. Haein plays the guitar beautifully. The guitarist melody and bassist sync their rhythms. They play their final song with intense focus. Finally, their rehearsal ends and they've played exceptionally well. Haein checks the monitor. The balance is just right. They agree to finalize this, then take a short break. The guitarist signals the bassist to go outside for a smoke. The drummer asks to go out for a break too. Even though he doesn't smoke, he's just bored. The bassist mutters to himself that the guy is actually awkward when he has to be alone with Haein. Inside the studio, there was a pile of albums and boxes in the corner of the room. Haein sat on the sofa, sighing in exhaustion after the rehearsal. Hyunjae approached with a drink, asking, "Tough?" Haein replied that she had indeed been very busy lately, then added that preparations for the live show were almost complete. Hyunjae said he'd listened to the EP demo earlier. The songs were good. He offered to connect her with a good mixing and mastering studio if needed. Hyunjae then mentioned, "Oh yeah, I ran into your boyfriend recently." Haein immediately turned around. Haein asked, "At the cafe?" Then wondered what Hyunjae's impression of her boyfriend was. Hyunjae replied briefly, "Handsome, and nice to customers too." Haein showed a photo on her phone to confirm. Hyunjae confirmed it was indeed him. They both laughed casually. Hyunjae added that he was a little surprised. He thought Haein liked the quiet, cool type. It turned out her boyfriend was different from what he'd imagined. Haein replied casually, "I don't really like the quiet type. I prefer someone fun, someone expressive." Hyunjae laughed. "Haha, yeah, the important thing is that you two like each other." Hyunjae fell silent for a moment. Then his expression turned serious. He asked directly, "You're still hiding it, aren't you? That your Long Afternoon?" Haein admitted, "Yeah, why?" Hyunjae replied briefly, "I was just curious. I had already suspected it." Haein didn't answer, just looked down in silence. Then she said softly, "But lately," Haein continued, "I don't think I can keep hiding it forever." Hyunjae heard that. His eyes shifted, holding back something unsaid. Haein said softly, "It might take a little time, but I'm trying to prepare myself." Haein fell silent, staring down with her mind far away. Hyunjae and Haein sat side by side in silence. Hyunjae muttered, "Preparing myself? Huh, it seems like you've been hiding your identity for more than just to see the fans' genuine reactions." He continued, "Perhaps the identity of Long Afternoon was like a doorway, and once opened, there was a room full of secrets inside." Hyunjae closed his eyes. In that case, someone like me, who isn't a close friend or anyone special, shouldn't get involved. Hyun-jae then brightened up. Whatever it is, keep your spirits up. Your boyfriend seems really nice. He'll definitely understand. Haein gave a faint, beautiful smile. Yeah, thanks. Hyun-jae took a leisurely sip of his drink, falling silent for a moment. Haein suddenly called out to him. Hyun-jae turned his head. She wanted to ask something but seemed a little shy. Haein asked if the cafe where her boyfriend worked was close by, because if it wasn't far, Haein wanted to stop by for a moment to see him. Hyun-jae was taken aback. HUH? He hadn't expected that at all. Hyun-jae was puzzled. You don't even know where your boyfriend works? Haein replied flatly. I've never asked. Hyun-jae muttered to himself. What kind of couple is this? Dating without knowing basic information about each other? Hyun-jae told her the distance, it's close enough to walk. Haein immediately said she'd stop by later. Hyun-jae muttered. I'm really worried about this couple. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a cafe where Yeowon works. Yeowon was changing clothes in the back room of the cafe. The hot weather was making him uncomfortable. His phone vibrates, he has a new message. Haein asks where he works part-time. Yeowon replies by sending a location pin, a cafe in Gangnam-gu, Seoul. Yeowon wonders to himself why she suddenly asked about his workplace. He suspects she might want to order delivery. Yeowon quickly got ready to start his shift. He asked Shin-young to switch shifts, she telling him that the boss was in the restroom. Yeowon walked into the bar area and found a slice of cake with a glass of drink on a tray. He thought it belonged to a customer who had left it behind. Shin-young came over and immediately claimed it as hers. She had intentionally saved it to eat after her shift ended. Shin-young's shift ended. After this, she would eat her snack and continue studying at the cafe. Yeowon wondered to himself if people could really focus on studying at a cafe. In his opinion, he himself would definitely get distracted. Suddenly, a greeting was heard from the direction of the door. Yeowon turned to greet the customer. Yeowon was surprised. The customer who walked in was Haein, wearing a mask and a black hoodie, carrying a guitar on her back. Yeowon immediately lit up at the sight of her girlfriend and asked in surprise, "Aren't you supposed to be working?" Haein explained that she had some business nearby and stopped by to buy coffee for herself and her uncle at the studio. She asked if her visit was inconvenient. Yeowon replied no, since the cafe was still quiet. Yeowon realized he looked disheveled from working so long, sweaty and with his hair a mess. He felt embarrassed. Haein, however, gave a faint smile, seeming happy to see him like that. Haein said it was nothing, just that she could tell Yeowon had been working hard. Yeowon looked awkward but happy. The boss emerged from the back and greeted Haein warmly. Haein greeted the boss with a polite bow. Meanwhile, Yeowon was impressed by Haein's politeness. The boss immediately guessed that Haein had come to see Yeowon, then offered for her to stay a while since the cafe was quiet. Haein politely declined. Her uncle was waiting, so she had to get back right away. The boss asked if Haein was working with her uncle today, so she offered her a waffle, but Haein declined because she had already eaten. Yeowon then offered her a drink. It's on him. Haein declined the offer and chose to pay for herself. She said she couldn't let her boyfriend treat her while he was working hard. Yeowon gave in and accepted it with a smile. Behind them, the boss chuckled at the whole scene. Yeowon felt awkward and annoyed. Yeowon changed the subject by immediately asking Haein what she wanted to order. She ordered 2 drinks, an iced Americano and an iced cafe mocha, both with an extra shot. Shin-young watched them from the table where she was studying. She fell silent, watching Haein while munching on her snack. In her heart, she wondered if Haein was Yeowon's girlfriend. She admitted Haein was beautiful, but something felt off. She concluded to herself that it was intriguing. She hadn't expected Yeowon to like such a rebellious type. She just muttered softly, then grew cynical. She thought that she and Haein probably wouldn't get along. Meanwhile, Haein asked permission to watch Yeowon make coffee. Yeowon agreed. Haein asked about the tool Yeowon was using. He explained that it was called a tamper. In the middle of their conversation, a new customer walked in. Haein alerted Yeowon. Yeowon is startled and immediately prepares to greet the customer, but she's shocked to the core. It turns out the customer who walked in is someone he seems to recognize. The new customer is a beautiful woman with long blonde hair. Haein watches her without realizing that she is Yeowon's ex. Arun looks cold until she realizes there's a woman talking to Yeowon. Haein decided to sit and wait so as not to disturb Yeowon, who was serving the customer. Yeowon said he would call her when the order was ready. Haein and Arun passed each other with an aura of rivalry like Naruto and Sasuke. Both turned their backs on each other without speaking. Arun glanced briefly in Haein's direction. Yeowon greeted Arun at the counter to take her order. Arun immediately asked casually, "Was that his girlfriend earlier?" Yeowon replied briefly, "Yes." The atmosphere between them fell silent for a moment. She remained quiet, observing Haein from head to toe with a sneer. From there, she took in Haein's appearance and admitted to Yeowon that she was beautiful. Arun didn't know why, but a feeling made her annoyed and her body grew hot when she looked at Haein. Arun ordered a hot chocolate to drink there. She added a casual remark that Yeowon must already know her order. Yeowon accepted the order with a blank expression, then handed her a buzzer. The boss observed from behind that there was something implied in their conversation. Arun turned around and walked to the seating area without saying much. But what was even more surprising was that she walked toward Haein, and she sat at the same table as Haein. The two of them were now sitting close together. The atmosphere felt awkward. Haein wondered to herself why someone had suddenly sat down next to her. Yeowon was startled to realize the situation. Now his girlfriend and his ex were at the same table. The boss was also surprised to see the same thing and was excited to witness this as a drama fan. Even Shinyong, who was studying, was confused by what was happening. Arun was lost in thought. In her heart, she wondered if what she was feeling was just the lingering remnants of an old attachment. She also wondered why she did something that even she herself felt was foolish and embarrassing. Haein was naturally confused and asked if the seat at her table was already taken. Haein thought the table was empty. Arun explained that she was also waiting for her drink, and there were no other seats available. Haein looked around. The cafe was still fairly empty. She questioned that claim. Arun stared at Haein with a sharp, calm gaze. She started the conversation. She mentioned that she'd heard from Yeowon and asked if Haein was his girlfriend. Haein nodded, then asked in return if her knew Yeowon. She replied that they were in the same class at university. You could say they were close friends. She gave a faint smile as she said it. Haein stared at the blonde woman with a cold, wary gaze. Haein said she'd assumed the woman was Yeowon's high school friend or coworker, since Yeowon had never mentioned his college friends by name. Arun asked back, why was that? Haein explained that Yeowon really never talked about his college friends. He said they were all too busy to meet up. Arun reacted. She thought that was strange, since they were very close during college. She also revealed that she'd been coming to this cafe a lot lately. Arun asked the question that sparked the conflict. Was I someone he didn't want his girlfriend to know about? Arun gave a faint smile and watched Haein's reaction after saying something so sharp, not wanting to feel defeated. Haein remained silent, staring straight ahead with a calm yet tense expression. She began to realize that this bitch must have a connection to her boyfriend. Even Shinyong could only stay silent as she listened to their conversation. She realized something was off between the two of them. She concluded to herself, maybe this is an ex and a current girlfriend about to clash. The atmosphere at the table felt freezing, and she regretted choosing to sit there. Haein closed her eyes for a moment, calming herself. She answered calmly, most likely because Yeowon really didn't like talking about others behind their backs. She continued, Yeowon considered it rude, so he probably just didn't want to bring up unnecessary details. Arun looked at Haein, seeming to evaluate that answer. Haein stared back with a cold, sharp gaze. From behind, Yeowon was dying of curiosity behind the counter. Yeowon panicked. He couldn't hear what the two were talking about from where he was. He thought about pretending to check the floor so he could get closer and eavesdrop on their conversation. He was also ready to break it up if they ended up in a hair-pulling fight. Meanwhile, the boss intended to approach them while pretending to clean up so she could witness the dramatic scene. Yeowon was frustrated. The situation was spiraling out of control, and this wasn't the right time. Yeowon watched from a distance as Haein sat across from Arun at the cafe. In his heart, he wondered why they had to meet here of all places. Arun started asking questions, what they usually did together, whether they went to restaurants or watched movies. Haein answered briefly. They never went on dates like that. They usually met late at night. Arun immediately caught on, meeting after Yeowon finished work. Haein nodded. She worked from the afternoon until late at night, so their schedules did align. Arun chuckled, then concluded that meant they always took the last train so they can't go anywhere. Haein wanted to say they were used to clap at Yeowon's apartment, but of course she wouldn't tell her that. But she continued, after all, they met almost every day and always had time to talk. That was enough for her. Arun was silent for a moment, processing everything she just heard. Then she concluded with a sharp tone, so they hadn't even been on a real date yet? Haein was surprised to hear it said so bluntly. Haein tried to defend herself. They had gone out for dinner and late-night snacks together. Arun immediately laughed it off. In her opinion, even ordinary friends did things like that. She mentioned Yeowon's name in a dismissive tone. Behind the counter, Yeowon, who heard his name called, was immediately confused. Arun continued, Yeowon really is too innocent, unlike a boyfriend who should be more proactive. Haein fell silent, listening to it all without responding. But then Haein spoke up. It's true that Yeowon is like that, but he's incredibly sweet, Haein said calmly. He cooked for her and took care of her seriously when she was sick. That was what Haein liked about Yeowon. Arun listened in silence, felt like she had to admit defeat, because Yeowon had never done that for her before. She just nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Yeowon really was that kind of sweet person. Meanwhile, Shinyoung couldn't stand hearing all of that anymore. In her heart, she complained. She should have said she wanted to go home early. Yeowon couldn't take it anymore and quickly called out to Haein that her order was ready. Haein stood up, then told Arun that she was leaving now. Arun responded casually, telling Haein to go ahead. Haein picked up her guitar case without saying another word. Before leaving for good, Haein turned around and said she was glad to have met her. Arun looked confused. Haein just replied briefly, she was just curious. Curious about what Yeowon's life was like before they met. Arun remained silent, accepting that answer. Haein then took her leave with a deep bow, so deep that Arun was startled by the 90-degree angle. Haein walked away, leaving Arun still sitting alone at the table. One chapter had ended, but it was clearly not the end of everything. After Haein left, Arun was still sitting alone. Deep down, she admitted that what she'd said earlier probably wasn't meant to hurt, but still, something felt off, because it felt as though Haein was implying she was just a part of Yeowon's past. Meanwhile, Haein was already walking toward the counter. Yeowon handed her the bag with her order. Yeowon mentioned that he'd included a small ice pack so the drink wouldn't melt too quickly. Haein accepted it happily. Yeowon offered to walk her out for a moment. Haein declined casually. She knew the way out. But before stepping out, she paused for a moment in front of the counter. Haein complimented Yeowon's work uniform. She thought Yeowon looked good in it. Yeowon replied a bit awkwardly, saying he was glad to be seen like this for once. Haein waved goodbye and Yeowon watched her leave from behind the counter. After Haein left, Yeowon was still thinking about something. He wondered why she hadn't mentioned Arun as well. He muttered to himself, finding no answer. Yeowon then told his boss that he wanted to take out the trash. The boss told him the trash had already been taken out earlier. Yeowon went anyway. It was already late afternoon. The sky in the alley behind the cafe was starting to darken. Streetlights came on one by one between the narrow buildings. Yeowon went out carrying an empty cardboard box, since there really was no trash left. In that alley, he found Arun still standing there, holding her phone. She stood casually, as if she had been waiting on purpose. Yeowon looked at her. He immediately scolded her. He'd already told her not to smoke here. She replied casually, showing the lollipop in her hand. It wasn't a cigarette. Yeowon asked why Arun was here. She just answered casually because she felt like it. Yeowon turned away, not responding right away. He asked what the two of them had been talking about inside earlier. Arun was silent for a moment, licking her lollipop. She answered lightly, nothing special, just asked about their habits when they used to hang out. Arun asked back, was Yeowon worried she was trying to drive a wedge between them? Yeowon replied that wasn't the issue, but he admitted he was pretty surprised that Arun had suddenly approached Haein first. As he spoke, Yeowon bent down to put the cardboard box in the trash. Arun chuckled, admitting that it was indeed a surprising move. She apologized casually. Yeowon just muttered briefly. Then Arun seemed like she wanted to say something. Arun asked how Yeowon and Haein had met. She already knew they took the same train line, but asked if Yeowon had immediately asked for Haein's phone number like he usually did. Yeowon answered briefly it wasn't like that. They just shared the same taste and grew closer because they often talked about it. Arun was curious, what taste did they share? Yeowon hesitated for a moment. He answered, an indie band called Long Afternoon. Arun stared at Yeowon in silence. Yeowon ended the conversation. He had to get back to work. As he left, he told Arun to finish her hot chocolate before she went. Arun was left alone in the back alley, silent. She muttered softly. She'd heard the name Long Afternoon twice already today. She wondered if the band was that famous, since she'd only ever listened to movie soundtracks. Arun looked at the card with Long Afternoon written on it in her hand and muttered softly. She was curious. Was the band's music really that good that it could bring two people together? She opened the music app on her phone, looked at Yeowon's playlist, and was surprised to discover a musical taste she'd never known about during their time together. Night fell. The city was dark, with only the lights of buildings glowing. The subway station was quiet, only the sound of footsteps and the light from the hallway lamps. Yeowon walked alone on the platform, already changed into casual clothes after getting off work. Deep down, he wondered why his heart felt heavy today. That uneasy feeling hadn't gone away since earlier. He recalled the truth or dare moment with Haein, and he hadn't mentioned Arun's name back then. He tried to convince himself there was no reason to bring it up out of the blue. Their relationship had only just begun. But the question still lingered. Would it be better to be completely honest? Yeowon looked down, still muttering softly without a definite answer. Yeowon gave up looking for an answer. Deep down, he could only mutter that dating really is hard. The last train arrived. Yeowon stepped onto the platform. On the bench, Haein was already sitting there, eyes fixed on her phone, her guitar case leaning against her side. Haein looked up, surprised to see Yeowon was already there. Yeowon approached and sat down next to her. Haein asked if he had just finished work. Yeowon replied that she'd finished 30 minutes ago, but had waited on purpose. Yeowon said she should have gone straight home. They'd already met today. She answered casually. She'd been reading a mystery novel while waiting, and it was pretty exciting. Besides, she really wanted to chat with Yeowon. Yeowon asked, talk about what? Inside, he immediately worried. About Arun? Haein answered briefly, just, then fell silent. Yeowon was confused. Haein continued, she liked meeting and chatting like this every night, even if there wasn't anything specific to talk about. She asked, was she the only one who felt that way? Yeowon immediately stammered and assured her that he liked it too. Yeowon wondered to himself, so it wasn't about Arun after all. He began to think that maybe he was just being too sensitive. If Arun had introduced herself as just a friend, it was only natural that Haein wouldn't make a big deal out of it. Haein sat next to him, silent for a moment. Haein looked at Yeowon. She tapped Yeowon's thigh gently with her finger, then said, so, do you want to? Haein suggested playing a game. Yeowon didn't understand. What game? Haein explained, the usual rock, paper, scissors, where the loser gets a flick on the forehead. Yeowon looked at Haein. She asked back, do you want to? Yeowon was still processing. A flick on the forehead? Is this some kind of punishment? He looked at her, thinking she had another wild idea. while Heian smiled mischievously, flexing her finger, ready to flick. A grand building with a large chandelier hanging from its ceiling. Quiet, but not for long. Boss suddenly screamed in panic. The band members rushed over, asking what was wrong. Boss reported that someone had collapsed inside the room. That was Yeowon, lay motionless on the floor. The band members recognized him as the college student from the second floor, confused about why he was lying there. They examined the scene and concluded the man died from a blow to the head. The broken vase nearby was likely the murder weapon. He confirmed it was a murder. The band members were shocked by the conclusion. Drummer rushed to get the police in town, but the guitarist stopped him and urged him to wake the coachman first. Going on foot would take too long. Boss couldn't process it. She kept asking herself who could have done such a thing. A mysterious figure in a dark hat appeared, and they reacted with confusion. The figure stood in the middle of the group. It was Heian, thinking quietly. She analyzed the situation in silence. Then she voiced what was really bothering her. Why hadn't Yeowon ever mentioned that female friend, the ex-girlfriend? The band members were caught off guard by the question. Heian explained that when she had asked Yeowon about his college friends before, he was strangely vague about it, and she wondered if he had deliberately kept it from her. He cut in and reminded her there was a murder to deal with, not relationship concerns, and that this was exactly the part in a mystery novel where all the clues surfaced. But Heian admitted she was too distracted by curiosity about that woman to focus on the case. She thought about her, and even from that brief encounter, Heian could already tell she was beautiful. They stood in silence, both processing the weight of the situation. Drummer blurted out a possibility. What if Yeowon was cheating on her? Bassist told him to shut up. Guitarist cut in simply, just ask Yeowon directly. Ask him what his relationship with that woman is. Heian admitted she could, but hesitated. A new figure stepped in and said what everyone already knew, that she probably couldn't. It was Hyunjae. He said that she was afraid of seeing a side of Yeowon she didn't know existed. They exchanged glances, confused by the sudden dramatic roleplay unfolding around them. Bassist flatly explained that Hyunjae was just playing detective, and guitarist replied with disbelief. Hyunjae figure pressed on. She had to accept the truth. Just as Heian kept secrets about Long Afternoon, Yeowon might have a past she knew nothing about. Heian went quiet. She admitted the words weren't entirely wrong, but she just wasn't sure if it was really her place to dig into it. Heian reasoned that if Yeowon never brought it up, it might be something he deliberately wanted to keep hidden. The detective figure stayed quiet, thinking. Still, Heian couldn't shake it. Knowing someone like that existed in Yeowon's workplace bothered her. The frustration finally spilled out. Heian stomped and declared she really didn't like it. The band members watched and agreed with each other it was pure jealousy. Heian caught herself and wondered what was wrong with her. She didn't distrust Yeowon, but she couldn't stop thinking about that woman. She huffed, then quietly admitted to herself that she wanted to be petty about it. The imaginary drama dissolved. Back in reality, Heian was staring at her phone before, reading the mystery novel that had sparked the whole daydream. The story described a murder in a quiet village, where a stranger in gray stepped forward and declared the killer was in the room. They continued the previous story where Heian invited him to play a forehead flick. Yeowon is confused as to why Heian suddenly asked him to play that game. Heian said it was just because she was bored, then added he didn't have to worry about it if he didn't want to. Yeowon accepted the challenge and told her she was on. As they sat there, Yeowon quietly wondered to himself whether Heian's odd behavior had something to do with Ariane. He had a feeling she might react this way. In his imagination, Heian confronted him about the woman and accused him of cheating. He denied it. He wondered if she was trying to brush it off by turning it into a game. He told himself not to overthink it. Whatever the reason, they were just going to have fun. It was only a game. Yeowon proposed they start with rock, paper, scissors. Heian echoed him quietly. They threw their hands, scissors against paper. Yeowon realized he won, though he had actually planned to let her win. He laughed softly and said he won anyway. Heian muttered that she had been about to throw rock. Heian accepted her loss gracefully and told him he could flick her forehead. Haein reached over and raised her bangs, closing her eyes for fear that it would hurt. With Haein's forehead right in front of him, Yeowon thought she looked unexpectedly cute. Clear skin, pretty forehead. He was supposed to tap it lightly, but the urge to tease her took over. He decided to go all in. He flicked her forehead hard. Haein reacted with a sharp jolt. She rubbed her forehead and told him he was playing for real. Yeowon immediately realized he had used too much force and apologized, promising to go easier next time. Haein refused. She told him to go all out. That was the whole point of the game. Yeowon reluctantly agreed. They reset and started another round on the train platform. This time, rock beat scissors. Yeowon won again. He laughed and pumped his fist, genuinely pleased with himself. Haein held up scissors with a calm look, already thinking about her next move. Haein demanded he hurry up and flick her. Yeowon nervously agreed. He flicked her forehead again, hard. Haein shook it off and immediately called for another round. Yeowon went along with it. They threw again on the platform. Yeowon won once more and flicked her forehead without hesitation this time. Haein held her head. Yeowon felt slightly guilty and asked if they should stop. Haein refused. They were playing until the last train arrived. Yeowon gave in, quietly noting to himself just how competitive she was. Haein immediately called for another round. Both hands shot out, scissors against rock. Haein finally won and jumped up celebrating. Yeowon teased that she almost had 4 wins in a row. Yeowon accepted his loss and told her to go ahead, and to himself he thought it actually felt kind of nice. Yeowon went quiet for a moment. Haein leaned toward him, holding up 2 fingers, ready to deliver her penalty flick. She told him to close his eyes. Yeowon braced himself, eyes shut. Haein paused and looked at him quietly. Instead of flicking him, she gently cradled his face with both hands. Yeowon let out a surprised sound. Suddenly Haein kissed his forehead so sweetly, even though I thought she was going to punch Yeowon in the forehead. Shocked, Yeowon's eyes shot open. Haein pulled back and mentioned he had an interview tomorrow, so she had gone easy this time to avoid leaving a bruise. Then she looked straight at him and warned that if he ever looked at anyone else, like his ex, next time she wouldn't hold back. Yeowon stared at her, flushed, and after a pause said nothing. Then quietly, he told her he would only look at her, and kissed her back. Right there on the station bench, the 2 of them kissed. Haein pulled away and said nothing for a moment, then simply said, "Good." Yeowon sat there, still flustered. As the last train arrived, Yeowon complained that the forehead flick earlier felt like full force. Haein said it was maybe 40%. He insisted it hurt a lot. She told him he was probably just sensitive, and laughed. Late at night, the city was quiet. The director waited alone in a borrowed studio, scrolling through her phone. She looked up when she heard the door. Someone had arrived. Ariane walked in, bag over her shoulder. She asked whether the music video would be filmed there. The director explained it was just a meeting and test shots for now. Once the concept and schedule were set, they'd film somewhere else. The director admitted she hadn't expected Ariane to call back after finding out she wasn't an actress. Ariane said she simply wanted to hear what kind of video was being made first. She hadn't decided yet. It depended on the meeting and the concept. Then she added one more reason. She was curious about what kind of band Long Afternoon was. The 2 of them faced each other in the empty studio. The director noted that Ariane had gotten curious about Long Afternoon. She asked enthusiastically whether the music was good and if it made Ariane want to support them. Ariane said not exactly. The music actually annoyed her a little. The director was caught off guard by that answer. Ariane explained that after looking into the band, she found out Long Afternoon performed while hiding their faces. That bothered her. Actors, directors, singers, they all put their real names and faces on the line. The director tried to push back, pointing out that many artists these days work anonymously. Ariane then said she was just kidding. The truth was simple, she liked the songs. Ariane admitted she didn't usually listen to indie music, but Long Afternoon's style clicked with her, especially their collaboration with Song Hyeonji. The director lit up, saying she knew they were great and couldn't understand why they weren't more famous. though their recognition had grown lately thanks to Hyunjae. She then asked if Arian had listened to High Tide, the song the music video would be based on, insisting it was really good too. Arian said she had deliberately skipped that one. If she ended up filming the video, she wanted to hear it for the first time on set. Since she couldn't act, at least her reaction would be real. The director said, "Aha," then asked if Arian was a big movie fan. Arian asked what made her say that. The director laughed and said it was just a feeling she got. The director moved on and brought up the appearance fee, mentioning they had a decent budget this time and had set it generously. Arian cut her off before she could get into the numbers. She asked if they could do the test shots first. She said the fee didn't matter much to her. She wasn't a professional actor and already had another job. Arian said that if bad footage of her got out, she'd be seriously hurt by it. The director understood video lasts forever. They agreed test shots first. The director pointed Arian to a stool already set up in the middle of the room, mentioning the camera and lights were ready to go. Arian sat down and settled in. She asked if her position was fine. The director told her not to think about the camera and to just look straight at her raised fist. The lights went off. Arian noticed it. The director said she would play music similar to High Tide, and Arian just had to listen naturally until she called cut. She could move her head freely. Music began to fill the dark room from the speakers. The projector lit up, casting a pink glow across the studio. Arian sat still in the colored light as the music washed over her. The director watched from the dark, arms crossed, as the music played. She moved to her laptop and reviewed the footage. She thought to herself that she had filmed many videos before, and she knew the moment she saw Arian exactly what kind of feeling it would be to capture her on camera. It wasn't about looks or photogenics. It was something else. Arian carried a natural shadow around her, a face made to be framed, even if Arian herself had no idea. Bathed in pink light, Arian sat quietly in the studio as the music continued. Meanwhile, Arian's own thoughts drifted. She wondered what she was doing here, going along with things she knew nothing about. She reminded herself that long afternoon and her relationship with Yeowon had nothing to do with each other. This wouldn't change his feelings. Her brain again showed its jealousy towards the two of them who looked intimate. Arian's thoughts settled on one conclusion. Maybe she was just being petty, trying to somehow wedge herself between the two of them. Arian called herself pathetic, questioning what she was even doing there. She had unconsciously shed tears. She couldn't let go of something impossible, and knew she was just being greedy. The director, shocked, watched her crying. The music stopped. The director apologized for the abrupt cut. Arian said it was fine. The director glanced at her laptop, wondering to herself whether what she had just captured was real tears, not acting. Either way, she thought it wasn't bad. Arian wiped her eye in the dim light. She asked if they needed to shoot more. The director quickly said no, what they had was enough. The director offered to let her see the footage right away on the laptop. Arian leaned over the screen, surprised by what she saw. She said she never knew she looked like that, and that her expression seemed a bit funny. The director laughed and said not at all, it felt awkward at first for everyone, but you get used to it. Arian went quiet, staring at herself on screen. The director asked if Arian didn't like what she saw. Arian said it wasn't that. She just felt she had blinked too much and wanted to be more careful next time, which meant she was already thinking about doing this again. The director looked at her quietly. She confirmed Arian's name, Han Arian, right? Arian said yes. The director asked if she wanted to grab a drink before leaving. Arian considered it. The director suggested beer while they talked through the concept and finalized the schedule. She added that these kinds of conversations were perfect with a cigarette, but she was actually thinking of quitting. Arian's eyes shifted. The director cheerfully mentioned that candy was supposed to help with quitting smoking and suggested they give it a try. She was reminded of her late friend who loved eating candy. Arian agreed to go, noting the weather was hot anyway. Arian asked if the director was paying. The director quickly said they'd go Dutch. Arian complained she had sounded like she was treating. The director shot back that people who work in video are broke. Night had settled over the city. Meanwhile, in the cafe, Yeowon called out to their boss that he was heading out first. The boss sent them off. Yeowon stepped outside into the summer heat, loosening up as he left. With the summer internship application submitted, he thought he just had to wait for results and prepare for the second half of the year. As for the interview itself, he felt he had done well. He was used to it by now and hadn't gotten nervous or made any mistakes, though he did recall one frustrating moment. A highly qualified applicant who had even studied abroad had been sitting right next to him. Yeowon had thought bitterly that if the guy had already gone overseas, he might as well have just found a job there. Yeowon walked out after his interview, telling himself he had prepared as best he could. But walking alone through the city at night, he couldn't help wondering why his best still felt so ordinary. He arrived at the subway station. Yeowon stood near the platform, distracted by his own thoughts. Someone called his name and reached out a hand toward him. It was Hae-in. She asked if his interview went well today. Yeowon paused for a moment. He said it went super well, that he completely blew the interview room away. Hae-in just laughed at that. They sat together on a bench in the station. Hae-in noticed his formal outfit and asked where he was coming back from. Hae-in explained that it was her grandmother's birthday, so she had a family dinner that night. Hae-in explained that her grandmother disliked anything unfamiliar, so she dressed modestly on purpose. Her uncle, who never wore dress shirts, had even put one on that day, though he muttered it was suffocating the whole time. Yeowon said he didn't know she paid attention to things like that. Hae-in told him it was simply because she didn't want to be nagged about doing music. If she dressed too flashy, her family would say she hadn't been raised properly. Yeowon related to it, pointing out that interviews were the same way. They always say dress comfortably, but everyone shows up in suits anyway. Hae-in jokingly asked if he could just show up in a tracksuit then. Yeowon laughed and said that would just make him look rebellious. Hae-in laughed back, saying interviewers and her grandmother were basically the same. Then Hae-in hummed quietly and seemed to think about something. Yeowon asked what was on her mind. She said it was nothing much, just that since both of them were dressed up today, it felt like a special occasion. Yeowon agreed, noting they had never run into each other like this before. Hae-in added that she rarely dressed this way either. Yeowon suggested they take a photo to mark the moment. Hae-in agreed. They stood side by side at the station as Hae-in held up her phone and took a selfie of the two of them. Yeowon looked at the photo and said it really did feel like a special day. Hae-in simply agreed. Yeowon looked at the photo on his phone and admitted to himself that in reality, it was just an ordinary day where he went to one interview. Hae-in stood quietly on the platform, looking at him. The announcement came, the next train was arriving. Hae-in then asked if they should just make it a special day from now on. Yeowon didn't understand at first. Suddenly Hae-in grabbed his arm. The two stood close together on the platform as the train pulled in behind them. Hae-in suggested they go on a date. Yeowon processed what she just said, noting that it would then really become a special day. Yeowon admitted he was a bit tired today. Hae-in asked if they should just rest instead, but Yeowon immediately said that they were going right now. Yeowon asked where they should go. Hae-in said she knew a bar nearby and suggested they head there. Yeowon agreed, and Hae-in happily said go. Yeowon and Hae-in sat at a bar table late at night, sharing drinks together. Hae-in raised her tequila shots and toasted cheerfully. Yeowon asked if she was drinking tequila, surprised since he thought she had gone to the restroom. Hae-in explained she suddenly wanted to try it after hearing someone else order it. Hae-in asked Yeowon if he had ever heard of a pub crawl. Yeowon admitted he didn't know what that was. Hae-in explained that a pub crawl meant moving from bar to bar instead of staying in one place all night, calling it a drinking pilgrimage where people try different places and drinks. She added that the custom started in the UK, but mentioned it seemed to also happen as an event in Korea, wondering aloud if it was for tourism purposes. Hae-in then asked if he wanted to try it that night. She said she had wanted to try it for a while but never could, since she never had anyone to protect her along the way. But today, Yeowon agreed to go through with it, telling her he would be the one protecting her that night instead. Hae-in suddenly squealed that the tequila gave her goosebumps, leaving Yeowon startled, but she laughed it off saying it was nothing, just that she loved the feeling. She drank another shot, savoring the taste. She offered Yeowon a lime slice, hinting that maybe someone else was in danger that night. Haein teased him, asking if he was the one in the most danger tonight. Yeowon drank his shot calmly. He finished it in one gulp. He doubted her claim. He declared that tonight, he was acting like a total gentleman. Haein laughed and told him to stop, asking why he was being so funny that day. She remarked that the tequila was strong and burned her throat, and Yeowon agreed it hit him hard too, though they both admitted it tasted delicious. Haein asked where they should go next once they finished their drinks, and Yeowon thought it over. They left the bar and walked through the quiet night streets. Haein sipped a new drink along the way. Sitting together on some steps, Yeowon remarked that his cocktail was good too, and Haein asked what it tasted like, to which he described it as orange juice with a hint of alcohol. He offered her a sip and she accepted. He brought the straw to her lips so she could taste it. He waited for her reaction, slightly flushed. She approved of the taste and asked what the drink was called, and he answered it was a tequila sunrise. She wondered if hers was called a Long Island iced tea, then mused that cocktail names were strange, some named after their color while others left people wondering where the name even came from. Yeowon suggested some might be named after what inspired the person who made them, and when Haein asked what that meant, he gave the example of band names, prompting her to respond with surprise. Haein laughed, agreeing that plenty of band names sounded just as strange, joking about names like My Cousin's Barber Shop or Stink Bug Sausage Stir-Fry Club. They continued joking about how a name like Queen seemed too simple, though they admitted it sounded meaningful to British people and that Queen was a legendary band. Yeowon sipped his drink as they walked on. He suddenly brought up something else he wanted to ask her. He asked why she thought their favorite band picked the name Long Afternoon. He said the phrase made him think of summer, since it described an afternoon that stretched on for a long time. She glanced at him thoughtfully. She lifted her drink up to take another sip. Haein agreed that he had a point. Haein then revealed that Long Afternoon was actually the name of a season. Yeowon stayed quiet for a moment, thinking it over. He asked if she had known that fact already. She admitted it wasn't that she knew it beforehand, but had something else to say. Haein think it is the time to tell Yeowon about Long Afternoon, but before she could finish, a loud honk startled them both. They watched a taxi swerve on the road nearby, both stunned. Yeowon muttered that it scared him too. He complained about why someone would try an illegal U-turn there, especially on such a narrow road. Haein stayed silent, lost in thought after the moment passed. She broke the silence by asking if they should head out now, suggesting they move on to the next pub. Haein asked if they still had a lot of places left to visit that night. Yeowon answered cheerfully that they did. She then brought up another fact, telling him there were cocktails with naughty names too. Yeowon guessed Sex on the Beach, and Haein teased him for knowing it so well, while he insisted he only looked it up to check if that was really the name, prompting her to call him a pervert. The city lights glowed quietly as night settled in. They arrived at another bar, decorated with hanging lights and shelves of bottles. Haein asked what they should try this time as she took off her jacket. Yeowon asked if she was getting hungry, and she admitted she was, just a little. He suggested getting some late-night snacks, and Haein agreed, noting that the place seemed to serve food too. He proposed they each have a glass of wine to go with a snack, looking over the menu. Something on the menu caught his attention, leaving him surprised. Haein commented that the snack prices seemed a bit high. Yeowon thought to himself that payday was still far off, leaving his account balance looking sad. He told himself not to worry about money right then, reminding himself he was on a date and shouldn't ruin the mood, deciding to spend freely and figure it out later, since his interview fee would be coming soon anyway. He pointed at the menu, suggesting an item that looked delicious. Before he could order, Haein told him they should just go instead. She admitted she suddenly felt like having convenience store ramen and beer instead. Haein suggested they could have that and get ice cream afterward too, asking what he thought. He felt relieved at the idea. He added that he had also been craving a sausage bar, and Haein agreed enthusiastically that sausages went perfectly with beer. They walked together through the night, leaving the restaurant behind for their next stop. Haein remarked that there were so many people out despite it being a weekday night, wondering if it was because of summer. Yeowon said he thought it was especially nice to walk that night since it was cool out, and Haein agreed, saying the breeze felt nice. She suddenly called his name, and he responded. Haein asked if he wanted her to tell him a secret. Yeowon asked what kind of secret she meant. He guessed she was about to talk about beetles again, but she denied it, even though she admitted she wanted to. She told him it wasn't that, actually. Haein revealed that she had gotten paid for her freelance work that day. She joked that her financial self-esteem was now fully charged, and Yeowon teased her, calling her basically the breadwinner like a true professional. Haein fell quiet for a moment, her expression unreadable. Haein gently took hold of Yeowon's arm. She leaned closer to him as they walked. Haein told him that if there was something he wanted to do that day, he didn't have to hold back. Yeowon stayed quiet, caught off guard by her words. She smiled softly at him. Realizing she had read him perfectly, he admitted he couldn't hide it, telling her she had seen right through him, every last bit of it. He added that he wasn't planning on holding back anyway, and Haein responded with surprise, to which he confirmed it was true. Haein told him not to bottle things up from now on either, suggesting they worry about things together. She explained that if he kept everything inside and stressed about it alone, it would only eat away at him. Yeowon turned his head away, moved by what she said. Yeowon said that won't eat away at him just because he keep it in right. Haein suddenly hit his arm, misunderstanding something he said as a perverted remark, while he laughed it off. Still laughing, Yeowon walked ahead of her down the street. They both froze when they noticed someone passing nearby. They recognized him and called out, surprised to see Jiwon there. The scene shifted to a small late-night diner. Arian, sitting across the table, while the director said that the camera speaks. The director argued that directing required intention behind every angle, focus, and lighting choice, not just making things look nice. Arian drank quietly, privately complaining that the director kept lecturing her about film philosophy. The director asked Arian her age, 26, and learning she was 2 years younger, joked about being jealous. Arian argued that 2 years made no difference since they were both still in their 20s. The director protested, insisting she was nearly 30 and had wanted to become a successful young artist by now. Arian teased that only the literary world still called 30-somethings young, and the director admitted she was just rambling drunk. Arian called the staff over to order another beer. The director watched her quietly. The director suddenly asked Arian whether she had a boyfriend. Arian drank without answering right away. She finally said no, admitting she had recently been dumped. The director asked if they broke up, then immediately regretted asking. Arian corrected her, explaining it wasn't a breakup. She had confessed her feelings and been rejected. Arian explained that the man had told her there was someone he liked more, and the director angrily wondered who could be prettier than her. Arian said she didn't know about that, but mentioned she had actually met the girl the day before. She recalled the girl wasn't just pretty, but had a unique aura radiating from her. What stood out most was her voice, the kind that made Arian think she'd sound amazing singing. Despite being her rival, Arian admitted she genuinely liked the girl, charmed even by their brief conversation. The director asked if Arian was really going to give up that easily. She insisted that giving up on someone you truly like wasn't right. Even if others mocked her for it, the director argued she should hold on and fight until the end, since otherwise there'd be no point in living. Arian pointed out that continuing to pursue someone who already rejected her felt like pestering, though the director clarified she wasn't telling her to pester him. The director argued that walking away coolly wasn't real love, since love meant holding on to regret and lingering feelings. The director said Arian seemed too calm about the heartbreak, warning that bottled-up feelings would only keep hurting her. Arian realized that was why the girl had wanted to drink, recalling she had cried during a shoot earlier. The director mentioned she had also met someone like that recently, someone who overwhelmed others just by their presence. Arian asked who she meant. The director simply sighed. She admitted the person was the vocalist of Long Afternoon. Hear that Arian think that she's a total geek. The scene shifted outside to a quiet street at night. Jiwon stood there silently, drinking from a can. Nearby, Yeowon and Haein sat laughing together at an outdoor table. Jiwon said he felt like he was intruding and decided to head out. Yeowon insisted he wasn't intruding, reminding her she'd said she planned to kill time at a cafe until the first train anyway. Haein agreed and urged him to stay, joking that joining a pub crawl with new people was practically tradition. The two laughed together while Jiwon stood nearby, unimpressed. Jiwon told himself it couldn't be helped, deciding to stick around a bit and slip away once the timing felt right. Haein asked Jiwon why he was there, since it wasn't his usual DJ night. Jiwon explained he'd just been hanging out with friends, one of whom was about to enlist soon. Yeowon asked if Jiwon usually handled both bass sessions and DJing. Jiwon said he also gave private lessons sometimes, since relying on just 1 or 2 jobs made it hard to earn a steady living. Jiwon mentioned he was 23 and told Yeowon he could speak casually with him, which surprised Yeowon. Yeowon then asked how Jiwon and Haein had gotten close, wondering if it was through meeting often at Haein's studio. Haein explained that Gahan had taught her guitar and introduced them, and they grew close after he did some recording sessions with her. She recalled how they used to jam together and write songs for fun whenever they had free time, with Gahan excitedly praising a track she'd made. Yeowon asked if jamming meant improvisation like jazz, and Haein confirmed it, saying she'd love for him to see it sometime. Yeowon noticed they'd run out of drinks. Haein offered to come with him to get more, but he told her to stay and rest, asking what she wanted. She asked for another can. Jiwon and Haein sat drinking together while Yeowon was away. Jiwon called her name and asked how things were going. Haein asked what he meant, and he clarified he meant their preparation for the rock fest. Jiwon recalled that when he first saw her filming a live clip before, he noticed she didn't seem the type to get stage fright, though he admitted a big stage like a rock fest would feel like an entirely different world. He described how on a stage that large, the members would stand farther apart than during practice, and hearing only the monitor speaker would make it hard to tell at first if the live sound was coming through properly. He told her that he and Hyunjae would support her as best they could, but asked if she felt nervous about it. She stayed quiet for a moment. Haein admitted that even saying that there was no backing out now. She said this was something she chose and started himself, so she had to pull it off no matter what. His eyes stayed firm as he spoke. Haein confessed that lately, watching Yeowon made her start thinking she might have been acting spoiled. She wondered if she had just been hiding, only choosing things that felt easiest for her. While Yeowon was out there enduring an uncomfortable suit just to be chosen by others, she reflected on the contrast. Seeing him push through like that made her want to be more resolute too, even if she couldn't fully match his effort. She decided to adopt a bolder attitude instead, telling herself that stage size didn't matter and that she'd simply crush it because it was something she loved. Jiwon sat with a blank expression, though the narration noted that was actually his version of a smile, joking that it was very rock and roll, which Jiwon agreed with. Yeowon returned with the drinks and handed Jiwon a can. He presented the beer to Haein, who cheered that it felt like a Christmas miracle. Yeowon asked what the two of them had been talking about while he was gone, and Jiwon said it was just music stuff, prompting her to joke that musicians would be musicians. He brought up that he'd listened to all the bands she recommended last time, and Haein eagerly asked how they were. He said they were great and he'd followed them right away. Haein asked if he also thought the second album was great because of how the tracks connected. Jiwon thought to himself that he'd noticed Haein getting more proactive with her music lately, and realized Yeowon must have had some influence on that. He reflected that he, too, was doing music for his own reasons. His expression stayed unreadable as he thought about the past. He also has someone who motivated him to play music in the past. Jiwon called out to Yeowon, who responded right away. Jiwon asked if he had any plans for the summer. Yeowon said he wasn't sure yet, explaining he'd take a summer internship if he got one. Otherwise, he'd prepare for the fall job hunting season. Haein listened quietly, looking puzzled by the conversation. Jiwon noted he must be busy then, and asked about weekends instead, to which Yeowon said he worked nearly every weekend at his part-time job. Hearing that, Jiwon asked if Yeowon wanted to come to the rock fest with them. He added that Haein would be performing there. Haein reacted with surprise at the invitation being brought up. Yeowon asked what he meant, caught off guard. Jiwon kept his expression calm, watching him. Yeowon reacted with shock, asking if it was really true. Haein stayed silent, caught off guard by his reaction. She had no idea whether it was time to tell Yeon the truth. The director, drinking elsewhere, mentioned in passing that there was a plus to the situation. She excitedly told Arian that Long Afternoon might also be performing at the Rock Fest, making Arian curious about it because she can see them directly in the stage. The scene back to Yeon and Haein, where he is surprised to hear that his girlfriend is going to perform on stage. He asked her in shock about a performance she was doing, wondering if it was with a band or solo. Haein hesitated, admitting she was just filling in as a session musician for a show. She turned to her friend Jaiwon, asking if she was even allowed to talk about it, wondering if she had signed some kind of non-disclosure agreement. Jaiwon assumed she'd stayed quiet only because she thought the gig was confidential, then said it was fine as long as she didn't post things like the set list online. He explained to Yeon that Haein had kept quiet because of her contract, since they were performing as session musicians for Hyunjae, and that this was her first time doing a live session. Yeon reacted with disbelief, realizing the session was for Hyunjae, and told Haein he'd had no idea she was such a skilled guitarist. She brushed it off, saying she was just a regular session player. He countered that she'd be performing on a huge stage in front of a massive crowd. Something suddenly clicked in his mind, and he cut himself off mid-thought, telling her to wait and hold on. Yeon suddenly remembered getting Hyunjae's autograph for Haein before, wondering out loud if that had been unnecessary after all. She waved off the thought, insisting she'd been truly grateful for it. She explained that even though she saw the musician almost every day now and could get an autograph herself, it wasn't the same. Since Yeon was the one who'd gotten it for her, she said, it meant more to her because it was a gift from him. She admitted she'd even framed it in acrylic to keep it safe. This is where it hung on her wall right above her desk. Flustered, he mumbled that he'd go along with what she said. Jaiwon simply drank in silence, watching the exchange. He then asked Yeon to come to Haein's first big show, since he'd love to have him there. Jaiwon added that Haein had the skills but lacked experience, and that despite seeming calm now, she'd likely turn into a nervous wreck once the day actually came. Jaiwon told Yeon to come and look after Haein, adding that they could all hang out together afterward. Yeon gulped down his drink, taking in the request. He turned to Haein and asked if he should really come. She smiled and told him yes, please come. He agreed happily, saying okay. Excited, he declared it settled, they were going to Rock Fest. Just then, Arian appeared behind him, surprised to hear they were going to Rock Fest too, and asked if they meant the one in Incheon in early August. She said she'd been thinking of going to that same Rock Fest herself. Yeon turned around in shock, blurting out his surprise, while Haein stayed silent behind him. He asked Arian why she of all people would be going, while Arian countered by asking why he was even there at that spot in the first place. Arian explained she'd been grabbing drinks nearby with a friend, sent her off, and stopped by after hearing a familiar voice while about to catch a cab. She then asked if she could tag along too, but Haein, confused, asked her name again. Haein introduced herself as Haein Shin, admitting she'd never actually told Arian her name before. Arian reacted lightly, saying she see. She shrugged it off, saying she was going to the festival with a friend anyway and wouldn't get in their way, so she asked to just let her hang out with them. Yeon said he couldn't stop her if she was going with her own friend, but warned that they'd be moving at their own pace and not to expect them to wait. Haein backed him up, saying they weren't holding back, prompting Arian to ask what that meant. Haein declared they'd be slamming at every single stage, even during lyrical bands like Hanlula. She warned Arian not to blame her if she got exhausted and passed out, while she quietly wondered what slamming even was, thinking it sounded intense but that she kind of got the idea. Haein turned to Jaiwon and asked if he was going to play like that too. His eyes narrowed slightly at the mention of the plan. Jaiwon refused, saying he'd skip the stages he wasn't interested in since he'd already seen enough domestic bands during his sessions, prompting Arian to call him a pragmatist. He checked his phone, thinking to himself. He announced he had to get going since his sister was nagging him about why he wasn't home yet, and Haein asked how he planned to get back this late, to which he replied the surcharge hours were over so he'd just grab a cab. Jaiwon said goodbye to Yeon, who wished him a safe trip home. Once he left, Haein asked Yeowon if he thought Jaewon was cool, and he admitted that though Jaewon had seemed scary at first, he turned out to be really nice, and she agreed she'd thought the same. She asked whether Jaewon lived with his sister. Yeowon said he thought so but hadn't asked for details, and she remarked it was unusual for siblings to live together. He added that Jaewon said they fought every day because they were so different, which she took as them actually being close, though he joked and asked if that's what she called close. Yeowon suggested they get going too, noting the mosquitoes and heat, and said they should find somewhere cool. Ariane returns and asked where they're going. Just then, the drink cans on the table clattered and toppled over. Ariane announced they were drinking until the first train. Yeowon asked in disbelief if she didn't have work the next day, but she brushed it off, saying she'd just have one more drink and sleep at the office, prompting him to warn she'd get fired. Ariane turned to Haein, asking if she was having more too. She added that as Yeowon's friend, she wanted to buy his girlfriend a drink and asked if she minded. Haein stayed silent for a moment. Then she agreed, saying she was in. Yeowon asked if she was really going to keep drinking, and Haein cheerfully replied that she might as well, since there was still an hour until the first train. She repeated that they might as well drink a bit more until then. Haein admitted she'd been curious what Yeowon's friend was like either way. She stayed quiet for a beat before Ariane remarked that she must be a good drinker. Haein gave a vague answer, saying sort of. Yeowon watched the two women clink cans together, feeling uneasy. He suddenly snapped, declaring he didn't care anymore and that whatever happened would happen. He announced they should just drink, telling everyone bottoms up, which made Ariane laugh and ask what had gotten into him, while Haein scolded her for calling her boyfriend a punk. Time passed as the night wore on. He kept drinking, gulping down can after can. A hand reached for another can, cracking it open. Eventually he hiccuped, saying he'd finished it, while the narration noted that both Haein and Ariane had passed out after one more beer. He tried to wake them up, telling them to get up since the sun was rising, but only got a groan in response. Ariane checked her watch and panicked, realizing it was already past 5:30. Ariane apologized for having to rush off, asking Yeowon to clean everything up for her. He asked in disbelief if she was really going to sleep at the office. She waved it off, telling him not to worry, she'd handle it. He shot back that he wasn't worried at all. Remembering something, she paused and turned back. She asked if he wanted her to grab him a drink on her way out. He snapped that she should forget it and just go, and he added that he'd take care of herself. Ariane laughed it off, telling them to get home safe, while Haein stayed quiet. Hearing their friendly conversation made Haein jealous, but she just kept it to herself. Morning had fully broken over the city. Walking side by side, Haein and Yeowon ate an ice cream together, and he remarked that their first date had turned into a complete mess. She disagreed, saying it had actually been fun except for the mosquito bites, and he promised to bring bug spray next time, making her laugh. He asked her what time she needed to be at the studio, and she said 11 with no bookings that day so she could take it easy, which relieved him since it meant she could sleep first, and she joked she might even doze off there. She asked if he was going to rest until his part-time job started, and he yawned, admitting he hadn't been able to rest much because of interview prep. He added that once he woke up, he was going to get ready for Rockfest. She smiled at him warmly. She asked if he was done with his ice cream, and he answered yes. She told him to come here for a second, and he followed, confused. They walked past a tall building in the city. They passed by another building surrounded by trees. Under the morning light, they shared a kiss in the public space. Oh shit. Through the valet parking booth window, their silhouette could be seen still close together. A hand reached out gently, brushing against the Yeowon's body. He let out a soft breath as they leaned closer together. Haein told him he'd worked hard preparing for his summer internship, and that he'd worked hard on his interview the day before too. She admitted she'd honestly wanted to do something bigger for him, which caught him off guard. He asked, a little dazed, if the timing had been a bit off the night before. His eyes lingered on her, silent. He joked that he still had plenty of energy left and preferred to clap with her, hear that make her to laugh, and she'd tell him to just go home. Yeowon was cleaning the house while checking his phone, doing chores as usual. A message popped up on his screen from Haein, asking him to choose between white or black. He paused what he was doing, wondering where such a random question came from all of a sudden. The message pushed him to just pick one, asking for his favorite between the two. He stood there thinking to himself, confused about what favorite was even referring to. Without thinking too much, Yeowon just typed his reply and sent it off. She replied casually, telling him okay and that she'd see him later. But then he paused, wondering if she was actually taking some kind of personality test. On his way somewhere, he kept thinking it over, still unsure what she meant. Sitting on the train, he guessed that since it was about color, maybe she was planning to buy something like a wallet. On the train, he noticed a girl sitting nearby typing on her phone, and it made him think of something. He wondered if Haein was dyeing her hair, which would explain why she was asking about the color. But then he reconsidered, realizing that idea didn't make sense since her hair was already black, so dyeing it black again seemed pointless. Later, while he was busy working, he kept thinking it over, unable to let it go. As he worked at the counter, he considered that it might be about clothes, but black and white felt too plain to bother asking about, so he guessed she might be picking a color for a new phone instead. While making a drink at work, he suddenly thought he'd figured it out, guessing that Haein was buying a guitar and wanted his opinion on the color. But he quickly doubted himself, wondering if she'd really ask his opinion on something that expensive, since she usually just bought whatever she liked when it came to music. Still puzzled, he carried a tray of drinks and admitted to himself that he had no clue, thinking that black and white were too plain to make sense of. He approached Boss at the counter and asked her directly which she liked better, white or black. She turned to look at him, startled by the sudden question. But she suddenly snapped at him, ordering him to go empty the bathroom trash can instead, since she was stressed after the espresso machine broke. He obeyed quietly, and by the time he finished his shift, night had already fallen over the city. Walking out from the cafe, he still couldn't shake the thought as he carried his bag home. He admitted to himself that he still had no idea what she meant, and that she wouldn't tell him either. Walking along under the evening sky with a handheld fan, he kept turning the words over in his head, wondering if she was maybe getting a cat. There, the two of them finally met, and Yeowon immediately asked what Haein had meant by her question that morning, since it had been on his mind. And suddenly, Haein blurted out that the answer was a bikini. She asked what color bikini would look good on her. He fanned himself, caught off guard by what he'd just heard. He asked her if she meant a bikini and whether she was going to the beach. She corrected him, saying no, she was wearing it to the rock fest, and that swimming wasn't even on her mind when she picked it. Yeowon asked in surprise if she meant walking around at the rock fest in a bikini, and she confirmed it, saying it would be hot there. He fell silent for a moment, quietly taking in what he'd just heard. He continued talking to himself, saying he'd love to see it look good on her, but didn't want that she attracting too much attention, mentioning that everyone's eyes would be glued to Haein off course. Yeowon perked up at hearing that name, pointing out that the sun would be strongest in early August and asking if it wouldn't be rough exposing that much skin. He replied that he felt Haein's skin would get damaged no matter how much sunscreen she used, leaving her stunned into silence. She burst out laughing, asking if he'd seriously imagined her walking around in just a bikini. Confused, Yeowon asked if that meant she wasn't planning to, and she confirmed it, teasing him about how shy she was and pretending she'd never do something like that. Amused, she explained the real plan, saying she was just going to wear the bikini under her clothes instead of underwear. Startled, Yeowon repeated her words back, instead of underwear, and asked why. She explaining that rock fests get really hot and the staff spray water cannons all the time, with the crowd joining in whenever they get hyped, adding that it rains a lot in early August too, so she'd end up soaked at least once every 3 days anyway. She added that when she checked the shower room the year before, she noticed some people wearing bikinis instead of underwear, so she thought she'd give it a try herself this year. Yeowon agreed that it would be convenient since she wouldn't have to worry about getting wet, though she admitted it might feel a little stuffy. He wondered aloud whether he should pack swimwear too, admitting he didn't have anything special. She told him that was fine, but pointed out that he was a guy, so wasn't there another way for him. Grinning, she suggested he just do what the other guys usually did, joking that they'd rip their own shirts off in the crowd, imagining a shirtless guy enjoying the mosh pit. Yeowon repeated the idea back to himself in disbelief, unable to picture other guys ripping their shirts off like that. She laughed it off, insisting rock fests weren't actually as scandalous as he seemed to think. She pointed out that guys walked around shirtless at the beach all the time anyway, and Yeowon admitted that was true, silently thinking about how long it had been since he last went. He rubbed his neck, still turning the whole conversation over in his mind. Grinning, he finally asked her directly if she'd ended up buying the bikini in the color he picked. She teased him back, saying who knew, and asked if he was curious. She leaned closer with a grin, teasing him further by asking if he was still curious even though he'd already seen all of her. But not with me, I want to see all of her too. Flustered, he stammered that he was just curious about the color, insisting he only wanted to know whether she'd bought the one he picked. His eyes flicked toward her, betraying just how nervous he actually felt. He closed the distance between them, his expression turning quiet as he started to say something more. He admitted honestly that he was curious to see her in a bikini too. She studied his face quietly for a moment, weighing his words. She smiled to herself, holding up a finger as if she'd just thought of something. She turned toward him and asked if she should just show him then. Leaning in, she revealed that she was actually already wearing the bikini underneath her clothes right now, leaving him too stunned to respond. Yeowon let out a stunned "oh," asking if she was serious. She confirmed it casually, explaining that she was just testing it out to see if it would be comfortable enough to walk around in. Leaning closer with a teasing smile, she added that she'd let him have a peek, but only when no one else was around. Of course, Yeowon can't hold it. He glanced sideways at her, caught off guard by how close she suddenly was. Turning away, he tried to keep his expression neutral, though his mind was clearly still stuck on what she just said. He fell quiet for a moment, a small knowing smile creeping onto his face. Then he suddenly accused her of lying, catching her off guard, saying she was just trying to mess with him again, like there was really something there, only so she could tease him later by saying it was all fake. Grinning confidently, he told her he knew all her tricks now and knew exactly how she'd try to mess with him. She laughed softly, admitting that he really did know her well. Laughing, he declared this wasn't his first rodeo, and she teased back that he was basically a pro now, joking that she couldn't fool him anymore. So he dared her to come up with a new routine. She chuckled and admitted she guessed she'd have to. Soon after, an announcement echoed through the station that the next train was arriving. Meanwhile, back home, Yeowon stepped out of a cold shower, letting out a satisfied sigh over how refreshing it felt, convinced that cold showers really were the best. Still shaking off the cold, he flicked water off his hands with an exaggerated wince, caught mid-motion in his living room as the narration wryly noted 25-year-old Yeowon writhing from the sheer rush of a cold shower. Yeowon flopped back onto his bed with a tired sigh, arms sprawled out as he stared blankly at the ceiling. Checking his phone, he wondered to himself whether Haein was done showering yet, remembering that she'd promised to send him a picture afterward. Suddenly his eyes went wide, caught off guard by something. He jolted upright on the edge of his bed, staring at his phone with a startled expression. On the screen was a photo Haein had sent, showing off the bikini underneath her clothes just as she'd promised. She's very damn hot. Startled, he stared at the picture she'd sent, confirming that she really had been wearing the bikini underneath her clothes all along, just as she said. He covered his mouth with his hand, phone still in his other hand, trying to process what he was seeing. He groaned quietly to himself, his face turning red. He messaged her back, claiming he was just trying to protect her dignity since they'd been out in public, but she called him a gentleman sarcastically. He admitted he'd already deleted the photo and confessed he'd gotten a little embarrassed too, and she teased that she knew it, joking about him sending revealing photos through Messenger like that. A new message from her popped up, asking simply whether he liked the color. Sitting in the fading evening light, Yeowon remained hunched over his phone, still flustered. He typed out his reply carefully, sending it off. His message declared it perfection, followed by a sticker of a character throwing up a finger heart with the words ultra love. Haein sat curled up with a book on her lap, checking her phone with an unreadable expression. Then a small smile crept onto her face as she read his reply, quietly amused. She sent one last message, promising to show him the rest when they were finally alone at the rock fest, then wished him good night. Sitting there afterward, he repeated the words to himself, picturing the rock fest and getting lost in the thought. He hoped he could get through his summer internship without any trouble, and hoped they could spend those 3 days at the festival just having fun without worry. Lying down with his phone still in hand, he let out a quiet hum, unable to stop thinking about it. He groaned into his pillow, quietly cursing to himself as his face flushed red. He tried to sleep, but couldn't concentrate because his little Johnny was acting up in his boxers. So he had no choice but to grab 4 tissues for a quick session tonight. Now, in the height of summer, while the two focused on their own work, meanwhile, thick rain clouds drifted north over the city. Let them leapt playfully over a street railing with a cheerful hup. Rain poured over the city at night. Yeowon checked his phone at his desk. He read a rejection email from a summer internship. He stayed silent after staring at the message. Lying on his bed, he groaned that he was screwed. He told himself it wasn't a career track position anyway, just something for his resume. He wondered if anyone from the group chat had gotten in and hoped they'd share tips. He wondered what his weak points were, or if he just hadn't sold himself well. He grew frustrated that there was no right answer for the things that mattered most. Fed up, he decided to stop overthinking and go sweat it out to clear his head. He decided to start a home workout while listening to Long Afternoon, calling it his eardrum vitamins and life's lubricant. Before starting, he checked Instagram for the first time in a while, wondering if there were any updates. Something on his phone made him let out a confused sound. He paused, staring ahead, wondering about the Long Afternoon Instagram follower. Rain kept falling as he sensed something was off. The rain continued over the quiet city buildings. The scene shifted to a cafe where customers sat around. Boss called out to Yeowon, asking what he wanted for a snack. Yeowon looked over, caught off guard by being addressed. Confused, he said he'd just gotten there, and it wasn't even close to break time yet. Boss told him to just spill it out and offered to set aside a waffle or cheesecake for him. Yeowon said he'd just have a drink since he already ate dinner before his shift during summer break. She scolded him for not thanking his boss for the offer, and they bickered about him messing up expiration dates again. Shin-young mentioned that since he hadn't talked about quitting for an internship yet, the boss guessed he got rejected everywhere and wanted to cheer him up. He was startled that she'd just blurt that out, while boss looked equally caught off guard. She laughed and asked if it wasn't true. He admitted it, saying he failed miserably. She reacted with surprise that she'd actually guessed right. He waved it off, saying it wasn't a big deal and there'd be plenty more opportunities. He added with a strained smile that they really didn't have to worry about him, insisting he was totally fine. Shin-young called out to Yeowon, and he responded. She offered to buy him a drink that night with a flirtatious look, hoping to tease Yeowon. He refused, insisting he was fine, while she teased him for putting up walls now that he had a girlfriend. He said he'd already dealt with enough drama last time when Haein got jealous about them, and he asked her to just let it go. Boss suggested inviting Haein too so they could all have dinner together, making him question if she meant his girlfriend. She said if Haein came there'd be nothing to worry about, though he seemed unsure he wanted that. She pushed back playfully about him being stubborn when she was trying to treat him, and he said he'd rather have a consolation bonus instead, which she called money grubbing. As they parted, she told him to introduce them to his girlfriend sometime. Boss said goodbye and told him to watch out for the rain, while he muttered to himself about why he'd introduce her. He let out a thoughtful sound, seeming to mull something over. He wondered why he was like this, sniffling as he asked if it was because they were trying to cheer him up. He noted he'd been fine a second ago but was starting to feel depressed. Time passed at the cafe as his shift went on. He told his boss that he was heading out. She called out to wait a second. She handed him something, telling him to take it. She told him not to be so anxious, saying from her experience things somehow worked out, for better or worse. She added that not having a right answer wasn't always a bad thing. She told him to get home safe and that he'd done good work that day. Looking at the box, he realized it was a macaron, remarking it had been forever since he'd had one. Holding a box, he told himself what's done was done. He thought about how thinking about it now wouldn't change anything. The rain kept pouring over the city that night. He arrived at the subway platform. Haein, waiting there, called out his name. He walked toward her, and she looked up at him from where she sat. He stood there, expression unreadable. Yeowon put on an annoyed expression. He was so quiet that he posed as a signal to Haein that he wanted a hug. She glanced aside with a small smile. She pulled him into a hug, and he closed his eyes as she embraced him. They were hugging on the subway. The people on the train just looked at them enviously because they were single. She asked if he'd really been that upset. He said not really, and joked that if anything he was fired up now, since he'd crush it when full-time recruitment came around. She teased him for sounding rock and roll, and he agreed. He said since he had nothing to do for a while, he'd focus on preparing for Rockfest. She asked what he meant by preparing, noting the festival was next week. He said he'd listen to every single artist on the lineup so he could actually enjoy it once he knew the songs. He declared he'd study up and watch every single stage, promising to cheer for her performance. She felt relieved he didn't hate going to festivals. Glad she could keep doing this with him. She brought up needing a place to stay for the 3-day, 2-night trip, and he mentioned he'd already booked a spot in the camping zone with a 3-person tent, plenty of space. She asked if he was really staying with his uncle, and he confirmed it, adding that since it wasn't far from downtown, they could get a room nearby in the metro area if needed, though it'd be pricey. He remembered the macarons Ms. O gave him and offered her one. She agreed to try just one. She was surprised by how sweet it was, and he laughed, saying of course it was, since it was a macaron. She admitted it was good and would have been perfect with coffee, telling him to thank Ms. O for her. He agreed to pass along her thanks while finishing his own macaron. He suddenly remembered something and turned to tell her. He mentioned that Long Afternoon had already surpassed 20,000 followers on Instagram, surprising her. She wondered if it was because of the Hyunjae collab, recalling it had only been a few hundred followers not long ago. She looked at him thoughtfully as he stood beside her. She reacted with surprise, asking if he was serious about the follower count. He said he'd checked earlier that afternoon and it was around that number, remarking how fast it had blown up. He showed her his phone, telling her to look. Her expression turned uneasy as she stared at the screen. She admitted he was right, seeing the number had grown to 22,000. He guessed it really must be because of the Hyunjae collab, saying it'd be amazing if Long Afternoon went mainstream after this. She fell silent, thinking to herself that she hadn't paid attention since she handed the account over to the label, wondering when the followers had grown so much. He noticed her silence and asked what was wrong, and she said it was nothing. She admitted she was just surprised followers could grow that fast in such a short time, then told herself internally to calm down since it wasn't a big deal. She tried to convince herself there was no need to make it a big deal, that 20,000 wasn't even huge, that becoming more popular was a good opportunity as an artist, and there was no reason to be flustered. He asked if she was okay since she looked a little pale, and she brushed it off saying she was fine. She claimed it was just a sudden sugar rush from hitting her limit. She told herself it was nothing, that she'd been doing fine so far. She reassured herself she was okay, thinking she should definitely have it with coffee next time, though her heart pounded. He stayed quiet, watching her. He said to let him know if she still felt sick after getting home, offering to stay with her, and she quietly agreed. Her heart kept pounding as she thanked him under her breath. She felt uncomfortable because so many people would be watching her, which made her feel intimidated and brought back old trauma.